What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5CK Chapter 121 Celestial Dragons Cursed on the Spot, Seeking Subscription. Soon. Ken just left here and told the boss to hurry over. Since it is possible to live broadcast this picture through the giant camera phone bug. Isn't it fun, facing world government on the spot? It is estimated that the 5 elders turned red with anger when they saw it, but as this group of people, it is impossible to come directly to the Subduing archipelago. So Ken naturally doesn't have to worry about this matter. No matter how many strong people come here, they cannot endanger his safety. As long as he has the door fruit, he can leave at any time. But I think 10 devil fruits is a bit unrealistic. Using the means of the world government, about 5 are raised these days. 5 devil fruits. Barely do it. Anyway, it can be exchanged for an evolution crystal. Ken had this thought running through his mind as he made his way. After all, 10 devil fruits cannot be bought with money at all. The main thing is that it is too rare. Otherwise, the world government would not be so dilatory. For example, if Ken asks for a ransom of 1 billion Baileys, it is estimated that the world government will not frown and hand over the ransom on the spot. A billion ransom for the power of the 25 behemoth world government. Really nothing at all, but 10 devil fruit. The difficulty is completely difficult. You must know that 10 devil fruits can completely cultivate a small elite team. Unfortunately, money is only for Ken, already useless. He needs to become stronger now, the evolution crystal that must be exchanged by the system. Plus, the Great Sage has helped him too much. Ken also wants the Great Sage to evolve completely. Then, let the Great Sage really come to him and help him. Set off, Ken's figure turned into a thunderous rainbow, and the sound of thunder spread in the sky. Wherever he went, there was a loud bang. Arrive again at the highest point of the Subduing archipelago. He looked down. It was discovered that the 2 CPO intelligence agency personnel had arrived for a long time before, and they seemed to be waiting for his arrival. We have brought the ransom. Let's meet the Celestial Dragons. We're not sure the Celestial Dragons are alive yet. If you want a ransom, you have to at least be fair. The 2 CPO intelligence agency personnel raised their heads, looked at Ken at the top, and couldn't help shouting. However, advertisement Ken has no expression on his face, and directly interrupts the other party's words. Don't be in a hurry. Let me scan it with observation hockey. Did your world government drive irrelevant people out of Subduing archipelago? The voice fell. An astonishing observation hockey was released instantly. For a short time, once again enveloped the entire Subduing archipelago. Every detail inside and out, all under control. But it was a surprise. The most powerful personnel currently staying in the Subduing archipelago. It really is the 2 CPO spies below, so afraid of me killing celestial dragons? It appears that the world government fears the death of the celestial dragons. So I still agree to my unreasonable request. Ken asked the world government to drive out these irrelevant personnel before, which naturally included Admiral of Headquarters, Garp, who was acting secretly, and unknown dark organization powerhouses. These people can be regarded as unstable factors. Civilians don't care, anyway, they're swept in unintentionally as long as they don't hurt them. And if all the personnel came to besiege him, surely Ken can't beat that many people. Let's say Ching-Chi teamed up with Garp. Ken can't beat him already. If he fights alone, he might be able to defeat him. So, in case, he still asked the world government to drive away irrelevant personnel, so that even if he dealt with 2 CPO spy agency personnel alone, at least he would never lose. After all, if you don't drive away, the world government can't guarantee whether he, the lunatic, will kill the celestial dragons on the spot. How? Our world government didn't lie to you, did it? The 2 CPO spy agencies were still a little shocked when they saw Ken release this amazing observation hockey again. They have never encountered such observation hockey. Certainly, if the strength is strong to a certain extent. Even with such a vast observation hockey, it is extremely difficult to deal with the real strong. Very good. At least I didn't detect it. After careful inspection, Ken found no unrelated persons and nodded in satisfaction. Then he couldn't help but ask, where's the ransom? Hearing these words, the 2 spy agency personnel couldn't help frowning, but they each took out the red sandalwood box, with a glossy surface and neat cuts, inside which were stored 3 devil fruit boxes. After 3 days the world government struggled to buy devil fruit. Their world government can only take out 6 devil fruits. This is already the limit. There is no devil fruit in the market at all. All were purchased at a great price, 10 devil fruit ransom. We didn't meet the target. Advertisement, but let's bring 6 devil fruit, if you think it's okay. Then unleash the celestial dragons, hand in hand, hand in hand. The 2 CPO spy agencies directly opened the red sandalwood box, and immediately 6 devil fruits with bright surfaces and spiral shapes appeared on the spot. In an instant, Ken narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. It's about the same as I thought. Originally, I thought it was just 5. But since there are 6 devil fruits, then I will put them in my pocket with a merciless smile. Next moment, he stretched out his right hand to touch the air, directly opened the door of the different space, and quickly brought St. Charles Ross out. The moment you come out, St. Charles Ross looked at Subduing archipelago, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, with a dull expression on his face. These days, He has completely lost weight. Seeing Sabadi Archipelago again, this familiar feeling is really long gone. What are you looking at? I asked you to come out. Hurry up and scold the world government. Otherwise, be careful and I will hack you to death. Ken looked at the sluggish look of Charles Ross. He frowned 497 times, and sent the radio waves into Charles Ross's mind alone, directly threatening these words. Immediately, St. Charles Ross was a little scared when he heard these words. He bowed his head, after seeing the CPO spy organization. Charles Ross was so angry that he cursed on the spot. This is a real emotion. Even if Ken didn't push him, Charles Ross would do the same. His nature is like this, it's just that he is scared of being struck by Ken's lightning these days. Damn world government, what's the matter with you? Isn't it just 10 strange fruits? Why are you so poor? You can't even afford them? And you're not willing to hand it over? I'll F***KU? Do you know how much I have suffered? I'm Celestial Dragons. When I get back home, I will definitely complain to your world government to death. Giving you money to do things for the world government means that I think highly of you, but the result is that money is not important? You are nothing, useless things, it's all rubbish. When the time comes, I will shoot you all. The voice fell. The boss, who was about to go bankrupt before, controlled the giant camera phone bug, and has already filmed this scene and transmitted it to the whole world. Big news. It's actually me recording again. The owner's eyes sparkled, and he felt really happy in his heart. Celestial Dragons. Insulting the world government on the spot? This is too explosive. The words of scolding. Every word punishes my heart. Chapter 122. Give me the deposit first. Seeking subscription. After seeing Charles Ross, the two members of the CPO spy agency couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and thought to themselves. St. Charles Ross is alive. It seems that the task can be completed. Luckily the Celestial Dragons didn't die. Otherwise, this mission will fail completely. Although I don't know what's going on with Charles Ross, it seems to appear inexplicably in the air suddenly. But this should be the special Devil Fruit ability. It is even considered a rare space system ability. Only, Charles Ross Street's insults really chilled the hearts of the two CPO intelligence agencies. Isn't it just 10 strange fruits? Dare I say it? Why are Celestial Dragons so stupid? The starting price of this thing is hundreds of millions. After getting it, the starting price has already exceeded 100 million yuan, at least it will be more expensive. Especially in this time period, when the world government is raising devil fruit to sell in the underground market, the price has become even more expensive. Because everyone knows it, the Celestial Dragons have been kidnapped. The leader of the kidnapping, the ransom demanded is 10 devil fruit. It is also impossible for the world government to have the storage capacity of 10 devil fruits. If the price is raised at this time, world government can only buy it with tears. You can't buy it. If there is no ransom, Celestial Dragons might really die. To this end, I bought 6 devil fruits this time. The overall value has exceeded 2 billion. These unscrupulous merchants are really ruthless. As a result, the world government has been secretly messing with these merchants. If they are discovered, they will be charged with crimes. Randomly falsify the market price, backhand will arrest you. Hateful. Maybe there's something wrong with this Charles Ross Saint's brain. I think it is also, but it should be him himself, and he would not have such a character if he is not himself. Okay, whoever makes them Celestial Dragons. Then I'll pay the ransom. The two CPO intelligence agency personnel looked at each other, and Shendu became a little confused. But this move, the two of them already know, Charles Ross Saint is definitely the real person. Such stupid Celestial Dragons after all, probably only him. Hand in hand. Original delivery. The two CPO agents looked up and shouted, now deal. Immediately, the top of Sabadi Archipelago, Charles Ross found out that these two world government personnel actually ignored him, and he didn't want to insult him loudly again. Sudden. Charles Ross Saint clearly saw the distance under his feet at this time. So high. How can it be so high? If this slips and falls, it will surely die. Back, back, back. Charles Ross quickly lay down on the ground, stepped back cautiously, and was so frightened that his breathing became short of breath. Result. Ken grabbed the collar of Charles Ross's holy clothes and pulled it back forcefully to prevent this guy from falling down. After all, this guy is such an idiot. Then, advertisement. After hearing these words, Ken replied in his mouth. Then you send someone up to come and deal with me personally. I won't go down. If I go down, what will you two do if you attack me? So another member, please stay put. Don't let me think you're trying to suddenly rescue the Celestial Dragons. After all, by accident, I could accidentally kill this Celestial Dragons. Right? The voice fell. The two CPO spies had no choice but to temporarily send one of them to trade. Besides, they really dare not do anything to Ken. Know that Charles Ross is right next to Ken, if you do it. The attack accidentally swept into Charles Ross Street. This is not the attack range that Celestial Dragons can withstand, they must die on the spot. You go up. If possible, we can take this person down by then. Join directly. The two members of the CPO intelligence agency have a good understanding and rely on eye contact to roughly understand their respective meanings. They feel that if they join forces, it shouldn't be hard to deal with Ken. The difficulty lies in Ken's lightning strike ability is extremely terrifying. And extremely fast. Really want to catch Ken, it's not easy. Crucial Ken must also let the irrelevant people go. This makes it even more difficult, otherwise, if there is Marine Admiral here, I guess the leader who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons would not dare to be so presumptuous. To this end, the world government is currently issuing orders. That means rescuing the Celestial Dragons first. As for Ken, the unknown criminal mastermind, don't do it yet. Avoid provoking the Celestial Dragons to death. Next moment, a CPO member used the moonwalk, started to step on the air, and went to the top very fast. After half a minute, the CPO spy agency operative came to the top position. At this time, Ken is less than 10 meters away from this CPO spy agent. But he didn't do it. If you suddenly do it, if the devil fruit is accidentally destroyed, it will be a complete loss. That's right, devil fruit can actually be destroyed. After all, devil fruit is considered a fruit type of fruit after all. It won't be invincible. With a little trickery, you can easily destroy it. In this way, the energy in it can be dissipated instantly. So, when you don't eat it, if you destroy the devil fruit, it will be scattered all over the world again. Wait for a while, concentrate energy, and will be transformed into devil fruit again. To this end, Ken keeps the CPO spy agency from destroying the devil fruit. With the strength of this kind of organizational personnel, must be many times stronger than CP9 members, at least a lot stronger than Luchi. Presumably destroying devil fruit is also extremely easy. How do you trade? The tone of the CPO personnel was a little indifferent. Advertisement Ken wasn't in a hurry at all. The world government is more anxious than him. After all, he is afraid that the Celestial Dragons will die. As you said, one-handed delivery, one-handed delivery. Now, give me a deposit first. Don't you guys have 6 devil fruits for ransom? Give me 3 devil fruits first. Ken thought for a moment and said. Charles Ross Street was right behind him. He also didn't believe that members of the CPO organization could be rescued right under his nose. And the CPO organization personnel staying under the ground did not dare to act rashly. After all, nobody knows, if you move around, will it cause the death of the Celestial Dragons? This also makes Ken not afraid of world government at all. The world government is too scared of the death of the Celestial Dragons. Lead to an absolute disadvantage? Give you 3 first? Are you kidding me? What if you got 3 devil fruit, and just took the Celestial Dragons? Even if you kill the Celestial Dragons on the spot? I won't believe you. Hearing this, the CPO organizer couldn't help retorting. However, Ken didn't care. He shrugged and his tone was a little cold. That deal failed. I'll just tear up the ticket. The voice fell. He secretly opened the door of Otherworld, took out the golden machete himself, and put it directly on the neck of the holy Charles Ross. Just give it a little flick. The head of a Celestial Dragons. You can land directly. Wait, world government. Zhao Nuahao. What do you mean? Do you dare not save me? Isn't it just a few broken fruits? Hurry up and give it to him. You world government are idiots. St. Charles Ross was so frightened that his guts were about to burst. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to move, for fear that his head would be chopped off. I give you. Don't do it. This made the staff of the CPO espionage agency shrink their pupils suddenly in fright, and quickly threw the red sandalwood box in their hands. The sandalwood boxes contained 3 devil fruits, and one was on his body, so as not to give them all to Ken. Deposit. Just give it, better than the Celestial Dragons dying now. So close. Even if he wanted to kill Ken, he wouldn't dare. Celestial Dragons are so close. The Celestial Dragons are easily affected by the attack. Unless you can kill the leader in front of you with one blow. And when they really fight, the scene is different. Ken is going to kill him and the Celestial Dragons. He's going to protect the Celestial Dragons, and fend off Ken's attack. Play differently. No matter how strong he is, he can only be helpless. This mission. What a hassle. Chapter 123. The situation changes instantly, seeking subscription. When Ken saw the red sandalwood box thrown over, he caught it with his backhand, opened it and found 3 devil fruits inside, and couldn't help showing a little smile on the corner of his mouth. Can't you just do this sooner? It's so dawdling. No wonder the Celestial Dragons insult your world government. Immediately, the CPO member was really upset. He is really a typical person who gets cheap and behaves well. *hole, you let go of the Celestial Dragons. The CPO member shouted, I will give you the remaining 3 devil fruits. Ken squinted his eyes and couldn't help thinking when he heard these words. Let go of the Celestial Dragons, how can it be? Knowing that I have a move of a different dimension, these Celestial Dragons must die. And the most important thing, is that there are too many things in my different space that cannot be exposed. Avoid being exposed by this idiot Celestial Dragons, must not let him live. But get the remaining 3 devil fruit first. The transaction continues. Ken took Charles Ross with one hand, and shouted to the CPO members. How about we throw out the things in our hands 3 by 1 at the same time? This made Charles Ross look a little angry. Thing? He's Celestial Dragons, nobility of the world, this is nothing. But in front of Ken, Charles Ross didn't dare to talk nonsense. These days, if he annoys Ken will torture him with 770 lightning strikes in no time. Leading to St. Charles Ross, the most feared person these days is Ken. It is estimated that they already have psychological shadows. Throw it over? That's bold. The CPO person felt troubled, but nodded. Okay. The voice fell. Ken counted silently with the CPO staff. Ken gestured and threw it out, suddenly change, and directly threw Charles Ross Street down. This is a successful fall. Charles Ross Saint must be smashed to pieces. Ah, help. Saint Charles Ross's entire body was affected by gravity, and he began to fall instantly. The speed was so fast that he was about to land on the ground. Damn it, this CPO officer is terrified, he is really vicious. But, he hastily threw out the red sandalwood box in his hand and threw it directly up to avoid Ken's sudden attack on the celestial dragons. Then, Form 6, Moonwalk, he leapt into the air and rushed directly to the position of celestial dragons, Charles Ross, to avoid actually letting celestial dragons fall to the ground. Anyway, the opponent definitely needs devil fruit. I believe that devil fruit will not fall like this. So he can save Charles Ross Street. Advertisement, CFFA, rescuing the celestial dragons is most important. Otherwise, if he doesn't throw the red sandalwood box in his hand, he will be blocked by Ken. Really, Ken was a little surprised when he saw the other party's move. I thought the other party wouldn't react, it seems quite clever. He throws it down. The other party throws it up. The location is naturally different. This would make it very difficult for him to stop the CPO intelligence agencies. But, the other party also underestimated him, snapped. Ken snapped his fingers and was extremely dark. The space opens. In an instant, St. Charles Ross, who had started to fall, and the red sandalwood box in the upper half. Suddenly, the space in front of him began to crack, and it was swallowed directly into the different space. Immediately, one person disappeared without a trace. What? The CPO spy agency man watched Charles Ross disappear directly in front of him, and he couldn't believe it. Just a little bit. Give it another 2 seconds, he can take Celestial Dragon's Charles Ross Street. And this devil fruit ability, it's amazing, can you control space? He saw St. Charles Ross with his own eyes, and was swallowed by the space gap on the spot. No wonder you can't find Celestial Dragon's Charles Ross Saint these days. It turned out to be hidden in this weird space. How dare you play me? The CPO spy agent returned to the spot and started attacking Ken. Snort. How about playing with you? Your world government probably guessed it. I can't let the Celestial Dragons go so easily. But you actually gave me devil fruit. I have to say thank you very much. Or, you are really stupid. There was a mocking expression on the corner of Ken's mouth. He didn't panic at all when he saw the CPO intelligence agency personnel who started to attack. The backhand is to blast the lightning strike against the past. 30 million volts ultralisk, an incomparably ferocious thunderbeast condensed in an instant, knocking the enemy into the air on the spot, and opened its huge mouth, biting the enemy, and the lightning on its body directly scorched the target. 6 forms iron body, armament hockey. The personnel of the CPO spy agency did not hesitate to defend, but in the face of the lightning strike, it is impossible to resist. In an instant, the sound of thunder erupts, boom. Advertisement. The figure of the CPO spy agency personnel flew upside down in an instant, and his whole body was pitch black, as if he had been electrocuted. As well as, the remaining member of the CPO spy agency on the ground found that something was completely wrong, and he had already used the 6-style moonwalk, and was rushing over directly. And dared to come over on the way. This person still held the phone bug in his hand and directly sent a request for support. Kizaru Admiral, please come here immediately. Arrest this man, only with your speed, can arrest this master criminal. The voice fell. The waters outside the Subduing archipelago. The sky is filled with bright and dazzling golden light. Oh my god, Kizaru? Ken turned his head to look at the scene, his pupils slightly dilated. Damn, his observation hockey can only cover the entire Subduing archipelago. The sea outside can't cover it at all, but he is also extremely amazing. Otherwise Kizaru would not have stayed in the outer waters. Looks like the world government still wants to get him. So, just let Qingxi leave. Instead, Kizaru came to arrest him? How clever. You know Kizaru's speed. You can get there very quickly in just a short time. Thief. Take your life. The remaining member of the CPO intelligence agency found his companion's body charred and dying. He couldn't believe it. Although the two of them are not extremely strong among the CPO spies, they are also in the upper middle. If you are in naval headquarters, you can definitely become vice admiral. Certainly, among the vice admiral, there are also strong and weak. The two of them can only match the slightly stronger vice admiral at best. The strongest vice admiral is the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. It's just that this person didn't want to be promoted to admiral at all, so he stayed in vice admiral for a long time. And Crane vice admiral. But Crane vice admiral is not really a combatant. Now that he is old, he is more of a staff officer of naval headquarters. The real strongest vice admiral and others, then naturally are Momosagi vice admiral, T-Dolphin vice admiral. These two have already been claimed by naval headquarters to have the title of alternate admiral. The slightly weaker ones are the Mole vice admiral, the Ghost Spider vice admiral and others. The next ones are basically ordinary vice admiral. The two have also sparred with Vice Admiral the Mole and Vice Admiral the Ghost Spider. Not lost. No wins, but I didn't expect, the leading criminal. The strength is so terrifying. Wrong. This guy's lightning strike is too amazing. 6 forms iron body and armament hockey. Impossible to stop. Chapter 124 Kizaru vs Ken, seeking subscription. Seeing Kizaru coming, Ken is not willing to fight against Kizaru. After all, this is his biological uncle. It has been a year since he traveled here, and he already has a close relationship with Kizaru. For Kizaru, he still recognizes it. Ken has also regarded Kizaru as a relative. If not Kizaru helped before, he also can't get into the Impel Down, can make the power increase so fast. To this end, he was very grateful to Kizaru, and he was unwilling to make a move on Kizaru. This is a matter of principle. Kizaru is kind to him. If it wasn't for Kizaru ever going to get the devil fruit, give it to him. He can't activate the system either, not even the current strength. If this coming is a Kainu Admiral, of course he won't retreat. This time the devil fruit has also arrived. Celestial dragons, I didn't let the world government save me either. This world government must have made the whole world laugh. Sufficient. It's better to leave now, and I also want to exchange evolution crystals. Hurry up and let the great sage evolve into the king of wisdom. This idea quickly floated through Ken's mind, and he couldn't help nodding, intending to leave. Now, the requirements for exchanging evolution crystals has been fully met. And he currently has 8 devil fruits in his hand. Such an amazing presence, it is estimated that the crew of the Pirate 4 Emperors has the ability of devil fruit. That is about the same number? In an instant, Ken's figure began to turn into a thunder element, so he left. Thief! Take your life. Hugh is going. Suddenly, the remaining member of the CPO intelligence agency saw that Ken wanted to leave. He was not afraid. He stretched his arms around Armament Hockey, and rushed over, trying to block Ken for a while. He already knows. Ken's devil fruit ability, it should be the Logia fruit. Just use Armament Hockey. To stop Ken. Then, Kizaru Admiral from Naval Headquarters will be there. And presumably to catch the criminal who kidnapped the leader of the Celestial Dragons. Take the devil fruit when the time comes, and the Celestial Dragons can come to the rescue. You want to die? I will fulfill you, die? Ken saw that the golden light in the distance was getting closer and closer. He felt a little bad, and even this deadly member of the CPO spy agency dared to stop it. Next moment, Ken's eyes were full of killing intent, and he released his ultimate move without hesitation. 100 million volts of thunder bombardment. Advertisement: the seemingly endless thunder and lightning elements condensed in an instant, directly turning into a vast impact force, attacking the CPO spy agency personnel. Boom. With a bang, the entire area instantly dissipates. Together with the 2 CPO spies, they were instantly reduced to ashes. It even caused cracks to spread out in the roots of the Archiman mangrove tree, and it began to collapse on the spot. Once the highest apex of the Sabadi archipelago. Destroy in one hit. The dominance of Thunderfruit is simply not something that Armament Hockey and 6-style Iron Body can resist. Even if it's like Ken. Before, he also had the resistance of Thunder Antibody, so he forcibly resisted it. If there is no Rubber Fruit owner Luffy, no one in the world can block it head-on without getting hurt. At this moment, the dazzling golden light in the distance still reaches here. The figure of Kizaru appeared in an instant. Seeing that this area had been destroyed, his eyes fluctuated a little, and he stroked his chin full of stubble and began to say classic mantras. You're a bit scary. You monster is so destructive, I don't know if I can beat you. Why are there such monsters all over the world? I feel like I can't do it anymore, I can't beat it. Immediately, when Ken saw Kizaru's appearance, cold sweat broke out on his face. Fortunately, he has the effect of mimic transformation, so he will not reveal his true identity. Kizaru, this mantra, he has heard it countless times. One mouthful is terrible. 1 foot a supernova, this is no joke. Kizaru's strength is actually no worse than Shinchi in Akainu. But Kizaru's justice is like ambiguous justice. Kizaru likes the feeling of sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. To this end, even if there is a task, he may not go out of his way to complete it. Kizaru is more about completing tasks according to the mood. Bad mood. He doesn't care who you are, you can kill him. When you are in a good mood, even if the pirates are under Kizaru's feet, they can be killed at any time. He will also lift his foot, then pat his asterisk and walk away. It's not easy to deal with. The point is that I don't want to shoot Kizaru either. Ken had a headache, and he didn't expect Kizaru to arrive after being blocked for a moment. But he doesn't intend to reveal his true identity. Although Kizaru is ambiguous justice, but Kizaru's heart is justice after all. If he reveals his identity, will Kizaru accept it? After all, such a great crime was committed. Ask for flowers. Advertisement: Kizaru can't keep him either, and the world government is estimated to be extremely angry. The ransom devil fruit was given to him. The celestial dragons were not rescued either. Even 2 members of the CPO spy agency died at his hands. This is completely against the level of the world government. Hey, do you underestimate me like that? That's not okay. Master Sangoku ordered me to do the mission. Let me arrest you. It seems that I can only try it a little bit. And I heard that your attack methods are similar to mine? Extremely fast. The explosive power is extremely high. A Logia devil fruit about the same type as me. Kizaru would not show mercy when he saw Ken's distraught appearance. After all, he never thought that the criminal who committed the heinous crime was actually his doting nephew Ken. 0. How can it be? Just like the bald-headed tramp in front of you. His nephew Ken is quite handsome. He is considered a handsome man. How can such a wretched bald guy compare? Next moment, Kizaru's eyes flashed coldly, and he muttered to himself. Have you ever heard of what it's like to kick at the speed of light? The voice fell. Call out, he instantly condensed the photon on the calf, and the whole person kicked out a leg-sweeping attack at the speed of light. If this is kicked, with the blessing of Kizaru's physical skills, the pirate supernova will definitely be able to lie here and be seriously injured on the spot. Hide. Ken's sudden crisis hit, his body turned into a thunder element, broke out at extreme speed, and began to evade in an instant. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder erupted crazily. The air is already rubbing against the sound. His speed has reached an extremely fast level. Really? The moment Kizaru's figure kicked over, the attack fell into the air, and kicked to the Alchemine mangrove not far away, causing a huge island-like mangrove to collapse in an instant. So fast. For a long time no one can escape this trick. This person is not much slower than me. Kizaru squinted his eyes, knowing that he is extremely fast. Even if someone releases observation haki, he can easily hit the opponent. It seems. The opponent's Logia devil fruit really resembles his glitter fruit. Interesting. Amuse me a little bit. Come again. Amazon Cloud Sword. Kizaru didn't really fight for a long time. His face became a little serious in an instant. He clasped his hands together, and then slowly pulled them apart. A photon-long sword was born suddenly too. Chapter 125 Strong Fight. Seeking subscription. Kizaru is getting a little serious? Why did you even take out the Tiankongyun sword? You really don't want to arrest me on the spot? It doesn't fit Kizaru's personality at all. Ken saw that Kizaru's face changed slightly, and he suddenly became serious, which made him extremely surprised, and even a little miserable. Who is not good? Come to Kizaru. The key is his biological uncle. He has recognized Kizaru as a relative. If you kill your loved ones, is he still human anyway? Kizaru has helped him so many times, he can't forget it. Ken is naturally not a white-eyed wolf. Impossible to be ungrateful. He was extremely grateful to Kizaru. Otherwise, he would not have Kizaru's protection. He must have had an extremely miserable life ahead. He's on the Celestial Dragons, and that's what the Celestial Dragons deserve. The Celestial Dragons have committed so many ugly things, but no one dares to stop them. This made Ken feel quite unhappy. So many people in the world are afraid of Celestial Dragons? He is not afraid. In addition, in terms of principle, Ken will basically not break it. Definitely don't want to fight Kizaru, if it doesn't work. I'll slip right away, however. I also want to discuss a little bit. It's better to go to the end. Ken actually wanted to fight Kizaru in his heart. Kizaru, the person he once admired, is not so far away now. Sooner or later, he can reach the strength of Kizaru's strength. Even beyond the past, next moment, wrath and roar. Ken even imitated the move of Kizaru Amakongan sword on the spot, clasped his hands together, and then slowly pulled them apart. A thunderous giant sword was born suddenly. In an instant, surprise flashed in Kizaru's eyes nearby. Huh? This move is actually similar to mine? It's getting more and more interesting? The mastermind who kidnapped celestial dragons, Logia Devil Fruit, is somewhat similar to him. Even the moves? Wrong. The other party seemed to imitate him on the spot. Advertisement: Kizaru's age is not too young, and his eyesight is quite sharp. He can see Ken's moves at a glance. They are completely learned on the spot, and they are even extremely unfamiliar, as if they are not very proficient. What a monster! Before he dared to come to Sabaody Archipelago, but he had heard of it from Xingqi. Observation Haki, the leader who kidnapped the celestial dragons, is enough to stun the world. Can cover the entire Sabaody Archipelago area. It's not good to support the CPO spy agency personnel of the world government. After all, to keep the celestial dragons safe, they have to be kicked out. To this end, Sangoku felt that it was extremely difficult, so he let Xingqi leave, but instead let him, the extremely fast Admiral, rush over. As long as there are special circumstances, the world government cannot do this criminal. He can rush in directly from the outer waters and arrest this person forcibly. Anyway, Observation Haki can't cover the sea outside. Only, this person is really hard to deal with. The speed is about the same as him. The explosive power is even more similar. Now the trick is to steal it. It always feels so difficult. A task assigned by Mr. Sangoku. It's a bit troublesome. Still put on a show. If it's easy to grab, get it. If you can't catch it, don't catch it. Pretend that you don't want to let the criminal escape. After all, this person is not slower than me. Anyway, I am still quite unhappy with celestial dragons. This can't make me work hard, can it? These thoughts raced through Kizaru's mind again. Immediately, Kizaru began to rush forward with the Amazona sword in his hand. His eyes were a little indifferent. Try it for a while. His whole body is as powerful as a bamboo, and his momentum is extremely dangerous. If there is any pressure, he will be born in an instant. Kizaru didn't get serious for a long time. Now, playing is probably no problem. Come. Let me see how much gap there is. Ken's eyes were shining, and he didn't feel any fear at all. The thunder sword in his hand suddenly swung away, accompanied by the impact of Tiankongyun sword and Thunder Giant sword. Boom, an impact spread out. Cracks as deep as ravines instantly appeared on the surrounding ground, as if divided by countless sword chi. Fortunately, Ken had devoured criminals learning swordsmanship in Impel Down before. Otherwise, he didn't know anything about swordsmanship before. Between several rounds, sword light and sword shadow. Advertisement: Kizaru crazily manipulated the Amakongan sword to suppress Ken, causing Ken to retreat crazily and defend desperately. A lot of pressure. The thunderbolt sword that Ken held in his hand couldn't help trembling. From this point of view, Kizaru's originally thin and tall body concealed an extremely astonishing physical skill attainment. His sword skills are not as good as Kizaru's, and he still relies on the sword skills he learned from devouring criminals. The sword fight was naturally easily suppressed by Kizaru. Marine Admiral. All are monsters, otherwise it is impossible to become the strongest three forces in Marine. It should be known that Kizaru is not a strong person who specializes in physical arts, he is more concerned with the development of devil fruit. If this is the Marine hero Garp, wouldn't it be stronger? And among the pirates' 4 emperors, Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature. Isn't gymnastics terrifying? Ken thought that his physical skills were not weak now. It seems. He devoured dozens of pirates and criminals with a bounty of tens of millions, if the quality mutation is not achieved. Ken can't reach the level of Marine Admiral and Marine 4 emperors after all. Certainly, I'm strong now, not physical skills. Its ability, 200 million volts Thor. Ken erupted instantly, thunder and lightning filled his body, and the endless thunder and lightning surrounded him all on the spot, thereby transforming into a huge body of Thor on the spot. To deal with Kizaru, if he hides his strength, this is really courting death. Kizaru doesn't know his identity, of course he won't show mercy. A bit dangerous. It seems that the real strength is no longer going to hide. Kizaru squinted his eyes, and suddenly saw Ken's sudden burst of real strength, and felt a little terrified in his heart. To this end, he began to slowly release his observation haki, always on guard. Wanlei 1.3 hits the top. Ken felt endless thunder and lightning elements in his body, crazily entwined around his body, making him feel that he couldn't wait to release it. In an instant, boom, the extremely violent thunder instantly opened its teeth and claws and bombarded Kizaru. The speed was so fast that it suddenly came close to Kizaru. So fast, if I get hit, I might get hurt, yada mirror. Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly, and a piece of mirror-like light was accumulated in his hand. The figure instantly relied on the light beam to refract and bounce back to the surrounding targets, thereby forming a light track and dissipating directly in place. Boom! The furious thunder that opened its teeth and danced its claws, like stars falling to the ground, the entire area collapsed completely, and a large number of cracks that were difficult to bridge spread out in an instant. The Sabadi archipelago, which caused several areas, was destroyed in an instant. Chapter 126 Shocking Identity, Seeking Subscription. Can't stay here any longer, it's fine until it's done. Continue to fight. I will definitely fight extremely fiercely with Kizaru. This is not what I want to see. After Ken temporarily forced Kizaru back with this move, he controlled Thor's body, and his figure quickly rushed away from here in an instant. At least, he understands a lot now. If Kizaru is serious, something will happen. By the time, the entire Sabadi archipelago must be destroyed. The destructive power of the glitter fruit is not much worse than that of the thunder fruit. Go on like this, he and Kizaru end up hurting only the civilians of the Sabadi archipelago. In a blink, Ken's figure has disappeared in the vicinity, completely disappearing into the edge of the sky. Only, suddenly, special items fell out of Ken's pockets and were falling, without even him noticing. The other side, Kizaru's figure was slightly embarrassed and appeared as a photon again. He watched as the surrounding Sabadi archipelago area was swept in. For a short time, it has been completely destroyed. Have to say, the explosive power of this enemy's Logia fruit is really strong. Already ran away. It doesn't matter. Anyway, 25, I didn't put much water in front of me. This person is not a soft persimmon to pinch. If you really want to arrest this person, I might get hurt too. Kizaru shook his head helplessly, thinking in his mind. And it's useless for him to catch up now, although his speed is faster than this enemy, but he doesn't want to chase anymore. Such a troublesome thing, it's better to go to the end. Anyway, the most embarrassing thing this time is the world government, and their naval headquarters have tried their best, but it's a pity that they failed to arrest them. Huh? What is this? Kizaru suddenly found a small black spot in the sky, which was falling down. Seems to be what the master who kidnapped the celestial dragons fell out of. Kizaru observation haki swept away and found that the object was not dangerous. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch it, but wanted to see what it was. Soon, an extremely small phone bug fell into his palm. However, advertisement Kizaru's heart was like a turbulent sea for a moment, his eyes were full of disbelief, and Ole muttered to himself. Isn't that the phone bug I gave Ken earlier? How would it appear here? What happened? In an instant, Kizaru's eyes are full of changes, the previous laziness disappeared in an instant. An astonishing killing intent. It spread directly on Kizaru's body, and his eyes became extremely terrifying. He stared at the far distance, where the leader who kidnapped the celestial dragons fled. Kizaru wanted to chase after him right now, pressing this enemy. Who are you? Why is there this phone bug? Could it be possible? Ken has been accidentally killed by this master criminal. Otherwise, the phone bug he gave Ken earlier, why would it appear here? This phone bug. When Ken went to Impel Down, Kizaru was a little worried that Ken was not used to Impel Down, so he handed the phone bug to Ken. If there is any trouble, he can ask him for help. Result. Now this phone bug, it completely made Kizaru extremely uneasy. His doting nephew, Ken, wouldn't have died at the hands of the master criminal, would he? No, He doesn't feel like it. Kizaru has a premonition. This incident may be extremely unimaginable. There's a good chance Ken is alright. As for the phone bug, Kizaru already had a guess. In addition, when he faced the leading criminal before, he also found that something was wrong. The other party is a little bit tied up. Even after the enemy erupted with the strongest strength, they didn't come to stalk them. It's more like forcing him back and then running away immediately. It's not at all like kidnapping the Celestial Dragon's master criminals, so lawless before. Why did you become so constrained after meeting him? As for the reason, that person's aura is definitely not Ken. I remember Ken's aura, it is absolutely impossible to forget. But why do I feel a little strange, if I'm guessing boldly, this time kidnapping the leader of the Celestial Dragons? Could it be Ken? No. Where did he get the Logia Devil Fruit? The devil fruit I once gave was Zone Devil Fruit. What's the matter? Kizaru's thoughts were completely disrupted, and it was difficult to stabilize his originally lazy mood. Now, what the hell is going on with Ken? Why is the phone bug here? Hide it for now. Advertisement, this information cannot be disclosed. Otherwise the world government will have to investigate Ken. Kizaru suddenly became expressionless, and returned to a lazy look again. He directly put the phone bug in his arms, intending to destroy it later, absolutely not wanting to expose this clue. Fortunately, there was no one around this time. This matter, only he knows. And the unidentified leader criminal. For Ken, Kizaru has selfish intentions, and this time against celestial dragons and world government. He didn't think it was serious. Go back to naval headquarters first. This matter, I have to investigate alone. If it's really Ken, I choose to keep it a secret. Kizaru's figure turned into a golden streamer and rushed to the outer sea area in an instant, intending to board a warship to rush back to naval headquarters. He believes Ken is absolutely fine, to this end. If Ken's okay, this phone bug, 727 must have been accidentally dropped by him. That is, the abduction of celestial dragons that is now shocking the world. That's what Ken does, even Kizaru couldn't believe it. I really didn't expect Ken would actually do this. Kizaru remembered what Ken said before. The reason Ken didn't choose to be a marine is because he didn't want to be a lackey of the celestial dragons. After all, after becoming a marine, even this marine admiral will be judged by the world government. Otherwise this time, Kizaru didn't want to come here either. Because of the world government's order, Sangoku ordered him to go to Subduing Archipelago to support. Only, if the murderer is Ken, that incident really surprised Kizaru. No one thought of it. Ken is usually quiet, it can actually cause this kind of incident to happen. The other side, naturally, Ken doesn't know his identity and is currently being suspected by Kizaru. But at the moment he was quite happy, because the time to exchange evolution crystals has come. In an instant, Ken stretched out his hand and tore through the air, directly entering the weight of space. And he started to contact the system with an extremely excited tone. System, I want to exchange for an evolution crystal. The goal you asked for. I have achieved it. Chapter 127. The Evolution of the Great Sage, the King of Wisdom, seeking subscription. Ken started to contact the system, intending to exchange evolution crystals. Soon, the system's voice responded with a slightly surprised tone. Have you obtained 10 of this special fruit? How can it be so fast? I thought it would be a long time to wait for you. After Ken heard these words, his face was a little helpless, but he replied directly. I didn't get 10. Just 8, but it should be possible to exchange for an evolution crystal, right? Immediately, after the system fell silent, it agreed. Then give me 5 first, then I will give you an evolution crystal. Ken quickly agreed. Then, Ken looked at this different space with his eyes, and found Celestial Dragon's Charles Ross was desperate, and he couldn't help showing a sarcastic smile. No wonder this Celestial Dragon's Charles Ross Saint is not desperate. It turned out that Charles Ross was about to be rescued by CPO intelligence agency personnel. Unfortunately, once again, he used the method of the space gate to directly transfer to a different space. Why, didn't you already agree, if there is a ransom? Are you going to let me out? Why do you keep me here? This place just sucks. I want to leave. I beg you to let me out. St. Charles Ross's eyes were extremely desperate, and seeing the familiar dark green space around him again, he was already in collapse. However, Ken watched with cold eyes and didn't pay any attention to it. Charles Ross Saint is not dead yet. Otherwise, he would have been killed in front of the CPO intelligence agency personnel before. I think the Celestial Dragons still have value in Charles Ross Saint. The system may want more devil fruit in the future. This way I can still blackmail the world government. If you kill the Celestial Dragons Street Charles Ross, you can't blackmail again. And keeping the Celestial Dragons alive would make the world government think they could still be saved. Think about it this way, he really can't die now. Leave him alone for now. This idea floated in Ken's mind, and even he felt a little cruel. Only, Celestial Dragons let loose, more cruel than him. Treat civilians. Celestial Dragons have complete disregard for civilian lives. After all, civilians dare not resist Celestial Dragons at all, and can only tremble and wait for disposal. Advertisement to this end, Ken felt that he might be kind. Finally, he found that Charles Ross was a bit noisy, and Ken couldn't bear it, so he blasted out the electric current with his backhand, controlled the power, and directly knocked Celestial Dragon's Char Ross to the ground. Anyway, control the power well, it's easy to torture St. Charles Ross. I'm afraid that Celestial Dragon's Charles Ross will suddenly commit suicide. Ken can't stop this kind of thing. Where is Devil Fruit? Over there. Ken searched around in different spaces, and finally found 2 red sandalwood boxes in a remote corner. He quickly opened it, and took out 5 devil fruits, and found that most of them were zone, a small amount of paramecia, and none of logia. Then, Ken continued to put the remaining fruit and put it back again. Packed in 2 boxes. One of the boxes contains the logia cloud fruit, which is packed separately. To be honest, this devil fruit, he thinks it is still useful. After all, this is a logia fruit, it is extremely rare, and it is hard for ordinary people to get it. To this end, he doesn't plan to activate this devil fruit, but he intends to keep it safe. In this way, the distance from 10 devil fruits is only 3, because the cloud fruit has been removed, and it is not counted in it at all. At present, there is really no way to collect them all, so we can only exchange for 1 evolution crystal. But this is enough. You can't be too greedy, system. Start absorbing it. Ken placed 5 devil fruits on the ground and called the system with his heart. The voice fell. A strange cold wind swept over, gently rolling up 5 devil fruits. Caw caw caw, and accompanied by the sound of chewing, as if eating. After waiting for a while like this, the 5 devil fruits were directly turned into powder, as if the special energy in them had been devoured by the system. In an instant, the system task is completed and reminded. Mission completed, 50% complete, temporary reward, evolution crystal. Evolution crystals can make special skills evolve. The voice fell. Wow, a dazzling white-on evolution crystal suddenly appeared in front of Ken. This crystal block, which looks like a rhombus, is shining with a faint blue light inside at this moment, brewing a wonderful energy zone. Is this the evolution crystal? Ken was a little curious, reached out to take it, and found that this evolutionary crystal was a bit heavy. To know, his physical strength is already astonishing. Even if he blows up a small mountain, there is no problem. Only, this small and exquisite evolutionary crystal can actually make him feel heavy. Advertisement: it must be heavy, it's astonishing. Presumably it is impossible for normal people to pick it up. But, after getting the evolution crystal, Ken also heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, the wish I once had can also come true. He said, let the great sage evolve, then the great sage must evolve. Start using evolutionary crystals. Evolve special skills, great sage. Ken began to mutter inwardly, in an instant, after the words are read. The extremely heavy evolutionary crystal in his hand suddenly became lighter, and exuded a faint blue starlight, which was extremely gorgeous. The entire space is filled with these faint blue star lights. Immediately, the words of the great sage sounded in Ken's mind, which made him a little relieved. I'm going to start evolving to become the King of Wisdom now. This evolution takes 3 days. When I finish my evolution, I will come and really help you. There will be difficulties in the future, I will help you solve it. Soon. The great sage's voice began to fade, it appears to be asleep. But Ken knows. When the great sage wakes up, beside him is an astonishing King of Wisdom. And Ken remembered it perfectly, among the 5 skills of the King of Wisdom. One of the skills can completely copy the enemy's means. Just, good money, for example, the great sage turned into the Queen of Wisdom. He can forcibly copy the means of the enemy. Devil fruit ability to forcibly copy over. It is estimated that even observation hockey and armament hockey can be copied. No more outrageous than his predator, certainly. If the predator evolves to become the King of Gluttony. In a way, no weaker than the King of Wisdom. I really look forward to the appearance of the King of Wisdom. Next, I still need to collect 3 devil fruits, and then I can continue to exchange for evolution crystals. The King of Gluttony is extremely cruel, everything can be devoured. At that time, I can even see anything. I will devour it on the spot, forcefully erase the enemy's consciousness, and snatch everything that can be looted from the enemy. Ken thought that the predator could evolve into the King of Gluttony in the future, and he was very much looking forward to it. There are aspects of the predator that want to grab, and it's a bit of a hassle. If it is the King of Gluttony, that's nothing to worry about. Devour and be done. Chapter 128. The King of Wisdom, Shire, seeking subscription. Then I'm fine. Better go back to Naval Headquarters. Subduing Archipelago is also very close to Naval Headquarters. It takes only 2 or 3 days to go back. With this thought in mind, Ken left the different space again. And, when leaving the different space this time, he intends to change back to his original true form. But think about it later. He appeared in the Subduing Archipelago as Ken, and if he was discovered, he would be suspicious. To this end, Ken once again mimicked another priest, Shire, to avoid being discovered. Priest owns posture. People all over the world have probably seen it clearly. Maybe it has already been extremely famous, certainly. This kind of famousness is also called notoriety. But he kidnapped the celestial dragons. Maybe many civilians around the world are grateful to him. Because he has hit the world government thoroughly and severely. And the faces of the celestial dragons. Will the celestial dragons dare to leave the holy land of Marijoy? Who dares? Celestial dragons? Char Ross Saint has been kidnapped. If any celestial dragons leave the holy land of Marijoy, who knows if they will be kidnapped? No celestial dragons would dare to leave such a thing. Behind them. Celestial dragons are extremely afraid of death. After all, he has extremely high power, usually enjoy a life of great wealth. Can you not be afraid of death? Its own strength is still extremely weak. In this rescue operation of the Celestial Dragons, even the world government could not be saved, and even 2 members of the CPO spy organization were killed. Even Marine Admiral Chinchi and Marine Admiral Kizaru are helpless when 310 is called. This battle, kidnapping Celestial Dragons notoriety, outright notoriety. And because of the identity of the Priest Ohm, has never appeared in the world. At any rate, Priest Ohm stayed on Sky Island before, and this place is so remote. Even the world government and naval headquarters did not investigate the identity of Priest Ohm. Not to mention Ken's real identity at the same time. The whole world clearly saw that Ken took a strong shot to suppress the members of the world government CPO spy organization. Because the broadcast of the giant camera phone bug can be seen live all over the world. Celestial dragons insult the world government. CPO spy agency personnel are forced to hand over the ransom. Even kidnapped the leader of the Celestial Dragons criminals and instantly killed 2 CPO agents, effortlessly. And when it comes to fighting Kizaru Admiral, although the criminal who kidnapped the master of Celestial Dragons has some disadvantages. But later on, the moves exploded with astonishing lethality. Instantly destroy several areas around Subduing Archipelago. Advertisement: the power cannot be underestimated. Even Kizaru can only be forced to use the Yada mirror to force transfer, otherwise he will be hurt by lightning, which must be absolutely uncomfortable. The overbearing and destructive nature of thunder and lightning. Everyone knows, wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows. It's like a lightning strike from nature. Even the lethality that Ken displayed is definitely stronger than the lightning struck by nature. This way down. Unless Kizaru uses flash to elementalize his body, maybe it can reduce the damage. Otherwise, Kizaru didn't dare to take a head-on. The other side. World government Wu Lao Xingjian went to the broadcast of the giant camera phone bug. With the death of 2 CPO intelligence agency personnel, the faces of the 5 elders turned red and they all became angry. Hateful. Is this guy that strong? How are these 2 CPO members so vulnerable? It's not that the 2 of them are vulnerable, it's that the power of this criminal's Logia devil fruit is too overbearing. Don't make any noise. Now that the Celestial Dragons have not been rescued, this matter is a bit difficult. We don't know how to explain to Lord I Am. I really didn't think of it. The strength of the criminal this time, is it so terrifying? This is the criminal who meets Kizaru Admiral head-on. No wonder the CPO espionage organization personnel can't beat it. Only, the Celestial Dragons were not rescued this time. Things were tricky. Although the 5 elders are the most powerful in the world government. But in secret, it is actually serving the mysterious Lord I Am. Lord I Am doesn't want Celestial Dragons to be wronged. To this end, their world government is fully committed to maintaining Celestial Dragons. If the Celestial Dragons take a hit, the world government will force the naval headquarters to send Admiral immediately to support. Just didn't think of it. Marine Admiral even dispatched 2. As a result, Xingqi was helpless and did not dare to do anything, because if he did, the leader who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons might hold a grudge and kill the Celestial Dragons on the spot. Kizaru was dispatched later. It was almost the same, although the situation was much better, but the criminal was not caught, CFEI. This criminal is running too fast. It is estimated that only Kizaru can catch up. It's just that Kizaru in the front was forced to retreat by that fierce move, causing the criminal to flee the scene quickly. It is impossible to catch up from behind. It seems that I can only tell Lord I Am the truth. Alas. That's the only way to go. It is estimated that we will be punished. However, after this incident, Celestial Dragons should not appear anywhere in the world. The situation is very dangerous now. The criminal has not been arrested, and I don't know if this criminal will continue to attack at that time. The point is, what about the Celestial Dragons Char Ross Saint? What can I do about this? I can only send personnel. If the criminal can be found, we will continue to rescue him. Advertisement: if you can't find it, you can only give up. The 5 elders began to discuss, but in the end, they had no choice but to give up the Celestial Dragons Char Ross Saint. The world government can't find out the identity of this criminal at all. I don't know where the lunatic came out of, abducted Celestial Dragons. What audacity! The key this time. The world government actually failed in rescue. It simply made their world government's face swollen. 3 days later, the kidnapping of Celestial Dragons, which shocked the whole world, was no longer so hot and gradually cooled down. After all, the Celestial Dragons were just kidnapped, if killed instantly. It is estimated that civilians all over the world will be boiling and feel relieved in their hearts. In addition, the leader who kidnapped Celestial Dragons has not continued to appear. In this way, the world will return to the previous peaceful moment. It's just that all civilians know. The world government has no face this time. Even the world government is offering a reward for the kidnapping of the leader of the Celestial Dragons. This is not a pirate bounty order. This is the reward order for repeated crimes in the world. Previously, the leader of the Revolutionary Army organization who had dared to resist the world government head-on, Monkey D. Dragon. This is Ultimate's world of criminal felons, now. The criminals who kidnapped the mastermind of the Celestial Dragons have also joined in. It's amazing. Now, in the sky, a small Ark ship actually floated at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Call. Ark Proverbs is really good. 1. I use lightning as an energy source, and I can make the arc proverbs float. Ken's body was filled with thunder and lightning, and the current flowed down his feet, starting to supplement the energy of the arc's motto. This also makes Ken feel extremely amazing. The arc proverbs don't know how Enel was built, so smart. Use lightning to recharge. This will allow you to float. Have to say, Enel is a genius, unfortunately. These things all belong to him, the winner, and Ken also has some expectations in his heart. Today is the third day. It is also the day when the Great Sage evolves into the King of Wisdom. This is almost ready. He really wanted to see the Great Sage as soon as possible. It was not right. By the time the Great Sage will be renamed the King of Wisdom, Chapter 129 7 Amazing Skills of Shire, the King of Wisdom, seeking subscription. Soon. When Ken found out that he was about to arrive in the Marineford area, he couldn't help but quickly put away the arc proverbs and stuffed it directly into a different space. The arc that can float in the sky is still too mysterious. Ken doesn't want to expose it yet, maybe when he becomes stronger someday. But it can be bright. Jengda let the world see. Go home first. This time I went to Sky Island to get a piece of historical text. If Naval Headquarters needs it, I can give it to them. Anyway, Naval Headquarters doesn't know the content of this historical text. Maybe it can be exchanged for a devil fruit. It's just that I may be arousing the suspicion of Naval Headquarters executives by exchanging devil fruit now. After all, I was too high profile before. The whole world knows that the criminal who kidnapped the leader of Celestial Dragons actually demanded 10 devil fruits for ransom. Now I ask to exchange for devil fruit. It's not good if I'm suspected. Ken frowned, and found that this time the main text of history wanted to exchange devil fruit, which might not be very ideal. If he is suspected, it will be difficult for even Kizaru to help him. After all, this time he angered the world government. It is estimated that it is being hunted down by the world government now. So it seems that I can only kill the capable person, and then take the devil fruit's energy. This method is also possible. Sooner or later I have to face the strong of the new world. Of course, with my current strength, I can basically kill them all. With this idea in mind, Ken began to mimic the transformation into a sea creature and quickly headed to Marineford. If you want to enter Marineford, you must apply for a formality certificate. He has no such thing. The point is that he didn't want to bother Kizaru, so he planned to enter Marineford by smuggling. Marineford. Coastal pier, when there are few people around. The sea creature that Ken turned into jumped directly onto the ground, and then quickly transformed back to the original human form. His figure dimmed and he entered a state of stealth to avoid being discovered. But he was wet all over, and he was still a little uncomfortable. When he walked, there were some watermarks on the ground. From an outsider's point of view, these watermarks appeared on the ground inexplicably. Those who don't know, thought they encountered supernatural things in broad daylight. Go home first. Wait for the Great Sage to evolve first. Then determine the next step. Ken's figure was extremely fast, and within a short time, he had already rushed home. After a little bath, Ken lay on the sofa and began to close his eyes and meditate. Advertisement. I don't know how long it has been. The time for the Great Sage to evolve into the King of Wisdom has finally arrived. The evolution of the Great Sage with special skills has been completed, the King of Wisdom. The King of Wisdom has 7 skills. Thinking acceleration. Increase the speed of perception to thousands of times. Analysis and identification. Analysis object, identification information, 100% accurate. Parallel calculus. Things that have a variety of thinking, such as sorting, analysis and fusion, are carried out at the same time. Exclusion of chanting. When driving magic, there is no need to perform chanting. In other words, there is no precasting of spells, and no CD for moves. Open black lens bracket everything. Knowing all the unshielded things in the world, it is simply information communication close black lens bracket. Integration and separation. Forcibly merging different creatures, or forcibly stripping them. Ability change. All the moves you see can be copied to the factory. After hearing these words, Ken's eyes were a little shocked. Oh my god, is the Great Sage a little too strong now? How do you feel that the Great Sage is more pervert than him now? The 3 skills of thinking acceleration, analysis and identification, and juxtaposition calculation, before they evolved into the King of Wisdom, the Great Sage already had them, but they just became stronger. For example, the original thinking speed is only about 10 times faster, and the analysis and identification cannot be 100% accurate, and when parallel calculations are performed, it is impossible for the Great Sage to reach extremely multidimensional calculations at the same time. After all, there is still a limit, cannot exceed. But now it is different, now fully upgraded. The promotion was so high that even Ken couldn't believe it. The key is, chanting excludes this skill. It's a rascal. When Ken releases his moves, in fact, he also needs to brew the energy in it and then gather it together so that he can explode with amazing lethality. But after the Great Sage evolved into the King of Wisdom, it doesn't need to be so dawdled at all. Instant release. It doesn't even matter how many releases you want. It's simply a monster. As for the skill of myriad objects, it's also extremely rascal. For example, Ken wants to figure it out now. Uranus, where is Uranus? Where is the Pluton battleship? Poseidon, where is Poseidon? If these 3 events hadn't been hidden, the King of Wisdom could have answered it right away. Like Poseidon, the King of Wisdom can answer it all. Because the content of the historical text can be investigated. Asking for flowers. And in the Fishmen Island. Poseidon Shirahoshi's father Neptune knew this. As long as there is this information, the King of Wisdom can know everything in the world. Advertisement even outrageous. Ken wants to figure it out now. Where's the world government 5 elders now? The King of Wisdom can even clearly mark the location for you and take you there directly. Too horrible. The King of Wisdom is so powerful. If I strengthen the Predator to become the King of Gluttony. Isn't it also outrageous? Ken's eyes are full of shock. Is this the complete Great Sage? As for integration, separation and ability change, it is almost like the introduction. The skill of integration and separation is estimated to be able to forcibly fuse multiple creatures, so that it can reach an extremely strong level. Even the King of Wisdom can use this skill to create an invincible army that belongs only to Ken. It's just that this matter, Ken still doesn't know. This matter. After the Ken Predator evolves into the King of Gluttony, he can actually reach the level of unity with the King of Wisdom. And the ability to change this skill. It is the skill that Ken knew before. Any move can be copied. Just give the wise king time to develop. After a while. Marine Admiral? Pirate 4 Emperors? All the moves inside and out are all copied? Call. The Great Sage. Nor. Am I going to call you Lord of Wisdom Shire now? It's not good to always call you a Great Sage, you also have to belong to your name. I don't know if you like this name or not, the thought ran through Ken's mind. In an instant. Certainly, my master. Next, let me help you. The tone of Shire, the King of Wisdom, is full of humanity. He no longer belongs to the somewhat mechanized consciousness before, and is already considered a real human being. He can learn independently. Only, what never changes is, that is his loyalty to Ken. It's strange to call me master. You can call me young master, or young master. Ken's face was a little weird, and he told the owner that he didn't have this habit, so he corrected it. No problem. Shire, the King of Wisdom, replied. From now on, I will call you young Lord Ken. Chapter 130 Genderless Shire, seeking subscription. For the emergence of Shire, the King of Wisdom. Ken is naturally very happy. He feels that he is not so lonely at last, and finally has someone to accompany him. After all, what he did was too shocking. It must be difficult for Kizaru to support him, and even after knowing these things, he may feel that he is a different kind. He wants to overthrow the ruling power of the world government. Not even the leader of the revolutionaries, Monkey D. Dragon, can overthrow it. At present, it is only secretly attacking the world government. Unlike this time, Ken directly kidnapped celestial dragons and slapped the world government in the face. But next, after owning Shire, he is not fighting alone. Shire can really help him. Then, doubtful thoughts raced through Ken's mind. Shire, can you mimic yourself? Otherwise, how can you help me yourself? The voice fell. Shire replied to 730, with a smile and replied, of course, because all the moves I have seen can be copied, such as Master Ken's mimetic transformation, I have already learned it. Finished. A strange light floated in Ken's mind, and a purple liquid began to condense, full of strangeness, coming from nowhere. For a short time, this purple liquid began to mimic the transformation into a human form. Shire, you're quite handsome. Ken looked at Shire's human appearance and was a little curious. Shire has a red horn on top of his head, his eyes are full of indifference, his pupils are light blue, his face is handsome and bewitching, his body is slender, and his arms are pitch black ghost claws. This doesn't seem like a real human being, but a bit like a monster race. Another point. It's the human form that Shire mimicked. He actually didn't wear clothes, and appeared in front of Ken naked at this moment. But all are men. Ken didn't feel ashamed, so he went to the closet, took out the clothes, and covered Shire. If it's a woman, he may still be a little blushing. After all, he has never had a girlfriend in this life. Although he had a girlfriend in the previous life, it was just holding hands and kissing. My human form is handsome. Young Master Ken. I don't actually have a human gender, I just have a human mind. I can be regarded as asexual now, and I don't have an exact gender, so you think a little bit redundantly. If you feel that the male state I have become is not what you want, I can become a female state. I know very well what kind of female appearance young Master Ken likes. The changes are definitely in line with your wishes. How do I need to change? When Shire heard what Ken said, his handsome and bewitching face was full of doubts, and he even uttered shocking words. Advertisement immediately. The corners of Ken's mouth twitched, his face a little embarrassed. Is Shire considered asexual? Is it even clear what female features he likes? Is this peeping into his heart? But yes, who doesn't dream of a lover? Make yourself feel the most perfect woman. Everyone's different. The perfect woman to like is also different. It is estimated that there is no such dream lover in the world. If Shire could be transformed, seems like a good idea. Etc. What is he thinking about? It's important to become stronger now. What kind of woman is put aside for the time being? Wait until the day he becomes the strongest in the world. We will talk about this kind of thing at that time. And Shire, Lord of Wisdom, can only be regarded as his special skill. It's better for him not to think about it, it feels shameless. Cough cough cough, you don't need to change. Shire, you just become like this. Men are fine too. If you become a woman, you might still bother me. Looking at you like this now, I also feel more oppressed. However, you still need to change a little bit. The scarlet unicorn on top of your head quickly changed back. Ordinary humans don't have such features. Ken coughed, and then his expression became serious, and he began to make serious comments to Shire. To this end, Shire didn't even think about it, and immediately began to mimic changes. Ken's request. Shire will never refuse, moment. After Ken felt normal, Shire started to stop, this moment. Shire's human appearance looks like an ordinary man with a somewhat indifferent personality. Shire felt that even the handsome and bewitching face was a little too outstanding, so he slightly changed it to look like an ordinary man. After all, he can't steal Ken's thunder, everything has to be thought of by Ken. Even things that Ken didn't think of, Shire has to take care of them too. Not bad, you will be my partner from now on. A smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he patted Shire's shoulder kindly. He didn't mind that Shire was a special consciousness before. Ken only knows. Shire helped him a lot, no Shire. Advertisement he might not be able to make it this far. Master Ken. What's next for you? I can answer that for you. As long as there is nothing blocked in the world, I can answer it for you. Shire's face is indifferent, and he doesn't seem to have any expression. Although he has human thoughts, he may need to learn for a while to have human emotions. Immediately, after hearing this question, Ken's face was a little dignified. Next plan. He has also been a little stumped, but for now. He still needs devil fruit. Needs to evolve the predator into the Glutton King. Think about it. The former consciousness of the great sage. Now they have all become Shire, the king of wisdom. Even has amazing skills. As the master of Shire, how could he be left behind? It's still the previous plan. I want to get more devil fruit and evolve predator. But don't rush it for now. Whenever we leave naval headquarters, we can go to the new world. This time we are going to fight against the influence of the pirate four emperors. Ken told Shire his thoughts, and naturally he didn't hide it. Hear this. Shire looked thoughtful. His thinking speed has reached thousands of times. Shire can even extrapolate anything. This is absolutely not something that humans can compare. Shire. 1.0, I will go to my uncle first, and you will become conscious again and return to my mind. I'll go to naval headquarters now to have a look. I don't know if naval headquarters will be punished by the world government because of such a big thing I made. Ken reached out and patted Shire's shoulder as a reminder. It made Shire stop thinking about it. Shire didn't refuse either, and after a little nod, his body turned into light, which penetrated into Ken's mind on the spot. Next moment, Ken steps out of the house. He was still more worried about Kizaru. After all, Kizaru didn't even catch him this time when he shot at him. World government may punish Kizaru for this, of course. The degree of punishment should not be great. It is estimated that it can slightly disgust Kizaru. The five elders are still insidious. Ken doesn't have any kindness to the group. But at any rate Kizaru is Marine Admiral. World government can't interfere too much. Chapter 131. The gradually emerging truth. Seeking subscription. Every time you arrive at naval headquarters, Ken has some feelings in his heart. He feels that every time he gains, he really benefits a lot. When he arrived at naval headquarters for the first time, at that time, he was also the weakest. He could only have the ability of the original slime form. His strength was not strong, and it was also the most confused period. When he arrived at naval headquarters for the second time, he had devoured all the third-tier criminals in Impel Down, defeated the CP9 intelligence agency personnel, captured the fruit of the lower gate, and possessed the design blueprint of the Pluton warship. When he arrived at naval headquarters for the third time, this time, he currently has the ability of Thunderfruit, and even his partner Shire, the King of Wisdom, has also appeared. Incomparably important, Ken is looking forward to it too. When he arrived at naval headquarters for the fourth time. By then, will he not be afraid of Marine Admiral? Even above Marine Admiral? If that's the case, time for him to overthrow the world government. It's just around the corner. As for the celestial dragons, he won't let it go. Even Ken might slay celestial dragons. As long as celestial dragons exist, slavery must not be abolished. This system is simply disgusting to Ken and makes him feel quite unhappy. Might be his attitude from a previous life. Think slavery. It has almost reached the point of insanity if this system is not abolished. He is completely uneasy. The celestial dragons must all die. This is Ken 25's obsession. Arrive at the naval headquarters gate. The two marine men who guard the gate have not changed, and they are still under the direct command of Kizaru's marine. After the two of them saw Ken, they lowered their heads a little and said in a respectful tone. Kizaru Admiral has been waiting for you for a long time. After he let the two of us see you, he hoped that you would go to him quickly. There seems to be something urgent, so let the two of us tell you. Immediately, Ken's face was a little surprised. He really couldn't figure out why Huang Yuan wanted to find him. If there is something urgent, wouldn't it be okay to just call him directly? Is it possible to say it face to face? But he came to naval headquarters this time, and he came to find Kizaru, so there was no conflict. To this end, Ken nodded slightly and couldn't help answering. I've figured it out now, and it's really hard for you two to bring the words. Finished. The two marine men were somewhat flattered. Where? It is an honor to serve Kizaru Admiral. Ken didn't intend to dawdle any longer, and walked directly into naval headquarters, heading directly towards Kizaru's office. He should be regarded as having no marine status. He can actually enter the naval headquarters privileged person multiple times. After all, his uncle turned out to be Marine Admiral. Who dares to stop him at naval headquarters? Of course there are marine executives like Akainu, Shinchi, Sangoku, Garp, and Suru. Wanting to stop him should be no problem. It's just that these marine executives are very busy, so they don't usually have time to take care of him. As long as he's not making a fuss at naval headquarters, he's pretty much fine. Advertisement soon. Ken came to Kizaru's office. He reached out and knocked on the wooden door, shouting. Boom boom boom. Uncle, it's me, Ken. What do you need from me? In an instant, Kizaru, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, had doubts in his eyes when he heard these words. During these 3 days of investigation, he can't find where Ken is going. This is a bit strange. There are many things that Kizaru can't figure out. To this end, he wants to ask Ken to ask. Of course, it's not an open and above-board question, just a little question. If Ken is really the one who kidnapped the celestial dragons. Kizaru has also decided to keep it a secret. This is his selfishness. If Kizaru chooses to hide this fact, and accidentally gets discovered by the world government, his Marine Admiral position may be lost. It might not be Ken, either. The point is, how can I be sure that Ken is the one who kidnapped the celestial dragons? I still don't quite believe it. Although Kizaru thought about it in his heart, his expression was a little helpless. Next moment, Kizaru adjusted his mood and shouted directly. Ken, you come in first. The voice fell. Ken turned the doorknob and walked into the office. He had a strange expression on his face, and he didn't know why Kizaru came to see him, so he couldn't help asking. Do you need anything from me? You 2 subordinates outside asked me to come in and find you immediately. Kizaru's expression was the same as before, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. He thought for a moment, and finally pondered. It's nothing serious. The recent kidnapping of celestial dragons is too serious. I'm afraid you're in danger, so I want you to come back. But there's something weird about me. I used a phone bug to call you. Why are you ignoring me? I thought you were in danger. You really don't make me feel at ease. Ken scratched his head helplessly when he heard these words. Is that so? Maybe I didn't notice, but I didn't run around, and my side is quite safe. Kizaru actually called him the phone bug. Why didn't he remember? When did this happen? Could it be that after he entered a different space, the phone bug couldn't dial in? This is not impossible. Being in a different space should also be unable to communicate. To this end, Ken put his hand in his pocket. He wanted to take out the phone bug in his pocket and check what happened to the phone bug. Result. Huh? Advertisement? Where's the phone bug? Why can't I find it? Ken's face was a little puzzled. He stretched out his hand and caught nothing, but couldn't touch anything. Could it be dropped by accident? Uncle. My phone bug may be on the way back, and I accidentally lost it, or it may have fallen on the way. So I probably didn't hear the phone bug you called at that time. Ken really had no choice but to answer like this. It's over. Kizaru, who was expressionless, was a little moved and muttered to himself. No way, I can't believe it. Accidentally missed the phone bug? Fall on the way? That's the time. He's having a pretty tough fight with the criminal who kidnapped the leader of the celestial dragons. Finally, the leader criminal didn't know what was going on. Unexpectedly, he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he fled the scene directly, causing the phone bug to accidentally fall out. Think about it. If the criminal who kidnapped the leader of the celestial dragons was his doting nephew Ken, is it because Ken doesn't want to hurt his uncle? Then he immediately turned and fled. Certainly, 380 Kizaru doesn't think he's weak. He really needs to explode with all his strength. He can even kill criminals who have kidnapped celestial dragons' masterminds. Thankfully he didn't choose to do that, otherwise he must regret it at this moment. Even Kizaru is 80% sure that the criminal who kidnapped the leader of the celestial dragons is actually Ken. There are 20% he doesn't know. Why does Ken suddenly have the Logia Devil Fruit ability? You must know that because of this incident, it was even being broadcast around the world at that time. Kidnapping of the Logia Devil Fruit owned by the celestial dragon's mastermind has also been investigated. Logia, Thunder Fruit, hundreds of years ago, this Thunder Fruit has also appeared before. Of course, it seems to be eaten by an unknown marine. Later, because of the powerful explosive power of Thunder Fruit, this unknown marine became famous in one fell swoop. Why this marine is unknown? Because of this 100 years of history. Inexplicably disappeared, the recorded things, totally very few. To be able to investigate the Logia Thunder Fruit, or the world government told them about naval headquarters. This also made Kizaru quite unhappy. The disappearance of 100 years of history. It must be the world government's concealment. So, he chose to conceal Ken's identity, but he felt at ease. In addition, Ken is his nephew, so if you hide it, you can hide it. What can the world government do? Justice? He thinks this is justice. Who can control him? He is Marine Admiral. It doesn't work. The position of Marine Admiral, he doesn't care if he doesn't want it. You don't have to be a Marine Admiral to do justice. In any circumstances, hold justice in your heart, justice at all times. Chapter 132 Kizaru wants me to go to Amazon Lily Kingdom? Seeking subscription? Naturally, Ken doesn't know about Kizaru's mental activities at this moment. For him, he just dropped the phone bug by accident. What could be wrong with it? It's completely normal. Certainly, only Kizaru can discover this flaw. After all, this phone bug was handed over to Ken by Kizaru himself. To this end, Kizaru adjusted his mood quickly, trying not to let Ken find out. Since he chose to conceal this fact, he had to remain calm. Best case. He just doesn't tell Ken, because the true identity of the criminal who kidnapped the leader of Celestial Dragons is known. Just him. And Ken. As for Thunderfruit, Kizaru didn't want to ask either. Everyone has a little secret in their hearts. At least Ken can honor his uncle. But why did this kid suddenly become so strong? A few months ago, he was clearly a brat with no power to restrain himself. Now you can even play against me, if you give him another half a year. Can't you really fight against me, even forcing me to do my best? Kizaru feels tired at this moment. He has worked so hard to have such a powerful strength, but it took decades. Now, Ken is now taking months. It's shocking, this level of progress. Even Kizaru is a bit unbelievable, but once decadent youth. It has grown up completely. He doesn't need to worry at all. Huh, uncle? How are you studying the blueprint of the reward order? Could it be that Marshal Sangoku sent you on a mission? Which pirate are you going to arrest this time? Let me see. Ken looked at the reward order on Kizaru's counter. He was a little curious, and couldn't help reaching out to take it. Immediately, next to Kizaru has not been able to stop. This reward order has already been taken by Ken. My god, how is this reward order? Ken's pupils dilated slightly, and he was quite shocked by the contents of this reward order. This is not a pirate bounty order. This is the latest criminal bounty issued by the world government. Open black lens bracket, the heinous criminal in the world. Unknown criminal, close black lens bracket. First bounty. Billion Pele. Crimes. Kidnapping celestial dragons. Killing world government personnel. Destroying the Subadi archipelago area. Advertisement. Requirement. If this person is arrested, he must be arrested regardless of whether he is alive or dead. Ken was a little dumbfounded. This reward order is actually his reward? How could it be such a coincidence? Key first bounty of 1 billion. So outrageous? What happened to the world government? Kidnapping celestial dragons. Does that make the world government angry? At least in Ken's mind, there have never been pirates, and for the first time criminals have a billion bounty. Etc. The leader of the revolutionaries, Monkey D. Dragon, might be possible. Ken's ideology is actually similar to Chi D. Dragon. It's just that Ken wants to fight world government more, even celestial dragons. To this end, Ken is actually crazier than Kai D. Dragon. He has even challenged the world government and directly kidnapped the celestial dragons. The revolutionaries are still developing in secret, and dare not provoke the world government in the open. That's the difference. Of course this is because Ken is fighting alone. The organization of revolutionaries dare not do this. Because there are too many revolutionaries, each action is actually extremely complicated. This must be guaranteed not to be discovered directly by the world government. Not at all like Ken. Do whatever you want. That's why Ken doesn't choose any organization to join. Marine? This is not free. Pirates? Make him sick? World government? He can't wait to overthrow the ruling power of the world government? Any organization. Ken has no idea. He's going to fight alone. Now, with the help of Shire, Ken's next move will become more and more crazy. Who? Almost exposed my identity. Fortunately, the world government did not find out. Uncle checked the reward order. I guess it was because I fought him a few days ago, which made him feel that something was wrong and wanted to know his identity. This thought floated through Ken's mind, and he put back the reward order without changing his face, and put it directly on the table. His tone was a little surprised. This criminal is really powerful, and the first reward is 1 billion. Uncle, if you deal with him, be as careful as you can. But, Ken didn't notice the helplessness in Kizaru's eyes beside him at all. This brat told me to be careful. You don't even blush to flatter yourself. This face is getting thicker and thicker. I don't know who I learned from. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, feeling extremely helpless. As for dealing with this criminal, isn't this criminal right in front of him now? Advertisement, but it looks like this. It seems that Ken didn't find out that he has no Ken's real identity. This is a good thing. This can also save Ken from feeling a little stressed. After all, Sangoku, Akainu, Shinchi, Garp, Suru and other marine executives have sharp eyesight. If he hadn't found Ken's phone bug falling out, he might have been kept in the dark. Until now. If there is no coincidence, there's no way Kizaru can find out Ken's identity. This time it was too much of a coincidence. There is really no such thing as a coincidence. It is simply impossible to think that Ken is the master criminal who kidnapped celestial dragons. Ken. Master Sangoku recently told me something. I really don't want to travel far away, and I don't think this matter is suitable for me. It should be suitable for young people like you. Would you like to go down instead of me? Kizaru suddenly thought of what Sangoku told him, so he couldn't help asking Ken. This probably made Ken feel better. Otherwise, Ken will be doing such shocking things all day long. Even his marine admiral can't stand it. Immediately, Ken was a little surprised and asked directly, "What's the matter?" "If I can help, I certainly won't refuse." Kizaru was smiling, his eyes were a little smug, and his tone was full of ridicule. "That's a good thing. You should know 7 warlords of the sea, right? Currently there is a pirate who is unwilling to become 7 warlords of the sea. Naval headquarters is also a bit distressed, even sending the mole vice admiral to ask for it. It turned out that the pirate didn't want to, so this time, Mr. Sangoku asked me to go, and I need to use a strong attitude, Lee Nuahao, to ask that pirate to become a Shichibukai." If you still don't want to be a Shichibukai, I can arrest her by force. But that place is really remote enough, it seems to be the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Even the island is said to be full of women, isn't this very suitable for young people like you? How about it? Do you want to go? The voice fell. Ken looked at Kizaru with strange eyes, slandering in his heart. Uncle. Who the hell do you think I am? Are you asking me to go to this kind of place? Wait. Amazon Lily Kingdom? He suddenly changed his mind. This is a little difficult to agree to, shouldn't be a hard problem. To this end, Ken coughed down the village, I see. If Uncle doesn't have time to go, I will reluctantly go. Actually, I don't really want to go. I just feel that you are usually too busy, Uncle, so let me, a young man, go. Chapter 133. Identity exposed? Seeking subscription? The Amazon Lily Kingdom that Kizaru asked to go to. Ken was a little hesitant at first, and he didn't want to go because it was too troublesome. Because the island is located on the comm belt next to the Grand Line, it actually takes some time to get there. But from this point of view, he has completely disrupted the current timeline. At least, the Sabadi Archipelago has been stationed there by a large number of world government personnel and naval headquarters personnel. Pirates are afraid to go to the Sabadi Archipelago, now they will be arrested. At this time, the journey of Pirate Supernova must also change. Think about it. Then there will be a big event in Sabadi Archipelago. Actually it's Luffy beating Celestial Dragons. Then Kizaru Admiral came out, he directly defeated all the Pirate Supernovas in Sabadi Archipelago. It's different now, because the Celestial Dragons Charles Ross is still in the Ken space. This event has been changed by him. Future things. At this moment, Ken doesn't know what will happen to Summit War by then. This is the worst war of all time. With his current combat power, it is extremely difficult to effect this kind of war. It seems that time waits for no one. Must evolve Predator into Glutton King before Summit War. This idea floated through Ken's mind 797, and his face was a little dignified. If he faces Marine Admiral with his current combat ability, even the Pirate 4 Emperors is actually not easy to deal with. If you don't become stronger, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. It seems that Shire, the Lord of Wisdom, will be required to act this time. With Shire's ability, it must be extremely easy. I can't continue to hide this time, I want to become completely stronger. I'm going back to Impel Down, and I'm going to eat all the criminals. There is a dangerous light in Ken's eyes. If this plan succeeds, his strength will shock the world. Nowadays, Impel Down the 6th floor eternal hell. In fact, criminals as strong as the Pirate 4 Emperors are imprisoned. Once it can be devoured, he can completely overturn the world government. It can even force out the real controller of the world government, As long as you can kill this person, Celestial Dragons will be completely disintegrated. Ken, it's not too late, you can go now, you can take my paperwork, and then you can take control of a warship and go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Amazon Lily Kingdom's outer waters, in fact, the Mole Vice Admiral is still staying there. If you have something unclear, CFEE, you can ask the Mole Vice Admiral. And if Boa Hancock is unwilling to become 7 warlords of the sea, you can join forces with the Mole Vice Admiral to capture her directly. Advertisement, on the surface, she's a pirate, actually, you can be arrested. Kizaru took out the procedure document and handed it to Ken, and directly stated the instructions for this time. You must know the system of 7 warlords of the sea. I don't know how many big pirates are eyeing this Shichibukai name. Boa Hancock is good. Rejected many times. This has made naval headquarters quite unhappy, and this is the final notice too. If inappropriate, Ken, you are a pirate at heart. Naval headquarters has the power to arrest you. Immediately, Ken took it, looked at the content for a while, and put it in his arms. This time he had to be careful, don't act like a phone bug, and accidentally miss it. Boa Hancock. Need me to arrest her? She is a very stubborn woman. I want to persuade her to join 7 warlords of the sea. It's actually quite difficult. Wait, how did Kizaru know I could arrest her? It seems that my strength has not been exposed to Kizaru, right? Ken frowned, feeling that this incident might not be so easy to solve. It doesn't work. Just grab it back, it's just that he's a little weird. Why can Kizaru conclude that he can arrest Boa Hancock and bring him back? To know his current strength, naval headquarters actually don't even know. Indistinctly, Ken felt something was wrong. It seemed that Kizaru knew something about him. Ken, you go now. Time waits for no one. Kizaru smiled and reminded Ken to go now. Good. I hope I can complete this task. This made Ken give up thinking about it for the time being, and turn around to leave. If Kizaru wants to turn against him, why talk like this? I really want to fight. He can't be regarded as Kizaru's opponent now. Maybe he's just thinking too much, after leaving naval headquarters. Shire, the King of Wisdom, actually started to make a sound. Advertisement, Master Ken. Do you think your uncle is a bit strange? Immediately, Ken's face was a little puzzled, and he couldn't help asking. What's so strange? Why didn't I find out? Replied Shire, Lord of Wisdom. According to my calculation 1,000 times, your identity in the Sabadi Archipelago operation this time may have been exposed. Of course I can know your identity, I think only Kizaru. Don't you find it strange? Why your uncle saw you coming back? Why ask the first question as the phone bug? Your phone bug probably fell out unintentionally. I think it was because you had a fierce fight with Kizaru at the time, and when you left later, it fell out unintentionally. This is the phone bug that Kizaru personally gave you. I think he already suspected your identity as the priest Ohm. And there is a reward order for you on his table. Presumably he was already investigating before you came back, but he didn't find out, so he came back to ask you questions, but the questions were very covert. As for why he can conclude that you can arrest a pirate who can become 7 warlords of the sea. Your current strength has never really appeared before. Because Kizaru has fought against you, he knows your true strength, and he knows that you can arrest a pirate who can become 7 warlords of the sea. It's actually not difficult. Shire directly told Ken all the results of the calculation. Countless endings. Among them were results that included the disappearance of phone bugs. This made Ken a little confused and a little shocked. I don't think as much as you do. No wonder Shire didn't make a sound when he was talking to Kizaru. Turn out to be. Shire is actually calculating. This time, why did Kizaru ask this question? This is probably only Shire, the king of wisdom, can do it, right? Shire has thousands of times the speed of thought. You can even use the skill of myriad objects to investigate what Huang Yuan really thinks. But, my uncle didn't reveal his identity to me? Why? Ken was a little puzzled. If Kizaru knew his identity, why didn't he mention him? To know the mistake he made this time, but it is the most serious incident in history. It is estimated that he is also very dissatisfied with the world government. In addition, this person's personality is really weird. And you are his nephew. He doesn't want to arrest you with his own hands, because of family affection. So I chose to hide it. Shire, the king of wisdom, has already had a lot of evidence, so he directly replied. Anyway, he didn't do you any harm, which I think he is very good. Chapter 134. Arrive at Amazon Lily Kingdom, seeking subscription. After making it clear that Kizaru has no ill intentions towards him, Ken can only be grateful for Kizaru's choice for this. Kizaru is Marine Admiral. Being able to hide this identity for him is enough to say that it is an extremely dangerous choice. Once discovered, Marine Admiral might not even keep Kizaru. An astonishing killing intent emerged from the depths of Ken's eyes, and he muttered to himself. The only ones who can make Admiral lose his position are Marshal Sangoku, Master Kong, and 5 elders. Among them, Sangoku probably won't. He is the resourceful general, and he knows that letting Kizaru leave is definitely a loss for the Navy, military headquarters. Admiral combat power. No anyone can have it, but Kong and the 5 elders have this power. If you dare to let Kizaru step down from the position of Admiral, I will not let it go lightly. I hope I don't see this happen, otherwise, when I become stronger, I will definitely kill you. Finished. Ken walked directly to the coast pier. Kizaru gave him a formality letter, allowing him to personally control a warship, and Kizaru was under Marine subordinates. But this is not necessary at all. If there are outsiders, he must be bound. And he owns the Ark Proverbs, which can float in the sky, which can be said to be the safest way. It even drives pretty fast, believe it, less than a week. He will be able to reach the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Anyone else scared of Calm Belt's Sea King's attack? Ken wasn't afraid at all. The proverb of the Ark can float in the sky, and the Sea Kings can't stop him. Even angered him, Ken can devour the Sea Kings on the spot. It's just that Sea Kings is not helping him much now. Unless requires Sea Kings that are huge and island-like in size. It's just that this kind of Sea Kings is too rare. Really hard to find. 4 days later, although Ken doesn't know the route to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. But he has Shire, Lord of Wisdom. Shire even used the skill of everything in sight to instantly collect information from all over the world, all about Amazon Lily Yuguo. To this end, the route to the Amazon Lily Kingdom is completely easy. Even some secret things. Shire, the king of wisdom, actually collected it. Hundreds of years ago, the Amazon Lily Kingdom had an absolute norm of ban on men. Once a man entered this place, he would be wiped out. It's no wonder why the Mole Vice Admiral can only stay in the outer waters with its warships and cannot approach the islands. To be clear, Boa Hancock is not weak. If the Mole Vice Admiral dares to enter the island, she must be attacked. Advertisement. It is quite difficult to persuade Boa Hancock to become 7 warlords of the sea. This woman is too proud. The point is, should I persuade Boa Hancock to join 7 warlords of the sea? Kizaru, just tell me. If Boa Hancock is not willing to become 7 warlords of the sea. Actually, Vice Admiral and I have the power to jointly arrest Boa Hancock. But, let's take a look first. If this woman doesn't know good and bad, I don't mind doing it. There was a cold light in Ken's eyes. For this kind of thing, he would not let Boa Hancock go. The glamorous female tyrant, if you don't know good from bad. In terms of his current strength, it is actually quite easy to arrest Boa Hancock. Or, you can also use threats directly. For example, use the Lei Ying move to threaten Boa Hancock. If you don't want to be 7 warlords of the sea, he can destroy the island in an instant, Master Ken. It is already extremely close to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. There are more warships ahead. To prevent them from discovering the Ark Proverbs, you can put them away now. And I don't recommend you join forces with Vice Admiral the Mole. You are going to start. Maybe Vice Admiral the Mole may find something abnormal. Now the whole world knows your thunder fruit moves. Once discovered, Vice Admiral the Mole may even think you it is the criminal who kidnapped the leader of the Celestial Dragons. For this reason, you can directly invade the Amazon Lily Kingdom without joining forces. Shire, the King of Wisdom, couldn't help reminding. Good. No problem. After listening to these words, Ken felt reasonable, so he naturally followed Shire's method. Soon, Ken looked down, and there was an island not far away. Among them, there is a warship parked in the outer waters. This should be the warship of the Mole Vice Admiral. Receive. Ken opened the different space and directly put the arc proverbs into the different space. Then, he entered the stealth state, and his whole body turned into lightning elements, and he could forcibly stay in the air, reaching the level of flying. In an instant, Lei Hong flashed away. Ken travels to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Below, Mole Vice Admiral's face was ashen. He had been here for nearly half a month. Result. This Boa Hancock is fine. I don't even want to see him. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Boa Hancock wanted to retain the title of Shichibukai even though he was unwilling to accept the mandatory summoning order from Naval Headquarters. What is this? Want to re the powers of 7 warlords of the sea for nothing. At that time, even if Naval Headquarters wants to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it possible that Boa Hancock will not come? How can this be? There is no way Naval Headquarters will tolerate such a thing. To this end, Mole Vice Admiral really can't help it. In fact, not long ago, he had played against Boa Hancock a little. He found, even if he wanted to take down Boa Hancock, actually very difficult, maybe he might not even be able to beat it. The key point is that there are too many innocent ordinary marines on his warship. If there is a fight, these ordinary marines must die first. Mole Vice Admiral asked Naval Headquarters for support, and asked to send Admiral to threaten Boa Hancock. This time it's an ultimatum: if you don't want to join 7 warlords of the sea, Naval Headquarters will use force to arrest Boa Hancock on the spot. Suddenly, what happened? Mole Vice Admiral seemed to feel something. He couldn't help raising his head, but found that there was nothing in the sky. Immediately, the Mole Vice Admiral was a bit puzzled. He seemed to have just heard the sound of thunder. Ken can only do it. I don't know which admiral will come this time. The Mole Vice Admiral shook his head helplessly, and could only wait for Naval Headquarters to send someone to help in the end. Ken's figure turned into a thunderous rainbow light, and headed to the top of the island of the Amazon Lily Kingdom at full speed. Staying here is boring. Maybe he's been here for too long. He's already in a state of mind? P.S. The author is not feeling well today, so the update is a bit slow. I am really sorry. There will be one more chapter later. Today there will only be 3 chapters, and the power will be cut off at home tomorrow, so the update may be delayed. It seems that my strength is still not refined enough, otherwise I wouldn't make Boa Hancock so arrogant. Try to finish the things here, and hurry up. It was just a short sound, but it disappeared suddenly. Ken's figure suddenly stopped hanging in the air, and then fell down. Go down first. Directly at the center of Amazon Lily Kingdom. It's planned this time. I'm going to impel down again. If Boa Hancock is really too arrogant, he doesn't want to be 7 warlords of the sea. Ken intends to talk to Boa Hancock directly. Fall into position. At the same time, Chapter 135. Do you want to kill celestial dragons with your own hands? Seeking subscription? This moment, Boa Hancock just returned to Amazon Lily Kingdom not long ago. Taking a bath now. All the women on the island are staying outside, waiting for Boa Hancock to finish his bath. Why so many women? Ken looked at the many women below. He was a little confused, really puzzled. To this end, his figure fell into the ground and came here quietly. It was found that these women were talking and laughing, but the content of the conversation was actually about fighting. Girls born in this country are raised as warriors, which is really different. But it's okay. Fortunately, he has already entered the stealth state, otherwise when he landed, he must have been discovered. Shire. What's going on now? Ken couldn't help asking Shire, the King of Wisdom. You must know that Shire is now an informant. Anything in the world, maybe Shire can master it. Even 533, who wanted to ask about the whereabouts of Uranus and Pluton, must have some information. It's just that now Ken wants to really become stronger, and it really doesn't make sense to rely on this kind of foreign object to become stronger. Now the emperor of this country, Boa Hancock, is bathing. It seems to be a custom here, so gathering all the women here seems to bring good luck. But the truth is that Boa Hancock actually wanted to hide the slave mark on his back. Shire answered very quickly, almost in seconds, in an instant. When Ken heard the word bathing, his pupils dilated slightly. He seems to know now how to persuade Boa Hancock to become 7 warlords of the sea. The identity of Boa Hancock, Ken actually knows very well that, was once a celestial dragon slave. But then escaped. In addition, Boa Hancock is extremely talented and even has the aptitude of a king. Also known as Conqueror's Haki. You know this Haki. Ken actually didn't get it. If you want to get Conqueror's Haki, you must be born with it. To this end, Ken really has no choice. He can only plan to go to Impel Down again. He's going to a deeper prison, want to devour those pirates of the old era. These pirates of old times must have Conqueror's potential. As long as it can swallow successfully, Ken can have Conqueror's potential then too. Boa Hancock is taking a bath. Why don't you go in and have a look? But I'm a gentleman, a person with a nasty mentality. Ken didn't blush and didn't breathe. He walked directly to the palace. Advertisement. It was just his plan to persuade Boa Hancock. So it must be entered at the moment of bathing, otherwise I really can't persuade it. Soon, Ken went straight to the hot spring where he bathed. Just wanted to go in. It's just that he suddenly thought of something interesting and couldn't help contacting Shire, the King of Wisdom. Shire, you come out first, but you still change into a female form. If Boa Hancock shoots at me later, just copy her moves. He came here rashly this time, sure to overwhelm Boa Hancock. Maybe even fight him. Boa Hancock seems to hate men. If you see a man peeking at her bathing, Boa Hancock must absolutely kill him. And Boa Hancock's moves are actually not weak. If Shire can copy her moves, it will definitely be able to counter Boa Hancock. To know, Boa Hancock has the sweet fruit of paramecia. For men with lust, can be petrified on the spot. If there is no lust and emotion, even if you are attacked by sweet fruits on the spot, it will not be a problem at all. Even if it's Ken, he actually has lust, really have to face Boa Hancock. He might fall into a disadvantage too. Ken can only use Thunderfruit's extremely fast speed to avoid moves. Otherwise, he would really be petrified, which is not something he would like to see. But Shire, the King of Wisdom, is different. Although he already has human thoughts, Shire is considered as a person without emotions. Even Shire doesn't know what counts as male or female, there is no human gender at all. To this end, it is absolutely impossible for Shire to have lustful thoughts about Boa Hancock. So it seems, Shire wants to fight Boa Hancock, it's not that hard. Ken. Shire agreed to come down and directly manifested in human form. This time, Shire mimics a human form, intending to become a beautiful woman. Don't even know what's going on. This Shire's mimetic effect really opened Ken's eyes, and even made his heart skip a beat. Shire's wavy silver hair flutters in the wind, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, a straight Chong nose, slightly flushed pink cheeks, and fair and flawless skin. Master Ken. Based on the basis, that's your favorite perfect feminine look. What do you think? Did it make you feel very excited? There was a smile on the corner of Shire's mouth, and his bright pupils were curious. Ken's eyes have to look straight, and it's actually a bit difficult to divert his eyes. Advertisement, this guy Shire, has become like this. Oh my god. How about Shire actually have human emotions in the future? Wouldn't it be nice to make Shire a woman? Ken's own shocking thoughts floated in his mind, but he's here this time, but to persuade Boa Hancock. Shire truly possesses human emotions, it's never too late to talk about it later. Shire, finish the plan first, don't think about it. Ken coughed, forced his eyes back, and then looked serious. Immediately. Good. Shire also refrained from flirting. You follow me in. Ken stepped to bathe in the hot spring room. In an instant, Boa Hancock in the hot spring couldn't help opening his eyes, a little vigilant, and his tone was a little displeased. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to come in while I'm taking a bath? Get out of here. Boa Hancock hastily covered his back with his hair, for fear of seeing the pattern on his back. However, when Boa Hancock saw the person in front of her, her beautiful eyes were full of shock. How can it be? Who is this man? And who is this silver-haired and beautiful lady? Boa Hancock has never met these two. Hello, Boa Hancock. The man in front of me is actually the criminal who kidnapped the celestial dragons earlier. Do you want revenge? Do you want to kill the TN 0.6 dragon people with your own hands? Boa Hancock was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Boa Hancock pays great attention to it, because she hates celestial dragons so much, and she is paying attention to the events of celestial dragons all the time. Ken stared at the beautiful face of Boa Hancock, he quickly shifted his gaze, and stared at Shire's exquisite facial features beside him, for fear of being petrified, and then he couldn't help but say amazing words. I don't know if you understand. Not long ago the Subadi Archipelago incident, in fact, the leader who kidnapped the celestial dragons, is me. I know everything about you. Boa Hancock is still a bit unresponsive. The voice fell, and final words, only, I'm here, to give you a chance. Why was her biggest secret discovered by this man? When she heard the words before, her face suddenly turned pale. To know this matter, you used to be a slave of the celestial dragons, and you have the imprint of a slave of the celestial dragons on your back, as well as your second and third sisters. I give you this chance, shall we make a deal? Chapter 136 Hancock has some surprises, seeking subscription? Boa Hancock quickly recovered from the shock. She stretched out her white arms, gently picked up the snow-white robe next to her, and put it on her body to avoid the suspicion of being naked. Certainly, Hancock didn't really want to be seen with the celestial dragon's slave mark on his back. Even if Ken has said it, she doesn't want people to see it. What a disgrace. I think she is the queen of Amazon Lily Kingdom. She is very strong, and she has conqueror's potential. Even commanding so many subjects, but the real identity is actually a slave of the celestial dragons? If this is said, it is estimated that the people of Lily Kingdom will despise her. This is why every time Hancock takes a bath, he forcibly gathers the people of the Lily Kingdom. It's just that she is afraid that the people who don't have eyes will suddenly break in and cause her identity to be exposed. However, the two people who broke in this time, a man she hated a little, but his words surprised her a little. A woman whose looks are all over the country, but for Hancock, she is the only one who is the most beautiful in this world. You say you're the master criminal who kidnapped the celestial dragons? My concubine doesn't look like you. My concubine is also 25 and has seen the live broadcast. The criminal who kidnapped the leader of Celestial Dragons looks like a bald tramp with a cruel expression. He is not a handsome young man like you at all. The key is that you have bought hair. Hancock changed the subject a little bit. She didn't want Ken to continue talking about her former slave of the Celestial Dragons. Because it made her a little embarrassed, more shame. At least she is clear. What kind of means Ken may have, to be able to learn her biggest secret. Or, just when Ken broke in, he accidentally saw the Celestial Dragon's slave imprint on her back, which led to the analysis. This also gave her some urges to do it. It's just that the latter remark aroused Hancock's fiery hatred. Give her a chance for revenge? Let her kill Celestial Dragons? Could it be such a good thing? You don't think I'm a master criminal? Hancock, you are still too young. There are too many things in the world you don't know. Why don't you take a look now? When Ken heard these words, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he directly touched his entire cheek with his palm, and suddenly turned into the appearance of the former priest Ohm, with fierce eyes and a bald head. In an instant, Hancock's beautiful eyes widened slightly. It's really you? So this appearance is just a disguised identity? No wonder the world government can't find you, if Hancock hates all men in the world. But only for the leader criminal who dared to kidnap Celestial Dragons. At least she felt admiration, but she didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, she felt that she admired it very much. Somehow, this man did something that shocked the whole world. Even her so-called empress can't do it. It might even be a unique event in the world. Advertisement after all, trying to kidnap Celestial Dragons. This is against the world government. First of all, Marine Admiral can't fight against her, and she will definitely lose in Admiral's hands. After all, as the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the reason why she wanted to get the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea was to protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom from invasion. Soon, Ken touched his face again and returned to its original posture. He doesn't like being like other people, because he felt a little weird. If it weren't for the disguise, Ken wouldn't often pretend to be someone else. But wait until it becomes stronger in the future. Camouflage. No need at all. To this end, Ken pondered for a moment and thought for a long time before speaking. How? I don't have to lie to you either. I give you the chance to take revenge. Do you want to take revenge yourself? It just so happens that this Celestial Dragon's named Charles Ross is still alive in my hands. If you want, I can let him kill you right now. Immediately. What, are you really going to let my concubine kill the Celestial Dragons? You're not kidding, are you? Hancock was shocked, her whole body was trembling, she was not afraid, but excited. All the time, she wants revenge, but as a pirate. If you start with Celestial Dragons, she must implicate the second sister, the third sister, and the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. Why not? Now here only you know, I know, and my partner knows. You want to kill the Celestial Dragons, just agree to come down. A bright smile appeared on Ken's face, and he whispered in his mouth, your shame will be washed away by your own hands. In an instant, Hancock clenched her pink fist, wishing she could agree on the spot. She wanted to kill Fulong right now. Wash off the shame on her, but, as an empress for many years, she naturally knows that there is no free pie in the world. Ken let her kill Celestial Dragons for free. She didn't want to believe that there must be a deal. What do you want my concubine to do, if I can meet? The concubine can promise you. Hancock gritted his teeth, his eyes were a little urgent, and he couldn't wait to ask. As long as the conditions are not too outrageous, the concubine can satisfy them. Moment. Ken looked calm, as if thinking, and didn't answer for a long time. This made Hancock look a little anxious, and his delicate facial features were a little depressed, and he said softly. What conditions do you want? Hurry up and tell this concubine. Advertisement finished. She couldn't help but tighten the snow-white coat on her body, feeling a little ashamed and angry. Hancock clearly noticed Ken's eyes, sneaking a look at her hot body. If things are not right now, she really wants to do it. Certainly. After Ken took a sneak peek, he immediately turned his eyes and stared at the tall figure of the silver-haired Yuji beside him, but he didn't know what was going on. What is this? Compared? Is it possible that a concubine is not as good as that silver-haired woman with facial paralysis? A real request. I'll talk about it later. You first cut it off with my partner. Shouldn't this request be too much? After Ken calmed down the lust in his heart, he forced out these words. Have to say, Han 900 Cook often claims to be the most beautiful woman in the world. No matter what she does, she can be forgiven, which is not too false. Especially after eating sweet fruits, it's completely unbearable to sink into. It almost caused Ken to sink in too. Fortunately, Shire has become the perfect woman in his dream, which forcibly brought back a lot of his sanity. Or really let him face Hancock alone, must suffer. To this end, Ken wants Shire to deal with Hancock first. This is not a real fight. Just cut out. In fact, Hancock's own strength is not weak. Especially the sweet fruit is quite a rogue ability. If only Shire could replicate that, I believe it will be very helpful for the next plan. It's disgusting. If it's other stinky men. Hancock's ideas began to change, and he actually wanted Ken to notice her. To know. Good. Wait for the concubine to beat your partner to the ground. Why? Where does she usually go? Hancock gritted her teeth a bit. She couldn't believe that Ken wasn't staring at her. Fortunately, Ken is someone she admires. You let the concubine compete with your partner? Hancock kicked Perfume Femur without saying a word. Now Ken is fine. Don't know what's going on. I'm sure you'll be impressed with me. All eyes are on her, just don't want to look at her. No matter men, women or children, isn't it just a fight? Chapter 137 Shire's Amazing Copy Skill, Seeking Subscription. Say it first. It's just a discussion. Hancock, if you try to kill, I might stop. I don't think you can beat me. I believe you calm down, maybe you can find out. Even if you ******* me off. Your idea of killing celestial dragons, our deal will be interrupted. Ken saw that Hancock's mood was a little bit wrong, thinking that she was a little dissatisfied with Tiener. His eyes are a little cold, but he still cares about Shire very much. After all, he is the best partner. Without Shire, he would not have the achievements he is today. If Hancock doesn't know good from bad, he doesn't mind teaching Hancock a lesson. For such a proud woman, you must use an even more arrogant attitude. Directly crush the opponent, snort. The concubine is naturally clear. You two wait for the concubine to change clothes first. I'm sure it's not easy to compete with my concubine dressed like this. Hancock looked a little ashamed and left here with long legs. Ken wasn't afraid of Hancock leaving and not wanting to come back. Believe that the celestial dragons are in his hands, Hancock must want revenge. The one who can avenge Hancock. He's the only one at the moment. After all, not everyone dares to attack the celestial dragons. Then, Ken turned his head to ask Shire with a worried tone. Shire, I know you can copy Hancock's moves, but you haven't developed yet. Can you compete with Hancock? Why don't you copy my moves first? For example, Thunderfruit and Menman Fruit are fine. Hearing these words, Shire was a little surprised on his expressionless and exquisite facial features. Then, Shire shook his head helplessly and said unexpected words. Young Master Ken, I'm actually a little too worried. The stronger the enemy. I am stronger, the weaker the enemy. I'm not weak, and young Master Ken's moves, in fact, I have mastered almost all of them, although I don't have the ability to copy them to Devil Fruit, but you don't have to worry at all. To this end, Ken also felt relieved and didn't continue to worry. Shire has thousands of times the speed of thinking and calculation, so he doesn't have to worry at all. Maybe it's a little bit too much. I believe Shire can make hundreds of methods against Hancock in an instant. Besides, isn't he still here, with the incredible speed of his Thunderfruit? No problem trying to stop Hancock. Advertisement if he didn't want Hancock to make a move, and let Shire copy the moves directly, he wouldn't have to wait so long to make a deal with Hancock directly. Soon, Hancock put on the embroidered robe he usually wears, and his delicate body is full of the aura of an empress. When will the sparring start? The concubine is waiting anytime. If you also want to compete with the concubine can also accompany me. Hancock raised her head proudly, her eyes were looking down at Ken and Shire, her tone was full of pride. She doesn't feel weaker than any man. As for women? Hancock feels that she is so beautiful, coupled with her superb strength, she is definitely one of the strongest female heroes in the world. Immediately, this made Ken's face full of displeasure, and he whispered in his mouth. Shire. Teach her a lesson. The voice fell. No problem, Master Ken. 6 styles shaved, Shire's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared directly beside Hancock. That's it? You seem to have really disappointed me. Hancock squinted at Shire, couldn't help stretching out his fingers quickly, kissed his fingertips lightly, and whispered, smooth gun. The voice fell. A peachy heart-shaped substance appeared on Hancock's white fingers, and she aimed it at Shire as though it were a bullet. Boom, a heart-shaped bullet shoots out. The speed of the bullet is so fast that it reaches the vicinity of the building. Armament hockey, Shire didn't show any emotion at all. His eyes were filled with coldness, his delicate arms were covered with jet black, and he bounced off the heart-shaped bullet with his backhand. And there was a strange light in Shire's eyes, and he muttered to himself. Copy, kiss the gun. In an instant, Hancock was a little shocked when he saw this scene. What happened? The concubine's ability doesn't work. What's going on? She kissed the gun and shot someone else. Even if it was bounced off by Shire's backhand armament hockey, it could actually create a petrified effect on Shire. Could it be? You don't feel any admiration for my concubine? How can it be? Even if you were a woman, you should still be obsessed with my concubine's incomparably beautiful face. Hancock quickly remembered the ability of the sweet fruit, and suddenly his face was a little unbelievable. It shouldn't be. Actually, so far, advertisement her abilities never fail. No matter men, women or children, as long as you are attacked by the ability of sweet fruit, you will be petrified. However, even more amazing things happened suddenly. After Shire successfully copied Hancock's moves, she looked calm and spoke slowly. This move, I will return it to you, kiss the gun. Shire didn't move forward at all, and didn't need to touch his lips with his fingertips at all. He gathered the power of sweet fruit on the spot, aimed directly at Hancock, and fired a heart-shaped bullet. Boom, the bullet hit suddenly. Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly, and she didn't have time to ask, so she turned sideways to avoid it. Next moment, boom, the ground seemed to be smashed into the ground by a heavy stone, and cracks as deep as ravines spread out, and even some places that were not stones had petrified effects. At the same time, seeing this scene with his eyes, Ken was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth. Oh my god. Why is it so powerful? Could it be possible that Shire has been modified a little bit to make the kiss gun more powerful? It's not impossible. Shire has thousands of times the speed of thinking and calculation, and can fully detect the disadvantages and advantages of kissing the gun. As long as it is corrected, it can reach this level. Even Shire's skill chant is excluded, no need to charge at all, and you can use the kiss gun anytime, anywhere. Like before. Are you alright? Hancock still needs to accumulate power, and touch his fingertips to his lips, then brew the power to exert the power of the kiss gun and the petrification effect. What's the matter? The other side, it seems, how can it be? The more Hancock thought about it, the more something went wrong, making her face full of embarrassment. Sweet fruits should only be eaten by concubines. This silver-haired woman definitely didn't eat the sweet fruit. But why is this silver-haired woman able to use a kiss gun? What happened to your partner? A slight astonishment flashed in Hancock's eyes, who had avoided this trick, and he felt a little unbelievable in his heart. Finally, why did my concubine's moves be learned by stealth? Hancock's beautiful eyes stared at Ken, who was not far away, and his face was a little annoyed. The next scene of learning from each other. I guess it will become more and more interesting. How is it so wicked? For example, I won't personally fight in front of my concubine. She has a problem. No. Not right. Chapter 138. The two were hot. Ken hastily stopped it, seeking subscription. I have to say that you make the concubine feel very strange. You can actually learn the moves of the concubine? Could it be that this is your devil fruit ability? Each devil fruit has a unique ability in the world. Even if they are similar, it is impossible to be so similar. Hancock frowned, and there was no hint of teasing in her tone when facing Shire. She thinks at this moment that Shire should also have the devil fruit ability. And in terms of ability, Shire can learn the opponent's moves. Beside, ha ha ha. Ken couldn't help but want to laugh out loud, and tried his best to cover his mouth, not daring to laugh directly. Have to say, Hancock guessed pretty well, it's just that Shire doesn't count as demon fruit power at all. And Shire has great potential, it can develop if given time. Sooner or later the Shire can learn all the Marine Admiral moves, and all the Pirate 4 Emperor's moves. Want to deal with any personnel at that time, Shire can actually be crushed easily. More and more, I have the urge to directly evolve the Predator into the King of Gluttony. I don't know if the new skills of the King of Gluttony are strong. I really hope to get the evolution crystal as soon as possible. Ken's eyes became a little hot, and Shire, the King of Wisdom, had such outrageous skills, which made him a little shocked. The other side, after Hancock finished speaking. She stares at Shire, actually trying to get Shire to respond. Result. Hancock was utterly disappointed. Shire was still expressionless, completely devoid of any mood swings. Don't underestimate me, come again. Hancock can't help but grit her silver teeth, her face full of disbelief. She will never lose to any woman. In an instant, Shire immediately started to move, his eyes were full of indifference, and the white fingers on both sides quickly stretched out, and quickly released a heart-shaped bullet with amazing power. Kiss the gun. 10 rounds, accompanied by 10 heart-shaped bullets shot out. This made Hancock completely shocked, and said in surprise. How can this be? Why can the kiss gun fire continuously like this? The voice fell. Observation hockey. Hancock quickly began to dodge in embarrassment, sideways to avoid these bullet attacks. She doesn't fall in love with Shire, even if she is shot on the body with a kiss gun, she won't be petrified. Just because Shire's modified kiss gun has doubled the power. Really going to hit Hancock. If she doesn't use armament hockey to resist, she will definitely get hurt. Moment. Boom 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 boom. 10 bursts of kiss gun heart-shaped bullets have sunk into the ground, and all around them are cracks that go deep into ravines, which is really horrible. Shire remained expressionless, but did not continue to attack. This is just a discussion, it has been agreed at the beginning. If it is not a life and death fight, there is really no need to continue the pursuit. Is this the kiss gun attached to armament hockey? Advertisement, no wonder the power is so terrifying. Finally Hancock discovered the special point, the gun bullet is so powerful that Shire is attached to armament hockey? How did this work? Not even Hancock can do it, because she felt that no one could resist kissing the gun. Even resist it, that would also be petrified by her. Because she is so beautiful, I believe anyone can fall in love with her. Only, currently the silver-haired woman, and the young man not far away. These two comers are totally eccentric, it seems to be able to get rid of her special charm. And it's also fortunate that she didn't resist, otherwise, if armament hockey is not as strong as Shire. Must be hurt, dodging with observation hockey must be the best choice. If petrification has no effect, so Marrow Mellow doesn't work either. But Perfume Femur and Slave Arrow will do. These two tricks can force petrification, even if you don't have the intention of admiring the concubine, you can still achieve the effect of petrification. Hancock got a little anxious, which made it look like she was at a disadvantage, which irritated her haughty personality. Of course, she still has two tricks, in fact, it can petrify Shire. But Hancock also noticed that Shire wasn't taking advantage of the win either. In addition, this is just a sparring. If she was really serious, in fact, she would be even more disqualified. Could it be possible to let the concubine admit defeat like this? The concubine is still not convinced. How could you just admit defeat like this? Slave Arrow. Hancock started to make a move, touching his lips lightly with his fingers, and instantly transformed into a huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped substance. In an instant, shush. Hancock's white arm was pulled back, like a bow and arrow pulled back, a large number of pink heart-shaped arrows condensed out, and shot out crazily. Shire. What are you going to do? Seeing this scene with Ken's eyes, he couldn't help frowning and wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, he still chose to trust Zhenbiao. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about finally happened. Hancock is still too proud. How dare you do that? This trick is uncertain, CFEB, and Shire can't stop it. Copy. Slave arrow. There was a strange light shining deep in the back of Shire's eyes, and he copied and learned this trick in an instant. Then, slave arrow. Shire seemed to have no movement of raising his hand, no forward shaking effect, and directly condensed a huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped substance. The Emperor's pink love-shaped arrow burst out. Next moment. Boom boom boom. The slave arrow between the two has been fully confronted together. Then, the slave arrows of the two turned into powder, exuding dust, and fell to the ground. Eventually all slave arrows are consumed. Is this a little bit indiscriminate? Advertisement, hateful. You actually steal the concubine's moves. Perfume femur. Seeing this scene, Hancock couldn't stand it any longer. His figure rushed out instantly, raised his right foot slightly, and wanted to kick Shire. This trick is really going to be kicked. Shire's body must be petrified and shattered on the spot. Although Shire also has the ability to regenerate, don't panic about this move. Ability to change. Copy, perfume femur. Shire's eyes once again had a strange light, and instantly copied this move, intending to use it to fight. If the two really want to kick each other, they will definitely be forced to petrify. Next moment. You two, have you really lost your temper? Hurry up and stop. Ken made a strong appearance, and the extremely violent thunder and lightning spread over in an instant, directly blocking the range in the middle. Whoever dares to move on. You must be wrapped around your body by violent thunder and lightning, and you will feel that life is worse than death. Not everyone is like Ken, can have thunder antibody resistance. You can't even have Shire. Shire can only copy moves. Not to mention Hancock, she also can't block Thunderfruit's electric attacks. Sorry, Master Ken. I got carried away this time. Humane emotions appeared in Shire's eyes, feeling a little reckless this time. He couldn't help but bow his head and apologize to Ken. No problem. You step back first. Ken couldn't help but nodded slightly. He didn't blame Shire at all. He wanted to use his momentum to suppress the Han army. You. Why did you stop the concubine? Seeing Ken standing in front of Shire, Hancock gritted her teeth a little bit dissatisfied. We haven't decided the winner yet. The voice fell. Ken's eyes were a little cold, and his tone was displeased. It's just a discussion. Now the sparring is over. We should make a deal too. Do you still want to kill the celestial dragons? If you don't want to, the transaction is over. Immediately, Hancock also calmed down a little. This time she seemed extremely reckless. She was really P********* D off, but with her arrogant personality, it's quite difficult for her to apologize. Only, the way Ken looked at her was completely wrong. It's like seeing a stranger. To this end, Hancock gritted his teeth, his eyes were a little ashamed, and he had no choice but to say. It's a bit reckless to be a concubine this time. Hope you do not mind. If it is possible, the concubine can compensate you. After she finished speaking, she looked ashamed as if she was strong. Hancock never apologized. It's fine now. She actually apologized to the man. What a shame. Chapter 139 Release your Conqueror's Haki, seeking subscription. Hancock is still too proud. If I want to crush such an arrogant woman, I must use an even more arrogant attitude to forcefully crush her. That means, I'm stronger than Hancock. That seems pretty interesting. Ken squinted his eyes thinking about such a thing, with a vague smile on the corner of his mouth. To this end, after Ken heard Hancock's apology, he was a little surprised. He thought Hancock wouldn't apologize. After all, Hancock has already made a mistake just now. This is just a discussion, just stop at the end. Result. Hit and hit. Hancock really wanted to do his best but couldn't. Ken didn't want to see this kind of scene, so he naturally came out to stop it. Then, Ken pondered. Just apologize. Let's move on to the trade side next. You want to kill the celestial dragons, that's easy. Give me 2 devil fruits, and promise to be 7 warlords of the sea. Let me tell you, you're being targeted by the naval headquarters. You are a pirate yourself, and you want to protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom. If you don't rely on the power of the world government and naval headquarters, you will definitely not be able to protect it. I know that your strength is not weak, but you have to think about the people of your kingdom. They are not as strong as you. Facing the real strong, they're easy to die. Even if you don't agree to become 7 warlords of the sea, naval headquarters will take measures to arrest you. I believe that you will still have great difficulty facing Marine Admiral. The voice fell. Hancock's delicate and beautiful facial features can't help but feel a little sad. These words. It hit her weak point. As the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she must protect the safety of her people. To this end, going to face Marine Admiral, even with Hancock's haughty attitude. She also knows very well that she can't beat Marine Admiral. Originally, Hancock wanted to continue to delay becoming 7 warlords of the sea. It just doesn't seem to be working right now. Naval headquarters is running out of patience. If this continues, if Marine Admiral really comes, she will be completely helpless. It's not impossible to become a 7 warlords of the sea as a concubine. But you asked for 2 devil fruits. I really don't have any here. This thing is too rare and expensive, and it is usually not very demanding. Naturally, the Lily Kingdom does not need it. Hancock replied with a helpless face. She wasn't lying. Advertisement devil fruit has never been so easy to get. The devil fruit on her body, as well as the devil fruit on the second and third younger sisters, were all forced by the celestial dragons to eat them back then, causing them to become capable people and fear the ocean all their lives. To this end, the huge Amazon Lily Kingdom, demon fruit power, is actually only the 3 sisters. So there is no devil fruit. Although I have already thought about it, it seems that I am still too impatient to evolve the special skill of predators, and I still have to wait. Devil fruit is really too rare. I was able to get devil fruit from the world government before, but I still relied on the ransom demanded by kidnapping celestial dragons. But now that the celestial dragons are worthless, let Hancock kill them. Ken's mind was running fast, thinking about various thoughts, and finally settled down. Celestial dragons are no longer necessary for him. Believe the world government thought the celestial dragons were dead in his hands too. After all, he has not appeared in the news media for more than half a month. This kind of news. I have to let the world government think that he has completely torn up the votes and brutally killed the celestial dragons. Next moment, since you don't have devil fruit, I'll make another request. Hancock, release your Conqueror's Haki live. Your Conqueror's Haki should be stable and under control, right? Ken feels that Shire has not been copied to Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, so he can't help but comment. As long as you promise to become 7 warlords of the sea and release Conqueror's Haki on the spot, I will let you take revenge immediately. How about it? Immediately. Hancock looked puzzled. Asking her to agree to 7 warlords of the sea. She was already very puzzled. After all, Ken seemed to be helping her intentionally by doing this. Now the release of Conqueror's Haki is required. It's even a little outrageous. But she has also mastered Conqueror's potential Haki for many years, and can already release it back and forth intentionally. Finally, Hancock agreed directly, his face became angry, and he used Conqueror's Haki. This request. The concubine can agree. Hope you can get revenge on me too. I want to kill the celestial dragons all the time now. The voice fell. Boom, a majestic pressure surged crazily, sweeping towards Ken and his family. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? It's a pity that for me now, it can't deter me at all. Ask for flowers, however, it should be quite effective against small miscellaneous fish. Ken's face was expressionless, his eyes did not fluctuate, and he was not overwhelmed by this majestic momentum. Beside, advertisement the same is true for Shire. Ability to change, copy, Conqueror's Haki. There is a strange light shining in the depths of Shire's eyes, and finally he has successfully copied Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. Soon, this majestic momentum converged back. This has completely made Hancock feel a little powerless. She even tried her best, but she couldn't crush Ken and Shire. I really want to fight. She thinks she can fight Shire a little bit. If you really want to fight Ken, it's really hard to deal with. The key point is the violent thunder and lightning spreading from Ken's body. If she is not physically fit, she will be easily destroyed and completely reduced to ashes. Oh, very good. Next. As you wish. Ken stretched out his palm to touch the air, and forcibly opened the door of the different space. Then, he reached out and pulled out the celestial dragon's Charles Ross Street. Charles Ross Saint has been in the other dimension for too long. The spirit is completely abnormal. Ken usually doesn't care too much. Because in his eyes, Charles Ross Saint is going to die sooner or later. Is this celestial dragons? I want to kill him right now. When Hancock saw Charles Ross, his body trembled suddenly. This is the celestial dragons she wanted to kill. The celestial dragons she wants to kill all the time. Right next to her now. I'm finally out. Brother, I beg you not to keep me trapped inside. The space inside is so scary. I can even hear the wailing from the depths of the dark green space. How much money you want? I can give it to you. I beg you to let me go. The moment Charles Ross came out, he quickly hugged Ken's thigh, shedding tears and even snot from his nose. His body exudes a foul smell, which makes people feel sick. Even Ken couldn't help frowning, feeling uncomfortable all over. This left Hancock next to him before he could make a shot. The Shire next to him had an astonishing killing intent in his eyes. He immediately raised his legs and kicked Charles Ross away. Scum and scum. Stay away from the young master. Chapter 140 Hancock's Complicated Emotions, Seeking Subscription. Shire's physical skills are not very weak now, and he can even fight Hancock back and forth. Today, Shire almost killed Charles Ross on the spot, who kicked so much that even the constitution of ordinary people is inferior to Charles Ross. However, this also made Charles Ross unbearably painful. He couldn't breathe on the spot, his face was blue and purple, and he looked a little scary. Shire. Calm down a little bit. Seeing Shire's great reaction, Ken couldn't help stretching out his hand to grab Shire's white palm, and suddenly he felt the soft and smooth feeling of jade, and his heart beat a little bit. My lord, I'm sorry. I became impulsive again. When Shire heard these words, the murderous intent in his eyes began to disappear, and his exquisite facial features were full of apology. For anyone close to Ken, Shire, Lord of Wisdom, will never allow it. Fine. You're getting more and more human emotions, and that's a good thing. A smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he didn't blame Chi, at all. This made Hancock next to him grit his teeth. It was the first time she felt that a man was so strange. Doesn't she attract attention wherever she goes? How to get to Ken's place? It doesn't work at all. Don't even pay attention to her peerless beauty, damn it. But, killing intent appeared in Hancock's eyes very quickly, Luckily Shire didn't kill the celestial dragons, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Next moment. No, do not beat me. Charles Ross got up reluctantly and wanted to beg for mercy. But, when Charles Ross saw Boa Hancock and Shire, the King of Wisdom, in front of him, the beautiful faces of the two women seemed to seduce St. Charles Ross's sanity fatally, causing him to lose his sanity in an instant. His eyes were suddenly dull, and he became extremely fascinated. Two beautiful women. Come on, hurry up and arrest these two women. I want to bring it back to the palace to enjoy. At this time, St. Charles Ross seemed to have turned into the celestial dragon's dude, with a pale face, drooling, and shouting. I like beautiful women the most, catch them quickly. In an instant, Shire's eyes fluctuated a little, and his face was full of chills, wishing to kill the Char Ross monster now. However, Hancock's mood became more irritable, her eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent, and she shouted softly. Damn celestial dragons! How dare you verbally insult my concubine? Advertisement, I want you to die now, perfume femur. Hancock's figure dimmed, and he instantly attacked Charles Ross, raised his slender right leg, and kicked him with a graceful posture on the spot. Accompanied by a low, boom, sound. Wow, the part of St. Charles Ross who was kicked had a petrification effect instantly, and his body was directly kicked and exploded. Even before he died, Charles Ross Saint couldn't react. Celestial dragons are simply too weak, especially their reflexes. A large amount of gravel sputtered out. There is no bloody spattering of minced meat, which is surprising. Moment. The corpse of St. Charles Ross has been turned into rubble all over the ground, as if he is a stone statue, as if he was kicked and exploded by Hancock. Die, die. Damn celestial dragons, you have today too. You can die in my hand. Hancock became crazy at the end. She still didn't give up, she was still madly kicking the corpses that had turned into stones, wishing they could all be crushed into powder. Next moment, Ken stretched out his palm to grab Hancock and said in a low voice. He's completely dead. I know you're in a bad mood right now, killing the celestial dragons you've wanted to kill for years. Now that the big revenge has been avenged, you might as well calm down a little bit. If this continues, your mood is really not right. I can continue to help you now, help you resolve the secret you least want to reveal. Do you need it? Immediately. Hancock, who had been pulled by Ken, changed slightly. Next moment, Hancock kicked away the gravel on the ground. His face was a little happy. Killing the celestial dragons really made her feel so happy, she couldn't help asking. The secret that I don't want to reveal the most? Don't you already know? The secret that I don't want to reveal is that the back is stamped with the mark of a slave who used to be celestial dragons. How do you resolve this? Do you want to peel off the skin? My concubine loves beauty very much. I don't want to do this. The voice fell. Ken had a strange expression on his face and couldn't help scratching his head. Peel off the skin. I'm not so cruel. I can use electric current to stimulate the skin, causing the imprint of the celestial dragon's slave, which can fade in color until it disappears completely. There won't be any scars in between. Do you need it? This way you don't have to be so vigilant in the future, for fear of revealing your identity. Advertisement finished. Hancock's face was a little happy. She turned her head quickly and said anxiously, Are you sure? Are you sure you can get rid of the celestial dragon slave mark on my back? For this celestial dragon slave sigil, Hancock hated it immensely. For a while, she was extremely emotionally unstable. Even if you want to peel off the skin of the celestial dragon slave mark behind you. Fortunately, her second and third younger sisters stopped her at that time. Hancock also calmed down behind him. After all, she is considered a woman. She still loves beauty very much, and she is unwilling to do such a thing. Now, the appearance of Ken avenged her and persuaded her to join the 7 warlords of the sea, which is actually very beneficial to the entire Lily Kingdom. Even once kidnapped celestial dragons, faced whipping world government in the face, faced Marine Admiral, and left smoothly. Now the celestial dragons that have completely led to the Holy Land Marijoy have made the celestial dragons dare not leave the Holy Land Marijoy. Celestial dragons is afraid to encounter a crazy kidnapper like Ken again. This emotion makes Hancock extremely complicated. She hated all the men in the world, but for Ken's mood, she has completely changed. Like Hancock doesn't allow men to touch her at all. Not even women. But just now when Ken stretched out his hand to stop her and touched her delicate body, she didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, she had complicated emotions. Plus, in terms of Ken's attention, he rarely focuses on her. Instead, most of the focus is on Shire. I also hope that you can help the concubine and the 2 younger sisters get rid of it. A smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he agreed directly. Haughty mood. This sense of gap made Hancock even more unbelievable. There are more and more complex emotions. Ken can resolve her greatest difficulty, and that is removing the celestial dragon slave mark. For this reason, I let go a little bit. Hancock raised his courage, blushed a little, and his tone became softer. You can totally trust me, if you can remove the celestial dragon slave mark. That's all I can do to trouble you. Finally, no problem. How can this be? Now. 0.6 This makes Hancock feel like she is not as good as other women. Immediately, she no longer knows how to appreciate Ken. Chapter 141 Tempted Hancock, seeking subscription. Soon, Hancock called her 2 sisters, and she asked the surrounding people to temporarily let the people leave to avoid entering the palace by mistake. At first, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, when they saw Ken, they couldn't help being so shocked that they almost started to fight. After all, two unknown people came suddenly and thought they were coming to attack Hancock. And in their eyes. In fact, Hancock hates men very much, let alone talk about cooperation with men. Now let this unknown man erase the celestial dragon's slave marks behind them? How was the key secret discovered? The three sisters are absolutely unwilling to reveal this secret. But it's okay. After Hancock's explanation, Ken's identity was revealed. It's just that Hancock didn't say anything about the scene of Hancock and Shire's sparring. After all, when she competed with Shire, it was actually a draw. If you say it, it is estimated that neither the second sister nor the third sister believed it. I see. It turned out to be him. I really admire it. The faces of the two sisters improved. They didn't hate 25, the leader of the kidnapping of celestial dragons. On the contrary, they felt that they had done a good job, and they admired them very much. And let Hancock get his revenge by killing the celestial dragons. Even Ken can remove the celestial dragon's slave mark behind them. Have to say, both of them are extremely grateful to Ken. A man who can make Hancock not hate, really rare. Then, my lord, let's get the people out of the palace area now. However, when the mark of the celestial dragon's slave will be removed later, let the two of us try to avoid hurting you. The second and third sisters quickly said, the two of us are not worried about Mr. Ken's means, but just a little worried about Mrs. Elder Sister. Immediately, no problem, you two can try first. It doesn't matter to Ken next to him, anyway, he has already reached the point of proficiency in controlling Thunderfruit. It's just that Shire, the King of Wisdom, is a little unhappy. This makes it feel that these two women actually don't trust the young master a little bit. But Ken didn't say much. Shire is not going to make fun of itself, and then drive to ask questions. For Shire, all her premise must be biased towards Ken. And Shire also felt, she seemed more and more human. Human emotions have gradually begun to be born. This seems to be pretty good too. Lord Ken, I can only trouble you to make a move. Advertisement. The second younger sister, Boa Sandersonia, directly exposed the bright red celestial dragon slave mark on her back. Her face was a little nervous. Next moment, there were shimmering electric currents wrapped around Ken's fingers. He touched his back lightly and said in his mouth, at the beginning, because of the stimulation of the electric current, it may sting a bit, you have to hold back. Voice. Tai 2. Electricity began to corrode the harsh red celestial dragon slave mark. Beads of sweat appeared on Sandersonia's face, and her eyelids were trembling. It seemed that the stinging pain was not very bearable, but she still didn't make a sound to avoid worrying Hancock and Marigold. Beside, be careful, don't hurt my concubine's younger sister. Sister Sandersonia, are you okay? Hancock and Marigold's eyes were tense, fearing that Sandersonia would be hurt. It's all right, the pain starts to become extremely small. It's tolerable. Sandersonia gradually found that the pain had weakened, and she seemed to have adapted, and she was relieved. And over time, the celestial dragon slave mark behind Sandersonia, the pattern has become more and more faded. This made Hancock and Marigold also see it clearly, and their eyes trembled a little. Finally, the shame of their status for many years. Could it be washed off today? Half an hour later? Call. It's kind of rusty to do it like this for the first time. The second or even third time should be proficient. Ken quickly withdrew his palm, shaking his arm a little tiredly. This moment, behind Sandersonia's delicate body, the pattern that was once imprinted with the slave mark of celestial dragons has completely disappeared. It's just that the back is still a little red. It seems that the skin was stimulated by the electric current, which caused this phenomenon. However, Sandersonia is not injured, and she can fully recover after waiting for a few days. How about it? Is there a pattern behind me? Sandersonia naturally didn't know that the pattern on the back had disappeared, so she quickly turned her head and asked Hancock. But found out. There were fine tears in Hancock's eyes, and the eyelashes were already wet. She burst into tears, trembling in her mouth. Finally, the shame has been washed away. Ken, I am very grateful to you now. Seeing this, the second and third sisters couldn't help but quickly surrounded Hancock and comforted Hancock. Things of the day. Totally stimulates every nerve in Hancock. Kill the celestial dragons for revenge, advertisement. And remove the slave mark of dishonor. And this time Ken came here and asked her to join the 7 warlords of the sea, which is actually not too difficult. On the contrary, she has to join sooner or later, otherwise it will be difficult for Hancock to protect the Lily Kingdom. As the Empress of the Lily Kingdom, it's not like you to cry and cry. Marigold, it's your turn this time. I don't have much time, I need to help you eliminate the celestial dragon slave mark as soon as possible. With a helpless smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, he finally said, then I have to leave here. In an instant, Hancock couldn't help but stop crying, trying to stop. She turned her head suddenly, her eyes were a little bit sad. You want to leave? So fast? Ken nodded slightly, but did not deny it. Next, he still has to go to Impel Down, recommend the 6th floor of the city, Eternal Hell. This is his goal, and he also felt that this time point was almost 930. Ace was about to be captured by Blackbeard, and then imprisoned in Impel Down. Next, definitely force 4 Emperors Whitebeard to challenge naval headquarters. Summit War. If he doesn't become stronger as soon as possible, it will be really difficult to implement the next plan inside. That's it. The concubine will not stop you. Hancock looked a little sad, and she found that her emotions towards Ken had become more and more complicated, which had never been like this before. Next moment, Marigold also began to be used by Ken to use the same method to erase the Celestial Dragon's slave mark behind him. Hancock. Now you. Let's start. Ken's expression turned slightly serious. Good. Hancock took off his clothes, revealing a beautiful white body and beautiful back, but it was a pity that the conspicuous Celestial Dragon's slave mark was printed on it. Now, Ken's eyes are closed. He didn't choose to watch, to avoid being affected, which may accidentally injure Hancock when he strikes later. Now, he is like a gentleman, with good conduct. This greatly increased the favor between Sandersonia and Marigold. Hancock's sister Sama's charm. The two of them are very clear. I never thought that there is a man who can stand up to it. What a surprise. It seems that Hancock and Ken can be matched. After all, Hancock's reluctance, the two sisters also clearly saw it. Sister, this is Tempted, Chapter 142, A Secret Heart, Seeking Subscription. Ken touched Hancock's delicate back shoulder with his fingers, and he could feel Hancock's delicate body trembling slightly. It seemed that Hancock was still a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he has closed his eyes, otherwise he could see this scene. He probably couldn't calm down. Now he wants to erase the Celestial Dragon's slave mark first, so he has to be careful. Although Hancock's strength is not weak, she can easily master the knowledge color, armed color, and conqueror's haki. But if it is in a defenseless state, still very vulnerable to injury. Next moment, ZZZ. Ken's thoughts completely calmed down, and with a bright electric current wrapped around his fingers, he began to erase the Celestial Dragon's slave marks. In an instant, the electric current began to stimulate Hancock's delicate skin. Her delicate body trembled suddenly, and she almost couldn't help but want to cry out, but she still forcibly held back. Her face was a little shy. Hold it. The concubine must hold back. Don't shout at will. What a formality. Even the second and third sisters can hold on. Her big sister can't be ashamed. But why? Ken's fingers touched the delicate back of her shoulder, and she felt a strange feeling. Hancock had never experienced such a special touch, so he could only suppress his embarrassment and calm down. After all, the second and third sisters are here. Don't make a fool of yourself. And Shire with silver hair and shawl, staring at her vaguely. This actually made Hancock feel, crisis, want to see my concubine's jokes? It doesn't exist at all. Hancock couldn't help closing her beautiful eyes. The stinging pain behind her had gradually become smaller, and she even enjoyed it a little. Could this be the result of the legendary electrotherapy? Not to mention, it's really interesting moment. 15 minutes later, along with the Celestial Dragon's slave sigil pattern is erased. Ken started to stop his hands, his face was a little helpless, and his forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. To know. Want to control the explosive thunderfruit, and erase the Celestial Dragon's slave mark. This can be quite troublesome. After all, it is necessary to control the power. If not well controlled, it can easily damage the skin and cause scarring. I believe that it is not easy for any woman to see this kind of scene. Advertisement: every woman loves beauty. If the tender body leaves scars, it must not be a good memory. Fortunately, Ken has mastered the control. Otherwise, he is not sure that he can completely erase it. Completely erased. It's really tiring. It's still a laborious job. Ken slowly opened his eyes, looking at Hancock's delicate back shoulders. He couldn't help turning his head slightly, trying to divert his attention. This made Sandersonia and Marigold next to him start to crazily appreciate Ken's demeanor. Sure enough, he is a gentleman. It's not even cheap. It's not that Ken didn't dare to take advantage. He is afraid of the Far East. That is, the legendary river crab beast. You can make him disappear anytime, anywhere. He's so smart. Naturally he wouldn't do something like this, corrupting customs. Then, Ken couldn't help asking, Hancock, our transaction is completed here. I hope you will not go back on your word. If you are free, you can tell Vice Admiral, the Mole of the Outer Seas, that you have agreed to the request of the World Government and Naval Headquarters and plan to become the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Of course 7 Warlords of the Sea needs to arrive at Naval Headquarters this time. It seems to be an annual meeting. Because 2 7 Warlords of the Sea lost this year, resulting in the replacement of Shichibukai, the meeting needs to be reconvened. He did remember it clearly. This year, the 2 7 Warlords of the Sea have been completely imprisoned in Impel Down. One Shah Dar. He defeated Straw Hat Luffy, and was considered the mastermind of the Alabasta civil strife, has been deprived of the name of Shichibukai by the world government and imprisoned in Impel Down. There is also a seaman, Jinbei. The world government wanted to strengthen interracial harmony and invited Jinbei to become a Shichibukai. Later, because Jinbei refused Marine's compulsory summoning, he was deprived of the title of Shichibukai on the spot and imprisoned in Impel Down. If Hancock is still this stubborn, doesn't want to be 7 Warlords of the Sea yet. Maybe after a while, she is like seaman, Jinbei, so she will be forcibly arrested and even imprisoned until Impel Down. Refused to be 7 Warlords of the Sea, is it so serious? Hancock's face turned pale with fright when he heard Ken's words. She didn't know about it. To this end, she even used the power of 7 Warlords of the Sea to protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which has not been invaded by outsiders for a long time. This also makes the world government and naval headquarters think she is the 7 Warlords of the Sea by default. As a result, when the meeting was forced to be called later, Hancock ignored it. This led to the arrival of the Mole Vice Admiral, intending to forcibly summon it. If Hancock still refuses, the next time it comes must be Marine Admiral. The identity of 7 warlords of the sea. After all, they're just pirates. It is natural for Marine to want to arrest pirates. Only a proud woman like you doesn't know. Advertisement. Otherwise, the Lily Kingdom will be destroyed in your hands. Because naval headquarters cannot tolerate pirates becoming the leaders of the country. Unless you become 7 warlords of the sea. Ken is very clear that he has changed history, and there will be no pirate supernova in Subduing Archipelago. So, celestial dragons would not exist in Subduing Archipelago. Straw Hat Luffy will never come here, if he doesn't come to persuade Hancock this time. With such obstinate arrogance, Hancock must again refuse to summon orders. And then Kizaru Admiral himself descends. After all, it was Kizaru who took over this incident. It's just that Kizaru found it troublesome, so I left it to him to execute it. Ken, really thank you this time. I don't know how to repay you. Hancock heard Ken say that she is a proud woman. She blushed slightly, but she was not angry. If it were someone else, she must be extremely annoyed, and she did not hesitate to do it. But for Ken, her attitude has completely changed. Main Celestial Dragons event. Let Hancock completely change his attitude towards Ken. The appreciation at the beginning, the shame and anger not long ago, and the complicated emotions now. You know, the whole world has never dared to touch celestial dragons. Even her, the Empress. In fact, dare not go straight for the celestial dragons. The world government must be P******** D off first. Then the world government ordered naval headquarters to attack Admiral. She can't forget Ken. Marine Admiral strikes. Not everyone survives. Simply the most perfect day. What's going on, concubine? It can make her revenge. It can wash away her shame. It can make the Lily Kingdom comfort through the crisis. This also made Xingqi feel helpless, obviously able to attack, but was forced to restrict. My face is a little hot. In the end he was able to leave in style. The Marine Admiral who attacked this time is Xingqi Admiral first, but because the Celestial Dragons are in Ken's hands, Xingqi dare not act rashly. If he acts rashly, Jane might kill the Celestial Dragons on the spot. Ken has even faced Kizaru Admiral on the worldwide giant camera phone bug broadcast. I feel like a concubine. A bit strange. Hancock was thinking about all kinds of things about Ken, and she suddenly found that her face was a little hot, and her eyes were a little at a loss. Marine attacks Kizaru Admiral. Behind. This is a good thing. This powerful and impressive strength has been clearly seen by the whole world. It appears that Ken appeared in front of her, for Hancock to know. Zhao, S. Chapter 143 Shocking the World. Summit War is about to start, seeking subscription. After he helped with these things, Shire, what's the situation today? Ken looked a little puzzled, and began to ask Shire. Immediately, Shire's eyes have completely turned silvery white, and she has activated the skill of myriad objects, opening and closing to collect information from all over the world. Finally, Shire replied slowly, today's biggest news, 4 Emperors Whitebeard's captain of the second team, Ace, lost to the former second team captain, Blackbeard. Ace has been imprisoned in Impel Down, and after his husband, naval headquarters will implement the on-site execution. This has caused 4 Emperors Whitebeard to be completely P******* D off, and he is already planning to start launching a summit war towards naval headquarters, bound to take back the Ace. The voice fell. Ken's face was ecstatic, and a hidden smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The real war has come. Next, Straw Hat Luffy and Blackbeard are about to attack Impel Down. The former wants to save Ace. The latter wants to enter the 6th layer of eternal hell, looking for a powerful evil to become a partner. This will cause the first Impel Down mass jailbreak event in history. Once Golden Lion Shiki escaped alone has shocked the whole world. Now that Impel Down has been jailbroken collectively, he must be cast aside by the world. I want to take advantage of this moment in time to seize the opportunity. I can hurry back to Impel Down, and devour the 6th level of heinous criminals. This time I have Shire's help. I will not be afraid to face anyone strong. Ken is very excited and has already started planning this action. Soon, he gradually calmed down, now back to Impel Down, only relying on Hancock. That's why he wants to persuade Hancock to join 7 Warlords of the Sea this time. After joining 7 Warlords of the Sea, and accepting this mandatory call, Hancock needs to come to Impel Down to check and make sure there is no threat, so that he is allowed to enter Marineford and stay in naval headquarters. To this end, Ken can take advantage of this opportunity and follow Hancock into Impel Down. Fortunately, this time Kizaru asked him to persuade Hancock to join Shichibukai, otherwise he would have to find other ways to get into Impel Down. Then, Ken coughed and narrated directly to Hancock. Hancock, do you have the latest newspaper now? Before I came, I had heard that something astonishing had happened. So the 7 Warlords of the Sea must gather, immediately. I don't know about this matter, but if you want to see the latest news reports, I actually have them here. Hancock naturally didn't know about this matter, so he answered directly and honestly. Advertisement, but she immediately told the 2nd and 3rd sisters to get the latest newspapers. In an instant, the latest news directly entered the eyes of everyone. Ken is already aware of this astonishing news event, but he was a little surprised when he actually saw the copy of the news report. Open black lens bracket shocked. Portgas Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard fleet, has been arrested, Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It happened like this. The captain of the second team, Ace, was directly defeated by the former captain of the second team, Marshall Teach. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Terrifying fact. The Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard was completely enraged, and after 7 days of boasting, he will definitely break through the naval headquarters. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After the Great War, what will the world be like? The battle between naval headquarters and the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard will definitely have an unparalleled impact on the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I heard. It seems that the Pirate 4 Emperor's Kaido wants to join this battle, but is blocked by the Pirate 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks. Close black lens bracket. Ignore. Pirate 4 Emperor's Charlotte Linlin has no interest in fighting. She has never left New World Cake Island. But what is the truth? We don't know. 1. Iron Blood Order. Naval headquarters will carry out the public execution of Portgas in 7 days. The whole world is watching this battle. Close black lens bracket. A wide variety of catchy titles. It has been mastered extremely proficiently by these news reporters. This made Ken look a little surprised, calling him an expert. Have to say, these news reporters are all big writers. I have clearly grasped the hearts of 8 trigrams who are burning in the hearts of various civilians. The whole world must be watching this war. It's just a battle between the Pirates' 4 Emperors and naval headquarters. Haven't seen it in years. I really want to fight. It's not something that this group of civilians can imagine. A lot of people will die by then. It doesn't matter if it's a pirate or a marine. The weak will perish here. It's just that I'm here this time. It will definitely shock the whole world. This summit war is my biggest opportunity. An extremely astonishing ambition burned deep in Ken's eyes. It seems, once he reaches Impel Down this time, he must start killing demon fruit power. Forcibly seize the energy of devil fruit and exchange it for evolution crystals on the spot. Directly let the predator evolve into the king of gluttony. This time is totally in time. Sister, you can't pass this time. This is the war between the Pirate 4 Emperors and the naval headquarters. Ask for flowers. If you get involved, you will definitely not be able to get out. When Sandersonia and Marigold saw the complete news, they were completely frightened and tried to dissuade Hancock. In this battle, presumably the fleet of the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard must attack with all its strength. The same is true for naval headquarters. All forces stick to the headquarters. Advertisement. So it seems. Pirates 4 Emperor's Whitebeard's fleet is struggling to rescue Portgas. But, Whitebeard on his deathbed, an absolute nightmare. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse before dying. Whitebeard could be desperate to destroy naval headquarters, definitely killing a lot of marines. Even if the other Pirates 4 Emperors join in at this time. Bad news for naval headquarters. 0, I can't go if I don't go. I have already used the power of 7 warlords of the sea. If you don't call a meeting this time, Amazon Lily Kingdom will be invaded by outsiders in the future. Even concubines are subject to arrest orders from Marine Admiral. You can rest assured, the concubine is actually not so weak that anyone can defeat her. Hancock's face was extremely solemn, but she had already agreed to Ken's request, and this time she must attend the convening meeting. She will never regret it. At least Ken has done what she asked for. Like killing celestial dragons, even erased the shame of their 3 sisters. This time, no matter how the 2 sisters try to dissuade them, Hancock must be heading to naval headquarters for the convocation. Time to participate in the summit war. To this end, the 2 younger sisters also sighed helplessly and did not dare to continue to dissuade them. Hancock decides things. The 2 of them couldn't decide. Second sister and third sister, you go out now and tell Vice Admiral the Mole in the outer seas. Just say that I agree to become 7 warlords of the sea, and go directly to call the meeting. The concubine can leave at any time. Hancock turned his head and ordered to go on. She knows. This summit war, it is estimated that the man next to her must also join in. By the time she wants to help this man, Hancock has so decided. Because Hancock feels she owes too much to Ken at the moment and has special mixed feelings. Causes her to want to help Ken. She also wants to prove herself. As the Empress, she can actually help Ken Chian. Chapter 144. Go to Impel Down again, seeking subscription. In the sea outside the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a huge warship stays here. Mole Vice Admiral looked impatient and muttered to himself. This Boa Hancock seems to be a bit dismissive of naval headquarters? How can you ignore me, the Vice Admiral of naval headquarters? Instead of leaving me here for a long time, it's a bit too much. Don't think that being 7 warlords of the sea is enough to get carried away. Suddenly, the Amazon Lily Kingdom has started to sail a unique pirate ship. The pirate banner is a skull wrapped in 9 snakes shaped like the sun. This is known as the 9 snake pirates by the outside world. The crew members are all women, and they are all elite warriors carefully selected from the 9 snakes. They are very powerful. And the 2 huge special sea beasts, Snake, headed by the pirate ship, can actually drag the ship forward, so that they can freely enter and exit the calm belt. This is also the pride of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They can tame the swimming 710 snake of this special sea beast, and they can enter the calm belt at will. Totally avoidable for ferocious sea kings. To this end, the Amazon Lily Kingdom has resisted many invaders and has never been defeated. Huh? Are they willing to come out? Could it be that this is trying to face rejection of me? Mole Vice Admiral narrowed his eyes. He had been left here for so long, and now the 9 snake pirates appeared. He felt strange. However, after the 9 snake pirates approached, Sandersonia and Marigold spoke at the same time. Mole Vice Admiral, our elder sister has promised you that the naval headquarters must convene a meeting, and currently agree to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Going to naval headquarters anytime now. What are you going to do now? Rush right now. In an instant, the Mole Vice Admiral had turned his head, and his face was a bit astonished, which was unbelievable. What? Boa Hancock, she actually agreed. Real or fake? After all, he has been hanging here for so long, and Boa Hancock is not weak. Otherwise naval headquarters would not have invited Hancock to become 7 warlords of the sea. At least, if fighting alone, Mole Vice Admiral can't guarantee that he can completely win Boa Hancock. To this end, after he calmed down a little, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. Now the time has reached the twilight period. If you are in the ocean full of night, it is quite troublesome to drive. But anyway, this time is considered a giant warship, which can be immune to the attack of Sea Kings. Universal Sea Kings. He can still handle it easily. Advertisement then. Mole Vice Admiral had serious eyes and couldn't help but speak directly. Let's go now, both of you, please come out with Boa Hancock. Now that Portgas Ace was arrested, the shocking news of the whole world suddenly swept everywhere. To this end, not long ago, the Celestial Dragons incident has not subsided. Now that the exciting incident is happening again, it can be said that the common people feel extremely frightened. This time is different. The capture of the Celestial Dragons doesn't really matter much to the civilians. But this time naval headquarters is going to fight against the Pirate 4 Emperors in a big battle with the top combat power. And 7 days later, naval headquarters will demand the on-site execution of Portgas Ace. To this end, Pirates 4 Emperor's Whitebeard's fleet is extremely angry and plans to fight naval headquarters. This actually made the Mole Vice Admiral feel great pressure. He has to be careful, although he is the naval headquarters Vice Admiral, but he can only deal with the captain of the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard fleet. As for 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, it seems that it can only be handed over to Marine Admiral to deal with. To this, these big pirates who usually abuse the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. You must start working now, whoever dares to run away. This time he must be hunted down by naval headquarters. Then please the Mole Vice Admiral to wait. Let's invite my lord sister now. Marigold and Sandersonia nodded slightly, immediately took control of the ship, and began to return to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Mole Vice Admiral did not catch up. He knew that men were not allowed in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. If enter. If it P******* D off Hancock. That's not what he wants to see. Sister. The two of us have passed the mold to Vice Admiral. He wants to leave now for naval headquarters. Sandersonia and Marigold came up to Hancock and said in full, "Do you want to travel now?" The voice fell. Hancock didn't answer. She blushed and turned to Ken, as if waiting for his answer. Let's go now. This time I'm going to naval headquarters with Hancock. You two don't have to worry about Hancock's safety. I can protect Hancock when necessary. And my identity is not special. If you do a little investigation, you can find out the truth. My name is now Palooza Ken, and I am the nephew of Admiral Kizaru, who is now Marine 3. Immediately, Marigold and Sandersonia looked shocked. Isn't that a special status? This is the nephew of Kizaru Admiral, the 3 most powerful Marines? Advertisement with this kind of background identity. Ordinary pirates don't dare to provoke them at all. No wonder Ken has such amazing strength, etc., etc. The two of them, and Hancock seem to find different points. That's not to say, before the Sabadi Archipelago Celestial Dragons event. When Kizaru Admiral fights against the criminals who kidnapped the leader of Celestial Dragons. Could it be that Kizaru fought against his relatives and nephews? What's going on? Why are the two fighting each other? Logically, it shouldn't be. Hancock has incredible ideas with her 2 sisters. That's all the gossip. I can tell you now, naturally I am not afraid of being exposed. Next. Hancock, are you going? I can accompany you on this journey. Ken had no expression on his face, didn't think it was a secret at all, and didn't care at all. Now he has the extremely powerful ability of Thunderfruit. Sooner or later it will be exposed in the Summit War. When the time comes, naval headquarters and the world government must find out on the spot. Presumably Kizaru couldn't keep him either, but he's fearless. As long as he reaches Impel Down this time, he must become stronger. At that time, the world government and naval headquarters will not be able to do anything to him. After being strong, the so-called bondage can be broken at any time. Go now. Now I also feel that staying in the island is a bit boring. It's better to go to naval headquarters to have a look. The 2 younger sisters beside her were full of helplessness. Well, this is every time Hancock comes back to the island. I actually met Vice Admiral the Mole. In fact, it hasn't been long since Hancock came back to the island. Otherwise, all the people of the Lily Kingdom would not be gathered. Then Hancock performed the ritual of bathing. Go to Impel Down. If he doesn't know the truth, he will never embarrass me. Hancock hurriedly put on his clothes, calmed down a little, regained the aura of an empress, and was ready to go at any time. 5.2. However, I will not tell him about the Celestial Dragons incident. So I will trouble Hancock not to reveal my identity later, or I will have to leave. Ken's eyes signaled Shire to follow, and after talking to Hancock for a while, he began to leave the palace. A must-do for her every time. Next, as for who I am now, I'll tell the mole myself to Vice Admiral later. Only, he wants to fight with Shire. Forcibly devour all the criminals in Impel Down. These criminals should also become food for his journey to become stronger. Let's go now. Chapter 145. Arrive at Impel Down. Show off your sharpness. Seeking subscription. Hancock and Ken arrive on the Nine Snakes pirate ship. And the Nine Snakes pirate ship began to sail to the position of the warship. As for the King of Wisdom, Shire has returned to Ken's mind. She is not suitable to appear in front of the world. She is a hidden killer. Immediately, the female crew members looked at Ken with shock in their eyes. Who is this new man? Why do you think Lord Hancock is a little close to this man? However, it is hindered by Lord Hancock's majesty as an empress. These crew members are also very understanding, dare not ask. Finally, the Nine Snakes pirate ship approached the warship. Mole Vice Admiral has been waiting a long time. After seeing Hancock on the spot, he couldn't help but speak. Boa Hancock, you go aboard the warship first. As for your crew, I can't do anything, just let them stay here. And according to the itinerary, I need to lead you to Impel Down to check first. After you pass the inspection at the back, you can be allowed to enter naval headquarters. You are also aware of the current situation. The Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard has launched a war. We at naval headquarters need your help, 7 warlords of the sea. Usually you use the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now you need your help, you must not disobey. 25. Defiant. Definitely be hunted down by the world government and naval headquarters. Are you clear? The voice fell. The identity of the concubine is already clear. Hancock's expression was haughty. He nodded his head slightly, and instantly showed the aura of being an empress, as if he was not weaker than anyone else. That's just how she was, but when it comes to Ken, it's totally different. In an instant. Ah, this is definitely the most perfect woman in the world. I love you, Master Hancock, just step on me. The moment the ordinary marine men on the warship saw Hancock, their eyes suddenly filled with love, and they were captured by Hancock's special charm. This is the passive effect attached to the sweet fruit. Invisibly, I have been completely attracted by Hancock's charm. However, Hancock was expressionless and calm. She seemed to be used to this kind of thing, and said inwardly, all of them are stinky men. Disgusting. Even the mole Vice Admiral, when he met Hancock. He'll need a lot of willpower, too, to force his way out of Hancock's special charm. It doesn't work. The mole Vice Admiral still has to use the pain to break free. Advertisement. This is the horror of sweet fruit. Even if Hancock doesn't need to touch her hands, she has already bared her fangs invisibly. It's obvious that these stinky men love this concubine so much. Only Ken is different. He is such a special man. Such a man. The concubine is not annoying. Hancock looked quietly at Ken beside him. His eyes were a little sunken, and his face was full of joy. Huh? Ken? Why are you here? Suddenly the mole Vice Admiral saw Ken beside Hancock. His face was full of surprise, a little surprise. Have to say, Hancock is too charming. So much so that Ken was next to Hancock. The mole Vice Admiral didn't even notice right away. I was ordered by Kizaru Admiral to persuade Boa Hancock to join the Shichibukai. But fortunately, life is not humiliated. At present, I have completed this task. Persuading Boa Hancock to join the Shichibukai, that's not an easy task. There was a smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he replied unhurriedly, you can also ask Kizaru Admiral about this matter. He will explain it naturally, and I will naturally not deceive Vice Admiral. Immediately, Mole Vice Admiral looked hesitantly, and he didn't intend to ask Kizaru Admiral. It seemed that he believed his words. Ken cheated on him. There was no need. He really wants to ask Kizaru. This lie can be exposed in no time, and Boa Hancock suddenly wanted to join 7 warlords of the sea. It should be Ken's credit. Otherwise, when he came here before, Boa Hancock didn't want to see him at all. Totally no attitude towards joining 7 warlords of the sea. It also made the mole Vice Admiral a little embarrassed. Could it be that he is not as good as Ken in business? Anyway, he's the naval headquarters Vice Admiral. Is this already well known? To know, now Ken is not a Marine. If it's Marine, Ken might be promoted very quickly. After all, with the help of Kizaru behind him, and Ken already has some strength, it is easy to be welcomed by naval headquarters. Ken, you and Hancock go up to the warship. I can take you to Impel Down anytime. Anyway, haven't you been there before? Maybe I can let you catch up on the old days. I remember Warden Magellan being very impressed with you. It seems he was doing really well. Mole Vice Admiral did not intend to dawdle, and immediately let Ken and Hancock aboard the warship. Next moment, Mole Vice Admiral hastily ordered his subordinates to sail the warship and head for Impel Down. Advertisement. Impel Down is not far from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Not the same calm belt though, but according to the time of the journey. I believe it will take half a day to arrive, the next day. Impel Down perimeter. The warship Vice Admiral has been discovered by other warships on the periphery. After checking the level and passing it, Mole Vice Admiral, this warship has no suspicions and is fully cleared to return to naval headquarters. Now, Ken and Hancock enter Impel Down at the same time. As for the moles, Vice Admiral is currently headed to naval headquarters. He completed his mission and brought Boa Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea, to Impel Down for inspection. Just after the check passes, it is inevitable that Boa Hancock can enter the naval headquarters. Now he is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Naturally, he has to return to Naval Headquarters 973 to discuss this war. The identity of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is actually not small. Naval Headquarters has only 3 admirals. A marshal, compare it like this, seems to be much worse. Having the status of Vice Admiral, not a lot, it's just that the strength of Vice Admiral Marine is actually not average. More of a functional Marine Vice Admiral, Impel Down. Just wanted more freedom and didn't want to stay in Naval Headquarters often, so he refused to be promoted to Admiral. Be sure to shine in Summit War, Impel Down. And Crane Vice Admiral. In fact, Crane Vice Admiral used to be considered a combatant. I'm back here again. This time, I will show my edge. I am no longer the weak young man I was back then. But with the advent of the era of great pirates, Crane Vice Admiral has already retreated to the back position because he has super high intelligence and strategy. He directly became the Chief of Staff of Naval Headquarters. At the same time, because Marine Admiral can handle many things, they must be handled by these Marine Vice Admirals. Ken saw the familiar place here again, with a vague smile on the corner of his mouth. To this end, for example, the Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp could actually be promoted to Admiral back then. In fact, Marine Vice Admiral is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. And Garp is strong, even though he is aging, but in terms of strength, he completely surpasses Vice Admiral. But it's more about functionality. Chapter 146 Ken's Amazing Ambition, Seeking Subscription. Hancock. Then you need to be inspected, and the inspection is actually very easy to pass. For 7 warlords of the sea, Impel Down actually dare not be too presumptuous. After you've checked, if you find that I'm not there, you can go to Naval Headquarters first. Ken looked at Hancock, and couldn't help but said directly, but there are actually female prosecutors in Impel Down, so you don't need to worry, and I've already erased the mark behind you, now you won't reveal your identity. The voice fell. Hancock nodded excitedly, the concubine is clear. I am very grateful for this matter, there are not many people who can know her true identity. As long as it is not exposed, she will always be the supreme queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Ken. Do you come to Impel Down with a plan? Faintly, Hancock sensed that something was wrong. She secretly asked, do you need my concubine to help you? For Ken, the daring criminal who once kidnapped the celestial dragons. How dare he come to Impel Down? There must be a reason. Come with her, this might be a bit out of the ordinary? Although Hancock doesn't want to think so, it's just that Ken's current interest in her doesn't seem to be very great. This makes Hancock, who is usually full of charm, actually feel a little depressed. What's going on? Why doesn't the usual charm work? To this end, instead, Ken seems to have a goal to execute. Of course Hancock does not reject this behavior. In fact, if Ken wanted to harm her, it wouldn't be that troublesome at all. My plan for coming to Impel Down now? Have to say, Hancock, you're smart. I don't hate that. It's just that I don't like having to say everything. Hancock. You should know, right? Don't ask too much about some things. It may be more of a burden to you. But you have to be clear. I'm not using you. Ken secretly heard Hancock's question. His face was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect to ask such a question. He clearly grasped the big event of celestial dragons. Hancock should not be disgusted with his senses. He even helped Hancock to avenge his hatred and erase the celestial dragon slave mark behind the 3 sisters. From this point of view, Hancock probably has a lot of affection for him. Hancock, who has never been in a relationship, it's easy to get caught up in it, of course. Advertisement. In fact, Ken is also aware of this, but he didn't say it. He was able to be liked by Hancock, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. I have to say that this taste is quite good. It's just that now he doesn't want to talk about love between men and women. Now, only when he becomes stronger can Ken feel a sense of security. But this time Impel is down. His identity can't be hidden at all. Maybe he will have a real fight with Warden Magellan. After all, if he wants to enter the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, he must face Warden Magellan. Don't hate concubines. It turns out that the concubine is in Ken's eyes. It's not so unattractive. Hancock looked a little happy, and she naturally excluded the rest of the words, only wanting to hear Ken's words of praise. Woman in love. Sometimes IQ, not right, sometimes emotional intelligence is not very high. Like Hancock. A woman trying to fall in love for the first time. Don't mess with it, this way the concubine won't bother you. The concubine will check first. Kay was actually very sensible and didn't dare to disturb Ken any longer. She quickly entered the depths of the Impel Down and started a special investigation. Certainly, the special investigation of Impel Down is still aimed at 7 warlords of the sea. In fact, it's just the next scene. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea are all big pirates. Naval Headquarters naturally knows what the pirates think. It's just that this is going to be a scene, and slightly suppress Shichibukai's momentum. No matter who you were before, you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil yourself. If you want to enter Naval Headquarters, no matter who you are, you can't be presumptuous. Soon, Hancock was taken away for inspection by Domino, one of the few female wardens in Impel Down. Even Hanayabal, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, made an appearance for it. The moment Hanayabal appeared, he hurried over to hug Ken. His tone was a little surprised, and he even laughed out loud. Ken, how did you come to Impel Down? Could it be possible to see the warden? You were really nostalgic too, ha ha ha, immediately. Ken's face was a little weird, and he couldn't help but said helplessly. Advertisement, I came to Impel Down this time. In fact, I was accompanying Boa Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea, and then rushed back to naval headquarters. As for Deputy Warden Hanayabal, when did you become warden? Aren't you afraid Warden Magellan will beat you right away when he hears this? This made Hanayabal feel complacent. He looked around and found no one around, so he couldn't help but whispered. Hi, you don't get it. I actually had a long conversation with Warden Magellan. It seems that he doesn't really want to continue to be the position of the warden anymore. Maybe Warden Magellan wants to take care of those criminals on the 6th floor. And Warden Magellan is quite optimistic about me. Maybe within this period of time, I can be promoted to warden. Someday you want to come to Impel Down to develop, you can find me. I might be able to support you. It's no wonder Hanayabal is so excited. After all, Ken saved him before, and Hanayabal is not a mean person, so his attitude towards Ken is naturally very good. Although this time you can be the director of Impel Down. It's a pity that I came here this time. Impel Down is already going to be a mess. Of course, I can at least hold off Luffy and Blackbeard. I can't reveal my identity too quickly. Seeing Hanayabal so excited before Ken's eyes, he couldn't bear to blow it out, and couldn't help imagining these words in his mind. Although he has changed history, only, he believes Straw Hat Luffy can still reach Impel Down. After all, the idea that Luffy needs to save Ace can't be extinguished at all. Luffy actually has to come, Lee How, to try it out. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to be reconciled. And the Blackbeard that hides in the shadows within. This guy is even harder to deal with. Luffy is an easy guy, not worth mentioning at the moment. It's just that Blackbeard's dark fruit might be super troublesome. If he touches me, I can't even use Thunder Fruit right now. But it's okay, I now have the Queen of Shire, the King of Wisdom. Actually, you can fight against any strong person. Ken's deep pupils shimmered faintly. Blackbeard wants to reach Impel Down, and then to the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell, looking for powerful criminals to join the crew. How bold is this idea? I have to say that Blackbeard's ambition is extremely amazing. But compared to me in terms of ambition, I'm going to devour all criminals this time. Blackbeard, are you worthy of my comparison? A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth. This time he must make Blackbeard come and go. Chapter 147. The situation has become serious, seeking subscription. Over time, Hanayabal has also started to leave. He is now the deputy warden and has to manage a lot of affairs. It can't be long to run over and chat with Ken. Because of Magellan's devil fruit, the body has unavoidable effects, and he can't work normally and spends a long time in the toilet to excrete. In this way, most of the important affairs are all taken over by Hanayabal. This is why Magellan intends to train Hanayabal to become the warden of Impel Down. Anyway, Hanayabal has helped Magellan a lot, and the reasons for his heart are just enough. It also makes Magellan's senses pretty good for Hanayabal. Ken. We'll talk later when we have time. Recently things are too busy. You know what's going on now. Impel Down must be protected now, from the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard attacking here. Hanayabal looked a little anxious, and after talking to Ken for a while, he immediately left. To this end, soon there was Ken left alone. The Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard attacked here? That's not at all possible. Ace has now been moved to the naval headquarters area. I believe Whitebeard also thought of this, so he didn't come to attack Impel Down. Otherwise the Magellan would be no match for the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard fleet. These thoughts drifted through Ken's mind, and he couldn't help but make a decision. In fact, he did not act randomly, but stayed where he was, leaning against the wall and waiting for the return of Boya Hanku 870 grams. In fact, it's dark. He has started contacting Shire, the King of Wisdom, in his mind. I can't act rashly now. It's too early to reveal your identity. Shire. Hurry up and use the skill of everything, and start looking for signs of Straw Hat Luffy and Blackbeard. I'm sure it's not too difficult for you. Immediately. Shire, the King of Wisdom, started to activate everything. Worldwide. Already in Shire search range, as long as there is no masked fact. It must be cleared to Shire. Next moment, Shire replied instantly. I found traces of Straw Hat Luffy and Blackbeard and others. Straw Hat Luffy within half an hour. Will use the warship to forcibly break into Impel Down. As for Blackbeard and the others, they'll be at Impel Down in half an hour. The voice fell. Very good, it seems that I can also prepare to shoot. Ken's eyes were full of coldness, and he was really looking forward to the next scene more and more. Just take advantage of the time slot when Luffy breaks into Impel Down. He can take advantage of this time to break into the 6th floor of Eternal Hell directly. Though it's up to Warden Magellan alone, but if he wants more rewards, he will naturally have to pay the price. Or, advertisement wait for Blackbeard et al. To arrive. Directly let Blackbeard lead Magellan. At this time he broke into the 6th floor Eternal Hell. You can easily pick the fruits of victory, Shire. Do you think I'm physically strong enough to resist Magellan's poison now? Ken suddenly thought of this idea, and he couldn't help asking Shire, the King of Wisdom, again when he was worried. To know. Magellan was completely P******** off. The overall purple toxin changes into a red toxin. Any substance that comes into contact with it will be instantly infected and gradually spread to corrode everything. As long as human beings touch the red toxin, it will gradually spread until death. Even if this toxin has an antidote, it is actually very difficult to withstand it. Because the red toxin can spread to the whole body in an instant. It can cause all organs of the human body to completely stop. Shire, the king of wisdom, began to analyze Ken's physical fitness, and finally couldn't help but draw a conclusion. According to the current physical fitness of young Master Ken, resisting the purple toxin is completely fine. Resistance to the red toxin, it must have a very high probability of danger. For this reason, Shire advises that it is best not to confront Warden Magellan alone. If you can attract Blackbeard and others, it will be safer. This made Ken a little helpless. If he can have the antibody of poison immunity, no need to be afraid of Warden Magellan at all. Unfortunately, he didn't devour this creature with its own immunity to toxicity. Otherwise, if it is like devouring the moon lion, it actually has thunder resistance. This also made it extremely easy for him to solve Enel at that time. It seems troublesome. If Magellan goes crazy, maybe just kill all the super criminals in eternal hell. I can't get anything like this, it's a shame, and this red toxin is too terrifying. 17. I might not be able to resist at all. Ken frowned. It seemed that it was not so easy to enter the 6th floor, CFCF, eternal hell. It doesn't work. Actually allows Blackbeard to attract Magellan's firepower. Impel Down is hacked after all. Magellan can't leave it alone. At that time, you must leave the 6th floor eternal hell. In this way, there is a gap in the 6th layer of eternal hell. He can fly in, now. He just has to wait for Straw Hat Luffy to strike Impel Down. And the arrival of Blackbeard et al., 15 minutes later. Boa Hancock has finished checking and returned to the original place. But, when Hancock found that Ken was still waiting for her, his eyes couldn't help being moved. She thought Ken had left here. To this end, she came to Ken's side with light steps and wanted to speak at this point. Result. But she noticed that Ken's eyes fluctuated a little. Advertisement, what's going on? Why do you feel a little anxious? Ken. What's the matter with you? Hancock was a little at a loss and couldn't help asking. Next moment, Ken turned his head and quickly explained to Hancock. You hurry into naval headquarters now. Here for a while, it may not be peaceful. You have checked it out so far, you can reach naval headquarters directly and quickly through the gate of justice. Hancock. Get out of here now, immediately. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't help but said anxiously. It's not very peaceful here. Could it be Ken? You want to do it now? I can help you too. The concubine will not hold you back. However, Ken shook his head hastily with a worried tone. No need. You're done checking now, and it didn't leave Impel Down. It's easy to make Impel Down suspicious. If you don't want my plan to fail, I want you to go to naval headquarters first. We're really going to fight later. I might not be able to protect you either. Anyway, come out this time. I have guaranteed your safety with your 2 younger sisters. I hope you don't make it hard for me immediately. Ken. I really don't know how to thank you. At a time like this, you're still worried about my concubine's safety. Then be careful now. I will definitely cheer for you. Hancock was so moved that she heard the words she wanted to hear more, and she seemed to ignore the rest of the words automatically. To know, Hancock feels that in terms of strength, she is not as good as Ken. Ken is still worried about her now. This makes Hancock feel happy and at the same time, feel that he is not strong enough. She's okay against Marine Vice Admiral, but I really have to face people like Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. She felt extremely powerless, as if she couldn't resist. The concubine will not continue to disturb you. Enter naval headquarters now and wait for your return. Hancock turned around and started to leave, not daring to disturb Ken anymore. She knew Ken might be very ambitious, dared to kidnap celestial dragons, even threaten the world government for ransom. This kind of person is definitely ambitious, but at least Hancock, she's not annoying. And Hancock didn't think Ken hated her. This doesn't mean that. She still has a chance. Chapter 148 Luffy invades Impel Down, seeking subscription. Hancock left Impel Down now and set out for Justice's Gate. This will get you to naval headquarters very quickly. For this, I can also let it go. No one can stop me. After Ken watched Boa Hancock leave, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was a little relieved. It seemed that Hancock was very sensible, and he didn't hate this kind of woman. He chose to stay for now, in the Impel Down, although this also makes the Impel Down staff puzzled, but Ken also worked here once. Even stopped the riot in the 3rd prison. This actually makes a good contribution to Impel Down. And the Deputy Warden and Warden are extremely optimistic about Ken. These Impel Down personnel thought that Ken was going to stay here, and wanted to discuss matters with the Warden and the Deputy Warden. And I don't know who passed it on. Ken's identity is the nephew of Marine 3 Admiral Kizaru. This person has an extremely strong background, and he came to Impel Down suddenly before, maybe he just wanted to experience life. This is simply not something that ordinary Impel Down personnel like them can discipline. To this end, ordinary Impel Down personnel don't dare to manage, and they plan to let Ken stay here. Aren't these Impel Down guys asking me why I'm here? Fortunately, I have already thought about the reasons. It's totally possible to deceive the past. Ken watched these Impel Down personnel leave. His face was a little confused, and he really didn't know what was going on. But it doesn't matter, at least he can stay here. Next. About 10 minutes. Straw Hat Luffy forced his way into Impel Down. Hope to come soon. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ken's eyes are a little deep, which is completely bewildering. 15 minutes later. Suddenly, the siren sounded in the entire Impel Down, and accompanied by the red light, it directly alerted all the personnel in Impel Down. It's been a long time since there was such a general alert for Impel Down. This is an enemy attack, not good. All Impel Down guys assemble. Hurry up and guard Impel Down. The piercing shouts kept coming. All Impel Down personnel started to operate, all gathered, and began to guard each layer of Impel Down. Only Warden Magellan did not move, because he must sit in the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. It was not without such enemy attacks before, it's just that these enemy attacks are actually dealt with by Shiryu, who once guarded Changyu. However, now Shiryu of the Rain has been imprisoned into the 6th floor King of Eternal Hell because of his mistakes. Right now Impel Down has a lot of talent, not many people at all. Warden Magellan can be said to be the last line of defense. His presence is the confidence of all Impel Down personnel. Advertisement, Luffy is finally here. I can start planning, too. Start the invasion. Ken's figure dimmed instantly, and he entered a stealth state, planning to start invading the Impel Down prison. Along the way, he saw a lot of panicked Impel Down guys. After all, the enemy is unknown. Even some Impel Down personnel doubt it. Is the enemy here this time the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard fleet? Because Ace was imprisoned here before, and these Impel Down personnel are low status, it is not clear at all that Ace has been transferred to naval headquarters. To this end, the enemy this time, all the staff of Impel Down are already a little scared. If it is really the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard who is known as the strongest man in the world. Impel Down this time, maybe it can break the Impel Down defense line that has been strong for many years? The quality of the Impel Down personnel this time is not good. All have not experienced major incidents. If the mood is weak, you must have lost. Ken found that these Impel Down personnel showed fear on their faces, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Maybe the really powerful people are all concentrated on the pirate side? After all, pirates have a supernova over there. As long as it can develop, it must not be a dream to become a big pirate in the future. Even among them, there may also be the existence of the Pirate 4 Emperors. Unfortunately, a pirate supernova that did not develop. Just like Kizaru's move, one mouthful is terrible. 1 foot a supernova, boom, the gate of Impel Down was broken open. A vigorous pirate wearing a straw hat rushed in, shouting loudly. Ace, where are you? I'm here to save you. In an instant, all Impel Down personnel couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this pirate. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, why is he here? So it was this enemy attacker? It scared the hell out of me. I thought it was an attack by the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Don't let your guard down. Straw Hat Luffy's bounty has reached 300 million, and his strength will definitely not matter. Immediately, the faces of these Impel Down personnel were a little shocked. The pirate with a bounty of 300 million is actually not very weak. If you are imprisoned, you can be in the 5th prison. Even in special circumstances, can be imprisoned to the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. Asking for flowers, advertisement however. They also pay the price for their current arrogance. Luffy was already extremely anxious in his heart. When he saw this group of Impel Down personnel blocking him, he naturally wouldn't soften his heart and shouted loudly. Rubber machine gun, countless rubber extended fists hit them, knocking down this group of Impel Down personnel to the ground in an instant, and knocking them all into the air. This is nothing more than the guards at the gates of Impel Down. Luffy is also desperate to get into jail and find Ace. However, Luffy's coming this time must be for nothing. Huh, Luffy broke through the Impel Down gate? Ken was walking in the prison, and he had no interest in the criminals in the surrounding 1st floor prison, but he released observation haki, checked the outside scene, and finally found the trace of Luffy. It seems. I have to hurry up. Otherwise, let Luffy catch up, maybe it will lead to trouble on my side. Ken is in the middle of sneaking, so he is naturally not afraid of being discovered. In the first 3 layers of prisons, it is also impossible for these criminals to learn observation haki. It's even more impossible to find him, only, there was such a loud noise from outside. It also made the group of criminals in the prison poke their heads out quickly and start discussing. What happened? Not sure. Could there be an intruder? What? An intruder? Don't look at me like this. How'd I know if it's an intruder? But it's very possible depending on the situation. That's right. I watched a lot of Impel Down guys gather. Tisk tisk. I don't know who dares to invade Impel Down. Isn't this a good thing? Maybe we can escape from prison? Hee. I hope so, the group of criminals discussed in low voices. He was obliterated on the spot, and his body was reduced to ashes. 0. In an instant. The remaining criminals were too frightened to speak, and hid in the corner trembling. Explode. A violent thunder suddenly appeared, killing 10,000 criminals in an instant. Just like being in the air, and now he presents the possibility. Are these criminals still trying to escape? What happened? 10 million volts thunderbolt. They didn't see the enemy make a move. In an instant. It's ridiculous. Ken even passed by the group of criminals, and when he heard the words of these criminals, he couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. These criminals secretly talking about how to escape from prison. Zzz. An extremely violent electric current erupted from Ken's body and spread out in an instant. Chapter 149 Palpitation Sangoku, Seeking Subscription. What a bullying criminal. After Ken found that the remaining criminals did not continue the discussion, his eyes were a little bored. But, it is not necessary for him to kill all the first-tier criminals, but to keep the criminals here. Because later Luffy will come. Maybe we can get the criminals out of here. This is actually necessary for planning, in fact. This can be very tempo. Disrupt the Impel Down support. Next moment, Ken continued to walk to the next floor. In the front 3 prisons, he had visited all of them last time, so he was already very familiar with them. Only the prison below the 4th floor, he is not familiar with it at all. Because at that time he was not authorized to enter the 4th prison. Entering rashly is bound to be suspected, as well as. In terms of strength at that time, he was not very strong. I really want to fight. He might be stopped by the 4 jailermen. These jailer beasts are all zone fruit awakened, 580, although they are not rational, they are all rough-skinned and thick-skinned creatures, quite resistant to attack. If not one-hit kills, must be very troublesome. It's extremely easy to kill these 4 jailer beasts now. But it seems to be good if it is swallowed, it increases my resilience. Ken thought of this idea in his mind, and actually thought it was feasible. Etc. He now has 3 devil fruits on him. If you kill 2 demon fruit power, you can get the requirement to exchange evolution crystals. It appears plans have changed again. The 4 jailer beasts, all must die. Finally, add a devil fruit. The energy of 5 devil fruits can be reached, so that the system can absorb it and meet the requirements of exchanging evolution crystals. I want to use evolution crystals on predators, to become the king of gluttony. Ken quickly settled on it. The great sage evolved into Shire, the king of wisdom, and has 7 skills. He can't be left behind either. Evolve the predator into the king of gluttony as soon as possible. Let's kill the 4 jailer beasts first. After Ken determined the target, his speed began to increase, his figure turned into a rainbow light, and he rushed into a deeper prison in an instant. At the same time, Luffy broke into the Impel Down thing. Has been urgently teleported back to naval headquarters. This makes the moment of the big battle, already makes Sangoku feel anxious. Garp's 2 grandsons. Enough trouble, although Ace is not really a grandson of Garp. Only, Garp has at least really considered Ace as his biological blood grandson. Sangoku is also aware of the execution of Ace. Garp may have had a hard time inside, advertisement. But they are on the side of justice, after Ace became a pirate. Must be Marine's nemesis. To this end, Sangoku quickly ordered down, and quickly sent Marine to Impel Down to support. At least Impel Down can't be lost. In the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down, there are all pirates from the old era. If all released, not good news for naval headquarters. More of a nightmare. Fortunately, Magellan exists. He exists Impel Down. Sangoku is actually very relieved. And how'd I feel? This summer war, it seems that something unexpected will happen to me. Sangoku's left eyebrow couldn't help beating, and he became a little irritable. In the past, his 6th sense is actually quite accurate. Every time before encountering a big event, in fact, there are signs of heart palpitations in his heart. But, this time it's a little different. This is no longer heart palpitations, it's palpitations. It's just superstition. As the Marine Marshal, how can I be superstitious? Sangoku smiled bitterly, although he said so, but he was still a little worried inside. This kind of thing. I really can't tell, and he doesn't think it should be the pressure brought by the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard fleet. Anyway, this time, naval headquarters will use all its combat power. Facing the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, no problem at all. After all, Whitebeard is completely old and not as powerful as he was at his peak. Want to deal with Whitebeard of this period, it is actually not very difficult. Even if there are 2 4 emperors coming this time. In fact, the naval headquarters can barely deal with it. Under this result, if there are really 2 pirates, the 4 emperors will come to naval headquarters. Maybe someone at the top of Marine might really have to die here. And the Blackbeard guy, I feel like he's dangerous. He actually captured Ace, and then exchanged it with the world government for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Etc. Where is Blackbeard now? If he's currently 7 warlords of the sea, how is he not in naval headquarters? Know that Shichibukai Hawkeye, Shang, Mingo and others are here now. Only Boa Hancock is still on his way to the Gate of Justice. But, why is Blackbeard missing? Sangoku suddenly thought of this, and he couldn't believe it. As 7 warlords of the sea, such a big war event these days. Shichibukai must come to support, only, Blackbeard is missing. Advertisement in an instant. Beads of sweat appeared on Sangoku's forehead, and he quickly asked Marine under his hand. Finally, he draws conclusions. Blackbeard's current route seems to be headed for Impel Down? What the hell is he trying to do, now past Impel Down? Are you kidding me? Sangoku was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into flames. He slammed the tabletop, and it burst open in an instant. When will Blackbeard be out of his sight and head for Impel Down? What happened to the world government? Why let this pirate be the 7 warlords of the sea? Simply sick. Rotten world government. Otherwise, Blackbeard wants to enter Impel Down. Impossible. Because entering Impel Down, you can rely on the route from Eni's lobby. Eni's lobby is completely controlled by the world government, not naval headquarters can manage at all. Send Marine to Impel Down for support, hurry up. Send Vice Admiral now. Sangoku walked out of the office. The whole person was very aggressive, and began to direct the 3 Vice Admirals from Naval Headquarters, as well as a large number of Marines, to rush to Impel Down. As long as Marine's 3 major powers are here, Marine Hero Garp is here. And with him, the Marine Admiral staying here, there is no way the Whitebeard fleet can destroy the Naval Headquarters. Now, the key is the Impel Down side. There is a big problem. Don't let the Impel Down Tier 6 criminals escape. Otherwise, it will be completely troublesome. In the blazing hell on the 4th floor of Impel Down, Ken felt an astonishing amount of heat wrapping around his body. 4.8. Unfortunately, his constitution is completely different now. For this heat, completely immune, 4th tier criminals, if you can. I'll just devour it a little bit. Ken narrowed his eyes, thinking inwardly. Criminals held in the 4th tier of prisons, pirates that have reached 50 million to over 100 million. If these criminals can be swallowed up, in fact, you can benefit a lot. Decide as things go. At the moment I have to find 4 jailer beasts. First kill these 4 prison guard beasts to exchange for evolution crystals. Ken shook his head quickly, not to lose more benefits because of the current petty profits. Able to evolve into King of Gluttony, it will definitely allow him to gain more. Shire. Find where are the 4 jailer beasts. Inside Ken's mind began to issue orders to Shire, the King of Wisdom. Chapter 150. Please stop your voyeurism, seeking subscription. After receiving the order from Ken, Shire, the King of Wisdom, began to look for the jailer beast in the 4th floor. Soon, Shire, the King of Wisdom, has found 4 special biological auras. The vitality in the body is completely unmatched by ordinary people, and the aura is extremely surging. Master Ken, Shire has found 4 jailer beasts for you, and they are to the southeast of you. It's just that they are a little weird, they don't move, they just stay where they are. Shire, the King of Wisdom, couldn't help but reminded. Immediately, Ken's eyes became full of coldness, and his mouth said coldly. Although jailer beast may have been a human being, but it doesn't matter. I want to kill demon fruit power. For this kind of zone ability user with tenacious vitality, I can kill it instantly, destroying all the cells in the body. You must know the explosive power of Thunderfruit. Without the thunder resistance antibody, it can't stand it at all. I think back when I fought against Enel, I actually suffered a lot. The voice fell. Ken followed the instructions of Shire, the King of Wisdom, and began to move forward. However, some of the pirates on the 4th floor have already learned observation hockey. They feel the faint breath of 25 while walking, and they are completely invisible to the naked eye. What happened? I feel the breath, me too. This made the pirates on the 4th floor a little unbelievable. Invisible to the naked eye, and can only be detected by using observation hockey? What is this? This made the prison, which was already extremely hot, suddenly feel like cold water was poured down. Never encountered such a strange thing before. It seems that this group of criminals has discovered my aura. Sure enough, stealth skills are not enough for today. Although many pirates in the Grand Line haven't learned observation hockey. But Impel Down is different, where pirates and criminals from all over the world gather on the 4th floor. The 4th level of criminals are all pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million, and even more than 100 million pirates. For this reason, there should be more than a few who have learned observation hockey. Ken's hearing was extremely keen, and he felt a little helpless when he heard the whispers of these criminals. To this end, avoid being discovered by the Impel Down folks here. He stretched out his hand to touch the air, directly opened the different space, and stepped into it on the spot. In a different space. No one in the world can find him. Really? After he entered a different space, the criminals here were surprised again, and couldn't help but look at each other, their faces a little confused. I suddenly can't feel this breath, what's going on? Advertisement, we won't meet anything weird, will we? Don't talk nonsense. Just talk about this kind of thing during the day. How do you know it's daytime? It could be night too. Are you going to argue with me? What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? It's also fortunate that Ken has already entered the different space, otherwise, he might not be able to help laughing out loud when he heard the discussions of these criminals. The 4th layer is the bottom layer of Impel Down. The intrusions encountered on the first 3 floors of Impel Down above, the criminals here haven't gotten any hints yet. Otherwise, the criminals here are probably already completely excited. If they can escape Impel Down, these criminals must choose to escape from prison. Only, criminals of the 4th tier, Ken wasn't going to let it go at all. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Anyway, the strength of the 4th tier criminals is not very weak. Devour it. I believe it can also be improved, only. At present, he wants to kill the 4 jailer beasts first. You must first obtain the evolution crystal. Finally found these 4 jailer beasts, it's really hard for me to find them. Ken is in a different space, and can use the feature to see the outside scene directly from the perspective of the different space. Now, the 4 jailer beasts with different postures stayed where they were with dull expressions, seemingly without consciousness, and could only wait for orders. Impel Down personnel who can now command 4 jailer beasts, Sadi-chan. She is the warden of Impel Down prison. It can usually command 4 jailermen, so it can be said that it is a very powerful Impel Downer. Even if Hanibal, the deputy prison warden, is fighting Sadi-chan, it is actually very difficult to beat him. The key point is that these 4 jailer beasts are really hard to fight, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. Sadi-chan teamed up with 4 jailer beasts, more than enough to beat Hanayabel to death. Why don't you see Sadi-chan? Ken glanced around, but couldn't find Sadi-chan at all. Only the eyes of these 4 jailer beasts were dull, as if they were guarding the door. Could it be Sadi-chan? You can go in and have a look. With this thought in mind, Ken couldn't help but move on. In a different space, the substance of Impel Down couldn't stop him at all. Like walls, he can pass through them completely. Even, advertisement Ken's figure bumped into 4 jailer beasts, and he passed through the jailer beasts on the spot without any hindrance. The spatial dimensions are different, he can't meddle in the outside world at all. Only he leaves the different space, so that he can touch things outside. But it's a good way to investigate, it's just that the range of the different space is only 100 meters. Every time he reaches the end, he needs to leave the different space, return to the outside world, and then re-enter the different space again, so that the distance can be expanded. Although some trouble, but it's the safest way, soon. Ken has come to this house, and the figure touched the wall and went directly. Immediately, he had already seen the scene of the house inside, and the blood in his body was surging, and his emotions were high. Oh my god! Ken's eyes widened suddenly, his mouth was a little parched, his nose seemed to be able to smell the smell of soap bubbles. It stands to reason that he is in a different dimension, it is impossible to smell the smell of the outside world, but the scene in front of him allows him to make up his mind come out. A curly blonde beauty with bangs covering her eyes and white candle-shaped earrings is slowly taking off her pink leather jacket. Then, Sadi-chan, with her delicate body and bumpy body, stepped into the bathtub full of soap bubbles with light steps. This kind of scene instantly stimulated all of Ken's nerves. Now, Sadi-chan is actually taking a shower. How could he come in by such a coincidence? Etc. Shire can't wait to almost say that. Your spirits are running high, it's not quite right anymore. He is not a pervert, Shire reminds Master Ken. This time coming in is not peeping, so, it should be considered normal, right? Now maybe we can find Sadi-chan's weakness. Continuing like this may affect the young master's plan. Maybe we will have to fight Sadi-chan later. I'm not a wretched person. This kind of behavior, please stop it immediately. Ken's face was a little dumbfounded, he said this, but his eyes were still fixed on Sadi-chan's delicate body, typical duplicity. See no evil, he is watching his opponent. Shire recommends that you don't peep. Not right. Shire is aware of the outside world all the time. She sees that Ken seems to be stuck here and doesn't want to leave. She hastily reminded him. Her tone is actually full of humanity, a little helpless. It's better to leave here quickly, otherwise the plan may change. 6 CK Chapter 151 Forced to kill on the spot, seeking subscription. Ahem. I'm just observing the weaknesses. Shire, don't get me wrong. I'm a gentleman. Can you prove it for me? Ken hurriedly left the room, not daring to continue watching, otherwise something would happen accidentally. Shire would really despise him to death. Fortunately, he is in a different dimension, otherwise he would have been discovered by Sadi-chan. And, I have to say it was kind of exciting. Fortunately, Shire, the King of Wisdom, reminded him to wake up quickly, otherwise the plan would be a bit behind. You must know that Luffy is on top now and has already made a fuss. He must take advantage of the current time period, to get more benefits. When Ken came over, he just wanted to find Sadi-chan, the warden of Impel Down prison. Who knew that he happened to see Sadi-chan taking a bath? Oh my god, he didn't think he was such a wretched person either. How did this happen by chance? But, he doesn't seem to be losing money, on the contrary, he is making money. Blood loss is naturally Sadi-chan. After all, he has seen Sadi-chan naked, although it was not intentional. I'd better get out of here, but killing the 4 jailermen, I definitely won't give up. Although Ken felt a little guilty, he came to the 4th floor to kill the 4 jailer beasts. Although I am a little sorry for Impel Down, it's just that, sometimes success must sacrifice a lot of things. Life is not excluded here. Then, Ken left the house directly, and Sadi-chan, who was bathing inside, naturally didn't know that she had been peeped just now, otherwise she would be extremely angry. Call. These 4 jailer beasts are a little sluggish now. However, if you see someone you don't know well, the jailer beast will definitely attack. That's why I have to kill these 4 jailer beasts in an instant. Ken looked at the 4 jailer beasts outside with a cold look in his eyes. He has made up his mind to tear open the different space and return to the outside world. The 4 jailer beasts panicked when they suddenly saw an unknown person, and with Sadi-chan's order, no one was allowed to approach the house. In an instant, the 4 jailer beasts suddenly rioted and attacked Ken on the spot without hesitation. A jailerman whose reason is not clear. I thought this is where the prison escaped criminals came from. The 4 jailer beasts once killed many criminals. It's just that Impel Down saw that the jailer beast didn't have much sanity, so I didn't blame it. Criminals naturally cannot compare to jailer beast. Dead criminals. Let's die too, this is actually nothing. There are so many criminals in the world. Refill anytime, anywhere. Brutal animals. How dare you offend me? 30 million volts ultralisk. Advertisement endless bright and dazzling electric current erupted from Ken's body and suddenly exploded and swept over. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The 4 jailer beasts flew upside down, their bodies had turned into pitch black, a large number of cells in their bodies had been destroyed, and bright green blood of different humans flowed out of their mouths. Only, the bodies of the 4 jailermen began to recover. Amazing resilience appeared immediately. The dark parts of the body have begun to change to their original skin color. Has it already begun to regenerate? Isn't 30 million volts enough to kill you? 60 million volts Brontosaurus. The killing intent in Ken's eyes reached the limit, and he no longer intends to bear it. His action is enough to make Sadi-chan in the room notice the change. In desperation, the killing move of Furious Thunder swept across the past. Boom, the uniquely shaped Brontosaurus hockey swings its tail and attacks with claws and teeth. However, next thing, Ken couldn't help being shocked. Unexpectedly, two jailer beasts saw that this was not a good thing, and rushed forward directly, blocking the Thunder Dragon's move in an instant. Zzz, thunder and lightning erupted away. The two jailer beasts couldn't stand it for an instant, they could only let out a wailing sound. Their usually tough bodies were suddenly destroyed and turned into corpses on the spot, and their breath completely dissipated. Plunder Devil Fruit Energy. Ken used the moves that the system had taught him, so he couldn't help absorbing the energy of the Zone Devil Fruit from the jailer beast. Otherwise, take it slowly. The energy of the Devil Fruit will dissipate. Redistribute it all over the world, slowly turning into the original form of the original Devil Fruit. Absorbs Devil Fruit energy very quickly, abruptly absorbed. Predator. Swallow. Naturally, Ken would not waste the jailer beast's corpse. Anyway, it had an extremely surging vitality in life, and it would be useful to devour it. Next moment. Who dares to touch my servant? Court death. Sadi-chan in the house finally realized something was wrong. She quickly jumped up from the bathtub and fell directly to the ground. She put on a purple tights and ran out quickly. It turned out that the two jailermans had died. This moment made Sadi-chan furious, quickly looking for signs of the murderer. However, the real murderer, Ken, has already completely left, into a different space. The other side. After Ken killed the two jailer beasts, he completely entered the different space. Slow down a little, he might let Sadi-chan find out. Is it possible that these jailer beasts are a little bit rational? It actually helped to resist the ultimate move, so that the remaining two jailer beasts can survive. It seems that I underestimate jailer beast, but killing two jailer beasts has already captured the energy of two devil fruits. Advertisement, I still have 3 devil fruits on me. Although it can be exchanged for evolution crystals, but the Logia cloud fruit. I don't really want to waste it. Ken began to squint, thinking carefully. Logia devil fruit is so precious, he really didn't want to waste it if he could. To this end, Ken has shifted his target, completely away. Now, Sadi-chan completely guarded the jailer beast. She was afraid that the murderer would kill him again. Sadi-chan's mood was extremely restless, she didn't think about the time to take a bath. It can actually kill 2 jailer beasts. Damn, this is an obedient servant. Even the servant who will not hiss and scream no matter how tortured. To die like this makes Sadi-chan more and more angry, and has started to look for the murderer. If you can catch it, you must peel it off, what a hassle. It seems that I can only change the target to start. Ken doesn't have Sadi-chan as his target, so naturally he won't continue to strike. His goal is not to completely defeat Impel Down, if it is possible. He didn't want to do that either, he just wanted to become stronger. Impel Down the 6th floor Eternal Hell is the best choice. Looks like I'm going to have to target, Good Lee Ho, onto the criminals. Shire, look for the ones with demon fruit power. The scope is locked on the criminals on the 4th and 5th floors. Ken couldn't help but ordered, immediately, although demon fruit power is extremely rare. Various locations. That counts as a compliment, just a moment. There is a demon fruit power in the northwest of the 4th prison. Even my physical recovery ability has been enhanced a lot. Ken began to settle the benefits this time, with a smile on his lips. It seems that the benefits are not very low. Really, take 2 devil fruit energy, really nice. Shire pointed out the location. It's not a bad loss to kill the jailer beast this time. There are as many as 5. There is a demon fruit power in the southeast of the 4th prison. Shire began to thoroughly search for the breath of demon fruit power on him. Actually has demon fruit power. Just in the middle of Impel Down, presumably not less. Chapter 152 The King of Gluttony's 7 skills appear, seeking subscription. Now after being prompted by Shire, Lord of Wisdom, Ken started looking for these demon fruit power, soon. He found the first demon fruit power criminal. The criminal's hands were bound with seastone handcuffs. His whole body became completely weak. If the criminal constitution is extremely powerful, maybe it can still support this sense of powerlessness. Only, the criminals on the 4th floor must not have such a powerful constitution. Otherwise, he would not be imprisoned on this floor. Be the source of my strength, go to hell on the spot. This is what happens when you become a pirate, fall here. Ken muttered to himself. Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes, human beings are so fragile. Immediately, who are you? The criminal couldn't help but raised his head. Hearing this voice suddenly, he was a little puzzled, and his tone was a little weak. It seemed that he felt powerless at any time. However, 30 million volts Thunderbird, Ken's eyes turned completely cold, and a shocking thunder and lightning burst out in an instant, killing the criminal on the spot. Boom! This prison was also blown to pieces, this movement. It completely caused the criminals in the surrounding prisons to suddenly raise their heads, their eyes full of panic. Whose masterpiece is this? How do you have such amazing explosive means? To this end, these criminals quickly used observation hockey to investigate. 123 for a moment. The faces of these criminals were a little pale, the criminals who were originally in prison. It is completely dead now, not even a dead body remained. No dead body. Not far away. Sadi-chan, who is still looking for the murderer, suddenly changed her face when she heard this movement. What happened? Criminal escaped. She didn't dare to relax her vigilance and hurried to the prison here to find out what happened. Only, after probing down, Sadi-chan's face became extremely angry. It was definitely the murderer who made the noise. Before killing her servant jailerman, dared to kill the criminals here now. She is the Impel Down manager on the 4th floor. From this point of view, she is definitely extremely dereliction of duty. Damn it. Where is the murderer? Sadi-chan was powerless and furious. She looked at the criminals around her and shouted, "You stupid criminals. Have you seen the murderer?" However, the group of criminals watched with cold eyes and none of the criminals chose to answer. Advertisement Sadi-chan's temper is not very good. And the attitude towards criminals is extremely bad. Even if this group of criminals knew, they wouldn't tell Sadi-chan. To this end, even the criminals, CFCE, didn't understand the situation when they were at the scene. Sadi-chan is even more unaware of the murderer's trace at this moment. Are you the next demon fruit power? You are here to die? If I can, I hope you go to hell. Recall the sins of your life. Wash away sin. Ken left the prison in the northwest, he came to the prison in the southeast, and killed the demon fruit power criminal again. Boom. The entire prison on the 4th floor made a loud noise. Together with the surrounding prisons, they were destroyed. Even innocent criminals died for it. They are not demon fruit power. It's just that Ken's thunder fruit is too violent. Sometimes, if he doesn't control it a little, he will definitely be able to cause extremely astonishing destructive power. This move, in an instant, Sadi-chan not far away became manic again. Ah, you bloody murderer, I must kill you. Don't let me find you. The voice fell. The figure of Sadi-chan is rushing to this side crazily. However, Ken, who owns Shire, Lord of Wisdom, now even controls the entire Impel Down and all traces of people. To this end, of course he can't be caught up by Sadi-chan. Next, Ken began to move around constantly. He encounters the demon fruit power criminal, and kills him on the spot. These criminals are powerless to resist. After all, Devil Fruit's ability cannot be used due to Seastone handcuffs. It's unlikely even that the criminal would want to move. And sometimes it becomes demon fruit power. It can also bring amazing side effects to itself. Finally, after Ken completely kills all the demon fruit power criminals on the 4th floor, 5 devil fruit energy has been concentrated on him. Didn't even use the 3 devil fruits in stock system. I want to exchange evolution crystals. Ken's eyes were a little hot, and he went directly into the different space and began to contact the system. In less than a moment, the system starts to appear immediately, accompanied by the sound of reward. Advertisement, host got 10 devil fruits, mission completed. Directly reward an evolution crystal, next mission. Hope the host will continue to be maintained, the voice fell. The energy of the 5 devil fruits that Ken took so hard, was absorbed by the system in an instant. But, a diamond-shaped evolutionary crystal floated in his hand, slowly emitting a faint blue light, which was extremely gorgeous. There seems to be something wrong with this evolutionary crystal. It feels like the energy inside has been completely compressed. There is no such astonishing energy of the last evolutionary crystal. But he felt that this evolutionary crystal was more promising. Shire. How is this going? Ken was a little confused and couldn't help asking Shire. Immediately, Shire replied, "This is an evolutionary crystal without any side effects. Otherwise it's like when Shire devoured the evolution crystals before. Didn't you have the side effect of sleeping for 3 days? This evolutionary crystal has no such side effects. It seems to be considering the current move, it was specially remodeled like this." This made Ken's eyes a little surprised. The system is really kind. It seems that when the task is completed later, definitely be quicker. Next moment, take it directly, evolve special skill predator. Without any hesitation, Ken swallowed it directly into his body. In an instant, a violent energy poured into his throat in an instant, and then radiated to all limbs. It was as if all the cells in the body were screaming with joy. Ken can even feel. His body has become tougher, and his regeneration power has been restored, reaching the point of instant regeneration. He has grown stronger, even special skill predators start to mutate. Already started a complete transformation into the King of Gluttony. Open black lens bracket predator. The King of Gluttony, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket successful evolution close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 7 skills close black lens bracket, predation. Can devour objects, 100% capture any talent, even the power of life. Stomach belt. Directly store the predators into the different space of the stomach. It can be used as a prison in a different space, detain any creature, and cannot escape. Mimicry. Reproduce the object of predation, and can use the same ability at the same time. Isolation. Storage of unanalyzable or harmful substances, which can be neutralized and even restore physical strength. Soul Eater. Can hunt the soul of any creature, and can never be reborn. Soul Curse. It can penetrate the soul of the enemy into a soul seal, and you will obey your orders forever. Food Chain. With the owner as the apex, it can forcibly gather the power of its subordinates and strengthen it to its own strength. The stronger the subordinates, the stronger itself, and it can also bestow the subordinates' own abilities. Chapter 153, known as the strongest in the world at this moment, seeking subscription. This moment, the unique skill Predator is completely transformed into the King of Gluttony. In an instant, a lot of new knowledge came to Ken's mind, how to use these new skills. These skills are so strong, now I can finally shine. Even I can create my strongest army. Ken couldn't help laughing, his face was full of joy. 7 skills of the King of Gluttony, each skill has been individually strengthened. The things he was so worried about now, had finally resolved. Before, although he can devour creatures and seize all the abilities of creatures before, but the power of innate ability cannot be obtained, and now he can 100% snatch it. Now he can even devour the power of life, it's just unbelievable. Think about it too, no matter how strong you were in life. But after reaching old age, the peak period has been completely passed. The strength also began to decline at this time. Powerful as 4 Emperors Whitebeard once called, the strongest man in the world. Now, Whitebeard is now completely old, his body is completely old, and he even suffers from injuries. His strength is completely not as strong as his peak. Man is mortal. No one can avoid it, however, now the King of Gluttony can devour the power of life. In this way, Ken's lifespan can become even longer. In the future, it seems that I can also become a 1,000-year-old monster. There was a smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he couldn't help joking. Being a 1,000-year-old monster, no one can catch up with me. Why? Do you feel stronger than me? Excuse me, sooner or later, because of your lifespan, you fell here. But he is different, his lifespan is now a complete mystery. As long as there are living beings, there are still humans. Ken is definitely living the longest life now, but I remember the Op Fruit final ability. Can people get eternal life? I don't know who the final ability of the former Op Fruit Master has been passed on to. Ken suddenly thought of this matter, and his face was a little dignified. He feels that Op Fruit's final ability should have been used. Otherwise, this ultimate ability also does not present this kind of intelligence. To this end, Advertisement Ken also has some conjectures. Maybe the identity of Mr. I Am is a mystery. It is very likely that it is the person who once obtained eternal life. But I didn't really see it, I can only rely on guesswork. I don't know if Shire is clear, although she can know everything, but if she shields things, she can't know them at all. Just like the century-old history that has disappeared now, Shire can't know about it. This is really a good way, and it can be hidden like this. Ken sighed helplessly, he still wanted to know the truth about this kind of thing. The world government absolutely knows the truth of the matter. It's just that something big is likely to happen that year. As a result, the centuries-old history was completely erased. Then, Ken continues to analyze these skills, now. In his original slime form, there is a different space prison in his stomach. If you face a strong enemy that you can't beat, he can even gobble up the enemy forcibly. And then transfer to the prison in a different space in the stomach, where you will be imprisoned for eternity, absolutely impossible to escape. For the different space prison, no matter how the enemy releases moves, he can't hurt himself. It's really incomprehensible. This skill is also quite useful. And it's a bit of a shame. If you can't defeat the enemy, you can use this method. Of course I shouldn't be weaker than anyone right now. So this method is used. More is to trap the enemy. There was some excitement on Ken's face. The King of Gluttony had fully upgraded any skills, which caused his current strength to skyrocket. And, this time he can even swallow any harmful substances, can be neutralized, and can even recover his physical strength. What does this mean? If Warden Magellan attacks him with venom? He doesn't have poison immune antibodies, so he can use this skill directly. Ken can be devoured, can be neutralized on the spot. And maybe he can restore his own physical strength. It is simply a skill that becomes more and more courageous in battle. As well as, the 2 skills that shocked him the most. It's actually about soul skills. He once devoured these creatures. In fact, the soul cannot be looted. If these souls can be disposed of, maybe it can make his soul stronger, he won't be afraid of any moves at all. Some devil fruit abilities are extremely odd. The ability to target the soul. In fact, there was one too. Now 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin is the owner of the soul fruit. He must be vigilant to avoid a rollover situation. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. The first skill is Soul Eater. It can hunt the soul of any creature, and it can never be reborn forever. It is equivalent to erasing the soul of this creature. Then he can increase his own soul quality. The second skill is Soul Curse. It can imprint the soul in the soul of the enemy, and you will always obey your orders. That is, if Ken doesn't choose to devour souls, you can let the Soul Master obey him. Eternal life can't betray him. That's why he can confidently say, can create the strongest army in the world. Have subordinates who will not betray at all, and strong enough. Definitely the nightmare army of the whole world. And the last skill, Food Chain, directly taking the holder as the vertex, can forcibly gather the power of subordinates and strengthen it to its own strength. The stronger the subordinates, the stronger themselves, and it can also bestow their own abilities. If he can have Marine Admiral or even the Pirate 4 Emperor's subordinates, he instantly condensed the strength of these subordinates, strengthened on himself, and completely surpassed the amazing combat power of Marine Admiral and even the Pirate 4 Emperors. Enough to be proud of in the whole world. At that time, the world government and naval headquarters will be completely unable to stop him. Celestial dragons? Must die, nothing can surpass him. There was a deep look in Ken's eyes, full of anticipation. I can even belong to the strongest person in the world. No one can catch up to me. This soul spell skill works with the food chain skill. In other words, I need strong subordinates now. Otherwise the skill food chain will not be able to cooperate in the end. To this end, his target appeared again, this time in Summit War. He's going to take back the entire fleet of the Pirate 4 Emperor's Whitebeard. Ken trusts Whitebeard won't say no, because he controls Whitebeard's greatest weakness. That's where his ultimate strengths lie. I believe I will discuss it with Whitebeard a little bit. Whitebeard trusts him completely, he can even bestow life force on Whitebeard. Can completely bring old Whitebeard back to his prime. Go straight back to the man who claimed to be the strongest man in the world back then. I believe the whole world is shocked by this. There are this kind of subordinates. See team members. This is for Ken's strength. It can definitely bring incomparably astonishing strength increase and, Chapter 154 The First Plunder of Vitality, Seeking Subscription. After learning the usefulness of all skills a little bit, Ken's eyes turned completely cold and he couldn't help muttering to himself. Next, you can go to the 6th floor, Eternal Hell. I really want to see the strong man who used to be called the Old Era. How strong can it be? Shire. Come out and act with me. Prepare to attack the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, and Warden Magellan. I'm going to make Warden Magellan my first subordinate. The voice fell. The King of Wisdom in his mind was already ready to move, and he turned into a human form on the spot and fell into this Impel Down. This moment, there was no need for him to continue sneaking around. Get rid of the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell as soon as possible. Ken also felt relieved earlier. Shire, follow me. Ken intends to step to the lower prison, Freezing Hell. The 5th prison is completely different from the 4th prison. Extreme cold and extreme heat, totally transformed. Sometimes the cold can make human willpower completely lose resistance to 987. Moment. Ken and Shire came to the entrance of the 5th prison. A chill spread up, it was enough to make people shiver uncontrollably. You must know that this is still the location of the 4th floor Blazing Hell, and there are usually extremely hot temperatures, which can be slightly neutralized. The result is still so cold, if you really reach the 5th floor of Freezing Hell. It's simply not a place for humans to stay, it can be turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Lost signs of life. Suddenly, not far away, Sadi-chan rushed over. She searched the entire 4th floor prison, but found no trace of the murderer at all. To this end, she is afraid that the murderer will fall into the 5th floor of Freezing Hell. It's not her domain. It's totally unmanageable. She hurried to the prison entrance leading to the 5th floor. Finally, Sadi-chan saw the signs of the murderer and shouted angrily. Finally, let me find you, the damned murderer. Are you the one who killed my servant Jailerman? And dared to kill criminals in my area? I want you to die here. The servant rushed up. Kill him, the voice fell. 2 jailer beasts rush out from behind Sadi-chan. These are the remaining jailer beasts, and now under Sadi-chan's command, they attack bravely without fear of death. Where did the ants come from? How dare you want to hurt young Master Ken? Die. Shire stood beside Ken, her eyes were full of coldness, and she whispered, Slave Arrow. In an instant, advertisement a huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped substance suddenly appeared in front of Shire, shooting out a large number of pink arrows instantly. There are many, like a torrential downpour of rain. The stupid jailer beast is not very intelligent. In normal battles, it relies on its strong body and amazing recovery and regeneration ability to forcibly consume the enemy to death. Result. The jailer beast also thought that the pink arrow this time was just an ordinary attack, and it didn't dodge at all, and wanted to rely on its tough body to forcibly resist it. Shish. The pink arrow pierced the jailer beast, and its body began to petrify in an instant. The jailer beast turned into a stone sculpture and stood sluggishly on the ground, unable to move, even causing death and losing its vitality. What? My servant? You nasty bee ***ch, don't think that just being pretty, you can do whatever you want. Sadi-chan saw the last 2 jailer beasts turned into stone sculptures. She collapsed on the spot, her figure rushed towards Shire fiercely with the long whip in her hand. Lightning shock ray, penetrate. Ken's face was a little displeased, he frowned slightly, and couldn't help stretching out his fingers. A bright and dazzling electric current emerged from the fingertips, which instantly turned into straight rays, piercing through Sadi-chan's tender body. The ray does not kill Sadi-chan on the spot. This just made Sadi-chan go into shock, and passed out on the spot. Really, after the thunder ray pierced Sadi-chan's tender body, there was no injury on the surface, but his pupils were completely slackened, and he fell to the ground on the spot. The breath of life has not completely dissipated. I believe when Sadi-chan wakes up, Ken has thoroughly completed the plan. Shire, don't worry about this woman, follow me to jail. Ken turned his head directly and began to step into the 5th prison. However, Shire hurriedly followed, but her tone was a little puzzled. Could it be that the young master didn't kill Sadi-chan because he looked at Sadi-chan's body? It's very possible. According to my calculations, the success rate is completely 100%. This made Ken in front of him feel helpless when he heard these words. What the hell is he this kind of person? He is a gentleman. Definitely not a wretched person. Why didn't Shire trust him, the young master? It shouldn't be. The cold breath spread. The entire freezing hell turned into ice and snow. Ordinary people entering this prison, sooner or later must perish. Shire, do you have anything to do? Did you catch a cold? Ken fell into the 5th floor of freezing hell, and he felt a slight chill in his body, and he was completely fine. Before evolution, predators became kings of gluttony. His physical fitness and ability to recover and regenerate have improved completely. Now, people who can be stronger than him in physical fitness, there are not many people in the world. At present, it is relatively clear that the strongest constitution. Probably 4 Emperors Kaido, Shire doesn't matter. Advertisement, I don't even feel the chill, so please don't worry, young master. Shire's face was a little strange. As a superconscious conductor, she didn't feel the fear of cold at all. To this end, Ken couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. That's good. I am very satisfied. Finished. He looked into it. The criminals who found this prison, most of them couldn't move. The criminal's body has been completely frozen, like ice, and his eyes have no light and are completely dim. This is the corpses of criminals. Most of the criminals here are actually dead? Is the environment so bad? Ken looked a little surprised. But for him, these corpses are the best nourishment. Devouring is all over. The king of gluttony, plunder. Ken broke open the prison here on the spot, forced his way inside, swept all these corpses in, and swallowed them inside. The number of corpses devoured, about 10 corpses. But you must know that the criminals here all have a bounty of more than 100 million. Presumably, his strength was not weak during his lifetime. It's a pity that after becoming a prisoner, criminals have no human rights at all. In an instant. Parse crazy tips. Beginner armament hockey, intermediate armament hockey. Intermediate observation hockey, advanced observation hockey. All body skills are enhanced, including sword skills. Physical strength increases and becomes more durable. Strength qualities increase and become more powerful. The quality of speed has been enhanced, and it has become more agility. Defensive quality 4.6 is enhanced, and it becomes more resistant. Plunder the life force of criminals, 7 months. Plunder the criminal's life force, 4 months. He should also be able to plunder the soul power this time. Already added 6 years and 4 months to him. Ken looked a little shocked. Never lose it. Even vitality is absolutely the most precious thing. As for why the soul power was not plundered this time. Otherwise, it should be that this group of criminals has completely died. The souls have probably been reincarnated. This time. What a pity. Although I don't know why some criminals have so little vitality, but mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. And this is the vitality that can increase the lifespan. After all prompts are completed, he has plundered his vitality, and his body has become more vigorous. No matter how small the mosquito meat is, you have to eat it all. Plunder the criminal's vitality, 2 years and 3 months. The vitality of 10 criminals in total, immediately. Chapter 155. I hope everyone here can please me, seeking subscription. Hey, we have new faces on this floor. There are guards coming to this prison? It doesn't matter, just if it's not that Magellan guy. That's right, ordinary jailers are frozen to death very quickly here. Alas, I am about to be overwhelmed, and the functions of all aspects of my body have begun to decline. I think back then I was extremely beautiful. I didn't expect to fall into the Impel Down, but turned into this desolate appearance. Everyone is about the same. You are the one who came later. The surviving criminals on the 5th floor had ice slag on their faces and trembled when they spoke. For the sudden appearance of Ken and Shire, these criminals actually chose to stay silent. Their faces were a little calm, and they didn't want to ask anything. Those who can come to this level of freezing hell are definitely not ordinary jailers. It is impossible for ordinary prison guards to withstand this chill. But these criminals had no personnel to answer. That doesn't mean Ken chose to stay silent. Ken smiled all over his face, but his tone was full of killing intent. Friends criminals, you all belong to pirates with a bounty of several billion? Can you tell me, if I do this, I can kill you all sooner? The voice fell. Kill us. Joke, you don't know how many billion pirates we are? That is to say 25. You are not a member of Impel Down? Who are you? You want to know the reward I'm offering? If you call me Grandpa, I'm in a good mood, maybe I can tell you. Ha 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 ha. You are too bad. The eyes of all the criminals turned sharp, and finally they sneered and scolded. Who do you think you are? Magellan can't do it. You can suppress our 5th layer of freezing hell criminals. Only Magellan. Do you think our layer of pirates, all of them are useless criminals from the 4 prisons above? These words. After hearing these words, Ken thought seriously. Pirates and criminals on this floor. All bounties are over 100 million. Definitely much stronger than the criminals on the first 4 levels. It must have been an extremely famous pirate back then. I was in the New World at that time. It should have been full of scenery. Unfortunately, falling into Impel Down now. The past was glorious, but now it is extremely desolate and has become a criminal waiting to die. To this end, this 5th-tier convict could be his dessert. Later, he still wants to devour the criminals in the 6th floor eternal hell. This is not an option to go on an empty stomach. It seems that there is still a need for pre-dinner desserts. And it can also increase a little bit of strength when I contact Magellan later. Just crush Magellan even more. Just hold Magellan. He's like holding the entire Impel Down. I'm really looking forward to the moment when Magellan becomes my subordinate. I have the skill of Soul Curse. Magellan will never betray me. So now I'm going to try to be as strong as possible. Ken's eyes were completely indifferent. He looked at all the criminals around him, and he could not help but sneer and said, "Everyone, I will give you a chance now. Anyone who can please me, advertisement, I'll let you go." Like killing a criminal, how? The voice fell. The criminal who was still sneering before, stopped suddenly. The whole scene became extremely silent, now for these criminals. What is the most important? Money, power, and strength? No, none of these. These criminals want more than anything these days, freedom. Only by escaping this Impel Down, and returning to the outside world can you be completely free. Now the choice is in front of us, how to choose. Although these criminals also doubted the authenticity of Ken's words. Only a silver lining, just don't miss it, boy, are you sure? A huge Titan criminal, with longing eyes, said in a nasty voice. Are you sure you didn't lie? Immediately, the faces of the surrounding criminals became uncomfortable. This huge Titan criminal is considered a criminal of the stronger constitution here. If this guy is really bewitched, these criminals must die here. Criminals have been trapped here in freezing hell for a long time. They have completely lost the strength of the previous peak period. I really want to fight, must suffer, of course I promise you. If you believe me, please try it out. There was a smile on the corner of Ken's mouth. He looked like an extremely gentle young man. This makes the huge Titan criminals a little bit ready to move. He put his eyes on the criminal next to him and couldn't help muttering to himself. I want freedom from the outside world. I don't want to stay in Impel Down any longer. No one wants to stop me. The voice fell. Die. The Titan criminals suddenly launched an attack, relying on the most primitive and huge brute force, and immediately started to leave the country. It's here. Demon fruit power doesn't do anything. Because it is bound to be bound in sea stone handcuffs here. It is the biggest weakness. Hateful, you're crazy. Don't want, being the criminal who was being attacked. When he saw the attack of the Titan criminals, he was frightened and lost his mind. Advertisement. Observe carefully. This criminal turned out to be a demon fruit power. He has sea stone handcuffs on his hands, totally hard to move. Go to hell you. I have long looked down on your demon fruit power. Constitution is so weak. The giant fist of the Titan criminal slammed into the past, killing the demon fruit power criminal instantly. In an instant. Ha 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 ha, your demon fruit power is too weak. You can't use strange abilities. Is the strength actually at this level? The laughter of the Titans spread out, and the tone was full of complacency. This made the eyes of the remaining criminals a little frightened. Criminals start killing criminals? Can this unknown kid really succeed? 940, boy? I have done what you asked, to kill the criminal. Are you going to let me out now? Do you dare? The Titan criminal squinted his eyes, regardless of his size, but he was actually very thoughtful, trying to highlight how Ken would decide. Let you out? Why don't you dare? On the contrary, I still think you dare not come out. With a smile on his face, Ken stretched out his palm and lightly touched the prison. In an instant, use the door fruit ability, space compression. Burst, the entire extremely strong prison gate was instantly shattered. How dare you? The Titan criminals were immediately frightened by such a move. Boom. This kid has no fear of him at all, does he? Want to go out? How could it be destroyed so easily? This kid, why are you hiding in there? The Titan criminal had goosebumps all over his body. Do not trust easily. If he came out, there is definitely a problem. What if I was directly killed by this kid, the gate of the prison that he cannot destroy even with his own brute force? Could it be that the strength is unfathomable? Ken's pupils shone faintly, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I won't kill you. An indistinct killing intent instantly swept away. If it is not done well, he must die here too. The voice fell. Why don't you come out? Chapter 156 Shire's degree of replication, seeking subscription. Ken looked at the vigilant Titan criminals with a helpless expression on his face. It seems, he didn't restrain his killing intent. Otherwise, the character of a Titan criminal must have escaped from the prison in arrogance. To this end, Ken's eyes were calm and his mouth whispered. If you don't come out, I'm asking you to come out. The voice fell. Without any hesitation, Ken stepped directly into this unique prison, looked up at the Titan criminal, and smiled. I ask you to leave now. If you don't leave, at your own peril. The material of this prison is extremely special. It is impossible to break open by brute force, immediately. Seeing Ken coming in so arrogantly, this Titan criminal had a bit of anger on his face. Ken's size. Now in the eyes of Titan criminals, just like the body of an ant. It's like a creature that can be easily crushed to death by lifting its feet. Only, the Titan criminals actually didn't dare to attack. He trembled in his heart and felt extremely flustered. Once, he is arrogant and doesn't look down on anyone, and later committed major events, and was directly wanted by the world government, which led to his successful arrest by naval headquarters. Now being held in freezing hell on the 5th floor. Relying on their own strong body, the Titan criminals barely resisted the extreme cold here. He is considered a relatively powerful Constitution criminal. If you really want to fight, on the Constitution, he thinks he can beat the criminals here. He can live a long time. That's why he despises criminals on this level. But, he's seen too many criminals, can't stand the extreme cold. Eventually die. And some new criminals How dare you ****s off Magellan, the warden of Impel Down here. Magellan has the power to kill any Impel Down criminal. To this end, Magellan once killed disobedient criminals. Tier 5 criminals have died in Magellan venom. Now, this unknown kid, he doesn't know the identity. Chances are it's not an Impel Down guy. What is the purpose of this unknown kid coming here? Should I leave? No, I don't think I can escape from prison. Magellan is down on the 6th floor of the prison. He is very likely to find out what is going on here now, and maybe he will come up here. If I'm off the front foot, Magellan comes up on the back foot and finds me out of prison. I'm dead on Magellan venom. I can't beat Magellan, that horrible guy. The Titan criminal went crazy. He felt that if he left this prison, he would definitely not be able to survive. In front of you, this unknown kid, he felt extremely dangerous. As well as, advertisement the Magellan that really scares him, he's definitely not going to face it. To this end, the Titan criminals huddled in the corner with a somewhat arrogant tone. You let me leave and I leave? Isn't it embarrassing for me to do this? I don't want to leave now. I don't want my daughter-in-law to escape from prison. Get out of here quickly. Be careful I touch you. The voice fell. Huh? You don't want to leave? Then why did you kill the criminal before? Are you crazy? Playing with me? Ken's face was a little surprised, and his expression was a little displeased. How arrogant is this criminal? It seems that a lesson must be learned. Shire. You go and kill him. Ken's eyes were cold, and he gave orders on the spot. In an instant, Shire's figure dimmed, and she charged in front of the Titan criminals in an instant, whispering, "Perfume femur. Hateful. How dare you look down on me? If you go up in person, I might still be afraid of you. In the end, you only let women go on? It really makes me look down on you?" Seeing Shire's attack, the Titan criminal panicked and shouted, "Don't look down on me, women want to hurt me too." The voice fell. The Titan criminal suddenly punched Shire to death. Seeing the giant fist coming, Shire's expression didn't change, armament hockey spread, and she kicked back. Between the two, boom, make a loud noise. This woman, how can she have such terrifying power? I can't beat it. The face of the Titan criminal changed suddenly. He felt Shire's astonishing power, and he couldn't resist it at all. However, something that shocked the Titan criminals happened. The petrification effect began to spread on his fist, and he couldn't feel the existence of his arm at all. The suddenly petrified arm began to shatter. The Titan criminals are trembling with fear. What is going on with this woman? What a strange ability. Beside, Ken found Shire's physical strength so terrifying, he was a little surprised. Thought Shire could only copy moves, but it looks like this. Is it possible to copy constitution? This constitution should copy the effect of his current slime's constitution. That is to say, the stronger he is, Shire is getting stronger too. That's interesting. Ken doesn't mind Shire copying his constitution. Certainly, if Shire can be copied to 4 Emperors Kaido's constitution. Advertisement: this is the real little invincible. Although his constitution is not weak, but it has to be compared with 4 Emperors Kaido. It's still not that good, but, if you give him time, just swallow the criminals from the 6th floor of eternal hell. His constitution at that time must have a leap in quality. Damn it. Who are you two? The Titan criminal clutched his stumped arm and fell to the ground with a terrified expression, not daring to continue attacking. This is just the woman of an unknown kid, unexpectedly so strong. If you really let this kid do it, wouldn't it make him lie on the ground instantly and turn into a cold corpse? If you had come out earlier and escaped, I wouldn't torture you like this. It's pathetic, but you should die here. You seem a bit brute. I could devour you. Ken couldn't help sticking out his tongue and licking his lower lip slightly, which was extremely weird. He seemed to have killed the Titan criminals as food. Then, he rushed directly, raised his arms, and slammed. Hateful, even if I die here, I also want to fight to the death. The Titan criminal raised his courage, raised his last arm, and hit the pass with his backhand, trying to resist. Boom. Ken released all his strength, smashing the arms of the Titans in an instant. The sky is filled with scarlet pieces of meat, and tiny blood is scattered. Have to say, this scene is really disgusting. Then, Ken's strength did not weaken at all, and he continued to attack. His fists bombarded the huge body of the Titan criminal, and it was instantly shattered. Your power, too weak, not worth mentioning. Ken didn't use any ability at all, relying on his physical strength. He blasted the Titan criminal to death. Great, Shire. Go and petrify all the criminals around you. Ken looked at the corpse in front of him and began to order Shire to clean up the criminals around him. He turned into a prototype slime on the spot, and directly used the King of Gluttony to devour them all. A prompt appears. In an instant, the speed is enhanced. Actually plundered the talent of the Titan family. The defense is strengthened. Just the most overly surprising thing is the soul force. Criminals like the Titans were strong during their lifetime. Naturally, their willpower was not weak. Constitution strengthened. Acquire soul power, 13 strings. Strength increases. Gain vitality. Month. From this point of view, the souls of the Titan criminals are like the sum of the souls of 13 ordinary people. His soul felt a little more stable, and he was transforming into an existence of iron walls. But even if it is a dispensable talent, he is handsome. Should be considered a good level. It looks like ordinary people are souls. Obtain talent, Titanization, can become a 10-meter high titan body on the spot. Ken was a little surprised. Chapter 157 Magellan, who is full of killing intent, absolutely sticks to the prison, seeking subscription. After Ken devoured the titan criminals, he began to look sideways at Shire, Lord of Wisdom's results. Because the freezing hell criminals here have been tortured for far too long. The physical strength has completely declined. The criminal's strength cannot be fully displayed. This leads to the scene. The criminals are completely massacred by Shire. The key is, Shire successfully copied Hancock's sweet fruit move. Mandatory petrification effect, it's too disgusting. At present, the person who can dispel the petrification effect, only Hancock can. Shire is simply copied to the move, the ability is not copied. Soon. There is no bloody scene here, only the gravel on the ground even has human facial features on it. Before death, all were terrified, didn't seem to think they'd lasted so long. It ended up being so unsatisfactory, the king of gluttony. Swallow. Ken controls the original slime form, surges over in an instant, and devours it without hesitation. Must get stronger now, or meet Magellan, and the criminals of the 6th floor of eternal hell. Maybe it's still a little hard, but don't worry too much, if the criminal is stronger. Shire, the king of wisdom, can be even stronger. After all, Shire can copy the power moves of the strong. 713 Even because Shire belongs to the superconscious conductor, has an extremely amazing thinking. Shire can find the weak points of moves and correct them to make them even more powerful. Little Lord, I have eliminated all the enemies. Shire, the king of wisdom, returned to Ken's side, his tone full of respect. It's just that Shire's face was a little sad. This time, this group of criminals is hard to resist. This also makes her unable to copy the ability of the enemy. What a pity. It seems that this group of criminals have been tortured by the extremely cold air for too long, not to mention their strength. The ability of Devil Fruit cannot be released. This also makes Shire able to kill. Shire, you are doing very well. This 5th layer of demon fruit power, how many bits are there at present? Ken couldn't help admiring Shire, and he looked at the corpse on the ground with some doubts. To this end, he believes Shire should know. There are fewer and fewer criminals in this tier. Advertisement, currently there are only 2 demon fruit powers. One is the unknown criminal ability user killed by the Titan criminals before. There is also a criminal with ability. Before I have time to do it, he has already killed himself on the spot. He is really cowardly. Shire reported the truth and answered it on the spot. This made Ken a little apprehensive. He actually has enough devil fruit ability now. If you absorb these 2 unidentified demon fruit powers, it doesn't seem to be very useful. And the system seems to require a lot of devil fruit. This time I already need 10. How many do you need next time? He has to save some, or he'll really be looking for devil fruit. It's getting harder and harder. He currently has 3 devil fruits in his hand. There are 2 dead demon fruit powers here. You can absorb the energy of devil fruit and save them. That is, there are currently 5 devil fruits in total. Let's save it first, after all the rogue's devil fruit ability. I'm pretty clear, these 2 demon fruit powers should not count. Even if I've saved this devil fruit energy. It can't be condensed again, and then turned into a brand new devil fruit. Once it is absorbed by the system, it means that this devil fruit will disappear completely. Will not appear in the whole world again. Ken is thoughtful and considers every difficult point carefully. Finally, he has made up his mind. No need to absorb devil fruit ability for now. You know, he now has the last skill, food chain. If the subordinates are stronger, he can get stronger. Moreover, he can also forcibly possess the abilities of his subordinates and use them directly. In this way, there is no need to worry about having too many abilities. As a result, he sometimes cannot be used, and there is no room for him to use his abilities. Draw. Ken came to the front of 2 demon fruit powers. He stretched out his CFCC palm to absorb the energy of devil fruits, and carefully started to save them. This is how to face the next task. He can do it in no time. No need to run around all day to find devil fruit. Like this time, you can quickly get 10 devil fruits. Or kidnap the celestial dragons and hold the world government for a ransom. Now I still have to go to the 6th floor, eternal hell. It's just that Impel Down still has places. I haven't been there. Over there is New Kama Land, and the leader is Ivankov, who secretly is a revolutionary cadre and a friend of Monkey D. Dragon. Ken looked a little puzzled. He was considering whether to go here to New Kama Land. Advertisement, to be honest, he didn't think it was necessary. There are no strong men in New Kama Land, only the stronger ones. That is Emporio Ivankov and Inazuma. I'll go to Impel Down, the 6th floor, eternal hell. Hurry up and get Warden Magellan first, and let him clean up these New Kama Land criminals. With this thought in mind, Ken started to clean up the corpses of the criminals present, devouring them all, and instantly turned them into a source of strength. For a while, various hints come out. Let him benefit a lot. These pirates and criminals with a bounty of over 100 million. He was really not weak during his lifetime, unfortunately. Staying in Impel Down for too long is completely weak. But the 6th floor eternal hell is different. There is no torture environment here. Only Warden Magellan stands alone. Thought the ability was extremely special. If you put your all into it, no criminal present can stand up to Magellan's terrifying scarlet toxin. If it wasn't for his King of Gluttony's additional skill this time, he could get rid of these toxins. Ken really didn't want to face Magellan. If you accidentally relax, he must die. The 6th floor is eternal hell. Magellan slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep purple eyes. He held the phone bug in his hand and talked with Sangoku earlier. Moment. Magellan's eyes were a little cold, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. Impel Down was hacked. Didn't Hanayabao stop it? But this time the intruder was Luffy the Straw Hat? It's kind of daring. Even the present 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard on the way? Blackbeard wants to hack Impel Down too, although I don't know what's going on. But Marshal Sangoku has ordered me to, regardless of the intruders. If you can, try to kill, then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. The voice fell. Magellan's body began to emit thick dark purple venom, and the killing intent began to bloom uncontrollably. It is imperative to protect the 6th layer of eternal hell. This level of criminals must not be allowed to escape from prison. It doesn't work. He will make a killer move, completely kill the criminals of the 6th floor of eternal hell here. Chapter 158 completely release the ultimate move, seeking subscription. Ken falls into the 6th level eternal hell prison area. He suddenly felt a cold breath sweep over him, as well as an aura that makes people feel crazy surges. Looks like tier 6 criminals died before, a lot, cause for a long time. Gathered the grievances of these criminals, Ken said plainly. 6th floor eternal hell, it's better to be famous than to meet. But it's still within the acceptable range. The voice fell. He looked into the distance with his eyes, his face became serious, and he was a little surprised in his heart. Not far away, Warden Magellan stayed where he was, with extremely thick dark purple venom on his body, exuding a faint national aura. He is holding on to the final line of defense, the entrance to the 6th floor eternal hell prison. You are also an intruder? You really let me down? You know, I had a good impression of you. I was even grateful to you. Intruders. Poor USA Ken. Why did you come to Impel Down? When Magellan saw someone he was familiar with, his eyes were filled with shock and he couldn't believe it, and he shouted violently. What's your purpose for coming to Impel Down? Immediately, Ken frowned. Looks like a bit of bad luck. He hadn't expected to meet Magellan so early. According to Magellan's physical reasons, he thought Magellan was still suffering from diarrhea. If it is possible, he also wants to take this opportunity to enter the eternal hell, and start attacking the criminals here. Long time no see, Warden Magellan. I actually miss you a lot. I came to Impel Down without any malice and wanted to target Impel Down criminals. I didn't kill any of the Impel Down guys, please rest assured. As for bringing out the Impel Down rioters, I guess you already know it. That's Luffy the Straw Hat, he's trying to save Ace. It's a pity that Ace has already been transferred to naval headquarters at this point in time, right? There was a smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, and his tone was full of sincerity, so he couldn't help but reply. He wasn't lying either. After all the intruders came to Impel Down, it must be because of the criminals. He was actually a criminal too. He's got big ambitions though, not really showing it. Certainly, he actually killed Impel Down guys too. That is, the 4 jailer beasts, but it is not said here. What? Are you targeting criminals this time? Even this attack on Impel Down didn't hurt the Impel Down personnel? Etc. Did you release the Fur Tribe criminals last time? Is that you? Hearing these words, Magellan couldn't help but stop thinking about doing something. Last time. Advertisement when the Impel Down riots. Could it be that Ken did it? How can it be? He didn't find any clues at all. To this end, he had a crush on Ken at the time, once fend off Fur Tribe criminals alone. And saved Deputy Warden Hanayabao. This is considered a secret. You think it is? Ken didn't agree or deny, his face was a little mysterious. This made Magellan a little unbearable, and his tone was a little annoyed. I'm being tricked by a brat like you, what a shame. He made such a mistake as the Warden of Impel Down. This has completely driven Magellan into a rage, poisonous dragon. Magellan's body releases 3 huge dragon-shaped poisons, sweeping away like a bamboo. As long as you touch the poisonous dragon, you will be immediately corroded by poison. Warden Magellan, I am no longer the weak youth I used to be. And I have a lot of respect for you, I want you to be my subordinate. Don't worry. You are absolutely loyal to me, never betray me. Ken's face revealed a calm expression, and a bright and dazzling violent thunder burst out of his body in an instant, whispering in his mouth, Helion Volt's 5-clawed dragon. 5 giant thunder dragon lightning elements crazily resisted the past, and the amazing explosive power suddenly swept the surrounding area. The confrontation between the poisonous dragon and the Brontosaurus. The fierce collision began in an instant, just a moment. The 2 dragons of different elements began to annihilate and dissipate. However, Magellan couldn't help being a little shocked. His omnipotent toxin, unable to corrode the Thunder Dragon. To know, the Thunder Dragon is simply the element of thunder and lightning. He can't corrode, damn, it's kind of tricky. Magellan's face was a little gloomy, he couldn't believe it when he saw this scene. Obviously, 3 months have passed. Why, Ken has become so powerful. Besides, this ability, he is somewhat familiar with it. Wrong. Isn't this the ability of the Sabadi Archipelago to kidnap the criminals who dominate the Celestial Dragons? Could it be that the murderer was Ken? Ken, aren't you the one who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons? Ask for flowers, is that you? Magellan hastily asked. Immediately. Advertisement, right. I am. There was a cruel arc on the corner of Ken's mouth. The celestial dragons are dead now, so you don't have to keep asking. The voice fell. Magellan's mind was spinning. Ken actually killed the celestial dragons? To know. Kidnapping celestial dragons versus killing celestial dragons. This crime is totally incomparable. The world government must be completely angry. Even forced Marine Admiral to chase and kill Ken for no reason. You are crazy. How dare you kill the celestial dragons? And the invasion of Impel Down, you're getting bolder. Magellan gritted his teeth, his tone full of resentment. For the sinners. Magellan is disgusting, because his philosophy is to never let any criminal go. Fine. No matter how much you hate me, I will make you surrender to me today. Ken's eyes were full of coldness. He felt that the time was almost here, and he shouted loudly, Shire, start to shoot. The voice fell. Shire always behind. The depths of her eyes were filled with silver, and she whispered in her mouth. Ability to change, copy, dragon, Magellan's signature kill move. Has been completely mastered by Shire in an instant. Poisonous dragon. Around Shire's delicate body, Hockey's unique dragon shape and poison instantly condensed, and its size reached an astonishing 10 meters wide. Suddenly, the poisonous dragon suddenly swept over. How can it be? Isn't this my move, and how did it condense so quickly? All the scarlet venom began to condense. Whoever touches it will die. Are you kidding me? It's his killer move. Could it be possible? Start out as a giant skeleton warrior. Magellan's pupils dilated suddenly, and he felt a little swollen inside. Magellan's face twisted, and he completely released his killing move. The toxin flowing out of his body was completely transformed into scarlet. No blade of grass grows. Don't want to touch the criminals of the 6th floor eternal hell. And there is no antidote. Everywhere. Think you can beat him, the Impel Down warden? Actually have a chance? Poison giant, judgment of hell. And why is this dragon so big? This trick. Ken invades Impel Down. Chapter 159 The Collapsed Magellan, seeking subscription. Your trick is really amazing. If I relax, this is no joke. Ken looked at Magellan's ultimate move in front of him, and his face became a little dignified. Have to say, Magellan is warden of Impel Down, strong enough to suppress the criminals of the 6th layer of eternal hell. This is why Magellan was able to gain the trust of the world government and naval headquarters, allowing him to be the warden and personally manage the 6th layer of eternal hell. Especially Magellan's ultimate move, Poison Giant Soldier Judgment of Hell. This trick appeared. This means that Magellan is completely planning to kill him. With this move, very few criminals can come out alive. Shire. Hurry up and copy the moves, then I will directly suppress him. Ken directly ordered Shire, the King of Wisdom, to completely transform into the original slime form. Only after becoming like this, he devours anything. Any substance, 260, can be forcibly isolated and then neutralized. This is his new way to face Magellan, ability to change. Copy. Poison Giant, Judgment of Hell. Shire, the King of Wisdom, whose eyes were full of shining silver light, immediately began to calculate, directly copying Magellan's ultimate move on the spot. In an instant, Giant of Poison, Judgment of Hell. Shire used it on the spot, and the extremely thick scarlet venom spread out, and immediately began to transform into a gruesome Titan warrior, exactly the same as Magellan's killing move. And both exude a lethal poisonous gas. To know, Ken and Shire are not the poisonous people like Magellan, and they are not immune to any damage from venom. However, Magellan is not afraid of any toxins, even if Shire uses all his strength to use the Poison Giant, the Judgment of Hell. For Magellan, it's just not as good as scratching an itch. Only, this trick appeared, sure to surprise Magellan. Hateful, you woman is also demon fruit power? Even this trick can be copied. The corner of Magellan's mouth twitched violently, even more determined to kill the two intruders. And this time the intruder, it's not just Ken, in the upper 3 floors of the prison. Straw Hat Luffy even made a fuss, and even released the criminals. It's just that they haven't reached the 6th floor eternal hell yet. And the 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard on the way. This made Magellan a little stressed too. Straw Hat Luffy to Magellan, not worth mentioning right now. A pirate supernova that didn't grow up, there is no threat at all. The point is, if he can beat Ken after that, by the time. Advertisement he doesn't know if he can beat Blackbeard. I heard that this guy's devil fruit ability is also extremely weird. Even Marshal Sangoku seriously reminded him, when you meet Blackbeard, you must go all out. And the consumption of Wheel Wars, he must not be able to stand it. And the eternal hell criminals behind him, it is estimated that these criminals are watching here. Once he loses, these criminals must have started desperately trying to escape. So, he is the warden of Impel Down, absolutely can't lose now. Ken, you are now an intruder, now I have the power to kill you right here. If you can be convicted, maybe I can forgive you lightly. The killing intent on Magellan's body was released, and in conjunction with the scarlet poisonous skeleton giant behind him, an extremely intense scene was formed. As long as Ken refuses, he must be on the spot, Ward Magellan. I respect you though, but wanting to win me, is not such a simple matter. Ken said blankly, please do it, in an instant. Anger appeared on Magellan's face, and he roared violently. Very well, You committed a heinous crime. Die here now. Poison Giant. The voice fell. Boom. Behind Magellan, the huge and astonishing scarlet venom of the skeleton swept over violently. Don't even think about hurting the young master. Shire, the king of wisdom, also controlled the poison giants behind him and rushed over. For a while. Actually a little anxious. Neither of the poison giants can be dealt with. Burst. Magellan's face was cold, and he shouted. I am a real venom person, and I will never be afraid of the poison of all things. Suddenly. Magellan's poison giants burst out suddenly, filling the sky with scarlet venom. Venom's body exploded instantly. Scarlet venom began to sweep over the audience. Attack indiscriminately. Use skills, different space in the stomach. Use skills, isolate matter, start invalidation. Exile. Ken turned into a slime form, instantly like a huge mouth of an abyss, with a shocking force of attraction from his mouth, swallowing all the scarlet venom into the stomach and body space on the spot. In an instant, these scarlet venom that swallowed into the different space of the stomach suddenly began to digest, and the period of digestion start transforming into beneficial substances. These beneficial substances, after injecting into Ken's body, advertisements start becoming a recovery force. The body that was a little tired before suddenly became powerful. The 7 skills of the king of Gluttony, each one is so shameless. Facing Magellan, I have no fear at all. Even the strongest ultimate move I can devour, directly invalidate it. It can even transform beneficial substances and restore your physical strength. I'm simply getting stronger as I fight. Ken found that after successfully resisting the scarlet venom, his face was full of poetry. Original. He was still a little worried. I'm afraid I can't deal with these scarlet venoms. There might be repercussions. Now, it seems that he is really worried. No. Impossible. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? You can even swallow venom? That's not right. Your devil fruit abilities. What's going on? You will definitely eat more than 1 devil fruit. 2 devil fruits? 3 devil fruits? You ask the world government to hand over the devil fruit for ransom. Is that why it doesn't work? You are a monster. Magellan's eyes froze. Even the strongest killing move can't kill Ken? To know. His physique is not very strong. Because of his physical condition, it is difficult to persist in gymnastics. Most of the time is in excretion. The process of excretion. The body is extremely uncomfortable. 4.6 It is impossible for him to practice gymnastics in the toilet. This is simply impossible. To this end, Magellan can only stick to the development of devil fruit. Due to physical reasons, he is mostly in the excretion time, so that the brain can be empty, and the development of the devil fruit ability can be constructed all day long. Finally, he developed the strongest ultimate move. A killer move that kills anyone who touches it. Result. How could it be so vulnerable? Is that how it gets resolved? For a while, Magellan is in self-doubt. Does he feel that his own strength is not strong enough? As well as Ken's devil fruit ability. What happened? How does it feel? A little unfathomable. You can actually use a variety of devil fruit abilities. Even Shire next to Ken, so amazing too, can compulsively copy any moves. Both. Simply a real monster. Chapter 160 The Soul Curse appears. Magellan surrenders, seeking subscription. Warden Magellan. I advise you to stop. You can no longer hurt me, and even my little partner can still use your moves. I believe you have seen it. Now, I just want you to submit to me. Whoever has the bigger fist, you have to listen. There was a faint smile on the corner of Ken's mouth. Magellan, who had no threat, turned out to be so vulnerable. But for a big reason. It's because he has special means. In fact, he can't resist it head-on. He must use the different space to devour, then just invalidate it. Let me surrender to you? You can tell a joke. Even if I die in your hands, I will never admit defeat and surrender to you. Magellan's face was gloomy, and when he heard this, he quickly refuted it back. His philosophy belongs to justice. Now, Ken's philosophy is absolutely evil. Kill the celestial dragons. Invasion of Impel Down. Cheat world government 6 devil fruit. Once destroyed the Subduing archipelago area. Every event is so nasty, although Ken didn't personally kill innocent civilians. Along the way, he killed all the people who deserved to die. Celestial dragons be damned. Criminals deserve death. As long as the person who should be killed, he will never show mercy. 25. Shire. You suppress him a little bit. Ken's expression became serious, and he planned to start planning to suppress Magellan directly. Okay, slave arrow. Shire directly and instantly uses the mandatory petrification effect of the sweet fruit. For a while, the arrows of pink love all over the sky suddenly shot at a very fast speed. Magellan didn't want to dodge at first and directly attacked with venom. Only, he saw that the venom touched these pink love arrows and was immediately petrified. The venom turned into a petrified effect and instantly fell to the ground, turning into a hard stone head. Even if it falls to pieces, the interior is no longer venom. Already real stone powder. Magellan's face turned utterly surprised. How can it be? Isn't this the move of the sweet fruit owner Boa Hancock? Was it copied? It's extremely tricky, and Ken is still brewing his moves over there. His whole body exudes a cold green glow. Glance over. Deep in Magellan's brain was aching, and he quickly looked back to avoid delaying himself. Next moment, shish, a whole new round of slave arrow. Shoot wildly again. Magellan's face turned completely annoyed and shocked. He found out that this move, Shire, doesn't need brewing at all. Can be released anytime, anywhere. Isn't the key stamina consumed? What kind of monster is this? Soul curse. Ken's expression was full of weirdness, and he whispered in his mouth. As long as you are controlled by my trick, no one can betray me, and you must be loyal to me for the rest of your life. The voice fell. Ken's whole body had a gloomy green glow. Advertisement. This is a phenomenon in which soul matter is condensed. Fortunately, he has killed many criminals before. Then get the soul material supplement. Every time I want to use soul curse, the soul imprint skill. You must pay the soul power of Baishin. This is like the sacrifice of the souls of hundreds of ordinary civilians. To know. No soul. I can't continue to reincarnate for the rest of my life. This move can be said to be an extremely vicious move. It can even hurt your own soul. Now, Ken completely felt the pain coming from the depths of his mind. He's a slime body, there's no such nerve at all. Even if his head is chopped off, he can still keep his face unchanged. Because there is no pain, no fear at all, but he felt the pain so much that he almost passed out. This is an attack on the soul, if his soul string strength is not enough. Definitely die on the spot, even if you don't die. IQ is also completely wiped out. I will become a complete idiot in the future. Fortunately, I devoured the criminals on the 5th floor before. Get nearly 300 soul string strength. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to use it this time. Ken's face was covered with cold sweat, his eyes were a little red, and he finally endured the pain. In an instant, a special mark is printed on the center of his palm. The traces are extremely strange. The whole presents the image of a skeleton. And the eye sockets of the skeleton are filled with hell-like green flames. After ordinary people see it, must be enough to shudder. Is this the soul curse? As long as I can get close to Magellan, I can make him surrender to me on the spot. Ken raised the corners of his mouth, already showing a triumphant expression. Next moment, he looked over, spotted Shire and Magellan fighting extremely hard. Just look at it this way. It completely enraged Magellan. The scene has already overwhelmed Shire. The move that Shire copied. Only Hancock's move can hurt Magellan. As for Magellan's moves, Shire even copied it, and typed it. Even hit Magellan. Magellan remained expressionless. The venom attack. Just like drinking water, there is no way to hurt him. Shire. Back. Let me. Seeing this scene, Ken rushed forward in an instant. The eerie soul curse in the center of his palm was secretly hidden behind him to avoid Magellan's discovery. Shire is clear. Shire is very obedient, she will never resist Ken's orders. Suddenly, Shire quickly retreated. Magellan pursued madly, his eyes full of madness. Surrounding area has been completely swept in by Magellan's scarlet venom. This also caused a lot of buildings to start eroding away. But, advertisement. The extent of Magellan's insanity is still very limited. He still avoided sweeping the scarlet venom into the 6th layer of eternal hell. Is he afraid of hurting the criminals in eternal hell? No, he was afraid of accidentally corroding the prison. This can easily lead to the escape of these criminals. Criminals in eternal hell, all of them are extremely terrifying pirates. He can't face this group of criminals alone, he will definitely not be able to beat them. Ken, no matter what means you have, but I will never lose. Even if you are seriously injured, you will be slaughtered to death. Seeing that it was impossible to catch up with Shire, Magellan shifted his target on the spot and started attacking Ken. Ken's moves. Magellan has also been clear, seems to be swallowed into venom. It can then be invalidated. That's the only explanation Magellan would like to believe. Otherwise, he has worked so hard to develop the devil fruit ability for so long. Just so vulnerable, Magellan couldn't believe it. Only, if Ken can react, Magellan believes that Ken will never be able to withstand the attack of this scarlet venom. The competition is the ability to react, 200 million volts Thor. Ken's body swelled instantly, and endless thunder and lightning surged out of his body, directly surrounding his whole body, 297, causing the speed to become completely faster. Under this trick, only Kizaru can catch up with him. Warden Magellan, now become my loyal subordinate. I need your aid, Ken yelled violently, his speed soared completely. As if teleporting, has appeared behind Magellan. Soul curse. A thick faint blue light emerged from the center of Ken's palm, instantly penetrating into the depths of Magellan's soul. However, he was too close to Magellan now. This has caused the scarlet venom to touch his arm. Ken, you are careless. Seeing this scene, Magellan, who didn't know what was going on, became surprised. The scarlet venom that kills anyone who touches it. Can you kill Ken? He is looking forward to it. Next moment, Magellan's eyes widened suddenly, his voice trembling. Are you so cruel? You are not afraid of death? I see. Ken watched as the scarlet venom got on his arms and was spreading into his body. He has no worries. Instantly raised the other palm, with the palm turning into a knife. He chopped off the poisoned body on the spot. This half of the body fell to the ground. Suddenly it has turned into a light blue liquid. Feel sorry. I'm a monster. I won't die. Ken didn't change his face, didn't feel any pain at all, and started to activate his super instant regeneration and recovery ability. In an instant, half of his body regenerated instantly. Immediately, this has made Magellan extremely desperate. Ken was right. He is a real monster, possesses extremely amazing means. Can't kill at all. Chapter 161 Amazing Eternal Hell Criminals, can't make a choice, seeking subscription. I almost had the toxin spread all over my body. Once it is spread to the corners of the whole body, it must be completely corroded, and then die. This is the so-called giant soldier who touches the poison. There was a smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, and he said sarcastically, just facing, after my current instant regeneration recovery power, this can't kill me at all. He looked at Magellan in despair. Ken has figured it out. Magellan has no will to fight, after all, he was in front of Magellan. Forcibly cut off half a day's body, then regenerate instantly. How to fight this? Although instant regeneration consumes a lot of stamina. Only, Ken can devour harmful substances, forcibly transform them into beneficial substances. This will restore his stamina. He is already at the point where he is getting stronger and stronger. Ward Magellan, you have surrendered to me. Ken's eyes were full of deepness, and he whispered in his mouth. As my first subordinate, I believe this is your honorable servant. The voice fell. Deep in Magellan's mind, the eerie skull soul spell has been engraved. In the skeleton's eye sockets, the ghostly flames of hell burst out instantly. Suddenly, Ken, I won't let you go. Magellan wailed completely, his eyes were red, like a wild beast, who had lost his mind. The pain that seemed to kill him instantly, swept through the depths of his mind. Can't stand it, Magellan is not weak in willpower though. Just this hurt. For the soul, this invisible move must make Magellan doubt life. Before, when Ken devoured 300 soul strings. He can't stand it, the pain of the soul, is simply unbearable. Magellan's soul string power, there is no way to hold on. Soon, Magellan's wailing stopped, her mood had completely changed, and her eyes were extremely complicated. Magellan. It was actually Magellan, only, he's weird now. Can't hate Ken, and he treats Ken, like a king. Advertisement meet the emperor. Nature must be extremely respected. Irresistible. Once you resist, you must die, even he has the utmost loyalty to Ken. Even now Ken let him commit suicide on the spot. Magellan wouldn't even doubt that, he would absolutely obey this order. You can die in front of Ken on the spot. It seems that the soul curse has taken effect. Something else was going on in the back of Ken's mind, he could feel Magellan's breath now. This breath is extremely fragile, he can destroy this breath at will. It seems, if he is not happy, kill Magellan anytime, anywhere. Even Magellan doesn't hate him for acting like this. That's normal. The coercive power of the soul spell, not to be underestimated. Unknowingly, Magellan had already come to Ken, his face was full of respect, he knelt down on one knee, his head was slightly lowered, unable to look directly at Ken. Immediately, Ken noticed this sign, his face was full of smiles, and he felt a little joy. Magellan, you can get up now, and you don't need to kneel down when you see me in the future. And you are my first subordinate, I'm sure you won't let me down. In an instant, Magellan felt extremely flattered. What happened? He gets a little compliment from Ken. Magellan felt extremely excited. Okay, Master Ken. I will never let you down. Magellan stood up quickly, eyes full of respect. For the title of an adult, Ken didn't correct it. The only one who can call him the young master is Shire, the king of wisdom. Other people, absolutely not allowed. This is a special case of Shire. And I can now force Magellan's poison fruit ability. Even after Magellan became my subordinate, my strength has also increased a little bit. This should be the effect of the food chain of special skills. It's really powerful. It's just that Magellan can be regarded as the devil fruit ability development faction. His physical skills are not very strong. Otherwise, physical skills will definitely make me stronger. Ken suddenly felt a brand new feeling, and after a little investigation, he knew it completely. To know, for devil fruit ability, he doesn't really need it anymore. Advertisement anyway, regain the strong. He can also forcibly use the abilities of his subordinates. It can even make him stronger, and there are even better advantages. When he faces the war in the future, pull out a large number of subordinates directly. Presumably, for him, he must be extremely elegant. Next moment, Ken calmed down, and he turned his head to ask Magellan. Magellan, tell me who the criminals in eternal hell are. As the warden of Impel Down, I believe you are the one who knows best. I want to kill them, this group of criminals, and devour them to become my eternal life. And, a little transformed into my subordinates. But it depends on your mood. If there are no criminals that satisfy me, I can kill them all. Immediately. Speaking of criminals, Magellan was immediately interested, with a look of excitement on his face. He hasn't actually changed. Change is all about loyalty to Ken. For criminals, Magellan is still terribly disgusted. To this end, Magellan spoke quickly. Eternal hell has very scary felons inside. Because of committing 2 heinous crimes. These deeds have even been erased by the world government, so Impel Down has a 6th floor. Many people don't know it. 3 days ago, Ace had been secretly transferred to naval headquarters. And there are 2 former 7 warlords of the sea criminals. 1. Shah Lokdar. There is 1 more, Seaman Jinbei. And there are a lot of repeat offenders. I'm going to talk about the tougher ones for now. Former Impel Down warden, Shiryu of the Rain. This person's swordsmanship is extremely terrifying, and his nature is to kill indiscriminately. I have already suppressed him and detained him directly. World Destroyer, burn the world. This devil fruit is extremely terrifying, and he can cause large-scale damage at will. The worst criminal ever, Douglas Jiao Jiao, Bullet. This person used to be an intern of the Roger Pirates, and now he is very strong, and his physical skills and abilities are not weak. The Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield. This person has entered his old age, but he was once on an equal footing with Roger and Whitebeard. If Master Ken wants to recover his subordinates, among these criminals, there must be your choice. Magellan gushed. Say a lot of words at once. This caused Ken to choose obsessive-compulsive sweating. The key if conditions permit, he actually wants it all. It's just that the soul curse requires extremely high soul string strength. One time requires the power of 100 strings. He simply can't use that many times, it must be carefully considered. Author P.S. The well-known Impel Down criminals should be these people, right? If there are some criminals not listed, you can remind me in the comment area, as well as the crew of Blackbeard. As the author, I feel very weak is it, so it is not listed here. Of course, this is just the author's idea. Readers are welcome to discuss it. Chapter 162 Kill Eternal Hell Criminals, Seeking Subscription. Ken's mind began to race quickly. He has to think about how to choose his subordinates this time. Although Shak Lok Dal and Haisha Jinbei are good in strength, and both of them used to be 7 warlords of the sea. He naturally chooses the strongest subordinates. The strength is not bad, not so good. Shak Lok and Seaman Jinbei look like this. As if that wasn't enough, to this end, these two were temporarily abandoned. Former Impel Down Warden, Shiryu of the Rain. Although his sword skills are amazing, it's just that my target is not him. If I really want to choose a master of swordsmanship, I actually have to choose a target. I must choose the #1 swordsman in the world, Hawkeye. In this way Shiryu of the Rain is also discarded. Ken's eyes were full of coldness. Yao Jiao muttered to himself. Let's decide like this. Shiryu of the Rain is powerful though, but Ken leans more towards Hawkeye. This so-called world's #1 swordsman must have something to be proud of. Immediately, Magellan's face changed slightly. It seems that Ken is quite ruthless. The so-called abandonment, of course it is to kill. Certainly, Magellan showed no mercy. These are all criminals from eternal hell. When you die, you die. Magellan, on the contrary, felt extremely relieved. After the eternal hell criminal dies, the biggest hidden danger of Impel Down can be solved naturally. Even if the criminals on the first 5 floors escaped from the 363 prison this time, it must not be as good as the 6th floor eternal hell. Every eternal hell criminal escapes and escapes from prison. The world is bound to be in chaos. Finally, Ken has made up his mind. He only targeted 3 criminals this time, Burndy World, Deathless Bullet, Valoric Redfield. Looks like it was a massacre. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth. He chose 3 eternal hell criminals under his command. 300 soul strings will be consumed. This is a huge waste of time. He still has 200 soul strings. He can only use soul spells twice. If you devour criminals, you can continue to get more. So it seems, the remaining eternal hell criminals must die at his hands too. Shire. Magellan. Follow me in now and slaughter these criminals. But there are 3 criminals who don't do anything. I want them to be loyal subordinates. Are you too clear? Ken began to turn his head and ordered, this time the goal must be completed. If eternal hell criminals riot, for Ken, it's still quite troublesome. But with Magellan joining, believe that killing eternal hell criminals, it will be easier. Advertisement as well as Shire is also copied to Magellan's moves. 2. CFCA, Poison Giants, enough to kill the weaker eternal hell criminals. To this end, Shire and Magellan answered in unison. Good young master, good sir, the voice fell. Ken strode into the eternal hell with his head held high. Suddenly, a tangy damp smell made him frown. Soon, all the criminals in eternal hell cast their eyes over, full of doubts. The person who came in this time isn't Magellan. What happened, however, after Magellan came in, he slowly stood behind Ken with a respectful face. The eyes of these criminals were a little shocked. The once fiery Impel Down warden, why should you be so respectful to this young boy? Has a problem. There is definitely a problem, Magellan. What's the matter with you? It's really getting older. You actually start following a young boy? This is really ridiculous. A long-eared criminal lying on the ground, with his eyelids half open and his eyes full of indifference, could not help but sarcastically said, and I seem to have heard the movement of the 5th prison above. Impel Down has been hacked? Immediately, none of your business? Shut up. Magellan's eyes were cold and his face scowled. Although he doesn't want to admit the truth of the words, but Impel Down is currently being invaded. Certainly, he is no longer the warden of Impel Down. It's Ken's subordinates. To this, Impel Down has been a bit of a no-brainer for Magellan. Even he had an idea. Anyway, I will follow Ken in the future. It's better to kill all these criminals, to prevent these criminals from harming the world. As the warden of Impel Down, he might as well make a contribution at the end. Why don't you go to support? Afraid we criminals would escape. If I can really escape from prison, I will definitely kill you. Although I know you are strong, but I am not weak either. The long-eared criminal snorted coldly, his tone was full of displeasure, and even provoked Magellan. This criminal has also, listened, many times. Impel Down is invaded. Certainly. The intruder was quickly dealt with, it didn't take Magellan a shot at all. Because all the intruders were dealt with by Shiryu of the Rain. I just don't know if this Impel Down invasion, was it so serious? Because of its amazing hearing, it can keenly receive sounds that ordinary people cannot hear. That's why it concluded that Impel Down was compromised. Magellan. This criminal is kind of annoying. Hurry up and kill it. Advertisement Ken heard the sarcasm of the long-eared criminal, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, and ordered him to go on with a cold face. Magellan is now his subordinate. How can it be that others say kill and kill? To this end, after Magellan heard these words, his face became a little excited. Good sir. He had already disliked these eternal hell criminals. Only, Naval Headquarters and World Government had warned him to not kill the Impel Down level 6 eternal hell criminals. Because Magellan accidentally killed a 6th tier criminal once. Caused him to be criticized. This also shows that his strength is not weak. It's just that the World Government and Naval Headquarters warned so much, and even secretly said that these criminals may be useful in the future, and it would be too wasteful to kill them now. This also makes Magellan more tolerant for the 6th tier criminals. He has seldom killed himself, at most, it's just an injury. Now, Ken let him blow it off, just put Magellan in a good mood. What World Government? What Naval Headquarters? It's not as good as his grown-up said. Like this long-eared criminal. So arrogant. Just to be clear, he, the prison warden of Impel Down, dare not kill the criminals on the 6th floor of Eternal Hell at will. Otherwise, how dare the long-eared criminals mock him all day long? In an instant, Magellan shouted violently, Giant of Poison, Judgment of Hell. The voice fell. Die. The giant scarlet venom suddenly burst out, instantly forming a skeleton-shaped material creature, and directly swept towards the long-eared criminals. Magellan. How dare you lay hands on me? You have to know. The World Government and Naval Headquarters don't allow you to kill criminals like us. Seeing this scene, the Chong-eared people panicked. Once, it overhears Magellan talking, to this end. It fully knows that Magellan dare not kill 6th tier criminals at will. But what's going on now? Why this unknown young boy? One order. Totally drives Magellan crazy, and kills it straight away. No, the long-eared criminal wanted to struggle, but the chains on his body suddenly bound him, making him unable to leave the prison at all. That's it. It can't move at all. Suddenly, scarlet venom burst out. Long-eared criminals are contaminated with these venoms. They can't survive at all. Just a moment. In prison, in an instant, a lifeless corpse appeared, and the whole body exuded ice cold. Perhaps, the long-eared criminal once had a bounty of more than 500 million. Just in front of Magellan in a rage situation, it's not a problem at all. Chapter 163 The Regretful Shiryu of the Rain, Seeking Subscription. Witness the death of the first Eternal Hell criminal. Ken didn't feel any fluctuations in his mood. Next. More Eternal Hell criminals to die. There aren't many criminals in Eternal Hell. If you can kill these criminals, and devour them, his strength can completely reach the level of Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. That moment, he will not be afraid of anyone, in an instant. Ken's eyes were full of killing intent, and there was no hint of teasing in his tone. Magellan. Keep going, Shire. The same to you. Kill these infinite hell criminals for me. I'm going to devour them. The voice fell. Okay. Magellan's emotions were already high, and he began to frantically attack the eternal hell criminals in the surrounding prisons. Shoot. Immediately, Shire had seen Magellan behave like this. She also started to use the poisonous giant soldiers. The scarlet venom condensed to form a skeleton-shaped material creature, sweeping away non-stop. For a while, the scene is extremely scary. These criminals of eternal hell want to struggle, just struggle anyway. Just get those scarlet venoms. Definitely can't hold on. Until death. Magellan. Stop. No. The eternal hell criminal let out a shocking roar, and he couldn't imagine that Magellan would dare to kill him. Usually, Magellan has also shot, but these shots are all dark purple venom. The lethality is not so terrifying. Even afterwards, antidote was used to relieve the poisoning effect. It seems to be torturing these criminals. It seems to be telling them to be more honest. To this end, a lot of criminals have forgotten. Magellan in a rage situation. Fully capable of killing the criminals of eternal hell. Shut up, all die, you bloody bastards. Become the fountain of power for Master Ken. Magellan's in high spirits, and he's already killed several of the weaker eternal hell criminals. It made him feel extremely happy, these evil criminals. He should be sentenced to death on the spot. The criminals who let them do all kinds of evil, survive for so long. It's just ridiculous. Ken walked directly to the deepest eternal hell. Along the way, he devoured the corpses of these dead criminals. Advertisement, a lot of hints came out like crazy. He can clearly feel. At this moment, his strength is soaring at an extremely fast speed. Armament hockey, observation hockey, various gymnastics. Strength, speed, defense. Everything has been completely upgraded. I want more. Much more. Ken's face is full of fiery color. This feeling of becoming stronger is really unstoppable. Immediately, he hurried to a deeper and dangerous hell. Soon, he has already met Shiryu of the Rain. the Impel Down warden who was violently killed. Only, Shiryu's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at his former teammate Magellan. He actually went on a killing spree, for a while. Shiryu of the Rain looked a little scared, Magellan in this case. He dare not provoke at all, once. As Magellan's teammate, he naturally knows how strong Magellan is when he goes all out. Magellan in full force, he can only avoid it. What happened? Shiryu's eyes are full of confusion. He likes to ravage others, but it doesn't mean he likes to be ravaged by others. The key is, he was imprisoned in the Eternal Hell prison. The most convenient sword is not by his side. Really gotta face Magellan. He can't even beat Magellan, a great swordsman without a sword. Strength must not be brought into play, damn it. I won't die here, will I? The point is that Magellan is so crazy. Is this young kid's problem? Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ken who was nearby, and his eyes trembled a little, feeling unbelievable. There's no way Magellan will ever listen to anyone. But why the current situation? How ridiculous. Hello. I know you, Shiryu of the Rain. Excuse me, although your swordsmanship is very strong, it's just not enough. Ken watched Shiryu's eyes change wildly, with a vague smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but said, please die here now. The voice fell. 100 million volt lightning sphere. Intense thunder energy emerges from his palm, forming an astonishingly bright light like an unstable energy sphere, which can be detonated on the spot at any time. In an instant, Shiryu of the Rain had goosebumps all over his body, already feeling the situation of life and death, and his heart was full of fear. You want to kill me? Are you kidding me? Ask for flowers? I was actually killed by an unknown brat like you? Advertisement immediately. Ken's eyes were full of indifference, and the corners of his mouth were raised to sarcastically. Am I an unknown kid? I'm sorry, but now the whole world knows I'm crazy. I dare to kill the celestial dragons. Do you dare? This made Shiryu of the Rain swallow his saliva. Kill celestial dragons? Although he kills indiscriminately, just to kill the celestial dragons. To be honest, he really didn't dare. Killing celestial dragons is bound to be hunted down by the world government. Live forever. World government will not stop, don't lie to me. You said you killed celestial dragons? What evidence do you have? Shiryu of the Rain yelled, his tone full of tremors. Because the unstable sphere of thunder energy in the center of Ken's palm has been completely gathered, and suddenly there is an extremely terrifying pressure, as if it can kill him easily. Can't stop it, I really have to bear this trick. He is absolutely going to die here. Evidence? A real winner. I don't need to prove anything to you. Ken's eyes were filled with coldness, and he gently threw the unstable thunder and lightning energy sphere in his palm. In an instant, boom, the thunder and lightning energy sphere smashed away. The energy sphere smashed over on its way. The body suddenly became larger. Like a small solar celestial body. Shine brightly. Damn it. If you give me a sword, I will definitely chop this energy sphere to pieces. Shiryu of the Rain looked completely desperate. The unarmed great swordsman simply couldn't face this attack at all. Boom. With a bang. The prison where Shiryu of the Rain was held. It was blasted in an instant. This made Magellan, who was raging not far away, saw. His eyes were full of shock. Such an amazing explosion, as expected of Lord Ken. It seems, when Ken fought him before, totally did not go all out. Otherwise, this kind of damage will explode. It will be difficult for him to resist. Only Shire's face remained unchanged. Only she knows how powerful Ken is now. As long as Ken's plan works this time to leave Impel Down. No one in the world can beat Ken. She wants to help Ken complete this project. Definitely won't fail. Chapter 164. The strength has completely skyrocketed, seeking subscription. The prison where Shiryu of the Rain is now held has been completely destroyed. Shiryu of the Rain is already dead. The breath of life has dissipated. It seems that a great swordsman without a sword is naturally unable to truly display his strength. Exquisite swordsmanship, all cannot be played out. Presumably, before Shiryu of the Rain died, he was extremely aggrieved. It seems so pitiful. It doesn't matter. This guy Shiryu of the Rain is so indiscriminate. It must have killed many innocent lives in normal times. I beheaded his life this time, also to eliminate harm for the people. Without any burden in his heart, Ken went directly into Shiryu's prison and devoured the corpse on the spot. In an instant, a lot of knowledge about swordsmanship popped up in the back of Ken's mind. Have to say, Shiryu of the Rain used to be a great swordsman. The strength must be extremely strong. Unfortunately, it's totally cheap to him now. Wrath and roar. Thunder and lightning elements gathered in the palm of Ken, instantly condensing, 5 zeros, into a giant energy sword. His move is actually intentionally imitating Kizaru's move, Tiankongyun's sword. Anyway, he didn't have a sword in hand, it's better to gather it together. Next moment, Ken flipped his wrist back and forth, and he could play fancy swords at will. He has thoroughly mastered all of Shiryu's sword skills. But it can only be regarded as icing on the cake. Because he has never used swordsmanship before. Even if he really wants to fight with the enemy, he actually uses physical skills even more. Then, he began to think in his heart, he has devoured many criminals so far. To this end, he has also gained a lot of vitality and soul power. And the devil fruit ability, it's just these devil fruit abilities. He has completely transformed into devil fruit energy, and the number of devil fruit in his hand has reached nearly 10. Such a staggering amount. Even the world government will take a long time to raise. As long as the next task is issued, he's sure to be done soon. At present, in total, he gained more than 30 years of vitality. It is tantamount to living naturally, definitely live longer. Future, he is not afraid of the short lifespan. It's just that the soul power is a little low. At present, there are only 500 soul string power. That is, like the soul string force of 500 civilians. Although the 6th floor eternal hell criminals are strong-willed. Consume an eternal hell criminal, it was like devouring the souls of dozens of civilians. Only, sometimes more quantity, is actually better than quality. Looks like Impel downed all criminals this time. I almost devoured it. If I can devour these Impel down criminals, I will definitely get more soul power. Advertisement. After Ken thought for a while, he had already decided on the spot. Soul power must be very useful, if there are too few of these things. In fact, it is the strongest for him to control. It is simply out of control. Think about it. 100 soul strings are required to use the soul spell. Next, he also needs to control 3 criminals from eternal hell, and deduct 300 soul strings. This still hurts a bit, but controlling the 3 powerhouses, barely considered a loss. To this end, after Ken calmed down, he found that the criminals in eternal hell around him were almost extinct. Magellan and Shire. The lethality of these 2 poisonous giant soldiers is simply full. He thunder fruit is explosive. Magellan poisonous fruit is very lethal. It is a representative devil fruit, and, known as the strongest fruit of Paramecia, shock fruit. In fact, in terms of destructive power, it should be regarded as the most explosive of Paramecia devil fruit. Although some of Paramecia devil fruit's abilities are extremely rogue. Some Paramecia devil fruit abilities, even Ken has to avoid it for a while, because of this rogue-like ability. If you hit it head-on, maybe you will suffer a loss. To this end, he has a large number of powerful subordinates, which is actually beneficial. It's time for him to face the rogue's ability. You can let loyal subordinates take action instead of him. Anyway, the strength of the subordinates is not weak at all. There is no problem facing the opponent. There are still 3 eternal hell criminals. They are all criminals I chose from the beginning. Ordinary people's means. Maybe they have to talk to persuade these criminals to become subordinates. But I'm different. I have the rogue skill of Soul Curse. It will definitely make these criminals follow me wholeheartedly. Ken looked relaxed, with a triumphant smile on the corner of his mouth. This is completely in the victory stage. Even if the plan is completed this time, the strength will definitely soar. Definitely up to the point of Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. If the 3 criminals can still be subdued, it will definitely make him stronger. Because of having the skill of food chain, subordinates are stronger. He gets stronger. In an instant, Ken sweeps around the prisons and devours all the dead criminals on the spot. For a while, strength is still skyrocketing. Finally, his strength has reached an astonishing level. Ken even felt the distance between him and the Pirate Admiral and the Pirate 4 Emperors. It is now completely zero. Belonging to everyone is the starting line. To reach this level of strength, advertisement. It took me about half a year. It's really not easy. Ken couldn't help sighing. I'm really in trouble. If other people hear these words, I'm afraid these dead criminals turn into ghosts and surrounded Ken all day long to curse him. If you can reach Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. What amazing talent does this require, and how much effort is behind it? It took half a year for Ken to completely catch up with the world's top strength. It's almost to the point of being a monster. Call. Easy. Then subdue the 3 subordinates. Just leave Impel down, and go to Naval Headquarters. This time the Summit War? I'm sorry, I'll take over? Ken stepped forward and went to the prison where the 3 eternal hell criminals were held. Soon, he came to Burndy World's prison. The ferocious criminal once known as the World Destroyer died completely after seeing the criminals in the surrounding prisons. Ken devoured the criminals' corpses right in front of him. The momentum became more and more amazing, actually getting stronger? This unbelievable method of becoming stronger, Burndy World has never heard of it. Such a weird method. At present, it also makes Burndy World jealous. And full of powerlessness, he was trapped and Impel down for a long time, and his strength has also declined. Want to restore the former peak strength? In fact, you need to rest for a while. To this end, really want Burndy World to defeat Magellan. In fact, it's still a little tight. The key is Magellan's Devil Fruit ability. The lethality is 4.3. Although his Momo Fruit is not weak, it can increase the size and speed of the object it touches by hundreds of times. But the Seastone handcuffs on his hands completely make him unable to use the Devil Fruit ability. What else is this? He was actually very nervous. Ken came straight to the prison with a blank face and asked, "How? Become my subordinate. I won't kill you." Immediately. Truth. Burndy World couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You want me to be your subordinate? It's impossible. Do you want to be my subordinate? Even if you kill me, Burndy World looked stunned. But after hearing these words, you look pretty big. Are you Burndy World? Really looking for death? Can't hit the head? It is impossible for me to be your subordinate? How to spell? Chapter 165 I am the leader, the Wolf King, seeking subscription. Ken heard Burndy World refused directly, to be honest. This is also what he expected, and he was not very surprised. This kind of strong man from the old era has a rather arrogant temper. Even if he dies tragically here, I believe Burndy World will never depend on others. I don't like your bad temper a little bit. I hope that after you become my subordinate, quickly get rid of this bad temper. Ken muttered to himself, soul curse, immediately. Wow. There was a faint green light on his palm, and the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Looking at it with the naked eye could make the brain ache. A mark of hell flames emerged from the eye socket of a skeleton, and it was born suddenly. What kind of move are you doing? Burndy World couldn't help but look frightened. He saw the birth of the soul curse, and felt terrified in his heart. Why? Can this young boy be determined to be his subordinate? He even said that after becoming a subordinate, and let him get rid of his bad temper. What do you want to do? It's impossible for you to want me to be your subordinate. If it's just a cooperative relationship, maybe I can agree. Burndy World narrowed his eyes, although he wanted to struggle, but he was suppressed by Halu's 25-stone handcuffs, and it was difficult for him to raise strength in his body to resist. Damn. His devil fruit is actually very powerful. I really want to do it. In fact, he is not afraid of anyone at all. His combat prowess is actually amazing, especially after matching with devil fruit ability. The destructive power it produces is actually not weaker than Paramecia shock fruit. But devil fruit's ability to bring convenience also creates weakness. For example, he is afraid of the ocean. Usually when he comes into contact with water, his body will be weak. Even trapped by sea-stone handcuffs, can't get enough power. To this end, although he doesn't want to be Ken's subordinate. But if it's a partnership, he is also willing to enter into this relationship. Want to work with me? Excuse me, I don't think you deserve it? When Ken heard these words, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. As he gets stronger and stronger, this moment, even Burndy World can't beat him. Can make Burndy World his subordinate. It can even be said that he is honored. Think about it. Eternal Hell criminals are actually not very weak. He only chose 3 Eternal Hell criminals to be his subordinates. This also means, the 3 criminals survived, all other criminals must die. Once human beings die, advertisement just nothing. Can survive now, totally more than anything else. I hope you don't struggle. The consequences of being unable to struggle can only make you suffer more. The soul curse in Ken's palm suddenly burst into a blue light, which directly penetrated into the depths of Burndy World's mind, directly attacking the soul. In an instant, the soul curse resides in the soul of Burndy World. Baptism of the soul. Start now. In an instant, Burndy World seemed to be hit hard and collapsed to the ground suddenly. His eyes were blood red, as if he lost his mind. He roared, "Ah! You be asterisk 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 D. What kind of attack on me? No. My head hurts." Ken's spirit calling spell was too insidious. A move that attacks the soul, completely invisible. Burndy World has never been attacked like this, for a while. Burndy World can only accept the torment of the soul curse. Beside, Magellan had cleaned up the criminals around him. He quickly came behind Ken, but, seeing Burndy World in such pain, Magellan couldn't bear to look directly at him. He didn't feel sorry for Burndy World. Magellan is feeling sorry for himself. He was Ken's first subordinate. It was also the first time to endure the soul torture of the soul curse. This pain, he absolutely does not want to be in contact again. It is simply a pain that is worse than life and death. No one can bear this torture, after being unable to hold on to this torment. Will completely follow Ken, as expected of an adult's method. Don't provoke adults in the future. Magellan has a serious face. He must not forget this instruction, otherwise Ken will kill him anytime and anywhere. His now fragile soul has been fully grasped by Ken. This is a line that must never be crossed, otherwise. He is just not loyal, definitely can make Ken feel unhappy. That moment, his life is in danger, the other side. I didn't expect that it could last for so long. Ken frowned, he was surprised that something was wrong. Burndy World's willpower. Really tenacious. It has completely exceeded the time when Magellan could not persist in soul torture. Still insisting on it now, is still incompetent and furious. Advertisement constantly tormented by the soul, as long as Burndy World does not compromise. The soul curse continues to torment until Burndy World compromises. So it seems, if he meets someone with more willpower in the future. Maybe, the soul curse he will condense in the future, will need more soul string power. For example, he needs 100 soul strings to condense the most common soul spell. If he condenses the soul curse, double it directly. On the spot, it condensed into a soul curse with 200 soul strings. Maybe the effect is even better. That's the need for soul power, and more. I really didn't think of it. The consumption of soul power is actually so high. This actually gave Ken a bit of a headache. In the future, I will have to pay attention to this aspect. Soon, Burndy World's roar slowly stopped. His eyes were full of sluggishness and his face was full of haggardness. His soul has been tortured so badly that he is almost about to be erased abruptly. Finally, Burndy 793 World chose to compromise. Fragile soul. He's in Ken's custody. As long as he p***** d off Ken, it will surely perish in an instant. Certainly, when he chose to compromise, he was already dead set on Ken. I will never choose to betray, grown-ups. The world chooses to surrender to you. There will be no second thoughts in the future. From now on, I will be your charge general. Burndy World finally lowered his proud head. He knelt down on one knee, his face was full of respect, and he chose to follow Ken. Very good, follow me, it's definitely your greatest honor. A smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth, and his mood became joyful. Gain powerful minions again. The stronger the subordinate, the stronger he is. He has become stronger again. As expected, the food chain skill is a bit rogue. This is actually even better than gaining strength by devouring it on the spot. First, he became stronger and improved in all aspects. Second, he accepts extremely strong subordinates and will never betray. This is not at all the benefits that can be obtained by devouring alone. Certainly, swallowing it alone. In fact, it can gain vitality and soul power. It can only be regarded as a gain and a loss, but it also means he is no longer a lone wolf, rather, the real leader of the Wolf King. He faces any organization. He doesn't even need to do it. His subordinates can solve it completely. Chapter 166 The Passage of Time, Seeking Subscription. There are 2 more criminals next. If you want to recover these 2 criminals, you need some means. 17. However, the willpower of these 2 may be extremely tenacious. Maybe it will take a long time to waste. Ken couldn't help frowning, his face a little impatient. To this end, after he thought about it for a while, he was determined. Although coercion can make criminals submit to him. Only, this method of surrender, presumably the criminal is a little bit unconvinced. Certainly, after becoming his subordinate, this dissatisfaction will naturally disappear. Next moment, Ken turned his head to Magellan. Magellan. You can release World now, he has become my subordinate, and he will be your teammate in the future. Immediately, I know. Magellan nodded quickly. As the warden of Impel Down, he can free these criminals. To this end, he still has the key in his pocket. Soon, the world is released, after the seastone handcuffs were completely opened. I'm finally out. The world is full of tears. He regained his strength. It's an amazing feeling. He has been imprisoned in Impel Down for a long time. Now re-released, freedom of person, have to say. He is extremely grateful to Ken, of course. It is also fortunate that his strength is considered very strong. Otherwise, just like these weak infinite criminals, Ken chose to abandon them directly. Throw it away. That means death, world. I hope you won't anger your lord in the future. Otherwise I will be the first to kill you. Magellan's eyes are a bit contemptuous of the world. He was able to suppress the criminals in the 6th layer of eternal hell, and he is still able to do so. He still hates criminals, although World became his teammate. But be aware, he is Ken's first subordinate. Naturally, you have to have an attitude. Magellan, don't be too arrogant. When I come back from a complete recuperation, the strength will reach its heyday. I might even press you to the ground and beat you. When World heard Magellan being so provocative, his face flushed with anger, and he almost wanted to fight. But, now Ken is in front of them, they can't possibly fight on the spot. If it P******** D off Ken, must be tormented by the soul. Even the elimination of the soul, die on the spot. Ken is naturally not aware of Magellan's grievances with World. Advertisement, but even if it is clear, he actually doesn't know how to discipline. As long as it belongs to the level of sparring, just hit. Just don't die, then, he looked deeper and muttered to himself. Beloric Redfield backquote, this was once considered a legendary pirate. But I know his weakness, he must choose to surrender to me. This was once known as Lonely Rider, the strength is amazing. Only one person is neck and neck with Roger and Whitebeard. You must know that Roger and Whitebeard actually have crew partners. But Beloric Redfield was different, he doesn't like to be in groups, but prefers to face alone. Even ever, Beloric Redfield defeated the former Marine Marshal Kong. Who is Kong now? This is the current commander-in-chief of the army. His status is even higher than that of Marshal Sangoku today. So it seems, maybe Beloric Redfield is a special pirate. He is powerful, has a withdrawn temper, and is unwilling to be in groups. This is because Beloric Redfield has a very strong observation haki. He can see through the ugly hearts of those around him. To this end, such an ugly human heart, it really made Beloric Redfield sick and unwilling to find a partner. This also leads to later, he completely changed his temperament, and made a shocking event. Finally, he resulted in his arrest and was taken directly to Impel Down Eternal Hell. Next, let's go and have a look at this legendary pirate first. Ken showed a confident smile, he has completely controlled this legendary pirate. Ken stepped into the specially built prison, his eyes were a little surprised. An old man with a tired face was imprisoned in the prison. Beloric Redfield has a tall and thin figure, with white hair braided into 2 braids hanging down his shoulders, wearing a plum-red shirt, blood-red trousers, and a large blood-red cape. Have to say, old people dressed like this really stand out. Presumably this should be the style of Beloric Redfield. Unfortunately, observe carefully, the skin on Beloric Redfield's body was completely old, there was no normal skin at all, and everything was wrinkled. He seemed to be dying. It is said that he is the corpse carried out of the coffin. Probably some people believe it. Immediately, Beloric Redfield noticed Ken's figure, his eyes were full of indifference, and he asked slowly. Are you the one who caused the Impel Down chaos this time? I've smelled a lot of blood. Even the smell of blood lingers on you. In an instant. That's right, the criminals who died here. Advertisement, it's because of me. Ken didn't deny it and asked on the spot. I wonder what you, the legendary pirate, think? The voice fell. Beloric Redfield was expressionless, and after thinking for a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't have any ideas. If you want to kill me now, I can't resist. Why, I'm completely old now. The strength is not as good as it was back then. You want to kill me, it's a very simple thing. Speaking of which, Beloric Redfield paused, his eyes seemed a little confused. Finally, he still continued, and your thoughts, I actually can't see through. You are a strange person. To know the ugly inside of a human being. I've seen so much it makes me sick. But you surprised me. What kind of mind do you belong to? I can't see through it. Finished. Beloric Redfield looked a little lonely. Before dying, there was no fluctuation in his heart. It turned out to be death. It's not a scary thing either. During his lifetime, he has killed many ugly people. Now being killed by someone else, that's the way it is. Then, Beloric Redfield closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, Ken didn't make a move, but spoke calmly. No matter how strong you were before, you can't resist the coming of the years. Beloric Redfield, you're completely old, Lima How. Strength has been unable to reach its peak, now I let you choose, you become my subordinate. I can restore you to your youthful posture, don't you want to see the real wonder of the world? It's a pity to die like this, don't you think it's a pity? In an instant, Beloric Redfield opened his eyes suddenly, his eyes were a little fiery. What did you say? Can you make me young? You're not kidding, are you? Why is he not afraid of life and death? Because he doesn't have much lifespan. Even if you die of old age and impel down, in fact, it is also expected. But, if I can become younger, I can restore the strongest posture I once had. Who would not want this? Old-fashioned appearance disturbs. Beloric Redfield really doesn't like it, and he couldn't read Ken's heart at all. This made him even more interested, although become someone else's subordinate. He didn't like it either, but it's better than just dying like this. Chapter 167 Another powerful subordinate, seeking subscription. Ken looked at Beloric Redfield with sudden interest. He secretly nodded with satisfaction. Really, any strong person will be afraid of the passage of time, eventually leading to a decline in strength. To this end, Beloric Redfield doesn't want to get weak either, if he can continue to reach his peak strength. For the strong, it's a heaven-defying move, and Ken knows. If Beloric Redfield escapes from prison. Beloric Redfield even wanted to find the Devil Fruit ability. Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form. You can absorb other people's lifespan by absorbing other people's blood, so that you can return to your youthful appearance, and even your abilities can be restored to your youthful days. You can also create darkness at night, allowing yourself to hide in it so that your opponent can't find it. Even Beloric Redfield finally found the Devil Fruit. From then on, he changes back to Lonely Rider. In the face of the world government and naval headquarters, he still remains calm and carefree. This Devil Fruit ability, to be honest, Ken definitely doesn't intend to keep it in anyone's hands. Somehow, this Devil Fruit is used well, and will not be afraid of the short lifespan. To this end, he must get Beloric Redfield. Thankfully he has the intelligence gap. At present, Beloric Redfield is still unclear about this Devil Fruit. 743 is still worrying about its short lifespan. Otherwise, he really couldn't recover Beloric Redfield. At that time, Ken can only force Beloric Redfield to be his subordinate. You say you can make me younger, do you know how old I am now? I'm about to turn 90. I used to be in my prime, at least 50 years old. Can you make me young? Honestly, I'm a little bit mistrustful. After Beloric Redfield thought about it carefully, his enthusiasm faded, thinking that Ken was cheating him. In an instant, Beloric Redfield was a little less interested. He might as well just die like this. Now Ken seduces him to be young, making him want to die even more. You think I can't make you young? The world's largest, full of wonders? Let you feel it a little bit. A vague smile appeared on the corner of Ken's mouth, life force condensed from his fingers, and emerald green light burst out suddenly. Advertisement anyone who is illuminated by this emerald green light. There is a warm touch on the body, it makes people extremely comfortable. What are you? Tell me quickly. Beloric Redfield finally couldn't stay still, his eyes felt extremely longing for this emerald green light. Even Magellan and World next to him were surprised by this. What an eye-opener for this new grown-up, their two followers. Especially World. He is not young anymore, he wants to restore his former peak strength. In fact, you also need to become younger, do you really want it? Of course I can give it to you, I hope you won't disappoint me. Ken's face was full of seriousness, his fingers condensed 1 year's life force, mainly he also absorbed 30 years life force, so naturally he should use it sparingly. Next moment, this group of emerald green rays of light condensed directly and began to float above the body of Beloric Redfield. With the shining of emerald green light, this ray of light completely melted, it began to enter into Beloric Redfield's body, nourishing his completely old body. As this life force, Beloric Redfield suddenly felt the difference. His body has become completely younger. For a strong man like him, naturally, he is extremely clear about all aspects of his body. Baloric Redfield could feel it clearly. His body has completely returned to a year ago. This is not something the so-called devil fruit ability can cause. This is real life force. It has been injected into his dying body. Now his whole body has become more powerful. It doesn't look like he is about to die before. You can really make me younger. What method are you doing? CFBH, Baloric Redfield was completely unable to calm down, and his tone of voice began to become faster. It seemed that the injection of life force made him completely energetic. The means? I can't tell you. I can naturally inject life force into you. In the future, you can live longer. I am not strict with my subordinates. It's what I ask my subordinates to do. The subordinates must complete it. Other than that, it's terribly free. If you want, follow me. Ken heard that Baloric Redfield wanted to ask him how to get the means of life force, so he naturally concealed it on the spot. Currently able to snatch the means of life force. It should not be many. One is the king of gluttony with his special skill, forcibly devouring life force. Advertisement. The other is the phantom beast, the vampire form. It can absorb the blood of outsiders, and you can return to your youthful appearance. And Op fruit. The ultimate ability of this thing can make people live forever. This really makes Ken feel unbelievable, but immortality does not mean invincibility. If he can devour this eternal man, so, his lifespan is infinite. Can live forever, to be your subordinate. I hope you won't be so strict. I'm relatively withdrawn. I really don't like being in groups, but since it's your request, I can change it. Baloric Redfield pondered for a moment, finally took a deep breath helplessly, and made a direct decision on the spot. Let him die like this? He's really a little dissatisfied. Perhaps. Follow this young lad, to save face. Congratulations. Become my subordinate. You are honored. You won't regret it in the future. The green light of the soul curse emerged from the palm of Ken, which condensed into the imprint of hell flames emanating from the skeleton, directly attacking the depths of Baloric Redfield's soul. Immediately, Baloric Redfield's expression suddenly changed. Torment of the soul. This is really uncomfortable. Only, Baloric Redfield didn't fight back. He directly suppressed the pain. Let the soul curse be baptized on the spot. If he persists like World, he doesn't want to be Ken's subordinate. It is bound to be tortured by the soul for a long time. To this end, for Baloric Redfield's baptism of the soul curse soul. The time is actually not long, just 15 seconds. Baloric Redfield completely surrendered to Ken, his eyes full of respect. He now has the utmost loyalty. The lonely rider, who once was, is gone. Now, he's just Ken's subordinate, no identity anymore. Chapter 168. Can resurrect the dead? Seeking subscription? For a short time, he regained 2 powerful subordinates. This made Ken feel that he was extremely satisfied when he came to Impel Down this time. His strength has completely skyrocketed, and I believe he will not be afraid of any forces. This also means, he no longer needs to flinch. I used to cringe. Naturally, it's because of lack of strength. The possibility of overturning the car at any time. Totally different now. It's really going to be a group fight. Ken faces any force that's completely worthy of the scene. And he also won the 2 new substances of life force and soul force. Future. People in the world can only look up to him. And one last criminal, Douglas Bullet. He used to be a crew member of Roger's pirate ship. And was called the heir of the devil. It was even rumored that he had a tie with the vice captain Rayleigh. This is also a powerful legendary pirate, but this guy has a very stubborn temper. If it doesn't work, I'll forcefully subdue him. Ken started to think back to the Bullet incident, and finally decided that this guy would be extremely difficult to persuade. He could persuade Baloric Redfield. Naturally, because Baloric Redfield's lifespan is already in his later years. Half a foot in the coffin. If you can survive, even live longer, naturally, Baloric Redfield would not miss this opportunity. Although Bullet has a stubborn temper, but it's still impossible to persevere under the soul torture of the soul curse. It's just that it may take more time. It's a bit troublesome. But in the face of your stubborn temper, I choose double torture. Soul curse torture with 200 soul strings. I don't believe you can hold it. Ken's eyes turned cold. This time he got 500 soul strings in total, and now he has consumed 300 soul strings to recover Magellan, World, and Redfield. The consumption is astonishing. After all, he plundered 30 years of life force. That's the amount of soul power he plundered. It's too little, it made Ken feel, if he didn't do something completely inhumane. It doesn't seem to fit his personality either. In an instant, Ken orders Magellan. Magellan, you open the prison. Let Redfield come out now, because his body is too old. Magellan and World take care of it a little bit. Although I can give you vitality, I can bring you back to your youth. It's just that vitality is so precious. I believe you can also imagine it. If you want to get vitality, you have to make some contributions in exchange for vitality. Immediately, advertisement Redfield, Magellan, World are also very clear. There is no such thing as a free lunch after becoming Ken's subordinate. If they don't contribute, want vitality, don't even think about it. To this end, Redfield decided that although he was already old, but in terms of combat, it must be no problem to deal with pirates with the strength of Pirate Supernova. Older gingers are more spicy. This sentence, still correct. Now it is estimated that Pirate Supernova has not even learned observation hockey and armament hockey, at all. Like Redfield, he was born with observation hockey, and after that to the back. Redfield can even delve into the ugly heart of man, and know what's on his mind. Observation Haki. It actually has many uses, and some observation Haki can even predict the next few seconds. To this end, lifelong learning. Even as Redfield, he dare not say that he really masters observation Haki. He has only grasped, a little bit, wanting to fight Pirate Supernova, it's completely trivial. Soon. At present, these three subordinates have secretly decided in their hearts. Everyone is afraid of death. Live longer now, more contributions must be made. Then exchange life force. Ken steps towards the deepest prison. Douglas Bullet is now in his prime. Strength is at its absolute peak. Even Redfield and World can't beat Bullet now, age. Ultimately the biggest weakness. This is everyone's weakness and cannot be avoided for life. Moment. Ken has completely entered the deepest prison, which is full of darkness, without light, and Bullet is held alone. Behind. Seeing this scene, Magellan couldn't help frowning. To be honest, bullets are strong, and his devil fruit ability, extremely troublesome. If let Bullet leave Impel Down, he must be able to make the whole world explode with extremely astonishing destructive power. Grown-ups. You have to be careful now, although the Seastone handcuffs have made it difficult for Bullet to lift his strength and use his devil fruit ability. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, it's just that his physical skills are definitely at the peak powerhouse stage. You mustn't underestimate Bullet, Magellan quickly reminded Ken. Immediately. Is that so? 17, do not worry, I'm strong. A nonchalant smile appeared on Ken's face. He turned his head and began to ask Shire, the King of Wisdom. His tone was full of doubts. Shire. You think I'm stronger, or is this criminal Bullet stronger? The voice fell. Shire didn't hesitate at all, she answered on the spot. Naturally, young Master Ken is more powerful. You are not weaker than Bullet at all. Even your instantly regenerated recovery power can forcefully consume Bullet. This completely surprised Ken. He really doesn't know how strong he is now. But he devoured so many 6th level eternal hell criminals. You can clearly feel various aspects of your body. It has completely reached an astonishing level. And instantly regenerate this ability, it's amazing. As long as the opponent can't instantly kill him, any injury can be healed instantly. So I'm already that powerful? It seems that I am still too modest. Ken's expression is full of satisfaction, and he is very satisfied with this harvest. Then, Ken has come to Bullet Prison. He had clearly seen this tall and strong man with blonde hair and shawls and fierce eyes. For Ken coming, this Bullet has no mood swings. Didn't even speak. He just looked at Ken with such fierce eyes, as if he had some malicious intentions. When Ken saw this scene, he didn't care at all and said quietly, Bullet, do you want to be my subordinate? Your previous dream, wasn't it just to fight Roger the One Piece? And to win Roger the Pirate? It's a pity, One Piece Roger is completely dead. But I might be able to revive Roger the Pirate King in the future. If you become my subordinate, maybe I can realize your dream in the future. In an instant, Bullet's eyes widened slightly, etc. What words did he hear? Revive the dead One Piece Roger. How is it possible? Chapter 169. Do you want to fight to the death? Then come, seeking subscription. Brat, you said you could revive Roger? You think I'm going to believe such nonsense? Bullet's face was full of surprise, and it was simply too difficult for him to trust such a thing. Only, he also really wants this to happen. The reason Bullet was sent to Impel Down was because of Roger's death. Caused him to go berserk for a while. Everything he saw was destroyed. To this end, world government for Bullet forced Buster Call. That period of time, even Sangoku and Garp forced their way. Finally, Bullet was physically exhausted on the spot and he was arrested and taken to the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Resurrection of a dead man, it's really hard. It's just that for me, miracles can happen. There was a mysterious expression on Ken's face, and he didn't answer directly. Naturally, he currently has no means of bringing the dead back to life. But that doesn't mean he has no future. Even the system might be able to achieve this method of bringing the dead back to life. Anything. All have turnarounds, absurd words. I can't trust you. Bullet's eyes were full of fire, but he quickly calmed down, absolutely distrusting these words. Immediately, Ken didn't dawdle any further. He began to condense the soul curse. It directly consumed 200 soul strings. In an instant, a more powerful soul curse soul torture was born on the spot. This move of yours, so evil, who the hell are you? When Bullet saw this scene, his eyes were full of fear and he couldn't control his trembling. No wonder Redfield and World followed the young kid. Even Impel Down Warden Magellan, is this the way to use it? To know. Naturally, these people's personalities will not be manipulated by outsiders. Now, all under orders from Ken, Bullet was terrified of what happened to him too, if he followed Ken's lead. Is he still the Bullet he used to be? For a while. Bullet began to struggle crazily. His physical strength was extremely strong, the chains and seastone handcuffs bound to his body were bound, and he actually wanted to forcefully break free. You don't want to lay hands on me, the voice fell. Ken hasn't said anything yet. The three subordinates behind him are extremely loyal, and Shire, the King of Wisdom, has killing intent in his eyes. For anyone who offends Ken, The three subordinates are absolutely impossible to let go of Shire. Advertisement, Bullet. This is your fault. It's an honor for you to see your lord now. You really want to die, but you dare to refuse. How dare you offend your lord? If I return to my former heyday, I will definitely teach you a lesson. This ignorant B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* I didn't expect you to be so arrogant now. It's a pity. If I hit you hard back then, you probably wouldn't dare to face me. The tone of the three subordinates was full of chills, and they even wanted to try it out, so they wanted to show it in front of Ken. In front of you. If Bullet can be taught a lesson. Maybe it can be regarded as a contribution. At that time, it can be exchanged for the power of life. This is no dream at all. The three of them were not in a good temper. At present, they can only become full of respect in the face of Ken. Face other people? Absolutely no face, you idiot looking for death. How dare you offend young Master Ken? Shire, the king of wisdom, burst out Conqueror's haki in an instant, sweeping away with a blood-red infinite aura. For a while, the three subordinates looked at each other and couldn't help but fell silent. To be honest, although they are not weak, it's the potential of the Conquerors. They weren't born. This is really a pity. Of course Conqueror's haki doesn't represent anything. Now, Shire dares Bullet, a direct haki challenge. It's amazing. Where's the girl? Who do you think you are? Bullet had a grim expression on his face. How dare you use Conqueror's haki to celebrate me? It's impossible. In an instant, Bullet unleashes Conqueror's haki violently and attacks wildly. Boom! Two different streams of Conqueror's haki swept forward. Immediately, let the surrounding prisons make impact sounds. Fissures as deep as ravines began to appear in the ground. Fortunately, the material of the prison here is strong enough. Otherwise, under this shocking impact, it would definitely be completely destroyed. However, things went wrong. Shire was starting to feel a bit sluggish. She fought against Conqueror's haki, already at a disadvantage. Really, Shire is currently replicated to Hancock's observation haki. She's still not as good as Bullet, and this is Bullet in its prime. It is absolutely impossible for me to embarrass the young master. Want me to lose? It's ridiculous. Shire's exquisite facial features are full of dignity, whispering in his mouth. Ability to change. Copy. Conqueror's haki. The voice fell. Bullet's Conqueror's haki potential. Advertisement suddenly, it has been copied successfully. This is a brand new Conqueror's haki, instantly stacked on top of Hancock's Conqueror's haki potential. Boom! Shire once again unleashes a stronger Conqueror's haki and instantly overwhelms Bullet. This caused Bullet to become unbelievable. His eyes were full of ferocity, scarlet blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth, and he roared crazily. How can this be? Is your Conqueror's haki better than me? Impossible. The only person who can beat me in Conqueror's haki is Roger. That be *********D. I do not believe. Bullet frantically unleashes Conqueror's haki in an attempt to embarrass Shire. However, Conqueror's haki squeezed out like this by Bullet. It was successfully copied by Shire in an instant. For a while, Bullet is losing ground. In the end, it was defeated by the Shire offensive. I don't agree. Let me out if you have the ability. Do you dare to fight to the death with me? Bullet's eyes were red. He was like a beast, eager to devour Shire. How could he lose to a woman? No, he only conceded the loss to Roger. It's nothing but Conqueror's haki duel. Really want to talk about combat ability. He has to be stronger than Shire. Enough. Bullet. Do you want to die? Do you think I need you very much? 4.0 You want to die. I can fulfill you. A heavy momentum was born. The extremely dark mist spread out, like the mist of the abyss of death, spreading out. This special substance suddenly appeared in Ken's body, and a cold light appeared in the corner of his eyes, so strange, it was like a dagger piercing deeply into his body. You want a deathmatch? I can fight you. If you want to die, I can make you die right here. Ken's whole body was already cracking, and he had already adjusted his physical condition to the best on the spot. Shire's strong performance really made him feel relieved. But Bullet seemed arrogant. Doesn't Bullet know life now? Is it actually in his hands? It doesn't work. It's not impossible to kill Bullet. Subordinate. Doesn't seem too bad, Bullet. There are so many strong people in the world. Why care about the existence of Bullet? Chapter 170 Erase the Soul, for subscription. How dare you fight to the death with me? Come on. I will definitely crush you to death. Bullet's sanity is completely lost, and he will never be afraid of anyone now. However, Bullet lost his sanity. He didn't realize that the extremely dark mist that filled the surrounding area had completely surrounded him. What's this? What a weird method. I feel like Bullet is going to die here. Seeing this scene, the three subordinates couldn't help but look at each other, and their eyes began to communicate. Brand new means, and so weird, it can really make people defenseless. You'd better die. I'm so upset right now. I don't need you anymore. Ken's eyes were full of coldness. He originally wanted to use 200 soul strings to regain Bullet, but now he changed his mind. Bullet is so insane, even after becoming his subordinate. Ken might get angry one day, maybe want to kill Bullet. To this end, Bullet is not weak at present, but so what? Bullet is the strength of the Pirate 4 Emperors. Is this invincible? Must take back this arrogant Bullet? It's better to kill Bar 25T, devour him directly. It also makes Ken even more powerful. even plunder Bullet's lifespan and soul. In an instant, dark corridor, soul imprisonment. The corner of Ken's mouth drew a cold arc like a blade. He can steal souls now. You can even use the power of the soul string to achieve the attack moves of the soul. This is an attack on the soul, it can definitely be prevented. Boom. The dark mist condensed out, forming a coffin-like black coffin body, which suddenly swallowed Bullet's robust body and disappeared without a trace. And accompanied by the wailing sound from within Black Coffin's body. This filled the eyes of the 3 subordinates present with fear. This mad howling voice is Deathless Bullet, of course. Now I am suffering from extremely terrifying soul torture. Ken's current 3 subordinates, he wants to recover more. So, the soul torture of the soul curse is not lethal. More is frivolity. Wear it down until you can't resist at all. Finally surrender to Ken. But this time is different. Ken consumes 100 soul strings, the condensed soul prison. It's about erasing Bullet's soul completely. Human beings lose their souls. It's like Walking Dead, a body without any thoughts at all. Advertisement, call. This time the soul power consumption has reached 400. There are still 100 left. Soul power is really too rare. Ken sighed, not paying attention to Bullet's life or death. This also made the 3 subordinates secretly feel extremely terrifying. Now, their fragile souls are in Ken's hands, if one day accidentally angered Ken. It must be like the tragedy of Bullet, erasure directly including the soul. This move, really irresistible, soul assault, can't prevent it at all. Moment. The wailing inside Black Coffin's body suddenly stopped. This also stands for Bullet. Totally dead now, even the soul is now gone. Open, Ken snapped his fingers directly, exposing the inside of Black Coffin's body. Bullet was already lying in the body of Black Coffin. And the body has no injuries, don't know how to die either. Observe carefully. His eyes were extremely hollow, and there was no human light in his eyes. It seems that the most important thing has been lost. Although the soul has been completely wiped out by me. But this corpse can still obey my orders, it can be regarded as barely recovering Bullet. It's the Bullet of today, it's not the Bullet of yesteryear. Ken looked at Bullet's body, his face became a little excited. To this end, he coughed slightly, pretending to be very dignified. Bullet, get down on your knees, immediately. The silent Bullet's body straightened up suddenly, and came directly to the nearby place, and knelt down on one knee on the spot. Period. Bullet didn't speak. After all, how could a dead body speak words? Although Bullet has become a corpse, however, all his original abilities have not been eliminated. Doesn't this mean that I now have death squads? Bullet is not weak. It is not difficult for him to deal with the pirate 4 emperors. If Bullet were to harass the pirate 4 emperors, it is estimated that the 4 emperors will also suffer. After all, a corpse that is not afraid of death, everyone should stay away. The more Ken thought about it, the more excited he became. This kind of Bullet is not afraid of death at all. Simply terrifying, even too useful, he erases Bullet's soul. Totally effective. Advertisement to this end. Ken quickly asked Magellan to open the prison. The lifeless Bullet slowly walked out like this. Have to say, that's a little sloppy. After all, Bullet is a corpse now. There is no soul, totally the Walking Dead, but this also shocked the 3 subordinates. Never ****** guess off Ken, otherwise, they're like Bullet's fate of life and death. Magellan, are you aware of the current Summit War incident? After finishing the matter, Ken looked a little tired and asked Magellan directly. To this, Magellan nodded quickly. I know about this. Immediately, Ken continued. Then you explain it to Redfield and the world. I'm going to Summit War. This time I belong to the neutral force. Even I might offend these 2 forces. At that time, 843 will need your presence. Hear this. Magellan's face hardened. He quickly explained to Redfield and world. Summit War can be regarded as a relatively serious matter in recent years. If Ken joins in, the winner of this war, it's bound to start to get confusing. Original. Magellan also thought that Naval Headquarters had a very high chance of winning this time. Impossible even to lose, but, after the faction of Ken joins, it's completely different. He now has 4 powerful subordinates, although I'm a little sorry Naval Headquarters, I'm really sorry. To this end, he didn't care either. First of all, I must win this Summit War. But this time I have to be the winner, and destroy the world government in the future, and even invade the holy land of Marijoy. Red Earl Redfield. And under this kind of war, I will definitely get more vitality and soul power. And the one he trusts the most, Shire, Lord of Wisdom. Ken is very ambitious these days. I'm definitely a winner. World Destroyer World. I'm really looking forward to how Naval Headquarters will look to me. Should make a huge difference. Sure to put a lot of pressure on Naval Headquarters. Impel Down Warden Magellan. Summit War kills pirates a little bit, even Marine. These 5 forces appear at the same time. Devil's Offspring Bullet. Chapter 171 about to leave, seeking subscription. Time to get off Impel Down 2, and start heading to Naval Headquarters. Ken took a deep breath. The goal has been achieved this time, so there is no need for him to stay here. To this end, he turned his head and ordered the 3 subordinates. As for Bullet, who has no soul, he can only be regarded as a Walking Dead, but he can still listen to his orders. This kind of subordinate is definitely the enemy's nightmare, not afraid of life and death at all, not afraid pain. Next moment, Ken's face was serious, and he didn't care about his distress, and shouted on the spot. My subordinates. You've been in Impel Down for so long, it's time to come out with me. I am a benevolent leader, not a so-called oppressive tyrant. The oldest Redfield. I am giving you 10 years of vitality now, I hope you will not let me down. With your strength, it is absolutely possible to face the current pirate 4 emperors. The world that has not yet returned to its heyday. I will now give you 5 years of vitality. Leave Impel Down and face the enemy. I hope you can kill the enemy bravely. As for Magellan, you are now at your peak, I am giving you 3 years of life force, and when you face any enemy, I hope you will be ruthless and kill the enemy on the spot. The voice fell. The 3 subordinates were shocked. How could the power of life be given to them so easily? Obviously they haven't contributed yet, but this Summit War event is too big. Ken really wants to be the winner this time, otherwise he would not have endowed these subordinates with the power of life in advance. He must first restore these subordinates to their strongest days. So it seems, he treated these 3 subordinates simply too kindly. As for his treatment of Bullet, who told Bullet to be so arrogant? They are all dead now. Bullet can actually be sacrificed at any time. A combat power that can slightly rival the Pirate 4 Emperors. Now in Ken's eyes, it's actually not that rare. The subordinates he needs. You can be proud of your temper. But what about his attitude? The subordinates must respect him thoroughly. A haughty man like Bullet obviously doesn't have this kind of attitude. This kind of sound is worth mentioning. Subordinates obey. I will definitely not disappoint Master Ken. Redfield's eyes were full of fire, and he bowed his head and knelt down to Ken. He gets the most life force. This also means that Ken is extremely optimistic about him. This also puts some pressure on Redfield. If the performance is not good, it will be difficult for him to obtain the power of life in the future. But this also makes Redfield extremely excited if he gets 10 years of life force. His strength must return to the peak period. Time to face the Pirate 4 Emperors? Marine Admiral? Actually there's no problem at all. Advertisement, very good. I will give you the power of life first. Ken hastily endured the heartache in his heart. This is the power of life for 10 years. He slaughtered the 5th and 6th layers of criminals, and barely swallowed them to get 30 years of life force. Now directly give Redfield 10 years of vitality. That would make Redfield look 10 years younger, there's no way. Now Redfield is too old to display his true strength, because his body no longer allows it. It is necessary to return to a slightly younger state, so that you can have a strong combat effectiveness. Although he is already very powerful now, but in the face of Summit War, he can't fight so many people alone. Coagulation. Green life substances sprouted from the center of Ken's palm, and the whole body began to emit fragrance, which really made people addicted to it. Redfield hurried forward. Immediately, this mass of verdant living matter released on the spot. The force of life seeped into Redfield's limbs. Just a moment. The white-haired Ladefield instantly began to look extremely young. His white hair had turned half black and half white, the wrinkles on his face had disappeared, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Now, Redfield has to say that he really has a strange charm. And, originally, Redfield had a slightly curved back. At present, he is completely straight, and even Redfield's height has become slightly taller. Soon, Redfield's eyes radiated joy, and he murmured to himself, I have actually returned to the middle age of my peak. Now I am still worthy of any strong man. To this end, Lord Ken, thank you for your gift. Redfield quickly bowed to Ken, which was his sincere gratitude, and there was no coercion from his subordinates. No problem. Hope you're doing well. Ken's face was expressionless, and he quickly pretended not to care. Only, there is still some heartache in my heart. 10 years of vitality, gone in the blink of an eye. At present, he still has the 20 years of vitality that he plundered. World. Magellan. Hurry up, both of you. I will also give you the power of life. Ken condensed the substance of vitality again, and began to bestow it on the 2 subordinates, directly consuming 8 years of vitality. After a while, all subordinates have returned to their peak. Every subordinate exudes a faintly dangerous aura. Only Shire, the King of Wisdom, stayed quietly beside Ken. Advertisement. She is regarded as a superconscious body. There is no limit to the lifespan. As long as Ken doesn't die, Shire will survive. Her life depends entirely on Ken. She can die. Ken must not die. Now, Ken's power is not weaker than any power. The 4 subordinates are close to the strength of Marine Admiral and the Pirate 4 Emperors. For a while, it is absolutely impossible to tell the winner. To know, in Ken's memory, Akainu Admiral and Shinji Admiral played against each other 2 years later. This grips up. Absolutely can't stop. Finally, these 2 admirals fought for 10 days and 10 nights. Barely tell the winner. Even the entire island was turned into a double sky of ice and fire. It seems that the 4 subordinates want to resist Marine Admiral and the Pirate 4 Emperors. I believe there is absolutely no problem. Follow me now. Leave Impel Down. Ken's eyes were full of fire, and he looked up at the ceiling with a cruel smile on his lips. The criminals on the 5th and 6th floors are all dead. These 2 tiers are also the least criminal, although devouring life force and soul power is not much. But there are enough criminals on the first 4 floors. Li Dejiao. Quantity beats quality. If he can devour these criminals, the benefits will be even greater. Everyone. Attack. Anyway, Impel Down will allow me to gain 4 of your powerful subordinates. Awesome. He can come here. So, as for the personnel of Impel Down, just keep your hands and knock them out. Ken's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he ordered directly. When you see criminals, don't keep your hands, kill them all. The criminals imprisoned in Impel Down can only be regarded as a small part. He didn't ask to kill the Impel Down men, as long as Impel Down is not destroyed. Leave Impel Down for now, just kill criminals. If one day he lacks vitality and soul power, because it is still available. Killing Impel Down is a bit of a no-brainer. Criminals who robbed here. There are too many criminals in the world, totally renewable resources. Impel Down is still holding criminals. Chapter 172 Devour all criminals and upgrade crazily, seeking subscription. Ken returns to the 4th floor after Blazing Hell. The strength is completely different from before. He came to Blazing Hell before and needed to sneak in. Now, it is completely unnecessary, the skyrocketing strength. This also means confidence. Soon, Ken found out about the riots on this floor of Blazing Hell. The criminals here have been set free, all criminals start to escape. This is. Intruder Straw Hat Luffy has invaded Blazing Hell. Even Luffy let the criminals escape here. Looks like Straw Hat Luffy has come to this floor. Now think of the Straw Hat Luffy the intruder. I'm thinking of another intruder, Blackbeard. Blackbeard also appears to be on the verge of arriving at Impel Down. Blackbeard is really in the jaws of death. How dare you come to the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell to find the crew? But it's a pity. They're completely dead. Ken suddenly thought of this matter, and a cold arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Blackbeard's ambitions are not small though, only. Those who want to stop his plan must die in his hands. And Blackbeard's dark fruit is also good, it is a rogue ability. He seems to be able to plunder too, become his rogue ability. Even Blackbeard touches others, can nullify others' devil fruit abilities. And Blackbeard has a special body structure. 2 completely different devil fruit abilities can be used at the same time. What a weird human being. 707, this kind of person. I absolutely can't stay. There was no warmth in Ken's eyebrows. Next moment, he turned his head and looked at the 4 subordinates behind him with a murderous intent in his mouth. Kill me. Don't leave the criminals here, kill them all. Besides, if you meet a pirate with a straw hat on his head, leave him alive for the time being, just capture him directly. The voice fell. Clear, the 4 subordinates nodded slightly. Next moment, call out, the figures of the 4 subordinates rushed out, the figures were vague and uncertain, and completely disappeared in place. Just a moment. Rioting criminals, in an instant, he was killed to pieces. The Eternal Hell criminals on the 6th floor are naturally extremely powerful. Advertisement: it is simply not a strong enemy that the 4th tier criminals can face. Especially the bullet guy. He has no soul now. Facing these rebellious criminals, he has no fear at all. Whole body armament hockey condenses all over the body. Dash all the way through. Bullet relies on amazing physical skills, like a bulldozer. Everywhere. No blade of grass grows. Red Earl Redfield faced any attack, his eyes were calm, his whole body, CFBF, was at his fingertips, he could avoid all attacks at will, even with a slight movement of his arms, he could easily make the heads of criminals around him fall off. The scene was extremely bloody, the timing of this shot. It's so fast, World Destroyer World, holding a small stone picked up from the ground casually in his hand, the moment he threw it, the small stone seemed to turn into the size of a meteorite, and the speed doubled, killing the surrounding criminals suddenly, unable to react at all. Momo fruit. Weight size speed. Everything can be multiplied. The highest level can be multiplied 100 times. Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, suddenly transformed into a body of venom, and crazily sprayed out a highly poisonous deep purple venom, which made the surrounding criminals feel worse than death in the blink of an eye, directly poured on the venom, and turned into a cold corpse on the spot. Former warden of Impel Down, today's executioner. Face any criminal. He can finally kill. There is no need to obey orders from the world government and naval headquarters. Not far away. Before Ken started to work, the place has turned into hell, and the corpses are piled up everywhere. If ordinary people saw it, it must be a lifelong psychological shadow. But for Ken, these corpses are all nourishment. While these corpses have not been dead for a long time now, he must swallow it now, and he will still be able to capture life force and soul power. If only later. Soul power must be dissipated, even the vitality will be greatly reduced. Rush. Ken's figure directly turned into a thunder element, and suddenly arrived in front of these corpses, and began to swallow them all into the body. For a while. Crazy tips. Keep popping up. There are not many criminals on the 4th floor. Even the criminals from the prison above came here in person. This also led to the number of criminals Ken devoured this time. Has completely broken through hundreds, if it continues like this. Up to thousands, although the criminals here are not comparable to those on the 5th floor or even the 6th floor. But quantity has outstripped quality these days. To this end, vitality increased crazily, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 300 years, 400 years. Soul power is also gradually increasing, 100, 300 and 500, 800, 1003. Thoroughly direct upgrade, even these dead criminals. Advertisement let Ken strengthen all physical skills and the amazing constitution without stopping. Even plundered the natural abilities of criminals of special races. This completely makes Ken reach the point where he is extremely strong. Armament Haki has completely broken through, with amazing attack and defense. Observation Haki has been completely evolved and can foresee the future for a few seconds. Currently just short of Conqueror's potential Haki. Now, he can even claim the title of Undead Creature. To this end, he wants to provoke the Four Emperors Kaido now. I heard you are the strongest creature? Excuse me? Later this title, it no longer belongs to you, the Four Emperors Kaido. Will belong directly to him, no matter how strong your Kaido is. Even your willpower is strong enough. It is also impossible to resist the attack of the soul. He must not lose to Kaido, after a full 5 minutes. All criminal corpses are completely digested. Ken slowly opened his eyes, showing a sharp gaze on the spot, and whispered in his mouth. It feels like I'm getting stronger. Even facing the 2 marine admirals and the 2 pirates 4 emperors alone is no problem. Even fighting alone, maybe only the strongest creature, Kaido, can resist me. After all, Kaido alone seems to be strong. If you can meet Kaido in the future, why don't you try to fight him? Finished. He saw that there were no dead bodies around. Suddenly feel bored. I really want to try it out. After breaking through the limit of strength, there's no marine admiral playing against the pirate 4 emperors right now. I feel a little embarrassed for him to make a move. Even after winning, it also doesn't feel anything at all. Suddenly, the Walking Dead bullet held the pirate wearing a straw hat forcibly in his hand, and he rushed directly to Ken's position, gesturing to the pirate in his hand. Huh? Straw Hat Luffy? Are you really caught? Ken looked at this pirate with surprise in his eyes. Now, armament Haki is condensed all over Bullet, and his body has completely become stronger, like a little titan. His giant hands are forcibly grabbing the Straw Hat Luffy, even though Luffy is struggling crazily. Ba can't escape at all. Who are you? Do you know where Ace is? And you big guy, let me go. Be careful, I beat you. Rubber Bazooka. Luffy struggled frantically. When he first met Ken, he was still asking questions, but he found Bullet too troublesome, and even used moves to fight him. Result. Bullet didn't move at all. The so-called supernova pirates? Didn't grow up. Luffy can't even break Bullet's defenses. Chapter 173. The Blackbeard pirates appear, seeking subscription. How can it be? My rubber bazooka won't even hit this big guy. Luffy was shocked. He had faced many opponents before, but he had defeated them all. But these opponents are not as scary as Bullet is now. He just didn't fire the rubber bazooka at all, after all. He was so excited to rescue Ace. Never relax, hateful. You let me go. Third gear. Luffy struggled wildly, but found that Bullet's force was extremely terrifying, and he couldn't struggle at all. In the end, he put his finger in his mouth, bit down directly, and started blowing, intending to fight for his life. Immediately, as if Luffy's arm was inflated, it swelled up violently. Rubber Titan Pistol. Luffy controlled this giant arm and slammed it hard. Result. Ken's figure dimmed and disappeared without a trace, and he had already come directly in front of Luffy. For this giant arm. Boom. Ken didn't change his face, and slowly stretched out his palm, easily blocking in front of him, with some doubts in his eyes. Why are you so weak? You are also a supernova with a bounty of 300 million. It's too weak. Luffy wants to compare strength with him? To be honest, even now Ken doesn't know how much his power has soared at the moment. If you blast out with all your strength, he estimated that Impel Down would not be able to hold on to this kind of strength, and finally led to the complete collapse of Impel Down. There are not many people who can compare with him in strength now, not many at all. Definitely not now Luffy can compare. How can it be? Why are you so powerful? Luffy's eyes were a little shocked. He frantically tried his best, but he couldn't move forward at all. In an instant, Luffy has already fully understood Ken's strength. It is not comparable to him at all. But, he is definitely not the kind of person who gives up easily. Come again. Rubber Titan Tomahawk. Luffy's arms began to shrink quickly, and instead of that, his legs suddenly became huge, and he kicked away. Next moment, Ken's eyes were full of helplessness, and he whispered in his mouth. Luffy. You're not good enough right now. If it's your strength 2 years from now, maybe you can do 2 things with me. Advertisement. Nowadays, you can't do it at all. The voice fell. Armament Haki. Ken's arm suddenly turned into jet black, even with bright red flowing, full of monsters, not an ordinary arm color at all. Take you as a prisoner temporarily. It's good to deal with Garp then. Ken's figure rushed out like a lightning speed, and his constitution was completely strengthened, and now he has the speed of light, not weaker than Kizaru. In an instant, he appeared behind Luffy as if teleported, and the backhand had already slashed at the back of Luffy's neck. And he controlled the intensity a little, to the point where Luffy could faint. But rubber constitution, just your physical attack, 11. It doesn't work. For me at all. Luffy was hit hard, his eyes were full of confusion, his words were broken at the end, and finally he rolled his eyes and passed out. Before coma, Luffy muttered to himself, this seems to be the iron fist of love that Grandpa once hit me. My rubber constitution can't stand it at all, it hurts no matter what. To this end, Ken even heard Luffy's words when he passed out, and his face became a little weird. Did not think of. Back when Garp raised Luffy. Because Luffy becomes a rubber constitution, he is slightly immune to physical attacks. To this end, Garp actually used armament hockey to teach Luffy? This is really a bit cruel. No wonder Luffy is so afraid of Garp. It is estimated that Luffy has been beaten by Garp since he was a child and grew up. Then, Ken took out seastone handcuffs from his arms, which he took over from the Eternal Hell. Didn't expect to be able to use it now. Ken quickly locked Luffy into Seastone's handcuffs. Then, the door to a different space. Ken stretched out his palm to touch the air, opened a different dimension on the spot, and directly trapped Luffy. Although he also has a different space in his stomach, but that different space is the real prison. Different space prison. A prison from which eternity cannot escape. He can't do that against Luffy, that's pretty much it. And the criminals here have also been dealt with. Ken released the observation hockey a little bit, directly coordinating with Thunderfruit's radio waves, completely covering the entire Impel Down. He searched for the past inside and out, asking for flowers. It also found some criminals who slipped through the net. Advertisement not worth mentioning at all. These criminals probably won't even be able to get out of Impel Down, let alone jailbreak. Next, just wait for Blackbeard. There was a faint smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, but it didn't look like he had good intentions. Believe, this can definitely give Blackbeard an absolute surprise. It can even be said to be frightening. Impel Down outside. A small warship approaches Impel Down. Blackbeard with a rough appearance, thick body surface, and burly body. After seeing Impel Down, he grinned and his eyes were full of success. Thief, ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Luffy is probably already making a big noise about Impel Down? It's a pity that Ace is no longer there, now I can enter Impel Down too. Thanks to Straw Hat Luffy for helping me get through the prison floor ahead. Otherwise I'll be wasting a lot of my time. It's not too late. I'm going to the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell to find my most powerful crew. The voice fell. Several crew members beside Blackbeard looked helpless. The captain looks a little pompous, indeed. Do you want to remind me? No. That's the captain's style. That's right, because this is the true character of the captain. For a brand new crew though, they're also looking forward to it. After all, it is inside the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. Every criminal was once a legendary pirate. There are even criminals comparable to today's pirates' 4 emperors. Just don't know, will these criminals become Blackbeard's crew? If so, and make these legendary pirates your crew. This is Blackbeard's biggest ambition yet, and it might be done soon. Without further ado, follow me and rush in. That's where Warden Magellan in Impel Down is kind of awesome. I've investigated the Devil Fruit ability of the Warden here. The ability can be regarded as troublesome. If we run into Magellan later, you guys have to watch out. Blackbeard turned back and told the crew to break into Impel Down. Unfortunately, this time the Blackbeard pirates. There must be no return. A real winner, already waiting for this moment. Sit back and wait for a brand new prey to appear. Chapter 174. Things are full of weirdness. Seeking subscription. What happened? Why are there no criminals in this prison? Could it be that Chengdu has already been killed? It shouldn't be. Rioting criminals are bound to cause a lot of trouble for Impel Down. After Blackbeard entered Impel Down, he found that the prison was completely opened, but none of the criminals were seen. To this end, he was a little puzzled. Could it be possible? Because he came too late, so these criminals have escaped successfully? Otherwise, why are these criminals not here? But Blackbeard didn't continue to worry. The intruder Luffy must not be much stronger. If you face the Impel Down Warden Magellan, you will definitely not be able to beat it. It also reassured Blackbeard a little, as long as the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell do not escape. This plan can continue. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the criminals of the 460 on the first 5 floors escape from prison. He doesn't care. Blackbeard wasn't a fan of this kind of criminal either. He wasn't so low-sighted yet. Criminals must be strong enough, and can accompany him to break out the whole world. Next, Blackbeard's plan is as follows. He successfully recruited Eternal Hell's criminals into his crew. Summit War is in full swing. He's reaping the benefits. Grabbed 4 Emperors Whitebeard's shock fruit by force. And successfully became the new pirate 4 Emperors. Thief, ha 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 ha. I am the final winner. Blackbeard had an imperious smile on his face, his eyes full of excitement. This time, all his crew immediately dispatched. All raids Impel Down. This must make Impel Down Warden Magellan feel bad too. Soon, Blackbeard leaves the 1st floor of Crimson Hell. Has begun non-stop to the lower prison. He must reach the 6th floor of Eternal Hell as soon as possible. Only, over time, the whole Impel Down became a little quiet. Logically speaking, now Impel Down is obviously in riots. Criminal escapes from prison. Impel Down personnel must start to stand firm to stop. However, the Impel Down personnel disappeared without a trace. Advertisement: the criminal was never seen. What's the matter? It was starting to make Blackbeard feel that something was not quite right. It seems that it is not the same as what he thought. Hateful. Could something unexpected happen? Hurry up and follow me into the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. If you meet outsiders, you can kill it directly, don't show mercy. The more Blackbeard thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, but he had already come here, so it was impossible for him to retreat like this, so he quickly ordered the crew to speed up. Immediately, The second level is the Wild Beast Hell. The third level is the Starvation Hell. All of them have passed. Period. There aren't any Impel Down guys here to defend. What happened? What a strong smell of blood. When Blackbeard was going to the fourth floor of Starvation Hell, he suddenly smelled this smell, and his face changed suddenly. The smell of blood is so strong, many criminals must have died. All the criminals are concentrated in the fourth floor Starvation Hell? There must have been a big war. I'll go down and have a look. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes. He was a little apprehensive. With such an astonishing number of criminals dead, could it be possible that all the pirates on the first 3 floors had died here? No wonder he saw no sign of the criminal. Turns out they were all dead. Captain. I feel something is wrong. Fighting champion Giuseppe Badgers finally couldn't bear the silence, and whispered on the spot. Could it be that the criminals from the 6th floor of Eternal Hell have escaped? Otherwise, why did so many criminals die? Even if Impel Down Warden Magellan furious, he wouldn't have killed so many criminals. We haven't seen the key intruder, Luffy either. In an instant. This made Blackbeard, who was a little irritated. The more he listened, the more annoyed he was, and he didn't know about this kind of thing. Now, Jitha's Badgers asked. He was also extremely upset. This caused Blackbeard to become a little annoyed, and he glanced at Badgers and said in a displeased tone. You think I don't know about this kind of thing? It's just that I didn't say it clearly, and you be quiet now. We just need to enter the 4th floor Starvation Hell and everything will be clear. When Badgers heard these words, he quickly shut up, not daring to continue asking. He followed the Blackbeard character for so long. Badgers knows all too well, Blackbeard is ruthless. Once, Blackbeard was a member of the fleet of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. But, back then Blackbeard was already plotting. Willing to endure in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades just to get the dark fruit. If not, he will spend the rest of his life as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He's betting his future on something that doesn't necessarily bear fruit. Advertisement finally. Blackbeard bet on success. After more than 20 years of lurking, Blackbeard can also attack friends, and his tenacity, cruelty and greed are self-evident. This also made Whitebeard extremely angry. On Whitebeard's fleet, the crew is like family. Hands are strictly prohibited, but Blackbeard has completely violated this rule, and killed the former captain of the 4th team, Sage. Killed his partner of 20 years, have to say. How dare Blackbeard do it? Definitely a ruthless person. Although I have followed the captain for a long time. Just one thing I know very well. If I P******** T off the captain completely, my life might not be saved. Badger's eyes were full of helplessness, and he thought so in his heart. But, for a brand new crew, Badgers, on the contrary, was extremely annoying. Although the criminals in the 6th layer of Eternal Hell are very powerful. Only in terms of loyalty, this is definitely not as good as the original 4 crew members. Soon, Badgers wasn't thinking about it. He hurriedly followed behind Blackbeard, to the 4th floor Starvation Hell. Only, the smell of blood is getting closer. Badgers got goosebumps. 3.9 as if. Next thing. Somewhat unimaginable. Should he talk Blackbeard down? Be careful next time. After thinking for a moment, Badgers decides to come down. He's already afraid to dissuade. Blackbeard is obviously a little out of control about the current affairs, completely. So discouraged, Blackbeard definitely knocked him down on the spot. Because Blackbeard plotted to get into Impel Down, for a long time. Look at it this way. Discourage Blackbeard these days. Like stopping Blackbeard's plans, that's gotta make Blackbeard feel like he's utterly disloyal. Captain, you are too conceited and rash. It's actually very easy to overturn. Thinking of this now, Badgers couldn't help but feel powerless. This is Blackbeard's Achilles heel. Chapter 175. The battle is triggered directly, seeking subscription. 5 minutes later, all members of Blackbeard have arrived at the Starvation Hell entrance on the 4th floor. The smell of blood here, it's just suffocating. Scarlet blood filled the ground. Blood flowed like a river, like hell. This scene is really frightening to watch. Enough to become a psychological shadow in the future. Only, things got a little weird. The scene of blood flowing into rivers. There is no body. What's going on? The huge entire Impel Down, even if all the criminals are dead. There must be a corpse too. Just why didn't the body appear? This already made Blackbeard and others feel bad on the spot. Huh? There are people there, 6 unknown people? Blackbeard half closed his eyes to observe, and suddenly he saw the depths of the prison, and suddenly 6 figures of different shapes appeared. Next moment, Blackbeard's pupils shrank suddenly. Only 6 figures were selected. He is very familiar with 4 of them. Impel Down Warden Magellan, Red Earl Baloric Redfield, World Destroyer Berndy Waldo, Douglas Bullet, Heir of the Devil, 25. Why did these 4 people suddenly appear here? The key is, Magellan actually didn't take action against the 3 Eternal Hell criminals. He is a member of the Forces of Justice. Turns out Magellan didn't make a shot. Just hang out with criminals. What's the matter? The key is the character of these 4 personnel, very proud. Absolutely impossible to choose to gather together. And these 4 personnel are all behind the young boy in front. Could this be a difference in identity? Looks so reverent. As well as, beside this young boy is a woman who looks like a country and a city. Every person, all of them exude a vaguely dangerous aura. Definitely not for the weak, but this dangerous momentum. Only the young boy in front didn't let it out. It feels like this guy is the most dangerous. Who are you? I haven't seen you. The key is the 4 people behind you. What's going on? Advertisement Blackbeard quickly calmed himself down. The person he was asking was naturally Ken, and he was still asking about the 4 powerful subordinates. Among these 4 subordinates, the 3 subordinates are legendary great pirates. And Impel Down Warden, everyone is amazing, immediately. An icy arc traced the corner of Ken's mouth, his tone full of chill. Blackbeard, are you finally here? You really kept me waiting? Now I don't want to talk nonsense with you. My name is Ken. Of course you may not know me, but it doesn't matter. Now the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell are all dead. Your plan has failed, and the 4 people behind me, of course they are my subordinates. Do you have an opinion? The voice fell. Blackbeard's face was full of disbelief, his head already filled with blanks. What? All the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell died? What a joke. Eternal Hell actually has the crew he wants to choose. As for the selection of the crew inside, doesn't include Bullet, World, Redfield. Because Blackbeard knew, even if he wanted to choose these people, it is absolutely impossible for these 3 legendary pirates to choose him. Etc. Why did these 3 legendary pirates follow this little-known young boy? What's so good about this young boy? Even Blackbeard's envy towards these 3 legendary pirates is actually extremely red-eyed. If only he could recruit these 3 crew members. Becoming 4 emperors is just around the corner. He will never be afraid of any forces at that time. As well as, Impel Down is clearly a force belonging to the world government and naval headquarters. Why Magellan, who is the warden of Impel Down, also choose to submit to this young boy? Could it be that he has chosen to rebel? These doubts? The madness lingered on Blackbeard's mind. It was impossible to shake it off. I do not believe. You said that all the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell died? You think I believe your nonsense? These 4 subordinates behind you couldn't be just using devil fruit to become them? It's ridiculous to want these 4 people to be your subordinates. Blackbeard thought for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and shouted, no matter who you are, it is absolutely impossible to destroy my plan. I want to go to the 6th floor Eternal Hell to see for myself. He has planned for a long time now, just to hack Impel Down. In the end, he hadn't even started. The plan had failed? Blackbeard couldn't believe it. Immediately, the scene here has become extremely tense in an instant. The other side. Advertisement Ken's eyes turned cold, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My 4 subordinates. If I heard correctly, this Mr. Pirate seems to be mocking you. You should know what to do, right? Now go kill 4 of his crew. The haughty Mr. Blackbeard, I'll take care of it. Do you understand? The voice fell. There was no warmth in the eyebrows and eyes of the 4 subordinates. We've figured it out. The task must be completed. Absolutely guaranteed to kill them all, when they became famous all over the world. Where was Blackbeard then? It is estimated that it is still on top of the Whitebeard fleet. Now, Blackbeard is so swell. It seems that after he got the dark fruit, his confidence has skyrocketed. This made the 3 legendary pirates 193, and the warden of Impel Down want to laugh. Only, Blackbeard to Ken to solve. This also made the 4 subordinates feel pity. To be honest, they really want to fight against Blackbeard, a lesson to this proud pirate. How dare you offend their majesty? How can this be endured? But, Ken is now in charge. They will naturally obey orders and not resist. Kill the past. Do it directly. Don't show mercy. Ken issued orders. In an instant, call out. The figures of the 4 subordinates rushed away. War. Kill the Blackbeard pirates. The task must be completed. Ken quickly ordered. Now that so many strong people are fighting, Shire will definitely gain a lot. This way down. 200 million volts Thor form. Boom. Clear. It is believed that Shire will face Marine Admiral and the Pirate 4 Emperors in the future. Shire's eyes were full of calm, and he nodded directly. You can just watch from the side. By the way, the means of copying all personnel. Trigger directly. Totally easy, Shire, to go to summit war. Ken's whole body was transformed into thunder elements, endless lightning entangled around the periphery, and violent voices sounded, and his figure suddenly attacked Blackbeard, mercilessly. Finished. Chapter 176. Take a strong action to suppress destruction, seeking subscription. For Blackbeard, Ken doesn't want to keep this person in this world. Damn it. Must die. Damn it, you bastards, don't try to hurt my crew. Blackbeard's face was shocked. He found that the aura exuded by these 4 subordinates actually felt very bad. These personnel are definitely the real strength. Could it be possible? Are these people real? Not made with devil fruit? But, Red Earl Redfield the most aging, why suddenly become so young? This is simply impossible. No one can resist the onslaught of time. Junior, can you call me my name? Red Earl Redfield's eyes were full of indifference. If it weren't for Ken's order, he would definitely attack Blackbeard. To this end, Redfield's figure disappeared in place, and he directly attacked Giza's Badgers. The one-time champion Giza's Badgers feels panicked. It was as if he was being targeted by a peerless beast, as if he was about to perish here at any time. Die. 7 Absolute Sword Dance. Redfield's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes filled with coldness, and he directly attacked Badgers with a thunderbolt. He uses an umbrella as a sword and displays amazing swordsmanship. Usually, this umbrella is used by him to support the ground. After all, he was too old before, so if he can save some energy, he will naturally save it. Only, now he is back to his prime age, Redfield doesn't need to hide at all. Just explode. In an instant. Shish. The shadows of swords all over the sky are vague and uncertain, enough to assassinate anyone. Finally, the radiant sword shadow exuded a dangerous aura, stabbing at Badgers all over the place in an instant. Captain, save me. Badgers ran away in fright, and hurried to Blackbeard's position. Stop! Blackbeard's eyes were full of shock. He made a move directly, and whispered in his mouth, "Dark water." The voice fell. Blackbeard's palm came out with a thick black mist, and he wanted to directly resist the sword shadows all over the sky. With this move, he can face any ability user, the moves of any capable person. He can forcibly offset it, as for moves that are not abilities. He can also resist a little bit. Are you so ignorant of me? Backquote. You underestimate me so much. Advertisement, I'm a little angry now. Ken's whole body was filled with violent thunder elements, and he suddenly floated above Blackbeard's head, gathering energy in his hands. 100 million volts hyphenation point unpunished. In an instant, boom, thunder and lightning tens of meters thick directly bombarded Blackbeard. As long as Blackbeard helps to resist Redfield's moves, it is bound to bear the attack of thunder and lightning. 100 million volts of lightning, it can already destroy anyone. Even Shiryu of the Rain couldn't resist. Hanhan died under this move. Damn it. How dare you attack me? Blackbeard's eyes were bloodshot. He just abandoned Badgers, or he would be attacked. To this end, absorb. Blackbeard turned his head abruptly. A jet black mist came out of his palm, and swallowed the tens of meters thick thunder and lightning suddenly, and he was unscathed. However, Blackbeard fends off so easily. Badgers is totally blind. Sword shadows all over the sky fell and pierced. Badgers resisted on the deathbed. He only had brute force and couldn't resist it at all. Finally, Badgers was directly chopped off countless tiny pieces of meat by Jianying. Extremely bloody. It's really weak. Seeing this scene, Redfield snorted coldly. Dead early and reborn early, go to hell. But he wasn't in a good mood. He killed Badgers completely in one blow. He hasn't unleashed all his strength yet. Obviously he still has a lot of strength that he hasn't shown. As a result, Badgers is so weak. This caused Redfield to be extremely unhappy. This is an opportunity to perform in front of Ken. This is the result. Just die. Next moment, Redfield turned his head. He found that the same was true for the remaining 3 subordinates. Bullet is still using the monster like unbelievable physical skills. He doesn't resist any attack moves at all, and instantly blasts any enemy to death with amazing force. Magellan even erupted poison giants on the spot, and the place where the poison swept away was completely corroded, and the enemy was completely buried here. World directly utilizes the rogue nature of the Momo fruit. Its speed and strength are multiplied by 50 times, instantly relying on the astonishing impact force. It suddenly smashes into the enemy's body. All are instant kills. Simply irresistible. Blackbeard's 4 subordinates this time. All perish. No, you bloody bastards, I want you to die. How dare you let my plan fail? Advertisement, die. Blackbeard's emotions were completely out of control, and all the crew members died, which made him feel extremely angry. In an instant, he looked at Ken with hatred in his eyes. This is the guy. Capture the thief first and capture the king. If Ken can be captured, maybe he'll survive. The crew died. You can continue to search, he must not die here. Blackbeard was completely angry on the surface, but in fact his mood was panicked, and he felt completely bad. The strength of 3 legendary crew members, and the warden of Impel Down. He can't beat so many people at all. It's okay if you face alone. With his dark fruit nature, maybe he can win, just too many people. Dark fruit can't stand it either. The key is that these 4 subordinates are among the best. How can I fight this? Boy, take your life, dark water. Blackbeard's palm was clasped, as if he was holding an object. He suddenly grabbed it back. In an instant, Ken's body seemed uncontrollable, and he suddenly started to suck in Blackbeard's position. Grown-ups. The 4 subordinates got anxious and wanted to come over to help. I don't need your help. Is it possible that I am weak in your eyes? Whoever helps. Be careful, I'll lose my face. Okay. Ken's spirit gives orders, avoiding Blackbeard's hearing. They didn't help. How dare you order the killing of his crew? Blackbeard's eyes were full of killing intent. He looked at the attracted Ken, and wanted to kill him. What a good thing. But Ken's order came down. It seems that it should be just a cooperative relationship, not a following relationship. They were naturally nervous because their fragile souls had been mastered by Ken. No matter what Blackbeard thinks, he can't imagine that Ken has the rogue skill of Soul Curse. After all, these subordinates are actually going to die. Blackbeard's face was tense, but seeing that the 4 subordinates did not come to help, he was relieved, thinking that these personnel were just a cooperative relationship with Ken. Immediately, God help me too. Their 4 subordinates can only obey orders. If Ken dies, you have to let this guy suffer. The footsteps of the 4 subordinates stopped. To this, Chapter 177 completely crushed, seeking subscription. Blackbeard is so smug right now. He thought that after using dark fruit to neutralize my thunderclamming ability, I would have no combat power at all? It's ridiculous. And underestimating me. My strongest combat power now is my incomparable physical body. Even immortal, even the strongest creature Kaido can't match me. The thunder and lightning that came out of Ken's body seemed to be suppressed and suddenly disappeared. His eyes were full of calm and he was completely unmoved. If the devil fruit that other people have used for many years suddenly disappears and cannot be used. Definitely hard to get used to, but he is different. Devour so many powerful criminals. As a result, Ken's strength has reached an unimaginable level. Now, he can even be confident against 2 admirals and 4 emperors alone. The skyrocketing strength. Just so confident, you die for me. How dare you sabotage my plan? Blackbeard watched Ken get closer and closer, and his emotions reached a fever pitch. He can neutralize devil fruit abilities, definitely a demon fruit power nightmare. 603 General. After becoming demon fruit power, ability must be developed. Not developed. Naturally, I can't think of powerful moves. To this end, Blackbeard clearly saw that Ken used such a terrifying lightning strike just now. He concluded that Ken is not a strong physical skill. You cannot have it both ways. If you want to delve into devil fruit's ability, you have to give up some physical skills. If you want to delve into physical skills, you have to spend a little less time developing your abilities. Thief, ha 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 ha, I will never lose to anyone. The plan failed. No, I can also persuade these 3 legendary crew members to form a partnership with me. This kid can achieve. I can definitely achieve it. Blackbeard's emotions were completely excited, his eyes full of excitement. If only he could have such a powerful partner, by the time. He's coming straight to summit war, sure enough to make naval headquarters fear him. Damn stinky boy. Now give me to die, Shadow Strike. Blackbeard stretched out his palm, holding it in the air, he pulled Ken's figure and it was getting closer and closer and it was completely close. He could even see Ken's flustered expression and couldn't help feeling a little proud. Advertisement in an instant. Blackbeard's entire arm turned into a thick black mist and suddenly turned into an extremely sharp blade, stabbing at Ken on the spot. However, this next scene, all of a sudden, everyone present was shocked. The dark blade that Blackbeard's entire arm has now transformed into actually has an astonishing penetrating power. As a result, when the blade stabs at Ken suddenly, it has completely stopped in midair. I see. The sharp part of the blade has dug into Ken's chest. Logically speaking, Ken's entire body must be pierced. Only, Blackbeard uses all his strength. The sharp part of the blade can't move on. I kind of know your dark fruit's weakness. Actually, dark fruit's damage ability is not high. Is that why you want Whitebeard shock fruit? Unfortunately. After you met me, all plans failed completely. Ken's eyes became indifferent, although the thunder fruit can no longer be used, but his most powerful immortal body still exists. He has amazing instant regeneration power. Even the strongest creature, Kaido, I believe it doesn't have this ability at all. Do not believe? You make Kaido chop off his head. Look, Kaido is not dead, not so Ken, his head was chopped off. Even if the whole body is chopped into countless small pieces of meat? In an instant, he can regenerate them all. Not all regenerative cells were eliminated. Even if he is immortal, after all, in terms of lifespan, he can also forcefully win it. Add, CFBD, again, his physical defense, has reached extreme strength. Blackbeard couldn't hurt him at all. Dark fruit is weird though. But it also temporarily eliminates the enemy's devil fruit ability, it seems more useful. And moves that can forcibly absorb devil fruit's abilities. Everything else is a bit dispensable. How did you know about my plans? My plan to win the shock fruit, obviously only I know. What's the matter? This brat is so weird. Blackbeard finally couldn't calm down. He found that when facing Ken, there was no secret at all. Multi-year plan. It was actually completely understood by Ken, and even forcibly destroyed the plan. Advertisement. This already made Blackbeard hate Ken so much. Can't wait to kill Ken on the spot, only, he can't. As Ken said, although dark fruit is very weird, but in the face of a real physical powerhouse. Actually, the effect is not so great, although Blackbeard's physical skills are not very weak, but I want to compare with the current Ken. Totally impossible. Damn it, I'm going to let all of you die here. Dark Cave, Maximum. Blackbeard realized that the scene was completely wrong, and immediately used all his strength. Endless darkness filled his whole body, swallowing everything around him. And, it actually began to gradually form a dark abyss entrance with strong suction. If a person or object is touched by the darkness, it will be sucked into the sink, and compressed to shatter. He's going to completely destroy the entire Impel Down. You look down on me so much, it's really courting death. Different space prison. Ken's eyes were full of coldness. Facing the fog of the dark abyss, he instantly became a primitive slime. Using the different space skills in his stomach, he opened his mouth suddenly, showing a shocking attraction. Immediately, like an endless fog of dark abyss, currently being sucked into the different space in the stomach by Ken. To know, Blackbeard uses such an astonishing move, it must not be able to last for a long time. This simply cannot exist, only I can fight and become stronger. You want to compare your physical strength with me? Maximum full release. Blackbeard gritted his teeth directly, suppressing all the dark energy in an instant, filling it into more abyssal fog. Spell. Definitely not a Blackbeard to compare to. Under the sky. Wait for Blackbeard to be slaughtered. Madness, weakness. I can't lose, if the physical strength completely disappears. Ken's eyes were full of ridicule, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He directly used the isolation skills to transform these dark substances on the spot, and turn them into beneficial substances again, and his physical strength began to gradually recover. His current physical strength has reached an unprecedented level. Even if he doesn't use the isolation skill, this battle. From the very beginning he will never lose. Chapter 178 Raging Torture, Seeking Subscription. It's totally impossible, isn't he demon fruit power? Why can it become like this? I've clearly suppressed him from using devil fruit, Blackbeard is getting more and more stressed. He finds that Ken has suddenly turned into a slime, and now the situation is completely out of control. To this end, his eyes were full of confusion. He was extremely puzzled. Ken should be human. Blackbeard thinks that becoming a monster body like slime must be demon fruit power. Only, the former Thunderbolt devil fruit, this should also be devil fruit. Even managed to suppress it, but why can't this slime form be suppressed? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Blackbeard's face, and his tone was full of shock. Could it be? You are not human at all. That's why your form is actually your body? Your form, isn't it a devil fruit ability? Damn it. You rogue monster. He has been unable to maximize the release of the move of the dark hole. Release anyway. Ken seems like a bottomless pit. Devour as much as you want. Am I actually a monster? Aren't you half a monster? Your body structure is extremely special. You can even break the common sense of the outside world. Ordinary people can't swallow 2 devil fruits. You are different. You can use special methods. This way you can use 2 devil fruits at the same time. Ken swallowed the mist into the dark abyss without haste, and he could reply to Blackbeard's words with a calm expression. Immediately, this made Blackbeard's body unbearable. Hateful. Even the secret of his special body structure is clear? What is the origin of this brat? How can I know all his secrets? Finally, Blackbeard couldn't help spouting a lot of blood from his mouth, and the black mist of the dark abyss could no longer be emitted from his body. He is completely defeated, and it's still lost from the beginning to the end. Lost very badly. He didn't even hit Ken. It's ridiculous. He had expected to arrive at Impel Down this time. The plan can be fulfilled perfectly. Now, it has been completely impossible. Are you on this level? That's not enough. Is this how you want to destroy the entire Impel Down? You really can't help but laugh. Ken directly retransformed into a human form, and began to walk directly in front of Blackbeard. Advertisement soon. His ability to control Thunder Fruit has been fully restored. It seems that Blackbeard has no physical strength. You can continue to use the ability of Dark Fruit. Blackbeard now, at the mercy of others. What do you want? Can't you kill me? Blackbeard asked, gritted his teeth with hatred in his eyes. An icy arc formed at the corner of Ken's mouth. Of course I want to kill you. But let me torment you a little first. Who made you have a strange constitution? Finished. Boom. Ken raised his whole body strength and unpretentiously blasted out the boxing. The punch landed on Blackbeard. Suddenly, Blackbeard's figure changed into a beam of rainbow light, directly smashing into the prison in the distance, and began to penetrate through countless layers of walls. The 4th floor, Starvation Hell, suddenly turned into broken ruins. To this end, Blackbeard couldn't bear the pain at all. He lay on the wreckage, his eyes were bloodshot, like a dying person, and his mouth screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, it hurts, damn it. If you want to kill me quickly. You be *******************. D. The voice fell. Blackbeard has already spurted out a large amount of blood. The amount of bleeding is so large that it is completely unbearable to look directly at. Dark fruit actually has side effects. Not like Logia devil fruit, no fluid effect at all. Even when you are hurt, you have double the pain. This is if the willpower is not firm. It is inevitable that this will be tortured quite severely. Thankfully Blackbeard is extremely determined. He wanted to get dark fruit back then. I have endured for 20 years. The willpower is extremely tenacious. The pain was too shocking. Even Blackbeard couldn't stand the punch at all. As if willpower if irresistible, he completely fell under this punch. This is obviously unpretentious boxing. Why has such amazing lethality? Do not worry, I haven't tortured you enough. You won't die so easily. Actually, if I want to kill you, I'll smash you to pieces with one punch. Ken's face is indifferent now. He has no emotion at all. Killing Blackbeard is completely easy. To know, once 4 Emperors Whitebeard died, he almost killed Blackbeard. Ask for flowers, it's not prime yet 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Advertisement and Whitebeard has been attacked too much. He is already on the verge of dying. That's it. Blackbeard can't beat it at all, unfortunately. Whitebeard was actually a little soft-hearted at the time. Finally, caused the shock fruit to fall into Blackbeard's hands. With the fall of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, this led to Blackbeard's successful ascension. It's just that I came into this world. History has been completely changed. And it has changed tremendously. Nobody can stand against me now. Ken was thinking about these things in his mind, and there was a faint smile on his mouth, a little malicious. He never changed his mind. Hate the ferocious nature of pirates. Disgusted by the domineering nature of celestial dragons. Certainly, the subordinates used to belong to pirates. He can barely accept it. After becoming his subordinate now, identity is completely different. Under his command, I believe that my subordinates can definitely give up their identity as pirates. It's just so easy. It seems like a long time has passed since I came to Impel Down. Looks like it's ready to sail for naval headquarters. Ken's eyes blazed with desire. In an instant, his torment for Blackbeard. It's almost over, too. Under one punch. Blackbeard can't stand it. Is this the inhuman constitution? It's funny enough. One force down 10, he doesn't care about the so-called inhuman constitution. Even in the face of the strongest creature 4 emperors Kaido. Ken absolutely dared to attack. Blackbeard, we'll never see each other again. You should hurry up and enter the 18th floor of hell. Die. Ken looked at the dying Blackbeard. Without any hesitation, he raised his foot and stepped on it. Boom, accompanied by the sound of low collision. The entire Impel Down couldn't help shaking, and the ceiling is falling gravel down. His power has skyrocketed too much now, still a little hard to get used to. However, he believes that if he fights with the strong for a while, he should be able to get familiar with it very quickly. Blackbeard can only be regarded as a pseudo-powerful. He is completely far from Admiral, and 4 emperors is not enough. Blackbeard could have that kind of power 2 years later. Unfortunately, now, he's wreaking havoc on Blackbeard. He's doing it with ease. Chapter 179. The Gate of Justice, breaking, seeking subscription. Unresisting, Blackbeard died. All the subordinates looked a little indifferent. To be honest, they don't actually know Blackbeard. Those of you at Impel Down now, don't really know what Blackbeard is doing. When Blackbeard became famous all over the world. That's when he became the Pirate 4 Emperors after the Summit War. Unfortunately, it is impossible for Blackbeard to realize this dream. He died so tragically, not yet famous all over the world. Blackbeard has fallen. Next moment, without any hesitation, Ken devoured Blackbeard's body on the spot. Immediately, prompt pops up. Successfully plundered devil fruit, dark fruit. 100% plundering talent, a body of a foreigner, and all the hockey and body skills that Blackbeard learned before his life. Only, this talent is somewhat amazing. 033. This should be why Blackbeard can use 2 devil fruits at the same time. To this end, after Ken began to feel this talent a little bit, his eyes became a little surprised, and his tone was full of surprise. Blackbeard is a weird guy. He was born with 2 hearts? And the internal structure of his body is also different from ordinary people. No wonder you can hold 2 different devil fruits at the same time. It's amazing enough, but now the dead, there is no need for him to continue talking. Dead. Not worth mentioning, my 4 subordinates. You now follow me to naval headquarters. There's not much time left for Summit War. I hope you will perform well. I'm looking forward to your shot. Ken turned his head and ordered to go on, immediately. The 4 subordinates quickly lowered their heads, their faces full of reverence. They knelt down on one knee on the spot, and spoke directly at the same time. Subordinates obey. The voice fell. Ken couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. Very good. If it does well, give you the power of life after this war. He believed that these 4 subordinates needed the power of life very much. Everyone is afraid of death, can live longer, no human can refuse. You won't be disappointed. The eyes of the 4 are full of joy, and they are extremely eager for the power of life. Only to contribute, Ken can give them the power of life. Advertisement. Their 4 subordinates are already very satisfied. To know before, they haven't made an event contribution yet. Ken advances the life force to all their subordinates in advance. Such a selfless Ken, they have been completely convinced. And Ken's strength is unfathomable, and he has extremely special means. Their 4 subordinates are now following Ken. In fact, there is no wrong choice at all. Soon, Ken stepped directly to Shire's side and asked in a low voice. Shire, before the battle scene, you should have copied the abilities of these people, right? He didn't let Shire go. It is to let Shire copy the abilities of the 4 subordinates. And the capabilities of Blackbeard et al. In an instant. Shire's face was full of humanity. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she replied directly. Shire has been fully replicated successfully, fortunately not disgraceful. This made Ken feel relieved. All arrangements are in place. Start heading to naval headquarters. Set off. Ken led the 4 subordinates and Shire, the King of Wisdom, and started to leave Impel Down. There are small warships parked in the outer waters. Isn't this the small warship that Blackbeard sailed over? This time, Blackbeard came here to deliver the ability and transportation. Maybe Blackbeard was really a good guy when he said that. As for the people at Impel Down, Ken had already asked Bullet and Shire to release Conqueror's Hockey before, forcibly deterring these Impel Down personnel, and finally fell into a coma. And Impel Down also has criminals who slip through the cracks. He has cleaned it all up too. To this end, huge Impel Down. No criminal can survive these days. The lives of these criminals have almost been swallowed by Ken. Those who survived the current Impel Down, all are Impel Down people. It's unbelievable. Luckily Ken wasn't so crazy, or anyone. He really doesn't want to let go, only, he chose to continue fishing. Impel Down didn't destroy it. You can continue to detain criminals in the future. Lack of vitality and soul power. Ken can come and harvest it. Think about it this way. He's such a werewolf. A day later. Door of Justice. A small warship sailed over from the outer waters. Advertisement: the Gates of Justice is completely controlled by Impel Down, Naval Headquarters, and Enies Lobby at the same time. Looking to get into Naval Headquarters, even reaching the world government. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice can one take the correct current and reach the destination. And the Gate of Justice cannot be bypassed, because the current on both sides of the gate is the reverse vortex caused by Uzumaki, and the ship cannot move forward. To this end, it is extremely difficult to enter Naval Headquarters and world government. But small warships began to come. The eyes of the staff at the Gate of Justice were full of doubts, and they quickly started discussing. What happened? Why is there a warship coming over? The top floor doesn't seem to have instructed the warship to arrive at the Gate of Justice? Could it be this warship has been controlled? It's entirely possible. Rail the alarm. Ring ring ring. In an instant, all the world government and naval headquarters personnel in the Gate of Justice area are on alert. Now, naval headquarters is the time until the execution of the ace. There are still 3 hours left. Even at this time period, no news of the Four Emperors' Whitebeard fleet has been grasped at all. It seems as if it suddenly disappeared. This is definitely premeditated. Maybe the Whitebeard fleet is going to attack the naval headquarters on the spot. To this end, their side of the Gate of Justice will never allow any outsiders to force their way into the naval headquarters area. Just to avoid surprises, everyone is on alert. Destroy the warship directly. Forcibly sink one. Prepare for shelling. Fire, a marine leader yelled. The voice fell. 3.6 numerous cannons aimed at the small warships passing by. Next moment, the 4 subordinates behind him replied. As ordered. Slave arrow, then break in. Immediately petrify all the incoming shells. Boom boom boom. Let the shells fall into the ocean on the spot. Hundreds of shells struck in an instant. Door of Justice. The 4 subordinates directly used various methods. The small warship must be sunk. Thousands of pink love arrows suddenly appeared from the small warship. Finished. Wearing a black robe, Ken showed a pair of indifferent eyes and said in his mouth, there is no need to kill all these personnel, but there are slightly stronger blockers. You can kill them or not, this is up to you. Suddenly. Breakthrough directly, suddenly, just a moment. Chapter 180. The whole world is watching this war, seeking subscription. At the same time, naval headquarters has been battered. There is absolutely no news from the Four Emperors' Whitebeard fleet. It's like disappearing from this world. It seems that Whitebeard has even temporarily abandoned the New World site. Seems like if not recapturing the ace, Whitebeard is going to attack naval headquarters directly. Until the winner is issued, I don't know how Impel Down is. It's been a day now. Magellan didn't reply to me at all. Could it be that Impel Down has been completely unable to hold on? Has it been breached? Sangoku grimaced at the thought. He felt a little regretful in his heart, for special reasons. Naval headquarters can't send support here, to be honest. The pressure from the Whitebeard fleet was still considerable. But even so, nor should naval headquarters be so fearful. Sangoku is currently afraid, if he sends a large number of marine forces to Impel Down for support. Such as dispatching Marine Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral. At this time 4 Emperors Whitebeard attacked, as well as. What if another 4 Emperors also came to join in the fun? If you face 2 4 Emperors, naval headquarters can't be completely suppressed. Not even good. They can't execute Ace 25 every time naval headquarters tells the world. It has never completely broken its promise. The key middle and top-level combat forces were also separated to support Impel Down. This is bound to make the winning rate even lower. Naval headquarters will not allow this to happen. The 4 Emperors must be faced with the highest combat power. Impel Down the worst result. Maybe the criminal escaped from prison. But I've arranged for Magellan before, if he can't hold Impel Down. He can directly kill the criminals in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell. I believe he should be able to do it with his character. He hates criminals, after all. Sangoku felt relieved when he thought about what he had told Magellan earlier. Magellan's devil fruit is special. I really want to explode with all my strength. Eternal Hell criminals simply cannot survive, a deadly poison upon touch. There is no antidote, or, physical strength reaches unbelievable levels. It might be possible to stick to it, this way losses can be minimized. Believe it because Magellan exploded with full force. No criminal can hold out, although criminals escape from prison is no small matter. But, if compared with some at war, advertisement it's a little out of the ordinary. The naval headquarters and the 4 Emperors played against each other. It's been a long time, this time, there must be a winner. Loser. It is very likely to fall here. This also makes Sangoku have to be cautious. He is the Marshal of the Marine. There are many things to consider at the moment. If naval headquarters can't beat it, the world is in total chaos. To this end, Impel Down was breached and naval headquarters was completely defeated. Sangoku is currently choosing the latter. He must make sure that naval headquarters cannot lose. 3 hours to go before Ace's execution. The Garp guy still seems to be talking to Ace. He's been talking for like 2 hours. I'm actually very clear about his inner feelings. Anyway, Ace can be regarded as his half-grandson, and Ace is Luffy's big brother. Now it's almost time for execution. Garp must have been pretty upset. Well, Sangoku looked a little lonely. He didn't want to see his former partner depressed. If Ace dies, Sangoku believes that, Garp's emotions are difficult to control. Even Garp will do unpredictable things, but, when the time comes, he will be by his side. He can definitely stop Garp. Jingle bell, suddenly. The phone buzzed on the desktop, now this point in time. Information from the outside world is very important. To this, Sangoku hastily connected, asked in a deep voice. I am Marshal Sangoku of Naval Headquarters, what do you need to report now? In an instant, frightened words came from the other end of the phone bug. Marshal Sangoku, the Gate of Justice has been attacked by unknown intruders. At present, the Gate of Justice has been completely breached. The intruders would have been able to enter the Marineford area in about 2 hours or so. Hope Naval Headquarters stay safe, the voice fell. Sangoku stood up abruptly and exclaimed, what did you say? Invaders breaching the Gates of Justice? Can't you keep it? To know. The Gate of Justice is actually manned by Marine Vice Admiral and CPO intelligence agencies. Face the attack. The Gate of Justice can basically be guarded. Just this time the intruder, it can actually quickly break through the protective line of the Gate of Justice. This must be absolutely not weak in terms of strength. Did you see the intruder? Sangoku asked anxiously, so that Naval Headquarters can be vigilant. Immediately, advertisement the officer replied hastily. Follow the previous route of these invaders, they're supposed to be coming from Impel Down. As for the intruders, I actually saw Warden Magellan make a move. His poisonous fruit is extremely obvious, and the rest of the invaders I don't know, but each of them is very skilled. I suspect they are criminals who escaped from Impel Down. Finished. Sangoku frowned. To be honest, Impel Down criminals who escaped from jail. He's already mentally prepared. Just Impel Down Warden Magellan, what's up? Magellan actually attacked the Gate of Justice? To know? The psychic aspect of Magellan. In fact, Sangoku is very relieved. He doesn't suspect Magellan at all. Magellan is definitely not a covetous person. But why did Magellan attack the Gates of Justice? And, there seems to be criminals among the intruders. Magellan hates criminals so much, he can't be with them. The emergence of these things, especially during the extremely sensitive time of the Summit War. It was exhausting for Sangoku, he also couldn't figure out why Magellan did it. It's just that Sangoku already knows the influence of this Summit War. It is enough to affect the whole world. It's clear from my side that Naval Headquarters will keep an eye out for intruders. But what about the wounded at the Gate of Justice? Sangoku asked with some concern. Did a lot of people die? Soon. The person's tone was full of surprise. Actually, there are not many wounded. The intruders simply forced their way through the Gateway of Justice and headed for the right current, directly into the area of the Naval Headquarters. The personnel didn't even die for this, only a few people were too impulsive and were injured. Sangoku looked puzzled. There are no dead? Blackbeard? So it seems. Naval Headquarters must be careful. Are these intruders? Only. Although Blackbeard's abilities are weird. Just wanting to deal with Blackbeard is no problem. The real unstable factor. Maybe it is actually the intruder who broke through the door of justice. The whole world is watching this war. Straw Hat Luffy? Not directly. You can't lose this time. Just owning the wounded. Summit War. Straw Hat Luffy is simply not up to the mark. Sangoku's mind ran through the people who made the incident escalate. Maybe something unexpected happened to me. What the hell is going on with these intruders? It was getting more and more Sangoku not sure where things were really going. 7 OK Chapter 181 The Summit War starts directly, seeking subscription. The other side. Ken passed the Gate of Justice safe and sound, and began to ride the correct current to Naval Headquarters. But these 4 subordinates gave him face very much. Although he kills, it's just that the people who killed, all are evil people. Certainly, he also hurt innocent people. Only, Ken tried his best not to kill innocent people. He is not the virgin, it's just that if he kills innocent people indiscriminately. This is already the level of insanity. His character has not collapsed to such a serious degree. Although he has completely become stronger, but he still needs to be a little bit quieter. Next moment, Ken turned his head slightly, looked at Shire, and asked. Shire, where is the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet now? Immediately, Shire uses the skill of everything in sight. Although Whitebeard is well hidden, not even Naval Headquarters can detect it. But for Shire, this is not a problem at all, no matter how seamlessly it is done. Sooner or later there will be clues. Shire can follow the clues. The location of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet can be found on the spot. Soon. A silver light flashed in the depths of Shire's eyes, and he replied directly. The main ship of the Whitebeard fleet is now hidden under the seabed, and it seems that it wants to raid the Naval Headquarters. Ken was not surprised when he received the news, really. Still as he expected, the main ship coating passes from the bottom of the sea. 4 Emperors Whitebeard directly led his 1600 pirates to attack Naval Headquarters. These combat powers are already extremely strong. Really want to decide the winner with Naval Headquarters. Unless Naval Headquarters executes Ace to stop, and return Ace to 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Then perhaps the war can be stopped, unfortunately. Naval Headquarters can't do that, isn't this just self-defeating? The whole world is now watching the war, whoever confesses first. Inevitably, half of the morale will be lost. Shire. How long until Naval Headquarters? Ken continued to ask. To this end, Shire didn't hesitate, it's such an easy question. Currently calculated based on the speed of the warship. 1 hour and 49 minutes to arrive. This made Ken feel a little helpless. The speed of small warships is too slow. If it is a battleship of naval headquarters, the speed may be even faster. It seems that I can only use my arc motto. Ken thought for a moment and came up with this solution directly. Advertisement: 4 Emperors Whitebeard uses the coating to travel to the bottom of the ocean, to raid the naval headquarters. Just wanted to catch naval headquarters off guard. In fact, he can also make this kind of unexpected effect. For example, float in the sky with arc proverbs. He is sure to scare naval headquarters, the door to a different space. Ken directly stretched out his palm to tear the space in front of him. In a different space. The arc proverb stays in place, and the whole is an arc-type ship. The overall area of the arc is not large, however, there is no problem for the arc to accommodate 10 people. Get on board. Ken began to order his subordinates. To this end, this small warship can be discarded. Boom. Ken casually condensed a sphere of thunder energy, which suddenly destroyed the warship. Cemetery. ZZZ. He personally came to this arc, and thunder and lightning erupted from his whole body, and the current flowed down the soles of his feet, condensing it into energy on the spot, directly providing the arc with the power to float. Suddenly, the whole airship flew higher and higher. And extremely fast. For a short time, the arc has been completely speeding up. Crazy rush to naval headquarters area location, have to say. Enel is a genius. It is possible to create such a floating arc. Of course this requires thunderfruit, otherwise there will be no energy available. Really indispensable. Naval headquarters. All Marines unite. All Marine staff are concentrated on Marineford Square. All personnel on alert. Naval headquarters is now away from the execution ace. The time is getting closer, on site. Start building giant photophone bugs that can spread the world's footage. It is bound to make it clear to everyone, naval headquarters at its best. This time there must be no defeat, among the highest peaks of naval headquarters. Marine Marshal Sangoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Staff Officer Crane Intermediate. These 3 well-known veterans. At this moment, his face became a little dignified. Beside, 3 Marine Admirals sit here, looking into the distance with their eyes. As if looking for traces of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet. Nowadays, still no news from the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet. What's the matter? Do you want to ambush them naval headquarters? Should it be like this? And all Marine executives know, the gate of justice has been breached. And brand new invaders, advertisement coming soon to naval headquarters. This also made the 3 Marine Admirals a little wary. If you encounter an intruder, the 3 of them, Marine Admiral, must fend off. If only to face the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet. Their naval headquarters is absolutely impossible to lose. Only, the timing is a little off. In the New World, the 4 Emperors Kaido disappeared. He appears to be on his way to naval headquarters. The 4 Emperors Redhead seems to fend off Kaido for this. It seems that the Redhead doesn't want Kaido to join in the fun. But, what if the 4 Emperors Red Hair can't hold back? The character of Kaido, the strongest creature. Naval headquarters is very clear. Kaido totally ignores anyone. I can't wait to come to naval headquarters every day to find death. Mr. Sangoku, why don't we execute Ace now, if executed earlier? Maybe nothing like this would have happened. At this moment, Kizaru couldn't help but turn his head and ask Sangoku, who was full of dignity, without any hint of teasing in his tone. If you kill early, you have to kill late. However, Sangoku's eyes were full of struggle, so did he. It's just that the identity of the pirate Ace is fundamentally different. Ace's true identity, Sangoku must tell the world. Kill Ace now. Time does not allow. The time has not reached the execution time. It is not yet possible to execute an early sentence. Sangoku said calmly, if the sentence is executed early, wouldn't it make naval headquarters break their word? After all, the whole world knows the execution time. If we knew how naval headquarters execute early. This makes the world think we naval headquarters are afraid of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Immediately, after Kizaru heard these words, his eyes were thoughtful, and he didn't refute. 2. At least for now naval headquarters' face is more important. There is no need for him to continue asking, suddenly. Marine 3 Admiral, Sangoku, Garp, Crane, place. They feel like something. Everyone looks into the distance. Whitebeard fleet, the attack has already begun. Not far from the sea. The smoke came faintly. From the middle of the smoke, a large number of pirate ships start to drive out. And on the canvas of all ships, is the iconic flag of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Whitebeard fleet. A real all-hands attack, only. The main ship, Moby D*K, did not appear directly. This surprised Marine on the spot. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard didn't show up? What's going on? Chapter 182 shocking everyone, seeking subscription. On a steady sea level, suddenly it started to fluctuate violently. It's as if there is a foreign body under the sea that wants to rush up. Next moment. Crash. The waves were huge. A large amount of seawater swept up. A huge ship rushed up suddenly, and there is an extremely smooth coating on the periphery of the ship. Just rely on this substance. Ships can survive the water pressure of the ocean. And this huge ship is named Moby D*K. It is now the main ship of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Gu la 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 la, Naval Headquarters. It's been a long time since we saw each other. I will give you a big gift right now, just a little thank you for taking care of my son Ace during this time. Seaquake, Whitebeard's eyes were full of coldness, and with heavy steps, he rushed directly to the bow of the ship, squatted slightly under his crotch, propped up his hands suddenly, and beat into the air suddenly. Immediately. Caw 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 caw. The space seemed to be shattered, and cracks as deep as ravines had already spread. Boom, the sea in this area suddenly began to split, and Whitebeard set off a shocking tsunami on the premise of shaking the sea. It seems that the entire ocean is tilting, and it has already started to sweep towards Naval Headquarters. This kind of scene. Enough to shock an ordinary marine to the strength of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. This is not the Whitebeard of 993 in its prime. I heard that he has a physical problem. The combat power has dropped a lot, can't get back to the strongest period ever. Only. Whitebeard shot straight away, he just wants to wipe out Naval Headquarters completely. If it weren't for Ace still on the island, Whitebeard actually wants to destroy the island. If he shot with all his strength, destroying the island of Naval Headquarters is no problem at all. But he made the move. Whitebeard just wanted to remind Naval Headquarters. He hasn't aged to the point where he can't fight. The same old Four Emperors Whitebeard, he can also make Naval Headquarters shudder. What a hassle, actually coded on the seabed to Naval Headquarters. No wonder Naval Headquarters has no intelligence on Whitebeard's fleet. Sangoku's pupils shrank suddenly, watching the monstrous waves sweeping towards him. He quickly pointed out to Qingqi. Qingqi, you're the one to resist this scene. He calmed down quickly, analyzing the current situation. Who can resist it is better. In an instant, Qingqi nodded slightly, and he agreed without changing his expression. No problem, finished. His figure stood up directly. In an instant, call out, Qingqi shoot straight out. He used CFAJ, amazing physical skills to eject to a distance, and used the six-style moonwalk to start frantically rushing to the location of the huge waves. A cold mist filled the surface of his body, the inside of his mouth, and the palms on both sides. Next moment. Advertisement. The young figure directly arrived at the position where the huge waves swept over from the sky. He looked at the ocean falling from the sky, his eyes were full of indifference, and he spoke slowly. Ice Age, the voice fell. Hiss, endless freezing cold air erupted from his whole body. Everywhere. Madness sweeps away. The freezing cold air began to touch the monstrous waves. Suddenly it started to freeze and spread out, freeze the ocean in this area directly at extremely fast speed. Just a moment. The crisis is over, immediately. Marines in the plaza cheer. Admiral's shot is amazing. Four Emperors Whitebeard is nothing more than that, he is just a grand sight. This battle must be won, youthful Admiral, invincible in the world. All words of praise, all fell into Qingxi's ears. Only, he was expressionless as if he hadn't heard. This group of ordinary Marines don't know the horror of the pirate Four Emperors at all. It's just an appetizer for Whitebeard. Then, the young figure rushed back quickly and had already returned to the top position of Naval Headquarters. It's really interesting, but I can't give up on saving Ace. Everyone, attack on Naval Headquarters. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard was actually a little surprised, but he directly ordered all the crew members to start attacking. In an instant, the battle is triggered directly. Use all your might, Naval Headquarters side, Marine 3 Admiral. Sangoku and Garp. Headed directly by Crane Vice Admiral, he leads all Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters. Even the 7 warlords of the sea have all assembled. Whitebeard this way, all pirates under the banner. And a strong crew captain. Overall look, the combat power is actually quite different. For a while, the two sides are in a state of war at any time. At this moment, boom, shocking thunder and lightning spread across the sky. Clouds suffer from this shock, immediately start to dissipate. The arc that has been hidden for a long time is slowly revealed. On the arc, 5 people with different figures appear directly. Each person has an unparalleled momentum, definitely not easy to deal with. Who is this person? Whitebeard frowned, and he looked up to see this scene, his eyes full of surprise. Of course he doesn't know. Impel Down has been destroyed. The gate of justice has begun to be breached. Advertisement. Unknown invaders have arrived at Naval Headquarters. These things. Just for the Whitebeard fleet that was previously hidden under the sea. It's totally unknown, but, Naval Headquarters side. Sangoku's eyes were serious, and he muttered to himself, is this the intruder who broke through the gate of justice? When have you reached the high altitude of Naval Headquarters? Not even Naval Headquarters. If attacked, this will definitely cost a lot. Soon. The entire arc was completely exposed, figures of 5 people. It has completely begun to catch the eyes of everyone. 4 familiar people showed their faces. Impel Down Warden Magellan. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. World Destroyer Brindy Waldo. Devil's Air Douglas Bullet. What? Why are these 4 intruders? What a joke. What happened? Sangoku's expression was completely dull, his eyes full of disbelief. If these 4 personnel participate in the summit war, something is bound to happen at Naval Headquarters. The other side. The same goes for 4 Emperors Whitebeard. He saw many familiar faces. Whitebeard is slightly more familiar with Bullet. He is a little stranger his world, but, he's a familiar, the Red Earl Redfield. This can also be regarded as a pirate in his old age. Only, once Red Earl Redfield was older than him. Now, Redfield's face is full of energy, his expression is radiant, his once full head of white hair has now become half black and half white, extremely strange. As if Redfield suddenly looked 10 years younger. What happened? This guy Redfield is getting weirder and weirder. Whitebeard looked suspicious. These four, why come to naval headquarters? He appears to lead these four powerful men, now I can't calm down at all. The four of them are subordinates. The key is, Kizaru stood up in disbelief. Just trying to save Ace. What's the matter, as well as? The young boy in front of him is the emperor of their subordinates. Starting to invade naval headquarters, as if, some at war. The footsteps of these four personnel were slightly behind, their faces were filled with reverence, they couldn't help but slightly lowered their heads to face a young unknown boy. He comes to naval headquarters, he is usually full of joking character. Why is Ken here? Chapter 183 I choose a showdown, seeking subscription. When these four subordinates showed their faces, it has completely shocked the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard fleet. All the personnel talked a lot, and even showed fear on their faces. It is unimaginable to deal with this kind of enemy. Each person has a former reputation and a very high bounty. Only, Ken's face appears. There are still many people who don't know him. But, the naval headquarters executives have known Ken. Now that he is here, the marine executives are unbelievable. Even these four subordinates are all headed by him. This already says a lot. Ken is the leader this time. He has four incomparable subordinates. The fighting power of the subordinates is extremely heaven-defying. Participate in the summit war. There are bound to be factors of instability. Ken, what are you doing? Sangoku half closed his eyes, and couldn't help shouting loudly. What the hell happened to the Gate of Justice? You tell me quickly. The gates of justice were breached not long ago. Naturally, that's what the invaders do. Now, maybe Ken is the real mastermind behind the scenes. For a while. Hearing these words, the Whitebeard fleet did not launch an attack suddenly, but wanted to understand the current situation even more. They are not villains either. Attack suddenly. That's not four Emperors Whitebeard's style. Marshal Sangoku, hello. I choose to show my cards now, and I don't intend to continue to hide. I am the leading criminal who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons before, and the Celestial Dragons have died, and died in an extremely miserable manner. You don't have to ask for the world government. I know that Marshal Sangoku hates the world government too. And I was also the intruder who attacked Impel Down. I arrested Luffy in the Straw Hat, and I killed Blackbeard. Maybe you should thank me, otherwise the criminals in Impel Down will escape from prison, and everyone in the world will want it. I am the leader who breaks through the door of justice. Now I can declare unilaterally, the winner this time, is me. The voice fell. The audience calmed down. Ken's news is too explosive. The key first piece of information, just so explosive. From the Sabadi Archipelago kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons event. A month has passed. Naval headquarters and the world government are in full swing to find the criminal who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons. The results are already evident, they can't find it at all. Criminals seem to have evaporated, after all. Ken has been to naval headquarters before, who would doubt that this criminal came to the most dangerous place? Not even Sangoku can imagine that, kidnapping Celestial Dragons criminals get stronger. Advertisement if revealed, and arrive at naval headquarters. They naval headquarters can definitely take this criminal. So many mighty forces stationed at naval headquarters. This is also the capital why naval headquarters can stand here for a long time. The crushing of combat power, naval headquarters is perfectly prepared for an attack by the four emperors. And, this time Impel Down was hacked, did not think of. Ken indirectly helps block Luffy in the Straw Hat. Even Blackbeard dies in his hands. Certainly, if naval headquarters is clear, now Impel Down, without any criminals. Naval headquarters is bound to shock, the criminal who kidnapped the Celestial Dragons. Invasion Impel Down, breaking the gates of justice? Even Blackbeard died at his hand, he is so young and promising. Whitebeard smiled appreciatively when he heard what Ken said. For Blackbeard the traitor, Whitebeard is naturally extremely annoying. He can allow the people on board to have conflicts, but they must make up afterwards. Only, Blackbeard has broken the precept, he killed Sage, the captain of the 4th Division. This has completely D off Whitebeard. If it weren't for Blackbeard get away fast. At that time, Whitebeard must use shock fruit to directly suppress Blackbeard. He smashed Blackbeard to death on the spot, never hesitate. Just didn't think of it, Ace on his way to hunt down Blackbeard. Actually lost. Even fell into the hands of naval headquarters. Finally, caused this summit war to appear, Ken. You must know that half a year ago, your strength was extremely weak. You are so powerful now, can you still master these four subordinates? Kizaru looked up at Ken's figure, eyes full of surprise. He knows Ken hates pirates, even loathes Celestial Dragons. That's why Ken doesn't want to be Marine, certainly. Celestial Dragons. Naval headquarters executives are actually very annoying. After all, every time the Celestial Dragons appear in trouble. The Marine Admiral is on the way, advertisement, ask for flowers. And the Celestial Dragons are in trouble, need to arrive very fast Admiral. To this end, the Marine Admiral that is now frequently dispatched. It's actually Kizaru, because Kizaru has a shining fruit, and can even be called the fastest speed in the world. The world government asked him, Admiral, to go out. In fact, even Sangoku couldn't refuse, he could only ask Kizaru to help. The 5 elders are simply too powerful, it can even force it to exceed its strength. You've been able to fight me before, now Ken may not be weaker than me. He's finally grown up, exactly, after this incident is over. I'm going to think about it for a while, whether to leave naval headquarters or not. Although naval headquarters has been kind to me, but I have had enough of world government's accusations over the years. 0. The 5 elders are extremely troublesome, if they hadn't had the backing of the former Celestial Dragon's masters behind them. I've long been unwilling to continue to obey the orders of the world government. And now with Ken's character, he must destroy the Celestial Dragons. After all, he's already done kidnapping Celestial Dragons, and even killed Celestial Dragons. Maybe he'll destroy the Holy Marijoy. A lot of thoughts raced through Kizaru's mind. If he stays at naval headquarters, someday, he's going to face Ken completely. If you do leave naval headquarters, he will not target naval headquarters personnel in the future. For pirates and Celestial Dragons, Kizaru was actually happy. Ken looked at the shocked expressions of everyone with a blank face. Not even Kizaru can protect him, he must take back the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Growing up to naval headquarters can't be stopped. After, it has been deeply engraved in Ken's mind. Continue to add powerful subordinates, grow to the point where even the world government is afraid. But, this time Summit War, he no longer needs to hide behind Kizaru. He wants to lead unparalleled and powerful subordinates. If his true identity is revealed, assault on the Sanctuary Marijoy. This obsession, even Admiral from naval headquarters, honestly he wants it too. Absolutely all Celestial Dragons are dead, he has grown up completely. The whole world will be shocked by him when he grows up. Chapter 184 All Assault, Seeking Subscription. The situation has become more and more wrong. Third-party forces join in forcefully. The naval headquarters and 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleets originally planned to fight together. At this moment, already a little afraid to make a move. The essential, the presence of Ken's forces, can still affect the situation of the battle. Now, these 2 forces, it depends on who Ken wants to help. If he helps Whitebeard, he can already fight naval headquarters head-on. If he helps naval headquarters, the disparity is even greater, and Whitebeard can't win. However, neither of these 2 forces knew. Today's Ken, he actually has a big appetite. 2 forces, he actually wants to swallow it alone. Next moment, the Whitebeard fleet finally can't hold back. To know, time passed like this, Ace is going to die here. Can't wait any longer, naval headquarters must execute Ace according to strict time. They come here, naturally, they wanted 277 to save Ace. For the old man, rescue Ace, Whitebeard's eyes were full of anger, and he roared directly. In an instant, all crew rushed to the naval headquarters area. Immediately planned to rush up. To this end, Sangoku had no choice but to order. Army attack, definitely don't let them rescue Ace. The voice fell. These 2 forces are starting to fight against each other. Just a moment, in fact, fatalities have already occurred. Shire. You can already come out. Ken was still controlling the arc floating in the sky, and he began to command Shire in his heart. Soon, Shire embodies the sexy and delicate body of women and the beautiful face, which is really never tired of watching. Now for this kind of summit war, Shire has been able to duplicate all abilities. 4 subordinates. You listen to my orders now. Now go get Ace back, as long as you can get the Ace. Whitebeard must be helpless. Ken analyzed the current scene. The summit war was caused, naturally because of Ace. Even if the combat power is disparate, for Whitebeard too. If he can get the Ace, it must be extremely easy to recover Whitebeard. Immediately. Yes. The 4 subordinates replied at the same time. They haven't really shot for a long time, faced with this situation. You can fully unleash all your combat power, suddenly. Ken began to control the arc, straight to the ground. Advertisement around. All of them are pirates and marines who have already worked hard. This situation is completely out of control, very hot. But, naval headquarters must not stop me. Ken's eyes were full of indifference. He started to walk, with the thunder sword in his hand, he couldn't help whispering. 7 absolute sword dance. In an instant, all over the sky, sword shadows gather together. All the pirates and marines around, all the heads have been raised high. The blood kept splattering out, it's too dead to die anymore. He has all the abilities that have surrendered to his subordinates. This is Red Earl Redfield's swordsmanship, and Ken devoured Shiryu in the rain before. These 2 sword skills are combined. He believes that even facing the great swordsman Hawkeye, he can fight inextricably. Certainly, this is just a sword fight, if you really have the ability to fight. To be honest, the world's greatest swordsman, it can't stop him at all? Nourishment around here. Never go to waste. Ken looked at the surrounding corpses calmly, with an inexplicable smile on his mouth. War. In fact, many people will die, this is for him. It just keeps getting stronger, he devours these corpses, and becomes stronger for sure. To this end, Ken didn't even dawdle, and directly devoured these bodies under the eyes of everyone. After being strong, he is no longer like before, he has to do everything secretly. For a while, All kinds of hints pop up, it really makes Ken want to stop. Feel stronger, always so wonderful, *hole. How dare you kill my crew, after the death of the two forces. Seeing this, a Marine Vice Admiral and a pirate captain were furious. In an instant, these two personnel rushed over at the same time, offering ultimate moves. You two short-sighted fellows, poisonous dragon. Magellan fell behind Ken all the way. When he saw this scene, his eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "How dare you offend your lord? All of you will die." The voice fell. 3 huge dragon-shaped poisonous suddenly swept away. Damn it, Magellan, how dare you betray naval headquarters? When Marine Vice Admiral saw such an attack, he was so scared that he quickly backed away. This can suppress Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. He is no longer comparable to this ordinary Vice Admiral. Really have to compete, he will die tragically, can't stop. Retreat, advertisement pirate captain actually didn't hesitate at all, he just blasted back. For such a powerful move, back off for now, this is the best choice. How dare you two offend the young master and run away? Must die here, giant of poison, judgment of hell. Shire's delicate body was covered with red poisonous poison, and it suddenly attacked, and wherever it went, it was corroded to death. This made Magellan's eyes full of helplessness, to be honest. If Shire uses this powerful move, it should consume a lot of stamina. Even Magellan dare not use the poison giant, judgment of hell. Because, after use, physical strength suddenly dropped. Just for Shire. Drains stamina, excuse me, she has the king of wisdom skill. You can release powerful moves anytime, anywhere. For a while, the two escaped Marine Vice Admiral and pirate captain saw the killer move sweeping them. Already terrified, if this can't be stopped, definitely fall here. The flame of regeneration, frozen moment. 2 people with different figures arrived at this position in an instant, and suddenly shot to block it. The extremely ferocious skeleton and poisonous giant soldiers. Half were stopped by freezing, half were blocked by flames. Huh, Marco, childish? Ken looked at the powerful people around him, his eyes were a little surprised. Did not think of. Shire needs to get a little out of the way to kill both sides. It was actually blocked by 2 strong men, although the poison giant in Hell's Judgment is very strong. But, this can be blocked, as long as it is not touched by venom. Actually there is no harm. 3.2, certainly, this is Admiral Chingchi and Captain Marco resisting. If someone else, it's better to die obediently, he persuaded Ken to join Marine. Now, I really can't imagine, the voice fell. Childish Admiral, you really let me down. When Marco saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning, and hurriedly pulled the crew away. Chingchi looked at Ken with cold eyes. After all, he is the phoenix fruit of the phantom beast species. There was a gentle smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, but his tone was full of displeasure. You make me very uncomfortable, shall I teach you a little lesson? Ken, but he was all right, we will really fight later. Whether you are disappointed or not, what does it have to do with me? He can't protect the crew, once, I've clearly rejected you. The scene immediately became tense. How dare Ken lead his men to attack naval headquarters? Chapter 185 Amazing Devil Fruit Ability Coordination, Seeking Subscription. Are you serious? Want to fight me? Chingxi's eyes were full of surprise. He is Marine Admiral, completely rivals the pirate 4 emperors. Now Ken challenged him, it really made Chingchi feel unbelievable. Do you think I'm not serious? The thunder greatsword on Ken's palm suddenly disappeared, replaced by a scarlet poison. In an instant, his body began to change suddenly. The extremely violent thunder and lightning, on the other hand, the poison that can corrode everything. Thunder fruit plus poison fruit, powerful explosive power. Powerful lethality. Monster, Chingxi's pupils suddenly shrank. For thunder fruit, he's seen it before. That's when he went to rescue the celestial dragons, Subduing Archipelago. Etc. This now speaks of the Subduing Archipelago. Could it be that Ken made a move with Kizaru? What happened to Kizaru? He can't take Ken down, or, Kizaru knew Ken's identity before. So Kizaru fights against Ken. Kizaru didn't actually make a full shot? Kizaru, a traitor, this idea can't help popping up in Chingxi's mind. The idea came out, he couldn't stop immediately. You are fighting me now, don't be in a daze, 25 because, that's what might kill you. 60 million volts Brontosaurus, Momo fruit, increased by 100 times. Ken suddenly started to do it, and immediately used the ability of Devil Fruit to forcefully cooperate. For a while, boom, the hockey Brontosaurus, which is hundreds of meters long, swept across the sky of naval headquarters suddenly. Ha ha ha. Interesting, poisonous dragon, Momo fruit, increased by 100 times. Ken laughed loudly, using the portability of his abilities, he cooperated crazily. For a while, the ferocious poisonous dragon with a length of hundreds of meters swept across suddenly, baring its teeth and dancing its claws, rolling over. In the sky, there are already all kinds of forcibly boosted moves. My lord is so powerful, World's eyes were already filled with shock. His Momo fruit. To be honest, the level of development is not high. It is typical and powerful, the master is not very strong. Only, suddenly World felt useful, although he can't. For Ken, the Momo fruit can produce unparalleled lethality. Not good. When Chingchi encountered this move, Her eyes were full of disbelief. Ken is a real monster, it seems. Advertisement he has misunderstood Kizaru. Looks like Kizaru can't catch Ken, rather, Ken is too powerful. Let's fall. Ken's eyes were full of complacency, and he shouted, Shingya Admiral. I'll see how you resist. Can't stop. Naval headquarters is bound to be destroyed. The voice fell. In the sky, the Thunder Dragon and the Poisonous Dragon rolled up each other and fell down suddenly. Once falling, inevitably produce unparalleled destructive power. Hateful. Ice Age, Xingzi's face was solemn, he wanted to block it and even wanted to freeze it. Result. Call out, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Ken's body directly turned into Raikage, and suddenly arrived behind Xingqi, armament hockey condensed all over his body. As long as Xingqi resisted the moves, he could sneak attack Xingqi. Not good, Xingqi naturally felt the danger behind him. Only, if he turns around to fend off Ken's attack. How to resist the Thunder Dragon and the Poisonous Dragon in the sky? The key is, Xingqi has never encountered such a move. Ken can forcibly use the abilities of his subordinates to unleash earth-shattering destructive power. At this time, Garp couldn't bear it anymore. He watched Ken want to sneak attack Xingqi, rushed over suddenly, and shouted loudly. Boy, stop being presumptuous. However, Ken glanced over coldly and slowly opened his mouth. Old man, get out of here, you dare to stop me. I'll let Straw Hat Luffy die in front of you right now. In an instant, Ken used the door fruit and directly tore open the corner of the different space. He directly let Garp see the comatose Luffy lying in the different space. And, in a different space, full of danger, as long as Ken is cruel. Luffy will definitely not survive. What? Garp's expression turned incredulous. Luffy? If he makes a move, Luffy's life will be lost? What a joke. Execute Ace. Garp felt extremely uncomfortable if Luffy died. To be honest, he's going crazy, but he used to be a marine hero. Back off if that's the case. How should the world view him? For a while, two emotions haunt Garp. On the one hand, save Luffy. He can't make a move. On the other hand, he strikes. Luffy has to die. Finally, advertisement. Garp clenched his teeth, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he couldn't help whispering. This old man is a marine hero, but I'm also a grandfather. I'm going to give up Luffy, I just can't do it. The voice fell. Garp hurriedly stopped the figure. Immediately, Sengoku's expression moved, his eyes widened slightly, and he roared loudly. Garp. You be asterisk 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 T. I told you not to allow Luffy and Ace to become pirates. Even if they want to become pirates, you still have to forcefully stop them. It's good now. These two favorite grandchildren of your life. Maybe I will die in front of you. This allowed Garp to hear the words. He is in great pain. Really, Ace and Luffy wanted to be pirates when they were young. He's going to stop it now. As long as he wants to stop it, he can definitely stop it. Although this requires some small means, it is possible to make Ace and Luffy hate his grandpa. But, it's even better than this one, for a while. An emotion of immense hatred was born in Garp's mind. Does he hate Ken now? Natural hate, but he has people he hates even more. 083 that year. Luffy just wants to be a pirate, but ever since the Four Emperors Redhead rescued Luffy, and he broke his arm. Luffy completely changed his mind. Luffy doesn't want to be a pirate anymore. He wants to be the real One Piece, all of these. Blame it all on the pirate Four Emperors Redhead. If not for Redheads, he might be able to persuade Luffy. If you persuade Luffy, maybe Luffy can persuade Ace. Damn Redhead, if only I could meet you, I will fight you hard. Garp's eyes turned red. Next moment, boom, take back the Ace. Even Shire can help out, it has been completely deadlocked. Xingqi still has blocked the attack that destroyed naval headquarters. Xingzi's figure has fallen to the ground in embarrassment, deeply sunken into the ground. Blood is spreading from the corner of his mouth. His legs and feet are trembling. He seems a little unable to stand. The internal organs in his body seem to have been moved. This completely prevents Kizaru and Akainu from rushing over. But, it has completely started to be frozen, I see. However, now the scene. There are two Thunder Dragons and Poisonous Dragons in the sky. Ken's attack. He almost couldn't stand it, he didn't have Garp to back him up. Whitebeard is about to come all the way. Sengoku needs to take good care of Ace, or he will leave the scene here. And here Sengoku can't support either. Even Kizaru and Akainu wanted to come to support. But Ken has been blocked by 4 subordinates. Chapter 186 Shockingly Huge Ambition, Seeking Subscription. Ken's side joined forcefully, completely breaking the balance. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet is also eyeing. Naval headquarters is in complete stalemate, now. No matter which faction naval headquarters deals with, in fact, there will be a serious price to pay. Hateful. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help clenching his teeth, his eyes full of fear. Originally, naval headquarters against the 4 Emperors Whitebeard fleet. In fact, it can be suppressed, it's completely useless now. Immediately, Sengoku looked at Xingqi who had been injured, and his fighting power would definitely drop. Although he couldn't believe it, Ken's strength can no longer be underestimated. To this end, Sengoku yelled with anger on his face. Ken, what the hell are you trying to do in Summer War? Do you want to destroy Naval Headquarters? Although you didn't join Naval Headquarters, but Naval Headquarters can be regarded as indirectly cultivating you. Are you just a white-eyed wolf? Ungrateful? The voice fell. Ken's figure stopped. He didn't continue to hunt down Xingji. Wounding was enough. If you have a chance, Xingji can be regarded as his subordinate. He needs to find the opportunity. Then, he can regain Xingji for Naval Headquarters. He told the truth. In fact, he was very grateful. There is no cultivation of Kizaru without the help of Naval Headquarters. He will never be able to so smoothly become the powerful posture he is today. In an instant, Ken's eyes were full of indifference. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, I have different ideas from Naval Headquarters, so I can only attack you Naval Headquarters. But Marshal Sangoku, you can rest assured, although I am a little ungrateful, but not so thorough, so I will not destroy your Naval Headquarters. My future actions will continue to kill celestial dragons. And I'm going to destroy the order maintained by the world government. You Naval Headquarters are absolutely going to stop me. That's why I want to hit Naval Headquarters, that's why. This made Sangoku look serious. Ken's character is actually a social anti-personality. Dare to destroy the order maintained by the world government. Although, for today's world government, Sangoku actually has dissatisfaction. But if there is no world government, the world is already in complete chaos. That is, in recent years, One Piece Roger died, immediately. Roger intends to start the chaotic era of pirates. This will once again fill the world with crisis. You destroy the order maintained by the world government. Our naval headquarters naturally doesn't allow it. Otherwise, wouldn't this world be dominated by pirates in the future? I absolutely disagree with that. Advertisement Sangoku pondered for a moment, and finally answered aloud. However, after Ken heard these words, there was a vague sneer on the corner of his mouth. Pirates rule the world? Marshal Sangoku, can I fight pirates? Future. Whoever dares to become a pirate will plan to completely oppose me. I will kill all pirates, recreate the order of the whole new world. Corrupt world government, proud celestial dragons, cruel pirates. It must all be destroyed in my hands. Ken's eyes are full of fire, and he actually has ideas about the future world. This world full of crises, for ordinary people, simply can't get through it. Pirate attack. Ordinary people can only perish and disappear. The appearance of the celestial dragons. Ordinary people can only be like slaves. Although naval headquarters can support the whole world. But, among the Marines, in fact, internal personnel also have friction. And the order of the world government, although able to maintain the world. But not enough. Ken is very clear now. The 5 elders who are now in charge of the world government are not the real controllers at all. Actually, 5 elders are nothing but puppets, the real mastermind behind the scenes. It is the mysterious IMM. This IM is known as the leader of the celestial dragons, the master behind the scenes of the world government, and the owner of the void throne. And IM dwells among the flowers in the deepest part of the ancient city of Marijoy. 5 elders is directly responsible to IM. Not even Shire, Lord of Wisdom, can find out who IM is. IM's existence. Maybe it has been completely erased from history. I even doubt that IM is the immortal. IMM uses the previous owner of Op Fruit to give IM an eternal lifespan. Time passed. It's no wonder Shire couldn't find out who it was. Ken's eyes are full of fear. He has actually mastered all the personnel in One Piece world. Even without mastering it, he asked Shire to investigate. Shire got the skill of the King of Wisdom, everything and everything. Anything that is not blocked can be collected, that is to say. As long as it is not deliberately erased and disappeared from history. Any event, Shire can actually investigate in an instant. Like before, the Whitebeard fleet successfully dived to the bottom of the sea using the coding. Let naval headquarters have no information about the whereabouts of the Whitebeard fleet. Only, this is for Shire. Advertisement, it's easy to check out. Anything can leave a clue. Shire can take note of this. Unless, use special means to deliberately erase. Sooner or later I will face you. Wait until I destroy the world government. Destroy the holy site of Marijoy. Trust you can't hide. Ken's eyes are full of coldness. For such unstable personnel, he just needs to get rid of them. To this end, this time Summit War. Simply the best pedals. Fight all pirates? Strike naval headquarters? Hit the world government? If this matter is spread all over the world, Ken is actually challenging the whole world. He actually wants to create his own world order. Pirates don't allow it. The world government can't tolerate it. The Marine won't agree either. Sangoku's eyes were a little dazed, full of confusion, and he murmured, he is simply crazy. Ken, these words. All outgoing. Immediately, Marine was shocked by this. If naval headquarters gets knocked down this time, definitely not as majestic as before, Marine will never allow this to happen. Pirates are angry about this. Ken, this is the living space that threatens all pirates. As long as it is a pirate, all have to die. What a joke. This kid. So arrogant. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard's eyes were full of irritation. His previous affection for Ken had begun to completely disappear. All his crew members are pirates. Ken's words. Don't you want to eliminate all his crew? He is the pirate 4 Emperors, absolutely not allowed. For a while, all eyes on Ken with hatred. This moment, Marine and pirates, stop fighting. Want to besiege Ken? I can say the words. Nature is the capital of self-confidence. Do you really think I'm stupid? It's ridiculous. Ken naturally noticed that the eyes of the Marines and pirates around him had completely changed, and he still didn't change his face, and he didn't panic at all. Why? The result is also obvious, because he is strong. That's enough. Chapter 187. You have no right to refuse, seeking subscription. Both Marine and pirate stopped. The attack intention has actually begun to change. You want to besiege me? Are you mentally prepared? I warned you. I hope you can calm down a little. Otherwise, this time, you will be at your own peril. Ken's face was light and calm, and his eyes were full of calm. To this end, the four subordinates quickly backed away, and they rushed to Ken's side, not worried about what happened next. They had seen Ken's special tricks. If Marines and pirates still act like this, use at your own risk. Ken, are you scaring me? Sangoku half closed his eyes and began to wonder why Ken was so confident. However, no matter how he thinks, Sangoku couldn't figure out why he could be so confident. For the current unfavorable situation, Ken is still so calm. Am I scaring you, Marshal Sangoku? You will know later. If you plan to besiege me, I hope you don't regret it. Ken's eyes shone with a strange light, and there was a weird smile on his mouth. Next moment, he turned to face the four Emperors Whitebeard's position. Whitebeard, do you want to save 043 from Ace? Do you want to make a deal with me? I can send Ace back to you in no time. The voice fell. Ken didn't wait for Whitebeard's reply, he slammed his palm out and touched the air. In an instant, crash, a door connecting spaces opens. Ken went straight in and disappeared without a trace. Not good. On the execution platform, Sangoku felt the fluctuating aura around him. He looked shocked at the sudden appearance of the space gate and hurriedly planned to stop it. Next moment, the door of space opens. Ken's figure appeared instantly. Now, at the highest top, only Sangoku still guards here. Ken, you can't save Ace right under my nose. The moment Sangoku saw Ken, he suddenly began to transform into a majestic Buddha form. For a while, huge golden Buddha statue, on the spot shrouded in the execution platform. Zone Phantom Beast Great Buddha form, it's amazing. In this form, shockwaves can be sent out at will. Advertisement, however, the real effect is to let the eater get the power, wisdom, and spirit of a Buddha, and combine a huge body like a Buddha with a smart mind and perfect skills, so that he can become the ultimate person with both mental and physical skills. Ken looked at Sangoku who entered the fighting stance in front of him, and couldn't help admiring. However, your real opponent is not me. In an instant, in the door of space behind him, volatility continues. Your opponent is me. You don't want to stop the young master? Shire's figure came out suddenly, her eyes were shining with silver light, and she whispered in her mouth. Ability change. Copy the form of the giant Buddha of the Phantom Beast. The voice fell. A golden giant Buddha suddenly appeared. What? What ability is this? Sangoku looked at the golden giant Buddha in front of him with dull eyes. How could this replicate his devil fruit ability? So cheating? Hateful, shock, Sangoku began to strike hard. In an instant, an earth-shattering impact suddenly swept over. Shocked, Shire didn't change his face, and suddenly shot directly to block it. Two identical impact forces collided. Next moment. Annihilate directly. It actually cancels out? The power is exactly the same? That is to say, I don't care how I shoot, all attacks can be neutralized. Sangoku felt a little weak already. Nowadays, Garp is in Ken's hands because of Luffy's life. He doesn't dare to act rashly. Chinchi was injured even more, and his combat power dropped suddenly. If he continued to participate, the consequences would be more serious, and he might die. Kizaru and Akainu. Although I want to support, but as long as the two of them, Admiral, come to support, they will be completely entangled by Ken's four subordinates. Four Emperors Whitebeard, although I also want to deal with Ken. But, Whitebeard eventually wanted to rescue Ace. Absolutely no way to help Naval Headquarters, CFAH. Even 7 Warlords of the Sea, they're still pirates after all. Could it be that they helped Naval Headquarters? It's so ridiculous. The key is, all captains of the Whitebeard fleet. Already all entangled in 7 Warlords of the Sea. Not even because Whitebeard has no marine blocking. He has begun raiding the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Pirate 4 Emperors against 7 Warlords of the Sea. Even an old Whitebeard, he is still full of amazing fighting power. Damn it, I do not believe, shock, Sangoku crazy shot. Advertisement. This also made Shire frantically resist. As long as the power is the same, definitely can be offset. Boom boom boom, the sound of countless shockwaves colliding sounded. For the scene where they started fighting behind them, Ken ignored it completely. As long as the opponent is stronger. Shire can also become stronger. To this end, he has reached the position of the execution platform. You must be Ace. Ken looked at Ace, who was full of black hair and had Madara on both sides of his cheeks, with a smile on his face. Although you are not strong enough, you can still grow. The main thing is that you can make Whitebeard submit to me, so I will reluctantly choose you to be my subordinate. In an instant, Ace's eyes were full of shock. He watched the scene of Summit War and couldn't help gritting his teeth. All of these, all caused by him, if he hadn't lost to Blackbeard. Naturally, there will be no such wars. You want me to be your servant? You are ridiculous, even if I die in your hands. It is absolutely impossible for me to agree. Ace gritted his teeth and replied, "Get out of here." This didn't surprise Ken. Wants Ace to be his subordinate. Naturally, words cannot be persuaded, to this end. A cruel smile formed on the corner of Ken's mouth. Do you dare to disagree? Your brother's life is in my hands now? I can kill Luffy anytime, anywhere now, and you even have to thank me. If I hadn't been here, Whitebeard can't beat naval headquarters and he's going to die here. He is completely old and his combat power is not as good as it was back then. Without me, Whitebeard has already been completely defeated. Even your most doting brother Luffy, your favorite daddy Whitebeard. Ken, these words. How dare you refuse me? You have no right to refuse. If because of him, Luffy and Whitebeard died here. Don't you feel guilty? All crew members died here because of you. Ace is absolutely going to have an emotional meltdown. And Whitebeard, he is extremely guilty about Luffy. Let's say Garp the marine hero, if he's going to stop Whitebeard. Can you guys beat the Whitebeard pirates? Crazy stabs into Ace's heart. I don't want to confuse you either. Just think about the combat power of naval headquarters. And all 3 marine admirals are dispatched, and Marshal Sangoku out. Maybe he died because of you. Can't beat it at all? Chapter 188. I claim to be invincible in the world. Seeking subscription. What exactly do you want? Ace gritted his teeth, his expression full of despair. If you want me to be your subordinate, I hope you can spare Luffy and my father Whitebeard afterwards. Although, he didn't want to be Ken's subordinate. Can save Luffy though, can even get Whitebeard out of naval headquarters. That's all Ace can do. However, Ken's expression was full of indifference and he hummed coldly in his mouth. You don't have the right to bargain with me, but if you follow me, it will naturally be beneficial. I can even show you, Whitebeard in his prime. Whitebeard's current physical condition, you should be very clear? He's not long to live. If only I were here, I can make him live longer. As for Luffy's life, you can rest easy for now. I actually have more requirements for his father, the leader of the revolutionaries. So I can spare Luffy for now. This made Ace's eyes full of surprise. Can it bring Whitebeard back to his prime? Did he hear correctly? For Whitebeard's current body, Ace is naturally very clear. Go on like this. Actually, Whitebeard will not survive the next 3 years. Paramecia claims to be the most destructive force, shock fruit. The physical damage to the owner is really serious. Even Whitebeard is extremely physically strong. Keep using shock fruit. In fact, it was hard for him to hold on, time down. Whitebeard has completely suffered an irreversible injury. And Ace was completely relieved when he heard that Luffy would not die. Can you really make Whitebeard live longer? Ace raised his head and looked hopeful. Immediately. Of course. Do you agree or not? Ken thinks Ace is too much trouble, although he can forcibly use the soul curse to make Ace surrender. But period. Ace's soul will certainly not give in. He must still struggle. Although Ace couldn't withstand the soul torture of the soul curse in the end, he could only surrender to Ken completely. It's just that this time actually consumes a lot of time. Now it's Summer War. Don't waste time at all. I choose to agree. Ace's eyes were full of loneliness and he finally agreed. In an instant. Very good, next you don't struggle. Ken's palm condensed a soul curse and suddenly attacked Ace. Next moment. Ace was tortured by his soul, his eyes turned red and he screamed in pain. Even if he has agreed, but Ace's soul is still a little reluctant. Soon. Advertisement in less than 15 seconds. Grown-ups. Ace's eyes have completely changed, and he has surrendered extremely to Ken without any betrayal ideas. Thanks to Ken for getting Ace to agree to submit beforehand so that the soul can get used to it in advance. Otherwise, this torture time, actually double it. You are now completely free. Now, you've got to make Whitebeard submit to me. Ken stretched out his palm on the spot and directly shattered the seastone handcuffs on Ace's wrist. In an instant. Boom boom boom. Infinite flames suddenly burst into the sky. Ace is now like the Lord of Flames, reborn from the ashes, and revolving the day of revolving heaven. I know. The task must be completed. Ace's body was wrapped in flames, and his eyes were filled with reverence, so he naturally dared not neglect Ken's order now. Ken. How dare you release Ace? Sangoku was completely D off. But Shire has been tangled up like crazy, he couldn't stop it at all. And Shire can use his Buddha form ability, and various devil fruit ability moves. Kizaru's frozen fruit move. Kizaru's shimmer fruit move. Akainu's lava fruit move. Anyway, as long as it is successfully copied by Shire, the devil fruit ability moves. Shire can be released instantly, she is a super conscious conductor. For this capacity allocation, somehow, totally more outrageous than Ken. For a while, Sangoku is completely overwhelmed by Shire. He can even resist in embarrassment, Marshal Sangoku. You can't even beat my partner now, you still want to fight me? I'm stronger than Shire. Ken looked at Sangoku who was so embarrassed, and asked by accident, Marshal Sangoku, how about you also become my subordinate? In the future, together we can destroy the world government. In an instant, Sangoku's eyes were filled with shock. Make him Ken's subordinate. What a joke, he's the Marine Marshal. Only, Ken's 4 subordinates, the extremely weird Shire. As well as, Ace is right in front of Sangoku, he totally surrenders to Ken. This means, it's simply unbelievable, if he accidentally suffers from Ken's special means, if he can't resist. He must choose to surrender, and Ken is stronger than Shire? Shire has completely beaten Sangoku into a mess. If Ken fights against him, wouldn't he be able to beat him completely? Is Naval Headquarters going to lose like this? I cannot be reconciled. Sangoku's eyes were red and he was extremely angry. Ask for flowers, advertisement in an instant. Sangoku suddenly turned his head to look at Garp not far away and roared. Garp. You be ********* D coward. You fight for me right now. You are a marine hero. Could it be that you want to betray Naval Headquarters? Could it be that you want Luffy's life to be in Ken's hands forever? Hurry up and fight for me. The voice fell. Garp, who was in a daze, heard these words, and his eyes began to be full of confusion. His identity is too complicated, but, his son Long has become the most vicious criminal in the world. His grandson Luffy has become a pirate supernova. He is the only marine who has embarked on justice. Luffy and the dragon. How can it not be a betrayal for Garp? Suddenly, Garp's mood changed completely. I don't care. Just beat Ken. The incident can be settled. Cemetery. Garp's figure soared into the sky. He sprints to Ken's position. For a while, all eyes are watching. 4 subordinates. 3 admirals. 4 emperors Whitebeard. All pirate captains, marine vice admiral. Marshal Sangoku. Shire, lord of wisdom. Lots of pirates and marines. All eyes began to gather in the past. Garp, you old man trying to fight me? Very good, I don't want to take Luffy's life either, to keep you tied. I'll fight with you for a while, just sorry. Now I am called invincible, talent into Titan, a body of 10 meters. 1 billion volts Thor destroyer, the voice fell. This new world order has been taken over by me. You thought you were still in your prime? Boom. Next moment, all the moves are dispatched. Ken suddenly raised his head to cover the sky with his huge palm, and his gestures were filled with unprecedented authority. The body of the 1,000-meter Titan was born directly. He was surrounded by powerful thunder and lightning, and everything around him was completely destroyed. The black color spread all over his body, and armament hockey condensed. He is simply a real monster. Momo fruit, 100-fold increase, all personnel fall down for me. Garp. Everything can be crushed. Ken looked at the marine hero Garp who was rushing towards him crazily, and he shouted in high spirits, I'll let you see my unparalleled crushing strength. All innate abilities, the beginning suddenly collapsed. Accompanied by a low and loud bang, you're completely old. Marineford the Island. Chapter 189. The scene is completely out of control, seeking subscription. Ken's giant palm that covered the sky slammed down. The entire island was forcibly smashed to pieces on the spot, and suddenly turned into countless wreckage floating in the sky. Garp couldn't catch this move at all. His figure flew upside down, as if turning into a long rainbow, and suddenly fell to the bottom of the ocean, unable to stop at all. The power of Ken's palm is terrifying. This is simply not something ordinary people can resist. For a while, countless casualties, a large number of pirates and marines died under this palm, directly becoming cold corpses. And, Ken opened his huge mouth and devoured the corpses. Strength improved again. Ken, stop! Sangoku's eyes were red. He watched the once magnificent naval headquarters being destroyed like this, and his figure rushed over. However, Marshal Sangoku, times have changed. This era is under my control, naval headquarters can retire too. There was a vague sneer on the corner of Ken's mouth. 383. Do you really think he's joking? Before, he has been thoroughly warned. If you want to attack him, you must be mentally prepared. Unfortunately, he who did not listen to his persuasion. You must regret it, to know, he wants to overthrow the entire current world order. In fact, even naval headquarters has to be overthrown. This rotten world, it's up to him to change. Hateful. Shocked, Sangoku didn't show any expression of fear on his face. He suddenly attacked Ken now that he was 1,000 meters tall. However, a shock wave bursts over, can't do any damage to Ken at all. Now, Ken's physical defense is already amazing, even the strongest creature 4 Emperors Kaido. In fact, there is no way to beat him. This is why Ken is so self-signaling that he is invincible. Marshal Sangoku, you should lie down too, this battle is over. You are my subordinate, whether you like it or not. I can take you back by force. Dark water. Ken used dark fruit violently and directly sucked Sangoku's figure over. Next moment, he raised his giant palm that covered the sky and slammed the golden giant Buddha figure of Sangoku into the air. His combat power has crushed any marine admiral alone. Even if 2 marine admirals come by force, in fact, it can barely resist his attack. Plus, he has the ability to instantly regenerate. You can use the injury for injury rogue style of play. Advertisement as long as he still has the strength to exist. And the regenerative cells are not completely destroyed. Ken can heal infinitely and be immortal. Kizaru. You really inadvertently bred real monsters. No one can stop Ken anymore. His strength has completely exceeded my expectations. The world is about to change. Sangoku broke away from the golden Buddha statue form. He seemed to have been hit hard. His whole figure had been photographed deep in the ground, and he was completely unable to resist Ken in this full fire form. Ken was able to utilize Dark Fruit, Forced Nullification Sengoku Buddha form, leading to a sudden decline in Sengoku's strength. Scene. It's completely out of control, no one can stop Ken. Naval headquarters is nothing but that, 4 Emperor's Whitebeard. I've rescued Ace, now I want you to fulfill your promise. Although you didn't agree to become my subordinate idea. However, I believe that your vitality can no longer hold on. You can still live as my subordinate now. Ken ignored Sengoku, who was seriously injured. He looked at 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, and he was aggressive. In an instant, this puts a lot of pressure on 4 Emperor's Whitebeard. To be honest, even if he was facing the full fire Ken in his prime, actually can't beat it. This is simply not a human gesture. Ken is a real monster. You can use the means of devouring, unlimited to become stronger. Ken is fully developed. Want to kill him, it's no longer possible. Besides, even Whitebeard has no bottom line. Ken's full on fire. Does he still have a hidden killer move? Is this really a full shot? Whitebeard didn't take the gamble. If the bet is not good, it will inevitably cause the death of all crew members. The key is, now Ace's attitude towards Ken, completely change. Although it has been rescued, but, Ace didn't come back to him. Instead, Ace has already joined up with the 4 subordinates of Ken. Ace, you will not betray me. Are you bewitched by this guy using special means? I will definitely rescue you, even if I die here. There was something wrong with Whitebeard's expression, and he became a little annoyed. What is this? He hasn't really shot yet. Ace has been rescued. This leaves Whitebeard a little weak. Advertisement. How on earth is this going to be done? Garp can't stop Ken at all. Sengoku was seriously injured. Shinzi's combat strength began to decline, unable to exert its full strength. Kizaru and Akainu face 4 subordinates. Now Shire and Ace also forcibly support them. This also completely leads to naval headquarters. The balance of victory is completely tilted to Ken. And the most ridiculous is 7 warlords of the sea. None of them dared to stop them. I can only watch this scene silently. Original. Hawkeye, who was eager to make a move before. Now, Hawkeye also calmed down. He looked at Ken with fear in his eyes. The 1,000-meter high body of the other party was like a god of war. This already made Hawkeye feel extremely majestic. He even asked himself, can he kill it? If you can't kill it, it is he who dies. To this end, Hawkeye thought for a moment. He had come to a conclusion. At present, Ken's strength is no longer at the same level as his. Forcibly shot, he can only end in a very miserable death. Whitebeard took a deep breath and roared. Old man Whitebeard is a pirate of old times. Now you want the old man to be your subordinate? Absolutely impossible. The voice fell. Whitebeard has no fear in his emotions. All the muscles in his body suddenly bulge, and he wants to attack. Madness. You won't do me any good. Ken's eyes were full of indifference, and he was also mentally prepared for Whitebeard's refusal. Like this arrogant person, he must be crushed hard first. At last, 3.1 forcibly recovered. Dark water. Black mist came out of Ken's palm, which suddenly attracted Whitebeard. For a while, Whitebeard is completely unable to use shock fruit. Dark fruit. Now fully cooperate with Ken. There are totally similarities. He has extremely crushing strength. After, he will not be afraid of some weird abilities. Any moves. All can be broken. I want you to surrender to me. I am invincible in the world. Ken looked at the attracted Whitebeard. He clenched his fist and smashed it. Swing this punch with his size. This is like a 100-meter mountain peak slamming down. Boom. Whitebeard's figure fell to the ground, and the ground began to spread cracks as deep as ravines. All Summit war scenes, already fully owned by Ken. Chapter 190 The Last Humanity, Seeking Subscription. Boring. I'm doing my best now, it's so invincible. Ken's eyes were a little indifferent, looking at these former strong men. His emotions did not fluctuate in any way. Next. This war can also end. In an instant. His figure suddenly began to shrink, completely returning to its original form. Soul curse. Ken whispered. For a while, a faint green glow emerged from the heart of his palm, and the whole body was printed with a gloomy skull, emitting hell flames non-stop. Next, he needs to forcibly regain all the strong here. Disrupt the order maintained by the world government. Destroy the holy site Marijoy. Fight all pirates. At last, he wants to lead out, I'm the real master of celestial dragons. He wants to get rid of all unstable factors. The new world order will be completely maintained by Ken himself. Master of the world, he is going to be this supreme man. Ken has found the defeated Garp, Sangoku, Whitebeard. He uses all soul spells. Forced soul torture. He knew that spoken words could not bring this group of men to their knees. Ken can only forcefully control them, just be his subordinate. There will be no intention of betrayal in the future. These strong men of the old era have suffered serious injuries. They were simply exhausted, if it weren't for Ken wanting to get these people back. He can even kill by force, only, he still held back the killing intent. Ken actually doesn't know what I am really means, he is cautious. Mixed to this point now, never be careless, to this end. He needs more strong men to become his subordinates. Soon. Sangoku, Garp, Whitebeard. still unable to persist in the soul torture of the soul curse. In the end, I chose to surrender to Ken, torment at the soul level. Words can no longer describe it, it's almost like life is worse than death. Go and control the 7 warlords of the sea, there's absolutely no way to let them go. But Boa Hancock, you don't want to match her, she's mine. Ken directly ordered the 3 old-time powerhouses. But, these 3 old-era powerhouses, has been wounded by him before. Combat power will inevitably decline, I give you the power of life. Everyone gets 10 years, Ken didn't hesitate to share it. He had eaten criminals before it impelled down, the vitality has completely reached 400 years. And, advertisement this summit war also killed a lot of people. He can absorb it too, immediately, he has completely broken through the boundary of thousands of years. Just give each person 10 years, actually no problem at all. Mainly these 3 old-time subordinates. The superficial age has completely aged. The real strength is not as strong as it was at its peak. Now grant 10 years of life force, this must have allowed them to completely reach their peak. Thank you, my lord, the 3 old subordinates couldn't help but be grateful. Next moment, they returned to middle age, completely reached the peak fighting power. Moment, they rushed directly to the location of 7 warlords of the sea. Suppress this group of people by force, this group of people must not be allowed to leave here. There are 3 more marine admirals. Thinking of this world in Ken's mind, he felt a little helpless. To be honest, Shinchi Admiral and Akainu Admiral. He must also forcibly regain it, but for Kizaru Admiral. Actually, Ken couldn't bear it, although he is currently cruel. But for the real family, he has not been so ruthless to this point. Really face Kizaru. I still can't bear it. Ken has found that his human emotions are starting to diminish, and he can't believe it. To know, he's not really human right now, he is more of a slime's mind. Slimes are real monsters, being able to influence him, is actually not unusual. Next moment, Ken disappeared instantly, he came directly in front of Shinchi Admiral, whispering in his mouth. Childish Admiral, you can still be my subordinate. Although you are not happy now, but afterwards. You are still willing to completely surrender to me. The voice fell. Ken suddenly condensed the soul curse and shot it directly into the depths of Qingzi's soul. For a while, Qingzi can only be forced to accept soul torture helplessly. Quite a while, Qingzi's eyes completely change. I give you the power to live for half a year, temporarily let you recover from your injuries. Ken directly released the power of life and began to heal Qingzi's injury. Qingzi is now at his peak as the strongest, it is useless for him to give too much life force. After Qingzi became Ken's subordinate, Ken asked Qingzi to stop the remaining marines. He killed most of the marines before though, however, there are still remaining marines that have not been killed. He has to be utterly heartless in what he does, and 2 more admirals. I'll try my best to solve it. Advertisement Ken let out a breath, and his mood brightened. If you want to be his subordinate, at least not too weak. The weak, he doesn't really need to, 4 subordinates. Shire. Ace. You can stop for now. Ken began to walk to the position where the battle was fierce. This made the 4 subordinates who were fighting fiercely, as well as Shire and Ace, stop suddenly when they heard these words. Ken. What do you want? Kizaru looked at his former nephew with complicated eyes. Although he was also besieged, but, these subordinates are merciful. The 4 subordinates did not try their best, instead. Akainu Admiral has a lot of injuries on his body, he is a little out of breath at the moment, and his eyes are a little dim. So it seems, this should be what Ken ordered before, for his Kizaru Admiral. Water as much as possible, uncle, haven't seen you for a long time. Ken heard these words, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Did I surprise you? 597. I said, sooner or later I will impress you, ultimately surpass you. I finally managed to do it too, I didn't break my promise. This made Kizaru's eyes slightly surprised, turn out to be. Ken's goal is to surpass him. Before, he fought Ken in Subduing Archipelago. At that time, he is just a lot stronger than Ken in terms of strength. Now, he is completely inferior to Ken. Do you want to change the world so much? Kizaru asked with complicated eyes, but it seems, you also seem to have this ability. Ken is so powerful now, and, he has extremely strange means. Has successfully mastered a large number of strong. Under the sun that's enough, definitely Ken, this world. And he has so much life force, I can't stand it. After this war, that's how you can live in peace of mind. I can even guarantee that, I can support you for a long time. Most powerful right now, have a safe old age, he can keep Kizaru alive for a long time. He wants Kizaru now, you can find a hidden place to retire. But don't worry, Ken is completely sincere about Kizaru now, and has no intention of cheating. Do not join any wars, I can't bear to do this to you. I can make your lifespan longer. Chapter 191. Everyone surrenders, pushing the world across the world, seeking subscription. Ken, you want me to stay out of all the next wars? Kizaru's eyes were full of surprise when he heard what Ken said. To be honest, now Ken is really at his full strength. The winner of this summit war has completely belonged to him. No one can stand against Ken at all, once a strong man of the old days. Lost very miserably, uncle. You're the oldest member of the Marine Admiral, and I'm sure you're a little terrified of aging. Now I'm completely strong. I don't want you to be harmed. No stronger than Whitebeard can stop the passing of time. If it weren't for you to train me, to be honest, I wouldn't be able to become the invincible posture I am today. Ken's eyes were full of gentleness, and he replied sincerely. However, there was a smile on the corner of Kizaru's mouth, and his tone was full of relief. Ken, although you have grown up, you have become extremely powerful and unstoppable. 11. But I'm not too old to fight, and now I can easily defeat the enemy. You might as well take me back. It happened that I was ordered by the world government all day before. Actually, I'm also a little unhappy and quite irritable. As for the Celestial Dragons race, the aristocratic system can also be cancelled. Immediately, Ken hesitated. He doesn't deny Kizaru's true strength. Anyway, Marine Admiral, Kizaru faces enemies all over the world. It's actually pretty good too. Well, I give you the power of 20 years of life. Ken didn't hesitate. He gave life force to Kizaru on the spot. In an instant, the wrinkled skin on Kizaru's face has suddenly been smoothed and disappeared. The originally wretched appearance is now a little uninhibited. And he regained his 36 years of age. Kizaru was previously 56 years old. Although still in its prime, but Kizaru in this period is actually going downhill. The years go by, enough to make the strong change their faces. It's an amazing feeling. Ken's method, is he the only one who owns it? It can actually endow such a strange substance as vitality. Kizaru carefully felt his now completely youthful body. He was a little shocked and even more satisfied. Ken is his nephew, to be able to cultivate this kind of monster talent. Have to say, he's still pretty cool, only Kizaru's attitude towards Ken now has been slightly different. At least not as casually as before. In fact, he was secretly cursed by Ken. But this soul spell effect, Kizaru is not as serious as other subordinates, so it is more of a secondary relationship, and he can communicate with Ken normally. The other subordinates are even more subordinate followers. Advertisement: they can never disobey Ken's orders. Don't even dare to talk casually. This is the identity gap. Next moment, Ken looked at the exhausted Akainu. His eyes were full of unyielding. Facing this disadvantage, he did not surrender. He was still resisting. Only all marine high rises. Now there is only Akainu who has not become Ken's subordinate. Soul curse. Without hesitation, Ken suppressed Akainu on the spot and forced Akainu to surrender. My strength has become stronger and stronger. It has completely surpassed the strength of Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors. Now Kaido is really going to challenge me one-on-one. I can kill him directly, the strongest creature Kaido? You really dared to claim this title. Ken's eyes shone with a cold light, and he carefully examined his current overall strength. He discovered that after recovering all the powerful subordinates, the strength has reached an unbelievable level. Think about it. He can now use all the devil fruit abilities of Marine 3 Admiral, the great Buddha form of Marine Marshal Sangoku, Garp's amazing armament hockey and powerful physical skills, Whitebeard's destructive shock fruit, every ability. Now he can use it forcefully. It can even be mixed. Ken's strength has completely crushed the world, even confront the special demon fruit power. He can use Blackbeard's dark fruit ability to forcibly eliminate them temporarily. For a while, Ken couldn't help but think of the previous words. I claim to be invincible. He couldn't help laughing. This sentence, it really fits. Next, solve the mess. And the group of 7 warlords of the sea, among the 7 people. I already have 3 candidates. Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, Tyrant Bear, Empress Boa Hancock. With this idea in mind, Ken has already stepped forward and started heading to the location of 7 warlords of the sea. Now, 7 warlords of the sea over there, Garp, Sangoku, Whitebeard. These 3 old age subordinates join forces, completely suppress all 7 warlords of the sea by force. It's hard to resist, to know, these 3 subordinates of the old era. Strength has returned to its peak, especially Whitebeard. He no longer needs to worry about the physical aspect. There is no need to suppress the power of shock fruit at all. For a while, boom boom boom, the roar of heaven and earth came madly. Advertisement: Whitebeard hasn't been this happy in a long time. Shock fruit does not need to be suppressed. It turned out to be so refreshing. All subordinates obey orders. Go and take down the 7 warlords of the sea. Remember, don't deal with Boa Hancock. She's already mine. Ken's eyes were full of indifference. He turned his head and ordered. In an instant, subordinates received. Marine 3 Admiral, Impel Down 4 subordinates and Fire Fist Ace. The fear suddenly attacked. Moment. All 7 warlords of the sea suppressed. Ken has arrived in front of 7 warlords of the sea and is planning to make a move. I didn't think about dying. It's actually possible to meet a monster like you. I don't deserve to die. This must be a wonderful world in the future. It's a pity I can't see it anymore. Doflamingo's body was completely trampled on the ground by Whitebeard. He tried to raise his head to look at Ken. His eyes were full of gloom. If he can follow Ken, presumably, his plan will soon be successful. After all, he actually planned to deal with celestial dragons too. The Doflamingo identity is actually pretty amazing. He was once a celestial dragons. It was only later that he was directly suppressed by the high-level celestial dragons and became an ordinary nobleman on the spot. In the end, his family left the Holy Land and became ordinary civilians, penniless. He is not reconciled. For celestial dragons, Doflamingo is extremely resentful. Okay, huh? Doflamingo, do you want to see a new world in the future? Your words really put me in a good mood, to this end. You are now honored to be my subordinate. Ken raised his eyebrows, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Brother's expression froze. This is indicated. He doesn't have to die here. Soul curse. Ken gathered his power and forced Doflamingo to submit to him. Original. Doflamingo has no intention of resisting. Just a moment. The soul torture of the soul curse directly succeeded. To be honest, Doflamingo doesn't dare to resist now. He thought about the members of Ken's current staff. Impel Down, Magellan, World, Redfield, Bullet. Marine, Sangoku, Garp, Marine 3 Admiral. Pirates, Whitebeard, Ace. This kind of combat power. It is enough to push the world across. He can become Ken's subordinate. Doflamingo can only be described as an honor again. Chapter 192. The incident is over. Seeking subscription. Doflamingo has completely surrendered to Ken and has absolutely no intention of betraying him. Next moment, Doflamingo said in a respectful tone. Grown-ups, what are your orders? Immediately. There was a faint smile on the corner of Ken's mouth, and his tone was full of coldness. Now I will trouble you to clean up the remaining irrelevant personnel. I believe it shouldn't be difficult to kill irrelevant people by your means. Finished. He turned his head and used the soul spell directly, and continued to make Hawkeye and Tyrant Bear his subordinates, as well as Boa Hancock. Anyone, if you want to become his subordinate, all must pass this level. Beside, Doflamingo's eyes were full of perplexity. Unrelated persons, now irrelevant personnel. There seems to be only the Guy 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. Is this Ken trying to test his true full strength? It seems that I can only use my full strength. There are so many subordinates now. Even some subordinates are stronger than me. I want to be appreciated by adults. You have to go all out. After Doflamingo thought of this, he no longer intends to hide his true strength. To be honest, when he was suppressed before, none of the real strength was used. After using it, of course, can you beat it? In fact, he also has a base number. He can't hit 673 at all. Sangoku, Garp, Whitebeard. These three subordinates of the old era are so powerful that it is unbelievable. Even if he used the means of pressing the bottom of the box, it must not be possible to contact directly. Call. Gecko Moria. Get up and fight with me. Doflamingo got up directly on the ground, his eyes full of persistence. Although he is stronger than Gecko Moria now, but Doflamingo wants to win decisively, want to win beautiful. That might make Ken remember him. Immediately, Doflamingo moves like this. It has already made the surrounding subordinates a little surprised. To be honest, Doflamingo's strength should be regarded as the bottom among all his subordinates. Now he wants to compete. All the subordinates also have some 8 trigrams, so they naturally want to see them. To this end, all the subordinates step back a little distance. Just leave an open space. Doflamingo, you want to kill me? Advertisement, aren't you proud? You have to surrender to others. Gecko Moria's eyes were full of anger, and he was also a little scared of Doflamingo's move. Originally for Summit War, he just wanted to see if there is any benefit for him. It turned out well. He meets a super monster like Ken. Don't talk about the benefits now. Will he die here? This is already very obvious. Snort. I choose to surrender to nature is a wise decision. If you choose to surrender, I think adults will look down on you. Only your strength. What a joke. Without further ado. Fruit Awakening. Doflamingo's face was full of ferocity, finally revealing his true strength. In an instant, surrounding ground, crash, all had become transparent white thin lines. He has reached the level of familiarity with string fruit, and has even reached the level of Fruit Awakening. I want to take a look at your shadow fruit ability. Can you beat me? Asterisk 16 rounds of holy bullets hyphenation point God's killing. Doflamingo's eyes are full of killing intent, and his direct shot is the ultimate killer move. In an instant, from the ground, 16 giant waves and white lines entwined with high-density arm colors condense into sharp blades, stabbing at the position of Gecko Moria at an extremely fast speed. The speed is fast. Arrived in front of Gecko Moria suddenly. What? You have actually reached the level of Fruit Awakening. Doflamingo, you bloody bee asterisk D. Gecko Moria's expression filled with horror. For this trick, he can't resist it. If Doflamingo has not reached the Fruit Awakening level, he might still have a chance to win. Now, there is absolutely no chance. Die. Doflamingo showed a sinister grin, and roared. A pirate like you can actually become 7 warlords of the sea? How funny. Voice down. Call out, 16 strands of giant wave white thread wrapped in high-density arm colors. Slam through Gecko Moria's entire body, however. Gecko Moria's entire body suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow, without any injuries. Cage Warrior. Exchange. The shadow under Gecko Moria's feet had already run not far away, and he directly exchanged positions with the shadow, resulting in the killing move just passing through the shadow. Sneaky running around. Hurry up and die for me. Doflamingo frowned when he saw Gecko Moria dodge the trick, feeling a little anxious. Advertisement he is performing in front of everyone. If not kill Gecko Moria easily, isn't he ashamed? To this end, Doflamingo suddenly controls all Fruit Awakening moves. Crazy attack on Gecko Moria. This leads to the fact that although Gecko Moria has an extremely large number of life-saving means, can't resist all of them successfully. For a while, Gecko Moria's injury is getting worse. Until the sharp and extremely high-density armed white line runs through Gecko Moria's body. His vitality is completely dead. Damn it. The performance was kind of bad. It took me half a minute to kill Gecko Moria. Doflamingo looked a little ugly. He is relatively bottom. Now is the opportunity to perform. It was so unbearable. What a missed opportunity. Not bad. It looks like the degree of Fruit Awakening. It should be quite powerful. Ken watched the fight with surprise in his tone. He has not developed into the Fruit Awakening level until now. Doflamingo has this level of development. It means that Doflamingo is considered a talent. Recover Doflamingo. Actually not bad. Thank you for your compliment. I'm nothing at all. Doflamingo is somewhat flattered. But he was right. Although the degree of Fruit Awakening is very strong. Just need real hard power. Think about it. No demon fruit power, marine hero Garp. Even the Doflamingo Fruit Awakening degree, he can't beat Garp either. Only hard power is strong, to be truly powerful. Otherwise rely on external forces, in the end it will still fail. Summit War can now end. The next goal is actually very simple. Destroy the world government. Destroy the holy land of Marijoy. As well as all forces in the world, all forces must be shuffled, and no forces shall be left behind. Some subordinates obey orders. Follow me now. Start wiping out the world government. Ken's face was expressionless, and his tone was full of yellowness. In an instant, all the subordinates replied. The subordinates are clear. Now has so many powerful subordinates, he can already push sideways completely. Chapter 193 Final War, Seeking Subscription, next. Can begin to destroy the order maintained by the world government. The holy land of Mario does not need to continue to exist. I'm going to destroy it all. Celestial dragons are dying. Pirates die too. Ken's eyes were full of indifference. He already wanted to do it completely, and he didn't plan to hold back. He also doesn't want the world government to react. To this end, he can give the world government a terrible, heavy attack. I remember people at the top of the world government. Actually, I live in the Holy Land Marioyari Bian. Although the 5 elders didn't make a shot. But I believe the strength should not be weak. I can ask Sangoku about that later. The information of 5 elders floated in Ken's mind, and he found that 5 elders was a little weird. But, he felt that 5 elders shouldn't be weak, and must have some strength. Certainly, it doesn't matter if the 5 elders are good or not. As long as you encounter him, this super monster, you will die. Ken is a bit of a fearful person at the moment. It's actually I am. This guy is so mysterious. It might even be possible that I am is an immortal, and his strength should not be underestimated. Because the owner of the Op-Op fruit has been replaced. Now the owner of the Op-Op fruit is the pirate supernova Trafalgar Law. To this, who was the previous Op-Op fruit owner? And why has history disappeared for 100 years? Not even naval headquarters has access to such a top-secret event. World government is so sneaky. It seems that I don't want to expose this past event. What a hassle. It made me more and more curious. There was a strange light in Ken's eyes. Next moment, he glanced around. It was found that Marine and pirates were almost dead. Now his strength is completely stronger than Admiral and 4 emperors. Facing any strong man now, he can already be completely crushed. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Ken didn't hesitate. His figure began to dim. He shuttled across the battlefield, and began to devour these corpses. For a while, he found heightened sensations, has become smaller and smaller. It seems that now it is so strong that it is difficult to continue to become stronger. But think about it. Advertisement he is now completely surpassing Admiral and 4 emperors in real combat power. In history, there may have been such a strong person. Only, the strongest creature, it's him already. Anyone who wants to fight him, Ken doesn't mind making the enemy feel hopeless. He is scary now. I believe only he knows it, but history seems to have changed. I remember the pirates' 4 emperors behind the redheads are also coming to naval headquarters. And stop this war. It seems that it was because of my sudden appearance. Cause history to completely shift. Ken frowned when he realized this suddenly. But, it doesn't matter if you come or not. Anyway, with his current combat strength, he faced the red-haired pirate 4 emperors. I believe it can be easily suppressed on the spot. Go straight away, to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Ken led all his men on the spot and started to leave naval headquarters directly. In an instant, naval headquarters has now lost the news. Has been distributed all over the world. A kind of panic has completely spread out. Ken's current name is like a monster crawling out of the abyss, enough to make the world's forces feel frightened. Even if the pirates heard the name Ken, all of them would be so frightened that they would abandon their identity as pirates. What a joke. If you have the identity of a pirate, you have to die. What kind of pirate king do you want to be? This is simply impossible. Stronger than 4 emperors Whitebeard, stronger than naval headquarters. These 2 huge forces are completely unable to beat Ken. And, all personnel have been reduced to Ken's subordinates. For a while, the whole world is shocked by this. The world government has gathered all its combat power just to resist this attack. Only, the whole world is clear, it is impossible for the world government to stop it. All of Ken's subordinates now have unbelievable combat effectiveness. This time, Ken has left naval headquarters for good. And he went to New World to thoroughly sweep up a slightly stronger pirate. Advertisement It's all dead in his hand, asking for flowers. He once said it, completely changed the world order. Pirate forces appear, it has changed the world for this. Even naval headquarters and world government actually want to target pirate forces. It's just that there are too many pirates. It is impossible to destroy them all. And the main thing is actually Roger the One Piece. And his previous mysterious treasure, it's just that no pirate has revealed this mysterious treasure until now. Treasure? For me now, it's not really needed at all. Now the real treasure is actually this world. All forces have been eliminated by me, all the strong surrender to me and become subordinates. At that time, I am the ruler of the world. Ken's expressionless face, all the pirates are crazy about the treasure, he doesn't care at all. Now, his sweep of New World is almost the same. It is the pirates' 4 emperors' red hair, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin cannot find. He didn't know where these 4 emperors went. Originally, Ken also wanted to find these 4 emperors, he wanted these 4 emperors to become his subordinates. If you disagree, just think of his minions. If all the subordinates are besieging the pirate 4 emperors, in fact, they can completely crush them. There's just no stopping it, there's great power in numbers. It's a pity to die if you don't find the pirate 4 emperors. Pirates 4 emperors are powerful, in fact, there is a limit. I will kill them all. With this idea in mind, Ken set off to the Holy Land of Marijoy. Among his subordinates are Marine Admiral and the pirate 4 emperors. Once won, however, the world government must have assembled all its combat power. I'll pack it up when I have time. The whole world completely belongs to him. Tyrant Shang knows exactly where the Revolutionary Army is stationed. Next, it's totally a sideways push, it's very easy to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Plus, as for the Revolutionary Army, exactly. Presumably there is no force that can threaten me. This is the final war. Chapter 194 Ims Real, Fatal Flaw, Seeking Subscription. Who is this Ken? He's so powerful, he shouldn't be so mediocre before. Don't ask me, I don't know either, but what now? This guy is going to attack the Holy Land Marijoy. If the world government cannot stop it, the world order will inevitably be destroyed. What is the total combat power of the world government now? It's not good. The strongest combat power of our world government before, in fact, most of it relies on naval headquarters. The world government 5 elders gathered together, each member's face was full of solemnity, and they began to discuss frantically. Now, naval headquarters lost, it has even completely disappeared from this world. Ken led all his men to sweep the world. 050. In fact, even the pirates can't resist it. They are also under a lot of pressure from the world government now. Face this attack. Can you resist it? 5 elders wasn't sure either. If you can't resist it, the world is about to change. It seems that I can only contact Lord I Am. It can only be like this now. Do you think Master I Am can deal with Ken? I don't know about this either. We haven't really seen all of Ken's strengths, so we can directly assert this, and accidents are easy to happen. Huh. Master I Am is a real immortal, and his methods are beyond our imagination. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and contact Master I Am. The 5 elders continued to talk, and they found that there was no way to solve it, and they could only use the last resort. Master I Am once said, if you encounter something that cannot be resolved, contact him quickly. To this end, 5 elders used their trump card. They believe that Master I Am can definitely solve this matter. After all, Lord I Am is an immortal. In terms of strength, they have completely surpassed 5 elders. That's why the 5 elders are willing to surrender to I Am. Shire. How far away is the Holy Land Marijoy? The thought ran through Ken's mind, immediately. We were too far back on Redline in New World, advertisement. If only young Master Ken is going alone, success can be reached in less than a day. Not all of the key subordinates have Tongtian methods like young Master Ken. For this, follow the passage of time, it should take 3 days. Shire began to carefully calculate the time, and even she suddenly noticed something important, and hurriedly replied, and I used the special skill of everything to start to inquire about the identity of I Am. Now everything about I Am should be a little loose, the 5 elders have personally said. I Am is the real immortal. I Am seems to have special means to deal with young Master Ken. The voice fell. Ken's face was full of surprise. King of Wisdom Shire skill, mixed and included, Shire can collect things that are not blocked. It seems 5 elders can't get rid of him, and find I Am to get rid of him? Even, did 5 elders accidentally say that I Am is immortal? Think about it too. It is estimated that 5 elders did not expect that Shire actually has such a means. Just words that came out accidentally, it must be noticed by Shire. The key is, I Am actually have the means to deal with him? To know, Ken's strength is now completely beyond the peak of the world. Face any strong man, he can force it down, as expected of the eternal life. I will definitely devour you. Ken's eyes were full of fire, and he murmured, but I Am hasn't shown his face for so long, I believe that I Am may also have weaknesses. To know, Im's identity is so mysterious. The world can know that Im exists. Probably no more than 10 fingers, even. Ken also asked Sangoku and Garp, 2 senior naval headquarters personnel. Result. These 2 answered like this. We don't know either. He's extremely creepy and never meant to show up. For a while, even Ken is getting more and more fearful. Only, advertisement Im means must be very powerful. Logically speaking, Im might even be able to control the entire world. Why isn't Im doing this? He doesn't have that ambition. No, Im doesn't control the world on the surface. He should be secretly in control, to know, if Im's words are released. Presumably the 5 elders will do it, it's really not possible. I'm going to grab Trafalgar Law, directly let him give me the immortal surgery that can give human beings eternal life. Ken's eyes gleamed coldly, he actually has many plans. Only, Trafalgar Law is so young, and its strength is not strong now. Ken is not sure if Trafalgar Law is familiar with the ultimate method of unaging surgery. The key is, there are no absolute means in the world. This, unaging surgery, that can give humans eternal life. Once really successful, maybe it has a fatal flaw. Definitely pay the price. 2.6, even if he becomes immortal, there must be a price. Im no longer dares to take risks. Ken's eyes burst into flames, full of fighting spirit. Think about it. Yes, Imdu has become immortal. A faint smile appeared on Ken's face. No wonder why I am so mysterious. Then I'll kill you completely, after you became immortal. That's why I am afraid to show up, not invincible. Even pay the price and have a fatal flaw. I really want to meet you soon. Must cherish life very much, that's why I am hiding. He's not invincible. Chapter 195. Demanding extermination, seeking subscription. At this time, the 5 elders gathered together and were very happy to talk about their own affairs. At this time, someone suddenly came to them. Please go down to the Void Throne, Im summoned you. After hearing the words of the person who came, the 5 elders were all discussing why Im was in a hurry for them to go over, and what was there to say. However, if they discussed it here, they would not be able to discuss what it was that Im wanted from them. They didn't plan to say it here themselves, but planned to go under the Void Throne now. Okay, we will be under the Void Throne soon. At this time, the person who came to deliver the message had already left. After seeing this person leave, they also got up and went under the Void Throne. On the way there, they were still discussing this matter, because they were really curious about what it was that Im called them to. Because they feel that nothing special has happened recently, so there should be no problem. What do you think Im is worried about us going over there? I can't guess it either, I'll only know when it's over. At this time, they also hurriedly stepped, and then went under the Void Throne. At this time, Im was already waiting for them under the Void Throne. Advertisement, since everyone is here, let's do it. I also have something I want to talk to you about. Seeing that the 5 elders had already come, he asked them to sit down first, and he was not particularly anxious to say that he summoned them to come over. After the 5 elders sat down, they looked at Im waiting for Im to say that he called them over. I called you here to tell you that I ask you to kill Ken as soon as possible. After hearing Im's words, the 5 elders and the others were quite surprised, because they didn't expect that Im summoned them here to talk about this matter. They still had some hesitation, and they didn't agree right away, willing to kill Ken so quickly. Because they have also fought against Ken, they know that Ken is not particularly weak, and Ken also has a certain strength there. If they confront Ken, they may not be able to wipe out Ken, maybe they will be injured in the end, so they are very hesitant. He didn't want to do this. After Im finished speaking, he was also waiting for the answers from the 5 elders and the others, but he didn't actually wait for their answers. I knew that they must be hesitating about this matter, but Im summoned them this time to force 5 elders and the others to agree to this matter. Because this thing must be done for Im here, and Ken must also be wiped out. So Im also intends to put some pressure on the 5 of them at this time, because Im knows that if they don't exert pressure, they may continue to hesitate. I've asked you for this matter, and I hope you will do it well for me, otherwise, I will keep forcing you to do this matter. Advertisement to the 5 elders and the others, Im is also very direct, so he said this, and the 5 elders can understand what Im meant by what he said. Although Im said so, the 5 elders still hesitated, because this matter was not so easy to solve, and they said to kill Ken, so they went to kill Ken. If it was really easy to solve, they wouldn't hesitate to give Im the answer he wanted. It is because this matter is difficult to handle that they have been hesitant to give Im an answer. It's not so easy to wipe out Ken, and I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Ken. At this time, one of the 5 elders directly spoke to Im like this, and at the same time told Im that this matter is difficult. That's why they have been hesitating until now, and this is also one of the main reasons for their hesitation. Im didn't answer after hearing it. Instead, he got up and turned around to get something. After taking the thing, he handed it to 5 elders and the others directly. After the thing, Lao Xing didn't know what it was, because they didn't know what it was. At this time, Im also came to explain to them. I also know that Ken is not so easy to deal with. This is a secret treasure I gave you. As long as you use this secret treasure well, it can be used to deal with Im. At this time, Im took out this secret treasure to the 5 elders and the 5 of them, and hoped that the 5 of the 5 elders would immediately agree to it, and then go to destroy Ken. Because he really didn't want to see Ken continue to be so arrogant, and he didn't want to see Ken continue to live so well. Chapter 196 Marineg 1 Fortress, Seeking Subscription. Of course Ken didn't know about it at this time, nor was he interested in paying attention to so many things. Ken is with his subordinates at this time, because Ken is going to bring his subordinates to the Marine G1 fortress in front of the Red Line at this time. Let's all walk faster, the Marine G1 fortress in front of the Red Line is ahead, and we are all about to arrive. At this time, Ken and his subordinates quickened their pace, and then rushed to the Marine G1 fortress in front of the Red Line. When they arrived, they stopped, because at this time they were going to enter Marijoy, but there was no way to enter directly like this. Ken is in front of the Red Line at this time, and he is thinking about this problem. Of course, Ken's subordinates are also discussing how to enter Marijoy. You tell us how we can get into Marijoy. If you have any ideas, tell everyone, and then brainstorm. Of course, Ken didn't discuss with them, he just stood aside and considered this issue. Ken's subordinates were also thinking about this matter, and then turned their heads to take a look. They really didn't understand the Red Line in the sea, how to enter Marijoy. But if they don't want to find a way, they can only continue to stay here, and there is no way to enter Marijoy. But their last song is Maria. Advertisement, so they also need to think of a way to let them pass. At this time, they looked at Ken at the same time, and hoped that Ken could come up with a good way. Then lead them to Marijoy. After all, Ken is the one leading them, and they also saw Ken standing there all the time, looking at the sea. They also knew that Ken was thinking about this problem and thinking about this method at this time, so they didn't bother Ken. Prepare a few of them to discuss it carefully. If there is any good way, you can also tell Ken. Then work together with Ken to find the gate of Marijoy and enter the Marijoy throw. There is only a bare sea here, and there is no gate for Marijoy to enter. If there is a gate, we might be able to think of a way to enter. At this time, they were really in a dilemma, because if they wanted to enter Marijoy, they must first find their gate. But at this time, they didn't even see the gate of Marijoy, let alone think of a way to enter Marijoy. Of course Ken heard it from the side. What they discussed was just because he was willing to think alone, so he didn't participate in their thinking together into a camp. But he would also listen to his subordinates from time to time, discussing an idea on this matter, because sometimes the thoughts in his own mind might be blocked. And if there are other people's ideas to stimulate his thinking, maybe he can come up with a good solution. Advertisement. After hearing this, it really stimulated an idea in his brain, and he did think of a better way at this time, to enter Malaysia. That is to find the gate of Marijoy first. If you want to find the gate of Marijoy, Ken thinks it is relatively easy. As long as they found the gate, they would be one step closer to entering, and they might be able to enter directly like this. At this time, he asked his subordinates to continue discussing there. Ken also started to use his ability, and now he is using his ability to slowly pull the entire Red 10 continent into the sea. Of course it's not that easy, the entire Red Line can be pulled into the sea at once, and when Ken uses his ability, his subordinates of course also feel some changes. Then they turned around and saw Ken using his ability there. At first they still didn't understand what Ken was doing at this time. What is Ken doing at this time? Why'd I suddenly have some incomprehension, and why'd I feel that we are still having some changes here at Red Line? I don't know, but Lee's, I observed, and I think he may be using his ability to slowly pull the entire Red Line into the sea. At this time, someone also made a guess, and then shared his guess. After listening to it, other people also felt that this person's guess was reasonable. At this time, they also understood what Ken was doing. Ken used his ability to pull the entire Red Line into the sea inch by inch. When pulling into the sea, the gate of Marijoy was about to be exposed, and they also saw a little bit, but did not see a complete gate. But Ken also knew that it wasn't that far off when they saw Marijoy's door. Chapter 197. The Thing That Destroys One Piece. Seeking Subscription. Celestial dragons also felt a shock at this time, shaking. At this moment, they all slightly recognized that it was fine just now, and everything looked very normal, but when I wear it now, I can already feel the vibration at this moment, and I always feel that something is wrong. At this time, I am also naturally began to lose continuously here. After all, the most important thing now is to summon the huge sea kings, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. I don't believe it. According to my strength, there is no way to summon this huge sea kings. I don't believe that I don't have this strength. I am said angrily at this time. And there is a little firmness in the eyes. The most important thing now is to summon them, as long as the huge sea kings can be summoned. Then it will be of great help to 077, and right now they don't have any choice. If the huge sea kings cannot be summoned, then everything is over, so in order to prevent the sinking of the continent, he must summon the huge sea kings and support the continent. This is the most important thing of. As long as this continent can be supported, everything is worthwhile, so no matter what happens next, he has no choice. After all, the most important thing now is to withstand the sinking of the mainland, and the most important thing now is to need this huge sea kings. After all, only this huge sea kings can solve all these problems one after another. However, there is no longer any choice. No matter what will happen in the future, the most important thing now is to start to act slowly. This is the most important thing. If you don't act, the consequences will be disastrous, and they have no right to choose. Therefore, the most important thing now is to start taking action. As long as you can start taking action, then maybe you will be able to handle those things well in the future. So no matter how to deal with these things, it has already happened now, so I am very entangled in my heart, but no matter how entangled with these things. Anyway, nothing can be changed, so the most important thing now is to think about ways to solve them. As long as these problems can be solved, maybe we can think of ways to deal with these problems in the future. Advertisement. Ken's plan has also encountered this resistance at this moment, and he was a little angry all of a sudden, so he couldn't help but say. Since things like this are happening now, it seems that we will start to act. If we don't start to act again, the consequences will be disastrous. The Revolutionary Army muttered to themselves at this time, CFFB, and there is also a hint of cruelty in the eyes. Unless he is deaf to what is going on outside the window, and he is only a blind person, if he is not a blind person, he will definitely feel these movements, and some people always feel very confused. Now that they have encountered this resistance, it is better to strengthen this force. After all, this is what they want to make their plan encounter resistance, so they should transform these resistances one after another. This is the same method. Unexpectedly, at this time, he always felt some movement underneath, but why the huge sea kings just couldn't get up, so he was a little anxious if he didn't get up again. So it strengthened this force, and crushed all these sea kings and the like. I didn't expect that Lousy would actually make this plan like this. All of them, in the end, they still encountered this resistance. Damn, I never thought that you group of people could actually do these things like this. And the atmosphere around here became a little tense at this moment. But this ruthless intention soon disappeared without a trace. And now that they have discovered this movement, the Revolutionary Army has their own teeth tightly at this time, and they all carefully glanced at the surrounding area. Anyway, all of this is because of your own crimes. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. However, at this time, the Revolutionary Army lurking in this Marijoy also felt a movement at this time. After all, how could such a big thing not be felt? He was very angry at this moment. After all, it was the last moment, but in the end, he only owed Dongfeng. How could he not be angry in his heart? Then all of this is over, so now the most important thing is only this one thing, and we must try our best to solve these things. As long as we can solve this thing, maybe in the next time much ease. Chapter 198. The door is closed. Seeking subscription. The gate of Marijoy was also closed tightly at this moment. When the sound bombarded at this moment, these people were already surprised. They did not expect that the gate of Marijoy was now tightly closed, and they could not be opened at all. Now that the door is tightly closed, what should we do next? Ken suddenly heard what this person said and couldn't help but curl his lips. Isn't this the door that is tightly closed now? Then why should he care so much? He believes in their strength, never be afraid of these people. And he has never been afraid of anyone these days, so how could he be afraid of this person? It is impossible to be afraid of himself alone. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid or afraid of anyone. Being afraid of someone will only bring some unnecessary troubles to oneself, and on the contrary will bring some shadow areas to oneself. And the guards also saw that these people stayed here, and in the end there was a little different look in their eyes, and then this look disappeared without a trace, but there were more of them. Hostility towards these people. The atmosphere around here has also undergone some changes at this moment. What kind of things happened, if it has already happened now? Then in the future, they can also choose some rules to deal with these problems. Anyway, the most important thing for them now is to get rid of these newcomers. And now the gates of the city have been closed, and they have no way to go out anyway, so these people can be dealt with now, so these guards all looked at each other and then launched this attack. The sudden attack also brought Ken and the others back to their senses immediately, and they all dodged, never thinking that these people would sneak attack like this. Whitebeard spoke thoughtfully at this moment, and his eyes were full of self-belief. After all, such a simple matter, I believe that I can solve it. There is no need to fear or worry about anything. And this Ken has been staring at this slideway coldly, thinking about one thing all the time, that is whether to destroy this slideway, so he is constantly thinking in his heart, in the next time to destroy this slide. Just because you group of bastards are still sneaking up here, I really don't know who gave you the courage to dare to sneak up on us here, don't you all know our strength? Sangoku was still thinking about something, but when he heard this sentence, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just a slide? This kind of easy thing is zero. Advertisement. Maybe after hearing what Whitebeard said, I didn't think much about it in the future, but I just stood at home all the time, wanting to see how this Whitebeard should do these things in the future, but I didn't expect that it was really this Whitebeard has already dealt with these in one move. Zero. However, they all came back to their senses at this moment, and they all knew what would happen in the next time. Since such things have already happened now, maybe in the next time, they will be nothing more than being attacked, that's all. Could it be that there is no way to open it? They are just wishful thinking about such a simple thing. They seem to be doing a very small thing, so there is no need to worry about it. Seeking flowers. Ken stood up directly at this time, and also avoided this attack, looking at the guards coldly. Sangoku, just destroy this slide. Finally, after thinking about it at this time, they felt that these 10 slides should be destroyed. The slides in the outer courtyard were also opened at this time, so these people kept watching here, feeling that there seemed to be some other things happening inside. Just because this group of guards are still trying to deal with us, maybe you don't even need to take action. Let's see if I can get rid of these guards with one move. The door is now open anyway, why don't we leave here quickly? After all, if we continue to stay here, many incidents will happen later. They all nodded their heads one after another, so everyone entered this place. After the guards had all been dealt with, and the inside of the gate was broken open at this moment, and this gate was now tightly closed like this. But for him, he doesn't fear anything at all, but the only thing he can see from the eyes of these guards is that if the eyes can kill people, maybe their bodies are already full of these sharp swords. Chapter 199. Begin to surrender, seeking subscription. Sangoku is also very easy, just destroy this slide, and for him, isn't it ruining a slide? Such an easy thing doesn't take much time at all. Maybe I felt that there seemed to be some problems with this slideway just now, although I have been struggling with it all the time, I always feel that this slideway should be solved. Therefore, at this time, the coolies under here have also emerged, and when they may see these coolies, they are also slightly stunned at this moment. It turned out that it was because of this. I didn't expect that it would be like a human-powered electric ladder. These people really make people feel very disgusting. There was a touch of sympathy in his eyes, but because of the sympathy, it quickly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that there would be so many people down here, and it seems that these people are in front of this coolie. It's true that these gods can do everything, but it's really what makes us all impressive. Sangoku muttered to himself at this moment. However, these coolies have always lowered their heads, and they are very scared in their hearts. They don't know how these people will treat them, so they are very scared in their hearts, but no matter how scared they are now, how can I do? Since some things have happened recently, and they can't change anything, they are trembling here all the time, and their hearts are full of fear, not knowing what will happen next. Ken didn't think much about it, and they were all staring at them at this moment, so he waved his hand directly at this moment. Actually, you don't need to worry so much at all. Anyway, you are free now, and it's up to you where you go. At this moment, Ken took a step forward directly, and took a step forward, and he also walked to the side of one of the coolies, and directly broke the seastone handcuffs. Who are you guys? What is the purpose of coming to me now? Just do what you want to do. Why do you keep staring at us like this? Ken also knows that these people will feel scared, after all, when they are confident. Advertisement. These people all forgot each other at this moment, and they all surrendered to this person at this moment, and they all plan to seek revenge from the Wylong people together with Ken. These people are so scared, so I don't think there is any need to scare them. The purpose of what he said in this way is to let these people ease their attitudes, and their eyes should not be too scary. After all, these coolies look at them now as if they are looking at those people. They weren't as exaggerated as those people, so they stayed here naturally. However, these people were also a little stunned at this moment. Why did this person come here, and finally help them break the seastone handcuffs? One of the coolies was talking thoughtfully at this time, and he kept staring at this person, mentioning this warning all over his body. After all, no matter what, this person has come here now, and they're staying here all the time, and staring at them. What is it for? Not only helped them break the handcuffs, but also set them free as if they were their benefactors. However, just now, they had such an attitude towards him, and at this moment, they all felt slightly sorry, and they all came directly to this apology at this time. These coolies were also stunned for no reason at this moment, but they quickly reacted, and they were all vicious, and they didn't even know that these people. They have all experienced so many things, so they feel that since such things have happened now, how can they not feel fear? There are so many strange eyes staring at him. He is really a little embarrassed. After all, he's just doing a very simple thing, so why should he think so much? Now suddenly smash this slide. What is the purpose? And I have been staring at them like this. I always feel a little strange. With a sudden word, these coolies were also a little stunned at this moment. They never thought that this person would be so kind. Now we have broken the seastone handcuffs in your hands, so you are free. It doesn't matter where you go, so this is your own choice. So they widened their eyes at this moment, as if they were looking at something strange and weird, and their spines might be numb from their staring. Chapter 200. Enter the interior, seeking subscription. Among the coolies rescued by Ken, there was actually a very powerful person, but Ken didn't see it. It may also be because there are too many coolies here, and that person didn't show himself, so Ken didn't see him either. This person is none other than Tezzolo. He is a Jin Guoguo capable person, and he did not take the initiative to stand up and tell Ken about his strength. Because he didn't want to make too much publicity, he was rescued at this time, and he was very excited. He thought he would keep working as a coolie inside. But even if Ken doesn't come in to save them, he will find a way to get out of there. He is not willing to succumb to it and has been working as a coolie. It's just that it might not be a good time, and I didn't find a good opportunity. I am very grateful to Ken for saving him in the end. He has been following Ken 25, and he also knows what Ken is going to do at this time. Now that all the coolies have been rescued, they are ready to enter the interior of Marijoy. Everyone prepared to enter the interior of Marijoy. Because the coolies were rescued by Ken, so these coolies are also very good, and they are willing to follow Ken after listening to Ken. After Ken finished speaking, Ken rushed into the interior of Marijoy along with these coolies. After entering the interior, everyone was helping Ken to find the celestial dragons inside, and Ken was also looking around, and at this time a group of people appeared. Advertisement. Although it is not others, it is CP0 everyone. After all, a group of people rushed into the interior of Marijoy, and the movement was very big. It was impossible for them to know about it. So when Coolie and Ken rushed in, everyone in CP0 knew about it immediately, and they appeared here. It is also impossible to let Coolies and Ken continue to wander around here, and it is impossible to let them continue to make trouble here. Of course, everyone in CP0 also knows what Ken wants to do when he comes here. It is because they know that it is even more impossible for them to let Ken continue to search around here, and they must prevent Ken from continuing to enter the interior. And these coolies, it is impossible to let them go deeper into the interior. They are all here to stop them, and at the same time drive them away. What are you doing here? This is the inside of our Marijoy. You people are not allowed to act here at will. In fact, when the CP0 people first came out, Coolie and Ken didn't take them seriously, but continued to look for their goals. Of course, they also knew that they were being ignored, but they didn't care, so they said it directly to Ken and the Coolie. After hearing their words, they stopped at this time, no longer looking around, no longer looking for their target. Ken felt that they were meddling too much. This matter was between him and the Celestial Dragons, and had nothing to do with the CP0 people. After the coolies heard what the CP0 people said, they felt that they looked down on themselves very much, and they also felt that the CP0 people were very upset. Advertisement. What's more, these coolies were all rescued by Ken, followed Ken into the interior, and then came to look for the celestial dragons. If everyone in CP0 stopped him, they were equivalent to stopping Ken, which the coolies were unwilling to do. We actually have one of our affairs that has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to continue standing in front of us to stop us. At this time, Ken directly stood up and said to everyone in CP0, telling them to get out of his presence immediately. But how could the people of CP0 just leave like this? If Ken and the coolie were not allowed to leave, they would continue to stop them here. It is you who should leave, not us. You should leave here quickly. You are not welcome here. At this time, one of them directly issued an order to expel them. At this time, the coolies were even more unwilling, and the two sides began to talk. If you say a word, I won't give in even if I say a word. Do you want us to continue to find our own goals here, or do you want to continue to stop us? It's impossible for us to back down. At the end of the talk, they may feel that there is no need to continue talking, and it will be nonsense, so the two sides went to war directly. The people in CP0 were not willing to back down even a single step, and the coolies insisted on continuing, going here and there to find the person they wanted to find. But Ken stood aside and didn't do anything. Spandam also saw Ken standing aside. At this time, he walked to Ken's side and started to provoke Ken. Chapter 201 Victory. Seeking subscription. I didn't see how powerful you are. You actually rescued all this group of coolies. After walking over, the first sentence he said to Ken was not particularly friendly, but Ken didn't want to have too much contact with him. At this time, he was standing by the side watching the battle between the coolies and the CP0 people, all just pushing and yelling. If the CP0 people really wanted to attack the coolies, Ken wouldn't either. He just stood here and watched. Didn't hear Ken's answer. Spandam still continued to talk in Ken's ear, and all the words he said were provocative to Ken. Do you have the ability to fight with me? Don't be like a turtle, just stand here. Maybe it was because he was provoked too much, and Ken was also a little angry in his heart. He felt that if Spandam wanted to fight him, then he must comply with this request. Okay, where to fight? Is it here or go to another place? After hearing Ken's answer, Spandam still didn't react. He thought that Ken would stand here all the time without any communication with him. Where else you need to go to deal with you is right here. Let everyone see how you were defeated by me. At this time, he was still talking very arrogantly. Ken just glanced at him very disdainfully when he saw him like this. The two of them took up a seat and looked at each other face to face. Spandam was still very arrogant, standing there looking at Ken. Advertisement, but Ken didn't care and didn't take Spandam seriously. At this time, Spandam took out his weapon, the elephant sword, and his eyes flashed with joy after he tore Ken to pieces. Because he is very confident in himself, after this battle, the one who wins is definitely that he will not be Ken. Although Ken looks indifferent, but Ken's aura is still there, which cannot be underestimated. A cold light flashed in Ken's eyes, and at this moment he shot directly at Spandam, without waiting for Spandam to shoot at him. When seeing Ken rushing towards him, Spandam didn't flinch and took his own weapon and slashed towards Ken. Do you feel that his strength has improved a little at this time, and it is a little higher than his previous strength? These 5 people are not other people, but Wu, the king's old star, but they are observing this battle from a high place, so Ken and the others don't know about it. Originally, the coolie was still fighting with everyone from CP0, but when he heard the sound from here, he stopped and watched the fight here. Because they don't know Ken very well, they feel that Ken doesn't seem to be a particularly strong person. Ken swayed at this moment, but instead of being knocked down, his punch landed on Spandam's face. So in the end Ken won the fight, which surprised everyone and shocked everyone else. Advertisement, of course they also saw it. After all this battle Ken was not able to do anything, so he directly gave Spandam to him. After being hit, Spandam was a little shocked, because he didn't expect that Ken escaped his sword, and instead he was hit. At the same time, he was also very angry in his heart. At this time, he held up the elephant sword in his hand and rushed towards Ken again, preparing to chop Ken down with a sword. Of course, Spandam, who was lying on the ground, did not expect that he would be the one who lost in the end. He thought that if he faced Ken, Ken would definitely lose to him. One of the 5 elders made such an exclamation to the other 4, and the others nodded their heads after hearing what this person said. Not only the coolies and CP people were watching their fight, but 5 people were also watching the fight. Seeing Spandam rushing towards him, Ken didn't move his seat and just stood there, waiting for Spandam to come over. After watching it, they were very shocked. They didn't expect Ken's strength to be so strong, and they defeated Spandam within a few moves. The elephant sword in Spandam's hand had also fallen to the ground. Ken threw Spandam to the ground directly, and the surrounding dust flew up like this. After watching it, they also feel that Ken's strength has improved again, and they can also see that Ken's strength is really very strong. At this time Ken was fainting again. Before Spandam could see clearly, Ken's hand had already grabbed Spandam's neck. Everyone in CP0 was also very surprised. They never thought that Spandam would be defeated by Ken. Chapter 202 Information. Seeking subscription. At this time, the 5 elders upstairs are still analyzing Ken's strength, and they also want to find out how strong Ken is now. But I just watched the fight between Ken and Spandam just now, so if I want to analyze it in detail, Ken's current strength is not so easy. What do you think our chances of winning will be if the 5 of us face Ken now? Or maybe we can only draw? After hearing this question, the other 4 people were thinking seriously. In fact, They are not sure now whether the 5 of them can defeat Ken. At this time, Stussy already knew some information about Ken, and she also knew that the 5 elders wanted information about Ken at this time. So she is going to find the 5 elders and the other 5, and then give them Ken's information and let them have a look by themselves. But now she doesn't know where the 5 elders are at 290, so she can only look around. At this time, she accidentally looked up and saw one of the 5 elders. She felt that 5 elders should be upstairs there, because usually 5 elders are 5 people together, and the 5 people spend less time apart. After seeing it, Stussy stepped on the stairs and prepared to go up. After hearing someone coming up, the 5 elders stopped discussing about Ken. I am also going to see if anything will happen next, although Spandam was defeated by Ken. Advertisement, but 5 elders felt that the matter should not end like this, and also looked at who it was, and went upstairs to find them. After Stussy came up, the 5 elders also saw it, and after seeing it, they understood why she came, and knew that she came up to find them, CFDF, for something. We'll tell you. Let you find out if you've already heard about Ken's information. Stussy nodded towards 5 elders and the 5 of them, then took out a piece of information from his arms and handed it to them. In fact, Stussy thought she could find out more information, but there were also many obstacles hindering her, so she could only find out so much. After hearing what Stussy said, the 5 elders and the others didn't say much. Of course, they also knew that Ken's information was not so easy to inquire about. After getting the information, they immediately began to look at it, but they only glanced at it roughly. They planned to study the information carefully after they went back. Everyone didn't expect that Ken would kill Spandam directly, and everyone in the CO didn't expect this result either. Although Spandam said that he was knocked down by Ken, he was very unwilling, and he also felt that he had lost face, so he got up from the ground immediately. If Spandam didn't provoke him, he wouldn't fight Spandam either. Now that Spandam lost, he still wanted to kill him in the end, then Ken must be very angry in his heart. Of course, Spandam also saw it at this time, and Ken had already seen him, so he didn't continue to stand still, and rushed towards Ken with his own weapon. Advertisement, this also P*** D off Ken, so he didn't plan to keep a hand with Spandam anymore, and directly ruthlessly killed Spandam. This is the information about Ken, and I can only find out so much, maybe not a lot, but this is the best I can do. Holding his own weapon, he was about to kill Ken, but this time he was planning to kill Ken, not just knocking Ken down. Now the information has been handed over to 5 elders, so Stussy is planning to leave here, and she came to 5 elders just to give them this information. Although some people in CP0 don't like Spandam, they feel very uncomfortable that Spandam was killed by Ken. Of course, Ken also felt Spandam's malice towards him, and he also knew that Spandam was planning to kill him. Although Ken said he was chatting with other people, he also sensed a dangerous atmosphere, and he was also very vigilant around his surroundings. Just when Stussy came up to send information to the 5 elders and the others, something happened below. He glanced back and saw Spandam there, staring at him angrily. Ken felt that he did nothing wrong in this matter. After all, in a fight, there are winners and losers, not to mention that Spandam provoked him first, and then he made a move. But at this time, Ken still intends to teach Spandam some lessons, and has no intention of being cruel to Spandam, but every move of Spandam is to kill Ken. Chapter 203, Stop It. Seeking subscription. They also felt that Ken was too arrogant and killed their team members in front of them. At this time, Kaku stood up. I'm going to challenge you. After standing up, he directly said such a sentence to Ken, because he felt that Ken's behavior was too arrogant, and he couldn't stand it anymore. That's why he decided to stand up and challenge Ken. Of course, he also knew that Ken's strength was very strong, otherwise Spandam couldn't be killed by him with a few moves. But in the end he still chose to stand up and challenge Ken. Even if he couldn't beat Ken, he would fight Ken once. After hearing Kaku's words, Ken just smiled disdainfully. He felt that this group of people was too boring, and they wanted to challenge themselves one by one. But Ken didn't want to fight him, so he continued to chat with those coolies and didn't take his words to heart. Kaku felt even more uncomfortable seeing Ken ignoring him so much. Do you think you are very powerful after killing Spandam? Look, you are not like a turtle now. I want to challenge you, and you dare not even say a word. 11. After hearing this, Ken stopped chatting with the coolie, but turned his head and kept staring at Kaku. He also intends to accept Kaku's challenge, but he intends to kill Kaku directly like this, not intending to have a few tricks with Kaku. Because he felt that a few tricks with Kaku would be a waste of his time. It would be better to kill Kaku directly, because he still has his own things to do. Advertisement, there is not much time to waste here, and Kaku and the others continue to entangle. This time he is ready to shoot towards Kaku. When he walked towards Kaku, Kaku didn't react at all, and was directly strangled by Ken, who was going to break Kaku's neck just like that. Of course, Whitebeard and Sangoku at the side also saw that there was one thing Ken wanted to do next, so they stood up immediately and stopped the man. Don't just kill him like this, you leave this matter to us, and let the two of us deal with him. If Whitebeard and Sangoku hadn't stood up in time to stop him, Kaku's neck would have been broken by Ken at this time, and Ken let go of his hand after hearing what the two of them said. He didn't continue to deal with Kaku anymore, and after letting go of his hand, Kaku took 2 big breaths, because just now he could sense that Ken really wanted to kill him. And he really had difficulty breathing just now, and he also felt that if Ken didn't let him go, he might die of suffocation. He didn't expect that Ken would really hit him hard, and he planned to kill him instantly with one move. Ken stood aside at this time. Recently, Whitebeard and Sangoku said that the two of them will fight against Kaku, and then there will be no business for him. He just needs to stand by and watch carefully, and at this time Whitebeard and Sangoku are standing opposite Kaku. Maybe he doesn't have much chance of winning against Ken, but if Kakujiao himself goes against Whitebeard and Sangoku, he doesn't necessarily lose. At this time, Whitebeard and Sangoku did not attack Kaku immediately, but started talking about Kaku. Advertisement, ask for flowers, you are really too self-sufficient, if anyone dares to challenge you, don't say such things if you don't have that strength. Of course, Kaku also knew that these words were mocking himself, and it was impossible for him to stand here and let the two of them mock him. Then do you think how powerful you are? Don't think that you can just save me from him, just say such things to me casually. The two sides also started talking, and no one wants to give in to anyone, no one wants to take a step back, and no one wants to stop. Zero when talking about the latter part, maybe I was a little angry in my heart, so I didn't continue talking, and they were staring at each other very viciously. In fact, everyone here knows that a fight is about to start in the next second. It just depends on who makes the first move. At this time, Whitebeard made the first move towards Kaku. After Whitebeard made a shot, it was impossible for Sangoku to just stand by and not help Whitebeard, so he also went towards Kaku immediately. Although Kaku said it was 2-on-1, he didn't hesitate. He took out his sword and started to deal with it. Whitebeard and Sangoku were two people. He felt that it was very easy for him to deal with them alone. Of course, Whitebeard and Sangoku did not, and they were too careless, because they also knew that Kaku was not so easy to deal with. When dealing with Whitebeard and Sangoku, because there are two opponents, Kaku also used both hands and feet, waving a sword on the top and moving towards the two of them, while the bottom also made round feet. Chapter 204. Kaku challenges, seeking subscription. Kaku sneered, showing the inconspicuous canine teeth, I'm not saying that you two are no match for me at all, and there is a very strong CP0 team behind me, just the two of you can if you want to kill me, you really overestimate your own strength. When Whitebeard and Sangoku heard this, their faces became very livid. Since this is the case, then today we must live and die with you. After speaking, Whitebeard slowly began to smile. He glanced at the bracelet on his hand and concentrated his energy on the bracelet. At that moment, the bracelet in 260 suddenly turned into a dagger and rushed towards Kaku. Kaku stood on the spot without even moving. The golden dagger just scratched his face lightly after flying over. Sangoku gathered some energy in his hand, and after waiting for the energy to be gathered, he directly played the seminar with one card. Kaku looked at the two of them as if watching a play. He deliberately stood there without moving, and after a while he found that he was hardly injured. I told you a long time ago that the two of you were absolutely unacceptable. Whitebeard and Sangoku were so angry that they looked at each other. It seems that if only relying on one person, the strength is not enough, maybe the two of them will be more powerful when they work together. Kaku doesn't give the two of them any chance now. Suddenly his neck stretched out, and his face moved in front of the two of them in an instant. Before Whitebeard and Sangoku could react, they were already tightly entwined by the crying fang. The golden ring just now returned to Whitebeard's hand at some point, and he was going to use this golden ring to break free from the shackles on his body, but this scene happened to be watched by Kaku. Advertisement. Do you still want that thing to deal with me? I think you don't have any other power besides using this golden ring? Whitebeard ignored his words. The most important thing now was not what power he had. Even if I only have this strength to defeat him, it is still a success. He waved his hand vigorously, gathered the energy of his whole body and turned into a golden dragon. Sangoku saw that Whitebeard had already started to move, and he couldn't do nothing here alone. He slowly closed his eyes, gathering all the energy in his body into one place. At this moment, golden and radiant, the golden dragon bit Kaku's neck, and the golden light emitted from Sangoku's body made Kaku unable to open his eyes. Kaku has no choice now, but can only rely on his own feelings to avoid those injuries. Tezzolo has been standing by the side, observing everything in front of him coldly. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd opposite. Taking a closer look, that person was none other than Luchi, the leader of CP0. Thinking of the past between the two of them, Tezzolo couldn't help but clench his head. He glanced at the three people who were still fighting over there. Since he encountered such an opportunity today, he might as well take the opportunity to report his worries. Thinking of this, Tezzolo flew towards Luchi directly. Luchi didn't react at first, but he avoided Tezzolo very deftly. Advertisement. Before Tezzolo came back to his senses, Luchi hit him with a fist. He used almost 10 times 10 strength in this fist. Tezzolo took several steps back because he couldn't stand it. Just when he was about to rush up again, Ken directly blocked in front of him, aggressive. Tezzolo saw Ken in front of him, and immediately took it back. She stared at him angrily, her eyeballs almost popping out. Why did you stop me? There is a sworn hatred between me and him. I must take revenge today. This matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave here immediately. Ken stood there without moving, just looking at Tezzolo all the time. I know you're very angry now, but it's obviously not the time to take revenge. After all, he is also the leader of CP0. His strength is already higher than yours, not to mention that he has so many people under him, even if you kill him, and those people will definitely chase you. 0732033325 Filu 0945235531. 5.3 Then what do you mean by this sentence? Tezzolo clenched his fist tightly and never relaxed. If you want him to give up revenge, it is absolutely impossible. We must come up with a perfect plan, and you will only hurt yourself by acting recklessly like this. 27. After listening to Ken's analysis, Tezzolo gradually calmed down. He also realized that now is not a good time, and if there is a chance in the future, it will not be too late to take revenge. He patted the dust off himself, and stood back to his original position alone. Chapter 205 Celestial Dragons Injured, Seeking Subscription. Originally, Tezzolo had temporarily given up the idea of wanting revenge, but he didn't expect that Luchi didn't think so in his heart. He felt that Tezzolo was only calm on the surface. Since the hatred between the two of them would be resolved sooner or later, there was no need to distinguish between now and later. He rushed over quickly, and when Tezzolo was not paying attention, he punched him hard in the chest. Tezzolo didn't react for a while, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Luchi's behavior completely angered him. It seems that no matter what happens today, they must resolve the conflict between the two of them. Tezzolo stretched out his hand, and the gold ring on his hand kept shining golden yellow. Not long after, the golden ring gathered the gold within 10 kilometers around, and the gold turned into a big sword, and chopped at Luchi. Luchi sneered. 25 didn't take the sword seriously. He quickly dodged, and then firmly grasped the sword in his own hand. Tezzolo didn't expect Luchi to have such a powerful power. He used his hand to direct the golden sword and it instantly turned into a golden silk. The silk was tightly wrapped around Luchi's waist, and Luchi couldn't move all of a sudden. Tezzolo laughed very proudly. He couldn't control the smile on his face now. Today we must fight to the death. Let me see how can you kill me with your current appearance? Advertisement. Luchi sneered, and the expression on his face quickly returned to normal. He clenched his fist tightly and let out a loud roar. The silk was quickly turned into gold powder, and disappeared into the air as soon as the wind blew it away. Tezzolo felt unwilling. He couldn't just let Lu Yi go. It didn't take long before the gold powder gathered together again, and this time they turned into a big lion. Luchi was very helpless, because he felt that the gold was very annoying. I can't beat immune to death no matter what. However, he also knew one thing very clearly in his heart. If he wanted to solve these things thoroughly, then he had to solve Tezzolo. At this moment, Whitebeard stomped his foot hard, and the entire height of Marijoy was shaken away. He watched the high ground slowly reveal a trace of cracks, with a very proud expression on his face. If the Marijoy Highland is shaken away, it will bring great benefits to oneself. After all, Kaku has been using this high ground to exert his strength. Because the vibration was so intense that even celestial dragons felt the strong vibration. A lot of broken stones fell directly, because the celestial dragons had no defense before, so those stones hit them directly and fiercely, and they didn't even have a chance to jump. The hoods they wore on their heads were all broken. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took, and finally the crushed stones didn't fall. The celestial dragons took a rough look. Many of them were all injured, and some were even seriously injured. They roughly treated their wounds, and one of the celestial dragons stood out. What the hell is going on here? Why is there an accident like this? It's never happened before. I don't think it was an accident. Someone must be deliberately murdering us. Otherwise, why would all of us Kailong people be injured? After this idea was spoken out, it was affirmed by all celestial dragons. At this time, another celestial dragon stood up. We must find a way to investigate this matter clearly, and we can't just fool around like this. If similar things happen in the future, we celestial dragons may die no matter what. No. After saying this sentence, all the celestial dragons ran out directly, and they were all looking for where the vibration happened. Not long after, almost all celestial dragons gathered at the Marijoy Highlands. These days old and then proudly stood on a broken arm, looking down at everything below. I said what the hell happened? It turned out to be Ken. You guys are messing around here. Do you think this is a place where you mess around? Who on earth opened the high earthquake? At this moment, a voice came from nowhere. The celestial dragons have nothing to do with the Marijoy Heights. After hearing these words, all the celestial dragons showed the same expression on their faces. Did you say it has nothing to do with us? Then how did our celestial dragons get hurt? Today I must capture that person. Otherwise, how can I avenge our celestial dragons? Chapter 206 Control the Scene. Seeking Subscription. Luchi also gritted his teeth directly at this time, and after seeing this scene, he was slightly stunned at this moment. After all, something had already happened. Then it can only be dealt with in this way, and it can no longer be changed. The most important thing now is to control this situation. If this situation cannot be controlled, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, it was also at this time, and he said directly and loudly, actually, I think there was a way to deal with this matter at the time. Why should I do it like this? And there are some things that can't be solved. Such a sentence has been uttered, and it has been successful in the future. It is incredible and surprising, but no matter how surprised it is, what can it do now? Anyway, this matter is now already happened. And they all successfully controlled the scene, and they all avoided the lineup of celestial dragons. These people also all gathered at this moment, as if they were standing still, and they all stayed here all the time. And at this very moment, the celestial dragons were no longer angry, and kept staring here, wanting to see what would happen next. After all, they also had some expectations at the time, but no matter how they look forward to today, the most important thing is to see what will happen now. This is the most important thing. And these people feel very surprised, but no matter how surprised they are, what can they do now? On the contrary, this thing has already happened now, so no matter how surprised they are. Luchi was also at this time, a little stunned for no reason, never thinking that he was really suppressed. There was a small cut on his face. He just wiped it lightly with his hands and then rushed to the front again. Ken is not a vegetarian. As for other things, there is no need to pay attention to them anymore. After paying attention to so many things, he is nothing more than bringing some unnecessary troubles to himself. I think the most important thing now is to get out of here quickly, or the consequences will be disastrous. One of the people watching said like this, and the other person nodded, and the two of them hid like this stand up. Advertisement. So at this time, he also agreed to this matter. After all, since this person has already said this, it is better to agree to this matter. I have never thought of this person at all, and it makes people feel very puzzled to dare to say such a thing, but no matter what happens in the future, it is already like this now. I was surprised that Ken heard this sentence at this time, but it was already said anyway. Luchi said, "Is this all you're thinking? I'm really surprised that the people who call you are all indifferent." Some people were surprised by this sudden sentence. The people here, all the people have held their breath, and they all find it incredible. So they all held their breath at this time, and they all felt very incredible, and they all felt very surprised, but no matter how surprised they were, this matter was already like this. Ken also directly brought these things down at this time. Anyway, this person has already done this, let's take these things down by himself, so he also feels that he doesn't need to care about so many irrelevant things at all. Too much freedom of self brings some unnecessary. Anyway, it has already happened now, and it can't be changed. Since it can't be changed now, then it can only continue like this. Why don't I challenge you? I don't know what you think. Anyway, I just want to challenge you, and now I want to ask your opinion. If you say you are willing, then I will directly challenge you. Moreover, because of the fighting, there was a stir, so the people watching around here were also a little bit stunned at this moment. They did not expect that the strength of the two of them would be different, so powerful. Since you have already said this, wouldn't it be unreasonable if I didn't promise you this matter? So I welcome all the words, so I will agree to this matter. But I also want to see what this person will do. Anyway, he just wants to agree to these things. Is it possible that this person can kill himself? Suddenly saying such a sentence, Luchi also felt a little unexpected, but since he agreed, he could only rush up, and the two kept fighting like this, hitting the surrounding pillars. There are also some that have been broken. Chapter 207. Details, seeking subscription. Luchi also played against this Ken at this time. Although he just warmed up just now, he has roughly figured out the opponent's details, but the only thing he said clearly is that the man in front of him is definitely not that good. Provoke. Even if it's not easy to provoke, what can we do? Anyway, we have to fight like this now, so there is nothing that can be changed, and there is nothing that can be changed. Then he can only bite the bullet and go up. He believes that with his own ability, he will be able to beat this person. He said that he can't win, but he can also lose to both sides. This seems to be worth it, so of course they also feel they were all very surprised. I don't think I have ever thought of where you came to challenge me. It really surprised me, but since you already have this ability, if you want to challenge me, then I will give you a good one today. The previous lesson, let you know what strength is. He said such a sentence today. These people will be frightened at this moment in the future, but no matter how frightened they are, what can they do now? Anyway, both of them are already frightened now. The war has begun, and the battle situation is also very fierce, and the scene present is also a mess. And some things can no longer be changed. Since they can no longer be changed now, then this matter can only be the current situation, so the most important thing for them now is to find a way to solve it this matter. So some things are already like this, so they can only continue like this, and there is no way to change it, and they all believe in their own strength, and they will be able to do these things well. Therefore, the intensity of the two sides is very fierce, and there are thin beads of sweat on their foreheads. After all, this battle was indeed very fierce, but no matter how fierce it is now how can I do? Sangoku and Whitebeard both knew after glancing at each other at this moment, but what should they do when they come down? At the same time, Whitebeard and Chuan Guo are also here to deal with this card library. Whitebeard never thought that this person had already been beaten, and now he is still here in such a brazen way, as if he didn't put them in the words at all, and felt a little ironic for a moment endlessly. Kaku has been taking a step back after being beaten by them, and has been taking a step back. And these people are also very surprised. They never thought that the situation would suddenly become like this, so they were very surprised in their hearts, but no matter how surprised they were, now these things, CFBH, it all happened. Advertisement. Therefore, these people were very surprised. They stood there all the time, not daring to speak at all. After all, they were afraid that if they spoke later, they would be finished, so they dared not say anything. You Whitebeard burned this will at the same time at this time, intending to use the power of this will, and beat this Kaku to pieces, making him unable to climb up. Anyway, these things have already happened now, and the most important thing for them now is to win this game, as long as they can win this game. Kaku was also successfully knocked down by this blow, and he couldn't get up when he lay on the ground. If they lose, I am afraid that the consequences of this game will be unimaginable, so the most important thing now is to win this game, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. So what can they do now? Anyway, things have turned into the current situation, and there is nothing that can be changed, so their hearts have been entangled all the time. Since there is no choice now, and the most important thing right now is to win this game, and these people are here to provoke them constantly, and they are not vegetarians, so naturally they are following how to solve this problem when it comes down. Instead, it was standing there all the time. Kaku said mockingly at this time, and they were all full of disdain for them. He frowned, never thought that it would be so difficult to fight, so he was slightly stunned at this moment, but he couldn't admit defeat no matter what. Maybe in the next time, they will be able to know how to win this game. After all, they have no choice now. Could it be that your strength is only so small? It really makes me feel a little rubbish. I thought that your strength is so strong that you can beat me to the ground, but until now only then did I realize that they didn't beat me to the ground at all. After all, his identities are all here. If he admits his mistake, wouldn't it be unreasonable? Chapter 208 Irony. Seeking subscription. Ku was beaten and lay on the ground at this time. They thought they could win the fight, but they didn't expect that now they were already beaten and lay on the ground. So he gritted his teeth and planned to stand up from here, but he didn't expect that he couldn't stand up at all. Sangoku also looked at him directly at this time, with a little sarcasm in his eyes. After all, this person may have said that he wanted them to listen to the circle just now, and this battle should have been done with all his strength. If he hadn't done his best, how could he have won this? In the end, what about the victory? They are not fools, so they will naturally try their best, and their purpose is to win this game. This is the most important thing. As for other things, there is no need to think about it so much. Kaku is also at this time, and the ground has eased a lot after that, and he will climb up directly from this ground in the future. Fortunately, he can still climb up. If he can't climb up if you get up, the consequences will be unimaginable. After calming down here for a while, and now that I have failed, I am very unwilling in my heart, so I plan to get up directly from this place. And he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart, and wanted to fight again. After all, no matter what, he didn't want to admit the fact that he had already failed, and he also wanted to win this game successfully. However, at this moment, Luchi, who was out of the battle, had already seen that Kaku got up from the ground, and he had already failed until just now, so at this time no matter what, now isn't important, it is absolutely impossible to let him continue fighting like this. After all, if he continued to fight like this, he could only fail, so it was better not to continue to fight, so he gritted his teeth at this time, thinking that he should not continue to fight like this, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Advertisement, do not go. Kaku originally planned to continue fighting like this, but he didn't expect to be slightly stunned when he heard Luchi say this at this moment. I don't know why this Luchi suddenly said this, but since this Luchi has already said this, then I shouldn't continue like this, so I just stood here. And there are some entanglements in his heart. I don't know why he said it like this all of a sudden, but now that he has said it like this, how can he do it in the future? What about things? Kaku has been staring at this person at this time, and really wants to know what this person is going to say next, so he feels that this Ion is like this. So I didn't think so much anymore, thinking too much, it was nothing more than bringing some unnecessary troubles to myself. Therefore, the most important thing now is not to bring unnecessary troubles to yourself, and if you bring some troubles, it is nothing more than bringing many complicated problems to yourself. Luchi also walked up to him directly at this time, and whispered in his ear, after all, what kind of things are absolutely impossible? Ask for flowers, you go ask this old star of the five-pointed star to come forward, after all, he is the only one who can solve the problems here, so you can never continue to fight against them like this. Advertisement, you can't beat them at all, so I think you should leave here now, this is the most important thing. If you continue to stay here like this, wouldn't it be unreasonable, so the most important thing now is to get out of here as soon as possible. 0****, this is the most important thing. As for other things, there is no need to think so much anymore. If you think too much, it will just bring you some unnecessary troubles. Therefore, at this time, they are constantly thinking about how to solve these problems in the next time. Kaku originally planned to continue to rush forward, but he didn't expect to hear a sentence at this moment, and this sentence asked him to find someone. If this is the case, it seems that what he said certainly has some truth, so why don't you hurry up and find someone? If they don't look for someone, they will be beaten to pieces later, so the most important thing for them now is to find someone. If that's the case, then I'll leave here as soon as possible, so you can rest assured, there is no need to worry so much at all. At this time, Kaku had already agreed to leave here, and after he left, this Luchi also stood against him all the time. Chapter 209 Fear. Seeking subscription. How could Ken be afraid of this Luchi? It is impossible to be afraid of this Luchi, and he will believe that he can successfully do what he should do according to his own strength, and there is no need to do it again. Fear of what to fear. It's nothing more than bringing some unnecessary troubles to myself, so the most important thing now is only this one thing, and there is no need for other things. So at this moment, he gritted his teeth and kept thinking in his heart how to deal with these things in the future. Ken, 143, well, don't you think that your current strength doesn't seem to be very powerful? I thought you could solve me with 2 or 3 moves, but I didn't expect that my strength is similar to yours. It was at this time that Ken suddenly heard the anger. After saying it like this, he felt a little ironic for a moment. After all, this person was beaten by himself just now. But now, he said it here again. Such words are constantly provoking himself. After all, it really makes him feel very mocking. So at this moment, he rushed directly to the front, and punched Luchi in the face. Luchi hadn't reacted yet. He didn't expect this person's speed to be so fast that his face suddenly looked like it's like being knocked crooked. He didn't think about me at all, and he was suddenly beaten by someone, and he was stunned for no reason at all, and he never thought that things would develop to the current situation. They never thought that this person's strength would be so high, and he directly punched himself. Ken has also successfully gained the upper hand and seriously injured Luchi. As for other things, there is no need for this, because you want to hit me just because you stretch out your hand like this. It's just wishful thinking now. When I should go back to work, it's best not to let me get caught, otherwise I know that in the next 3.6 you're done. At this moment, he coughed violently a few times. He never thought that he would be beaten to the ground all of a sudden, and at this moment he felt unbelievable. Advertisement, he believed that according to his own strength, he would definitely be able to defeat this person, and even if he couldn't, he would definitely let this person know how powerful he was. And I never thought that this person's strength is all here, so the most important thing now is to do what you should do well, this is the most important thing. Ken just patted his hand at this time. After all, it doesn't matter what this person will do. As far as I am concerned, I don't need to worry so much about it, but there are too many. It's nothing more than bringing some unnecessary trouble to myself, so the most important thing now is to have one thing, that is, we must teach this person a good lesson. At this moment, Luchi said such a sentence angrily. I never thought that such a thing would happen, and I never thought that it would happen. At this time, Ken also smiled with his lips hooked, and there was a smile in his eyes. After all, he wanted to see what this person would do next. I never thought that this person's ID card would be so powerful. I didn't expect you to be so fast, and you punched me directly like this, but it really surprised me, it really made me feel incredible. And now Luchi plans to use all his strength to deal with this person. After all, the most important thing now is to deal with this person well. No matter what, he no longer has any right to choose. So when he thought of this, he was very tangled in his heart, but no matter how tangled he was, this thing had already happened now, so he rushed to this front all at once, but he didn't expect to be thrown into nothing. After thinking of this, I feel very depressed in my heart. He never thought that such a thing would happen, but now anyone is like this, looking for a dead end. Then don't blame yourself for being rude. After all, everyone's patience has a limit, so I will definitely do my best to do what I should do. Let this person know how powerful he is. This is the most important thing. There is no need for this for other problems, and there is no need for this to count so many and worry so much. It is nothing more than bringing some unnecessary troubles to himself. It's just trouble. So at this time, I was a little confused, but no matter how confused I was, I have been dodged by this person now, so I can't change it. Since I can't change anything, now I can only do this, the child continued. Chapter 210 Intense Fighting, Seeking Subscription. After a fierce battle, Ken gained the upper hand. Luchi was seriously injured. He was lying in the ruins, looking at the sky, panting heavily. He was exhausted with blood all over his body, as if he couldn't stand up anyway. What? Can't stand up? What kind of talent is this? Ken mocked. And Luchi also maintained his usual style, and didn't pay attention to him. Although he is a member of that team, he can already be regarded as the captain in essence. How could he admit defeat with Ken? Lying on the ground, he didn't feel the slightest loss because of this, but was full of dissatisfaction. His eyes were bloodshot. He slowly clenched his fists, and the veins began to burst out on his face appeared. He turned his head to look at Ken in front of him. The more Luchi thought about it, the more angry he became. He turned his anger into strength and tried to calm himself down. Haha, dignified CP9's true opponent, can't stand up now. You will also end up like this, but you should be glad that when people mention you again, they will say, ah, you lost to Admiral Ken at 25, and it is not shameful to lose to me. After all, I am so strong. Ken said with a look of fear. Luchi didn't listen to Ken's words. He was waiting for his haki to be full of anger. He knew that there was no chance of winning if his confidant attacked him head-on, so he had to sneak attack. While talking, Ken stood in front of him, looked at his closed eyes, thought he had fainted, and sneered, cut, fainted now. Didn't hear what I said? Okay, there is no chance of leaving a legacy. Forget it, since I've passed out, I'm not the kind of villain who takes advantage of others' dangers. Let's go and see if Kaku has invited the 5 elders. After speaking, he patted the ashes off his body, turned around and left. Advertisement at this time, Luchi, who fell to the ground, still didn't have the strength to stand up. It seems that he must fight desperately for this battle. In order for Kaku to invite the 5 elders to come forward smoothly, he must hold Ken back. He lit a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and looked contemptuously at Ken, who was about to walk away, and he also made up his mind. In order not to start a direct confrontation with him, he prepared a sneak attack. He stood up, took cover step by step carefully, and finally tracked to an open space. Although this is a good place to attack, once he is discovered, there is no turning back. He took a puff of cigarette, gently leaned his head against the nearby tree, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the last moment of tranquility. And Ken, who had walked for a while, also felt that something was wrong. It is said that the dignified CP9 Admiral, even if he fainted, would try his best to kill his own head. This is not a personal grievance, but as the belief of the former world government's internal secret service organization, the task to hold him back in consideration of the overall situation, he had to complete it. Thinking of this, Ken also started to quicken his pace, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. Huh, do your best. Luchi lightly blew on the smoke. See? HMPH, wake up. Why, you can't beat me, and started a sneak attack. Ken tilted his head, avoiding Ken's assassination. No, how did I fall down? I just want to remind you that the game has just begun. Luchi suddenly remembered that Ken is quite different from before's attack. I wanted to let you go, but now, I don't intend to. I will give you a chance to leave a last message, Ken turned around indifferently, and took a few steps back, as if he was about to give him a fatal blow, because now Druchi is incomparable with the super strength Luchi at the beginning, and it feels like a casual punch. He couldn't stand it either. Advertisement due to Luchi's own miscalculation, his situation has become dangerous. He is covered with scars, and he can no longer dodge as flexibly as before. Maybe, he is here. I have nothing to say, so I advise you to give up. The 5 elders are not something you can compare to. You should know their strength. He was glad that he could still stand up, delaying some time for them. Ken looked at the man in front of him who couldn't even straighten his waist, and felt funny when he said these words to himself. It's over. It's just some useless words. Think about how to save yourself first. After finishing speaking, Ken 390 punched Luchi in the heart, showing no mercy. Peeved. Luchi, who was covered in injuries, couldn't take a punch anymore, and a mouthful of blood spewed out in an instant, and his heartbeat disappeared. The fatal beheading made it too late for the soldiers to rescue, and just like that, a generation of legends came to an end. And on the other side, celestial dragons. What did you say? Luchi was beheaded by Ken? Just kidding, everyone can see how strong Luchi is. This blow made the celestial dragons very angry. They began to think about how to deal with Luchi's death, and of course they were not Ken's opponents. The 5 elders haven't been invited yet, how can we continue to hold Ken back? Therefore, some people proposed to give up participating in this battle or to take advantage of a large number of people. This made them think that Ken, a person who values love and righteousness, would not watch the slaves at the bottom be abused. He must come back to rescue them, and sacrificing some slaves in exchange for these time is a good deal. As a result, many celestial dragons brought the unrescued slaves to fight against Ken.